The story begins as several coins float in midair, held up by an unseen force. Beside the table, a young man warms up his wrist, looking ready to do something serious. But the moment he turns around, he freezes. The floating coins are now resting on the table beside a neatly placed Buddha statue, surrounded by a faint golden glow, and several talismans covered in strange red symbols. All he can do is mutter that today's divination is unbelievably strange. As soon as he finishes speaking, he presses a finger firmly onto the table. His name is Bai Shuang, only 22 years old. He looks like an ordinary food delivery rider, but he is actually a skilled fortune teller. Earlier that morning, he read his own fortune, and it clearly warned him not to leave the house today. But bills do not pay themselves, so Bai Shuang still heads out to work. The prediction proves right almost instantly. As soon as he reaches his bike, he finds a dog casually peeing on it. He can only sigh, knowing this day is already cursed. Bai Shuang glares at the dog with killing intent and coldly says, "Tonight's hot pot will include dog meat." Whether it understands or not, the dog starts shaking, sweating, and barking in panic. Moments later, the dog runs away, crying with bruises all over and several huge bumps on its head. Right then, Bai Shuang gets a new delivery order, jumps on his bike, and speeds off. He may only be a delivery rider, but in this world, the job is unbelievably dangerous. While riding, the eye in the middle of Bai Shuang's forehead suddenly lights up, and he immediately looks behind him. That is because ghosts roam everywhere. In the distance, a starving ghost with a skinny body, bald head, broken teeth, hollow eyes, and blood-red pupils charges toward him, screaming for food. Before the starving ghost can reach Bai Shuang, it is grabbed by a blue monster covered with rows of sharp fangs. That creature is a flesh-eating ghost. The blue ghost opens its mouth wide and tears into the starving ghost's shoulder, dropping it instantly. Bai Shuang barely reacts, more annoyed that the fight almost delays his delivery. After riding a little farther, he stops outside a shop and calls out that he is there to pick up an order for the Plum Blossom Monster crew. A middle-aged man wearing a white cap rushes out, carrying a huge bag of food with a warm smile. He quickly loads the food into the storage box behind Bai Shuang's bike. Bai Shuang thanks him, grabs the order, and speeds away before the owner even realizes what happened. On the way, Bai Shuang checks the map for the Plum Blossom Monster crew's location. Beside him is a poster of a stunning white-haired woman in a red outfit with the name Plum Blossom Monster printed below. Behind the scenes, the actress using that stage name is screaming, as a man takes advantage of her and starts molesting her. The man forces her onto the ground with a smug grin, saying no one will come to save her no matter how loudly she screams. She struggles desperately while the cameras keep rolling. The pervert drops all pretense, smirks wickedly, and reaches straight toward Plum Blossom Monster's chest. He even thinks to himself that filming is the perfect excuse to get away with touching her. Plum Blossom Monster's eyes turn red with tears. Furious and humiliated, she grits her teeth, wondering if this bastard is actually serious. He tightens his grip on her hand and leans his face closer, making her panic as she cries for the director, shouting that he is adding scenes that were never in the script. But the director and the entire film crew only watch with greedy eyes. The director even applauds, praising the performance as incredibly realistic. Just as the tension reaches its peak, the roar of a motorcycle echoes outside. Bai Shuang charges in, guns the throttle, and launches his bike into the air, leaving the pervert completely stunned. The motorcycle slams straight into the pervert's face, shattering the glass and knocking several of his front teeth clean out. After kicking the man aside as he screams in agony, Bai Shuang dusts off his hands and coolly says that forcing someone in broad daylight is crossing the line, and he refuses to stand by and watch. Seeing all this, Plum Blossom Monster is left speechless. Tears still fill her eyes, but the way she looks at Bai Shuang has completely changed, filled with surprise and emotion. The director explodes with rage when the shoot is interrupted. He storms over, yelling that they are filming, and Bai Shuang has no right to interfere. Bai Shuang calmly holds up the food bag and replies that this does not look like filming at all. It looks like they are taking advantage of a young woman. A few more minutes and it would have turned into an adult movie. After saying that, he casually places the food on the table and announces that lunch has arrived. The director turns so red with anger he looks ready to explode. Plum Blossom Monster quietly steps behind him and softly thanks him. Her eyes are now filled with both admiration and gratitude. But the moment Bai Shuang takes a closer look at her, his expression changes. He frowns and moves closer because he can see two different auras overlapping around her. His special eye instantly glows bright red, allowing him to see through the truth. His suspicion is confirmed. Standing behind Plum Blossom Monster is another woman with ghostly white eyes, bright red lips, and razor-sharp fangs. Bai Shuang asks her directly why someone from the underworld is here. He quickly analyzes the situation. The ghost's aura is blue and carries no killing intent, so she is clearly not a dangerous, vengeful spirit. Even so, possessing a living person like this is highly unusual. Shocked that Bai Shuang sees through everything, Plum Blossom Monster asks if he really knows she is a ghost. Bai Shuang smiles and says that is nothing unusual. He even compliments her as a stunning ghost beauty, before explaining that this is the modern world, not the era she came from. If she wants to stay safe, she should follow him. While she is still confused about where they are going, Bai Shuang grabs her hand, lifts her onto his shoulder, and simply says they need to reach a safe place first. Along the way, Bai Shuang quietly observes her and realizes she is completely different from ordinary ghosts. Her aura blends with her current body far too perfectly, making him want to investigate further. After reaching his motorcycle, Bai Shuang gently helps Plum Blossom Monster onto the back seat, puts a helmet on her, and tells her to hold on tight. The moment he finishes speaking, he twists the throttle and shoots off before she can even react. Even with both arms wrapped tightly around Bai Shuang's waist, Plum Blossom Monster is terrified by the speed. She buries her face against his back and screams that he is riding way too fast. Behind them, the furious director watches her disappear, crushes the script in his hands, and screams for Bai Shuang to come back. After a while, they finally arrive at a crowded apartment complex. Bai Shuang leads her to his door, opens it with a smile, and says they are home. Plum Blossom Monster immediately asks why he brought her to his apartment. Bai Shuang turns around with a mysterious grin and says it is obviously to do what adults like to do. His answer instantly makes her panic. She hugs her chest with a blushing face and stammers that she is a ghost, asking if he really has no limits. Seeing her overreact, Bai Shuang looks completely confused and asks what she is imagining. He then tells her to take a shower first, because they still have something important to deal with later. Realizing he truly has no bad intentions, Plum Blossom Monster pouts, turns away, and reluctantly agrees to shower. She quickly slips off her high heels before removing her black stockings and the torn clothes damaged during the earlier incident. Her cheeks flush bright red as she glances back and quietly tells herself that Bai Shuang probably would not do anything inappropriate. While Bai Shuang is busy behind her, he casually points out where the bathroom is, but when he turns around, he instantly freezes and blushes at the sight before him. Plum Blossom Monster is now wrapped in nothing but a thin towel. She points straight at Bai Shuang and warns him that if he dares peek, he will regret it. Bai Shuang has been single for years, so seeing such a breathtaking scene right in front of him makes his nose start bleeding. He cannot help wondering how she went from being so cautious to acting so carefree around a stranger. He tries to keep a serious face, but the grin on his face gives everything away. Even the Buddha statue behind him seems to be smirking at him. After giving her warning, Plum Blossom Monster walks into the bathroom, reminding him one last time that peeking is absolutely forbidden. Standing outside, Bai Shuang wipes away his nosebleed while mumbling that he is an honorable gentleman. Who would care about her perfect figure anyway? Then he realizes he somehow even remembers the exact spot of the mole on her body. The moment Bai Shuang finishes speaking, a terrified scream suddenly comes from the bathroom. He rushes over, throws the door open, and shouts to ask if she is okay. As the door swings open, hot steam pours straight into his face. He freezes on the spot, his face turning bright red. Inside, Plum Blossom Monster is sitting on the floor completely naked, her eyes filled with tears as she complains that the bathroom floor was too slippery and she fell hard. Realizing he has seen something he definitely should not have, Bai Shuang hurriedly covers his eyes and apologizes over and over, but curiosity gets the better of him. He secretly peeks through his fingers while pretending to ask if she is hurt. Plum Blossom Monster quickly wraps the towel around herself and glares at him with embarrassment and anger, demanding to know what he's staring at. Bai Shuang instantly puts on a pair of dark glasses, grabs a cane, and pretends to be blind. Sweating nervously, he insists he did not see anything. She is not fooled for a second and lands a perfect uppercut that sends him yelling about how a ghost can hit so hard. After punching him, she shoves him out of the bathroom and calls him a shameless pervert. Back on the couch, Bai Shuang can only sigh helplessly. He really did not mean it. He just never expected her to change so quickly. Even the Buddha statue nearby seems to understand everything, wearing a sly grin like it is enjoying the drama. A little later, a pair of long, fair legs appears in front of Bai Shuang. Plum Blossom Monster has finished her shower and walks out while drying her hair, still complaining that he barged in without knocking. Bai Shuang folds his arms and seriously asks if she really thinks he brought her home just to peek at her. But the instant he looks up at her again, he freezes with his eyes wide open. After her shower, Plum Blossom Monster looks even more breathtaking. She brushes back her hair, closes her eyes, and asks what he really wanted if not to spy on her. Bai Shuang immediately gets another nosebleed and quickly turns away to calm himself. He explains that he is a respectable man and is only curious about her identity. Why is she still in the human world instead of entering the underworld? Hearing that question, her expression turns sorrowful. She quietly introduces herself as Qin Huan, born during the Northern Song Dynasty, with Dongping Prince Gao Huaide as her father. Qin Huan explains that she was the youngest daughter of the family and was married to General Murong at the age of 18. Tragically, she was assassinated on the very night of her wedding. Just recalling the memory causes her resentment to surge violently. She swears she will never enter the underworld until she finds the person who murdered her. Bai Shuang's special eye glows once more. He realizes her resentment is growing rapidly, and if it continues, it will become extremely dangerous. He immediately takes several coins from his pocket. Bai Shuang throws the glowing golden coins toward Qin Huan while continuously chanting an incantation. As the coins circle around her, he loudly activates the three Emperor coins technique. Within seconds, the floating coins begin absorbing all the resentment from Qin Huan. The black aura gradually disappears while she cries out in pain. After recalling the floating coins, Bai Shuang looks at Qin Huan holding her head on the floor and quietly remarks that her resentment is incredibly powerful. He gently tells her that he understands her suffering, but if she keeps hiding in the human world instead of entering the underworld, ghost officers will eventually find her, and the punishment will be unbearable. Hearing that, Qin Huan panics, grabs Bai Shuang's pant leg, and calls him her benefactor. She begs him to help her, believing someone with such powerful magic can save her. Seeing the beautiful young woman kneeling and crying leaves Bai Shuang at a loss. Qin Huan pleads that ever since he rescued her at the film set, he has been her benefactor. If he refuses to help her find her killer and remain in the human world, she will stay on her knees forever. Bai Shuang rubs his forehead in frustration because he cannot stand seeing a girl cry. In the end, he gives in, places his hands on Qin Huan's shoulders, and promises to help her. In return, she must never harm anyone, must stay by his side at all times, and can never wander off alone. Qin Huan immediately nods without hesitation. She happily wipes away her tears and thanks him again and again. Meanwhile, Bai Shuang quietly thinks that her unusual aura may be hiding a much bigger secret. Just then, Bai Shuang suddenly senses something is wrong and turns around. The Buddha statue behind him is shaking violently. Its face has turned pale, its mouth hangs wide open as if sounding an alarm, and Bai Shuang instantly realizes something terrible is about to happen. Without wasting another second, Bai Shuang shouts a warning to Qin Huan that danger is coming. As he pulls Qin Huan into his arms to protect her, the Buddha statue behind them suddenly explodes into pieces. From the rubble emerges a bald man wrapped in thick yin energy, dragging a sinister iron chain behind him. The moment he appears, he calls out Qin Huan's name, accuses her of escaping the underworld and possessing a living body, then orders her to return at once to face punishment. Terrified, Qin Huan hides behind Bai Shuang and begs for help, refusing to go back. Bai Shuang steps forward and politely asks the ghost officer to spare her The bald man immediately snaps back, asking who Bai Shuang thinks he is to interfere with underworld business. Bai Shuang calmly replies that Qin Huan is under his protection now, and he will not let anyone take her away. Hearing that, the ghost officer flies into a rage. His eyes glow crimson as he swings the iron chain toward them, ordering Bai Shuang to get out of the way. Bai Shuang instantly pulls Qin Huan aside and dodges the attack while telling her to be careful. But the ghost officer has no intention of stopping. He lashes the chain at them again and again, growling that anyone who obstructs official duty deserves to die. The chain suddenly mutates. Its tip transforms into a snake with blood-red eyes and 4 razor-sharp fangs that send chills down the spine. Bai Shuang grits his teeth, stares straight at his opponent, and reassures Qin Huan that he will never let her get hurt. With that, he grabs the glowing Buddha statue from the table and throws it high into the air. In an instant, the statue releases a brilliant golden barrier that covers the entire room. The Buddha's face shines with a majestic smile, like a true divine being descending from heaven. A gigantic golden foot then crashes down from the sky, crushing the snake instantly before it can fight back. Behind Bai Shuang, the massive phantom of the Buddha appears, radiating overwhelming pressure as he shouts and unleashes another spell. The moment the snake is destroyed, the ghost officer's iron chain shatters into countless pieces. The backlash hurls him backward as he screams in pain. Sitting on the ground, the ghost officer stares at Bai Shuang and the enormous Buddha behind him in complete shock. He never imagined this young man could wield such overwhelming divine power. After thinking for a few seconds, the ghost officer quickly changes his attitude and walks toward the two of them. Bai Shuang smiles and says that, in the end, they both work with matters of the underworld, making them almost colleagues. He hopes the ghost officer will let Qinhuan go this time. The officer shakes his head and says he always follows the rules and cannot make exceptions. Seeing reason will not work, Bai Shuang reaches into his pocket, pulls out a thick stack of cash, and asks if this might help change the rules. The ghost officer glances at the money and says not to test an honest official with tricks like that. Since money fails, Bai Shuang takes out a poster of a beautiful woman and grins as he asks if this will do instead. The instant the ghost officer sees the beauty on the poster, his eyes nearly pop out of their sockets and he starts drooling while mumbling about such a gorgeous woman. His attitude flips completely. He warmly shakes Bai Shuang's hand and says there is no need for formalities between colleagues. Deep down, he knows Bai Shuang's power so backing down is the smarter choice. Seeing the negotiation succeed, Bai Shuang turns to Qinhuan and gives her a thumbs up. She smiles with relief and gratefully bows to him. Who would have thought such an intimidating ghost officer would end up defeated by a pretty face? Hugging the poster like a priceless treasure, he happily leaves while inviting Bai Shuang out for drinks another day. Qinhuan lowers her head in a deep bow and sincerely thanks Bai Shuang for saving her life. Bai Shuang smiles, withdraws the Buddha statue's divine power, and tells her there is no need to be so formal. Since he promised to help, he will see it through. As for repayment, a few 100,000 would be nice, though he would happily settle for 80,000. At the mention of money, Qinhuan shyly hugs herself and quietly admits she has none. As she speaks, she slowly steps closer as if planning to repay him another way. Qinhuan's face turns bright red, and one side of her robe slips slightly from her shoulder, revealing her smooth, fair skin. Bai Shuang's mind completely freezes at the sight. His eyes go wide, his mouth hangs open, and his face turns so red it looks ready to burst into flames. In the end, he turns his head away and firmly declares that he is an honorable gentleman. If she keeps doing this, he is seriously going to call the police. Seeing his reaction, Qinhuan quickly pulls her robe back into place and smiles to herself. She had only been testing Bai Shuang's character, and now she knows he is someone she can trust. Of course, Bai Shuang is no saint. His nosebleed keeps flowing, forcing him to grab some tissues. Qinhuan rushes over with concern and asks if he is all right. Bai Shuang awkwardly laughs and claims the strong breeze in the room somehow caused the nosebleed. His excuse leaves Qinhuan completely confused. She innocently asks what a strong breeze has to do with a nosebleed. Just as the awkward silence reaches its peak, the phone on the table suddenly rings, saving them both. Bai Shuang practically jumps to answer it, silently thanking whoever called at the perfect moment. But there is no voice on the other end, only strange bursts of static. Bai Shuang immediately senses something is wrong and calls out, "Linglong." Qinhuan walks over beside him, puzzled that no one is responding. Staring anxiously at the phone, Bai Shuang says he is certain something has happened to Linglong. Hearing the unfamiliar name, Qinhuan asks who Linglong is. Instead of answering right away, Bai Shuang tosses 5 coins into the air. They glow with golden light and begin spinning in a floating circle. While casting the spell, he explains that Linglong is an old friend who used to work with him. Qinhuan watches in amazement. Bai Shuang chants while forming hand seals. The coins project a vision inside the glowing circle, revealing a young woman sitting on the floor, crying uncontrollably as if she has just faced terrible danger. After locking onto her location, Bai Shuang recalls the coins and declares that he has found her. Without another second to waste, he slings his bagua bag over his shoulder and says Linglong is on Technician Zhao Street, where the ghostly aura is incredibly strong. Qin Huan is stunned by everything she has witnessed and asks how he managed to find someone so quickly with only a few coins. Moments later, the two climb onto the motorcycle. As Bai Shuang starts the engine, he asks why she refuses to stay home where it is safer. Before Qin Huan can answer, Bai Shuang speeds off. Holding tightly onto him, she says staying home is even more dangerous. If the ghost officer comes back, she will have nowhere to run. Staying with her benefactor is the safest choice. Bai Shuang is left speechless by her logic. After riding for a while, they finally arrive at the location marked by the coins. Dark clouds cover the sky as thunder crashes overhead, making the atmosphere even more ominous. Bai Shuang rushes ahead, certain this is the place. Qin Huan follows close behind and immediately senses an overwhelming evil aura, warning that a powerful demon must be nearby. As they move forward, Bai Shuang tells her not to leave his side. Outside one room, they see an eerie red glow leaking through the cracks, while desperate cries for help echo from inside. The moment Bai Shuang recognizes Linglong's voice, his expression changes, and he charges toward the room. The door is locked from the inside. He gathers golden spiritual energy into his hand and declares that Linglong is trapped in there. The blast of spiritual power slams into the door, blowing it apart. Dust fills the air while the ghostly energy inside becomes almost suffocating. The instant Qin Huan steps inside, she senses something strangely familiar. Her voice trembles as she says she has felt this aura somewhere before. After breaking in, Bai Shuang realizes the ghostly energy inside is far more terrifying than outside. The entire room is covered in blood-red, demonic mist. As he scans the room, he suddenly stops. In a dark corner, 4 terrified people, 2 men and 2 women, are huddled together crying for help. Standing before them is a horned demon with murderous eyes, confidently declaring that none of them will escape. The demon raises its razor-sharp claws with a sinister grin, ordering them to become its replacement sacrifices so it can finally be reincarnated. The demon's face twists into something even more horrifying, its fangs bared as it reaches for Linglong. Just before its claws touch her, someone bursts in so fast the demon cannot even react. Bai Shuang arrives like a hero, leaving the demon completely stunned. With one arm, Bai Shuang pulls Linglong out of danger and gives her a reassuring smile. She finally snaps out of her panic, shocked to see that the one who saved her is Bai Shuang. After helping her to safety, Bai Shuang turns an icy stare toward the demon. He explains that the moment he received her distress call, he used his magic to locate her and came as fast as he could. As long as he is here, the demon will never lay another finger on her. Just as the demon is about to claim its prey, Bai Shuang ruins everything. Enraged, it lets out a furious roar and throws a devastating punch at him. The pressure alone sends everyone behind Bai Shuang flying, but the gap in strength is simply too great. Bai Shuang blocks the punch with one hand. The sight leaves the demon completely stunned. It grits its teeth in disbelief, while Bai Shuang calmly meets its murderous gaze. Without giving it a chance to recover, Bai Shuang drives a powerful kick into its stomach, nearly knocking its soul out. As he attacks, he coldly reminds the demon that even reincarnation has rules. The kick sends the demon crashing across the room. Bai Shuang looks down on it like trash and says that someone who slaughters innocent people and feeds on resentment belongs only in hell. Watching Bai Shuang overpower the demon so easily, the people behind him burst into tears of relief. To them, he is nothing less than a true savior. Linglong immediately runs over and grabs Bai Shuang's arm, her voice still shaking with fear. She warns him that the demon does not seem to be dead yet. Bai Shuang calmly tells her not to worry because he is here. Suddenly, crimson demonic energy erupts from the demon. It roars that humans always preach justice and morality, but every heart is filled with darkness. The hatred in its voice has clearly been building for a very long time. Watching from behind, Qin Huan becomes increasingly unsettled. The demon's aura feels strangely familiar, making her question its true identity. After a brief silence, the demon suddenly opens its mouth and begins devouring the surrounding souls, acting as though it has the right to judge it. Streams of spiritual energy are pulled from the mouths of everyone nearby and sucked straight into the demon. Linglong is caught in the attack as well. Her eyes slowly lose focus while her soul is forcibly drawn from her body. Bai Shuang's expression changes immediately. Even he did not expect the demon to possess such a terrifying soul-stealing ability. Without hesitation, Bai Shuang bites his fingertip until it bleeds. It is clear he has no choice but to use a special technique. He tears open part of Linglong's shoulder clothing. Even while her soul is being pulled away, she instinctively trembles at the sudden movement. With his blood-covered finger, Bai Shuang presses against the area above Linglong's chest and prepares to cast his spell. In the blink of an eye, he draws a complete bagua formation with blood across her body. 4 glowing crimson characters appear around the seal. The demon grits its teeth in fury the moment it sees the ritual. It instantly realizes Bai Shuang is destroying its chance at reincarnation, and its killing intent explodes. While Bai Shuang focuses on saving Linglong, the demon rushes forward at incredible speed, swinging its claws wildly as if determined to drag everyone down with it. Before it can reach them, a gigantic golden hand appears out of nowhere and grabs it by the throat. At the same time, Bai Shuang's incantation echoes through the room, instantly suppressing the evil spirit. The massive phantom of the Buddha appears behind Bai Shuang once again, filling the room with dazzling golden light. Under the crushing pressure, the demon is forced flat onto the ground, unable to move as it screams in agony. As Linglong regains consciousness, her body goes limp and she collapses forward. Gasping for air, she weakly looks toward Bai Shuang. After collecting herself for a few moments, she softly thanks him for saving her life. At last, the danger is over. Bai Shuang gives her a brief glance and says that as long as she is safe, that is enough. But he still has unfinished business. He slowly walks toward the demon pinned to the ground. Floating above his hand is the glowing Buddha statue, radiating overwhelming divine light. It is obvious the demon has no chance of escaping now. Bai Shuang reaches into his pocket and takes out a talisman he prepared long ago. As he chants, the talisman bursts into flames on its own, proving it is no ordinary charm. The demon panics the instant it recognizes the talisman. Its voice trembles as it asks whether this is the soul liberation technique, unable to understand how Bai Shuang has mastered such powerful Taoist arts. As the talisman burns halfway through, Bai Shuang calmly replies that his family has passed down Taoist techniques for generations, so this is nothing remarkable. Just then, Qin Huan rushes over with a worried expression and urgently begs him to show mercy. She explains that the demon carries an aura almost identical to one she encountered long ago, and she pleads with Bai Shuang to spare it so she can uncover the truth. Hearing that, Bai Shuang asked for more details about the familiar aura. Qin Huan explained that the same aura appeared when she died long ago, so she believed the real killer was connected to this ghost. Bai Shuang's face turned serious as he stared at the ghost on the ground. He demanded the truth about the demonic aura inside him, but the ghost looked completely confused. Seeing the silence, the ghost broke into a cold sweat. He quickly swore he would never dare defy someone like Bai Shuang and insisted there was nothing unusual about his demonic aura. Qin Huan immediately denied it. She said there was no way she could forget an aura she had remembered for over 1,000 years. The ghost froze and repeated, "Over 1,000 years ago?" After thinking hard, the ghost finally remembered. Back then, he was waiting in the underworld to be reincarnated. But just before entering the cycle, a mysterious figure dragged him back with a secret spell. From that moment on, he was forced to wander as a restless ghost. The only way to reincarnate again was to find someone to die in his place. The ghost added that no matter how many souls he absorbed, a mysterious force inside him always stole them away. That was why he could never finish the soul-stealing ritual. The deeper they dug, the stranger it became. Qin Huan grabbed Bai Shuang's hand with hope in her eyes. She believed that if he could trace his colleague's aura, he could also find the mysterious figure. She leaned close enough to make Bai Shuang blush. She believed the one who pulled the ghost out of reincarnation was also her true killer. Bai Shuang felt awkward but agreed to investigate. Bai Shuang tossed several ancient coins into the air. They spun together and formed a small formation. As he chanted his spell, the atmosphere grew noticeably heavier. When the chant ended, a blurry image appeared inside the circle of coins. It showed a mysterious figure with glowing red eyes throwing a powerful punch straight ahead. That punch slammed directly into the magic screen in front of Bai Shuang, covering it with massive cracks. In the next instant, the entire screen shattered into pieces. The ancient coins also lost all their spiritual power. Everyone around stood speechless, while Bai Shuang remained unbelievably calm. As Bai Shuang slowly collected the coins, Qin Huan quickly asked if he had seen where the mysterious figure was. Bai Shuang said the target sensed the tracking and cut off every trace at the last moment. Qin Huan's face filled with disappointment. She understood they still could not identify the real killer. Bai Shuang nodded and said they had only found a general direction, not the person's identity. Seeing her upset, Bai Shuang gently touched her cheek to comfort her. He smiled and said there was still another way to find the culprit, but it would take more time. His gentle gesture made Qinhuan blush, and the mood between them suddenly felt different. While the two were busy talking, the evil ghost quietly searched for a chance to escape. But before he could step through a space rift, Bai Shuang's icy voice stopped him and asked who had given him permission to leave. Ling Long pointed at the ghost and said her colleague's soul was still in his hands, so he could not be allowed to escape. Bai Shuang raised a burning talisman and declared that a monster who murdered the innocent and gathered so much resentment deserved only to return to the underworld. The ghost instantly begged for mercy and terror. Bai Shuang gave him no chance to finish. He threw the burning talisman straight into the ghost's forehead. The ghost screamed in agony as his eyes rolled back, and streams of spiritual energy were forced out of his body. Those glowing streams were actually the souls he had stolen. Once they were freed, they immediately returned to their original bodies lying on the ground. As the victims woke up, every one of them looked completely confused. They stared at each other with no idea what had just happened. Bai Shuang then took out a cloth bag marked with the 8 trigrams. The moment he opened it toward the ghost, the terrified spirit burst into desperate cries. Sadly for the ghost, those tears meant nothing to Bai Shuang. He opened the bag wide and shoved the evil ghost inside without mercy. Holding the struggling bag as screams echoed from within, Bai Shuang frowned and shouted, "Stop crying! You're giving me a headache. Just go to the underworld already." He then pulled out another talisman and recited a spell until it burst into flames in his hand. Bai Shuang swept the burning talisman through the air, creating a blazing ring of fire before everyone. Qinhuan watched in surprise and asked what he had done. Bai Shuang calmly replied that he was calling someone from the underworld to pick up the delivery. Not long after, a foot stepped out of the ring of fire. It was obvious this was no ordinary person. The one who appeared was Cheya. He looked exhausted, with heavy dark circles under his eyes. As soon as he saw Bai Shuang, he greeted him like an old friend and asked why he had been summoned this time. Bai Shuang handed over the bag containing the ghost and said it was a newly captured spirit for the underworld to deal with. Cheya was clearly delighted and even praised Bai Shuang for helping him earn a valuable achievement. Seeing how worn out Cheya looked, Bai Shuang asked what had happened. Cheya forced a bitter smile and blamed the girl Bai Shuang had introduced before. She had been clinging to him so much that he barely got any rest at night. After that conversation, Bai Shuang's expression turned serious again. He said there was one more thing he wanted to ask. He recreated the image of the mysterious figure and showed it to Cheya. The moment Cheya saw it, his face changed. He asked why Bai Shuang was also searching for this person. It turned out the underworld had been hunting the mysterious figure for a long time. Hearing that, Qinhuan quickly asked who the person was and where they could be found. Cheya shook his head and said no one knew the true identity, but the underworld suspected the target was hiding somewhere around Kanglan district. The moment Qinhuan heard Kanglan district, she turned to leave at once. Bai Shuang hurried after her and told her not to rush. Ling Long also called out from behind, afraid of being left alone. Before long, the three of them rode a motorcycle straight toward Kanglan district. Along the way, Ling Long complained that the seat was so cramped she could barely move. Bai Shuang was living the dream without even trying. Qinhuan sat behind him while Ling Long sat in front, leaving him caught between two stunning beauties. Suddenly, Bai Shuang slammed on the brakes. The motorcycle nearly stood upright, startling everyone. Qinhuan lost her balance and fell forward with a frightened scream. She crashed straight into Bai Shuang, making his face turn bright red as he nearly got a nosebleed from the impact. Bai Shuang quickly jumped off the motorcycle and turned his back, too embarrassed to look at anyone. He awkwardly changed the subject by saying they had already arrived in Kanglan district. Meanwhile, Qinhuan and Ling Long stayed on the bike, both angrily scolding him. One complained she almost fell, while the other said the sudden stop had left her sore all over. Bai Shuang could only scratch his head with an awkward smile. He explained that he was used to riding at high speed and had almost failed to brake in time. After settling down, the three headed into the city center. As they walked, Bai Shuang sensed something unusual in the atmosphere. But halfway there, the two girls suddenly lit up as if they had found treasure. Qinhuan and Ling Long excitedly grabbed each other and rushed into a clothing store. Bai Shuang had no idea what was happening before they were already asking to try on outfits. He could only wonder whether they had come to investigate or go shopping. Even though he felt helpless, Bai Shuang followed them inside. The store clerk immediately welcomed them with a polite smile. But the moment Bai Shuang stepped in, the sight before him left him completely frozen with wide eyes. The two girls had already changed clothes, each wearing an incredibly eye-catching outfit. Qin Huan appeared in a seductive bunny costume, while Ling Long wore a charming cat outfit. Both kept asking Bai Shuang which one looked better, putting him in an impossible situation. Bai Shuang stared in complete shock as a nosebleed slowly ran down his face. Standing before him were two breathtaking beauties whose looks could shake anyone's composure. While Bai Shuang was still lost in the view, the store clerk walked over with the payment machine and politely asked if he would be paying with cash or card. The moment money came up, Bai Shuang snapped back to reality. The clerk smiled and joked that two beautiful girls like them had to be his girlfriends, so of course he should pay. Bai Shuang hurriedly denied it, saying they were not his wives. But at that moment he suddenly sensed something strange. A chill ran down his spine and his expression changed instantly. Bai Shuang fixed his eyes on the wall behind the clerk. Cracks were spreading across it as chunks of stone began falling, making him realize something was terribly wrong. Before he could finish his warning, a tremendous force blasted through the wall, reducing it to rubble. The explosion threw the entire store into chaos. Bai Shuang reacted instantly and shoved Qin Huan and Ling Long to the ground to keep them safe. As soon as the blast ended, he immediately checked on Qin Huan. His worried voice caught her completely off guard. Seeing how much Bai Shuang cared about her, Qin Huan blushed deeply. She quietly said she was fine, but could not bring herself to meet his eyes. The two then turned toward Ling Long, who was lying motionless nearby. Her condition made them fear the worst. Wearing a yellow bikini, Ling Long lay still on the floor with several injuries caused by the explosion. Bai Shuang rushed over to check her breathing and immediately panicked. He knew Ling Long was only an ordinary human, and an explosion like that could easily be fatal. He desperately shook her shoulders and called her name, while Qin Huan watched anxiously beside him. After a while, Ling Long finally moved a little, making Bai Shuang breathe a sigh of relief. But since she was still unconscious, he came up with another idea that sounded incredibly awkward. Bai Shuang vaguely remembered seeing on TV that unconscious people needed mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Without thinking twice, he decided to give it a try. He leaned down and was about to press his lips against Ling Long's. But before he could, two figures suddenly flew in from outside and crashed heavily onto the ground, both badly injured. Bai Shuang had no idea what was happening outside, so he immediately turned toward the source of the explosion. Outside was complete chaos. A group of people surrounded someone while shouting for him to surrender. Through the broken wall, Bai Shuang instantly sensed an overwhelming yin aura that matched the mysterious target he had been tracking. Bai Shuang and Qin Huan quickly rushed outside to investigate. The scene before them was horrifying, with bodies scattered everywhere and blood covering the ground. But what shocked them the most was the person standing calmly in the middle of the destruction. One look was enough to know he was no ordinary enemy. It was a young man with a terrifying presence. Flames covered his body, intense heat poured from him, and his muscular physique radiated overwhelming power. Armed pursuers surrounded him from every side. His crimson eyes burned like fire, and his arrogant expression showed complete contempt. He warned that if the one behind the pursuit kept chasing him, he would kill that person as well. The surrounding fighters charged together, swinging massive chains while shouting that he dared oppose the underworld. Zhu Long showed no fear. He raised his flaming sword with a cold smile and declared they were nowhere near worthy of killing him. With a single slash, the three giant snakes they summoned were cut clean in half. The raging flames exploded outward and severely injured all three attackers. Zhu Long rushed one of them, grabbed him by the throat, and stared at him with murderous intent. The man struggled desperately and begged for mercy, but Zhu Long's overwhelming strength made resistance impossible. Zhu Long lifted him high into the air before slamming him into the ground. The impact shattered the earth around them. The victim was barely alive. Blood poured from his mouth, and his lifeless eyes rolled back in agony. But Zhu Long still was not finished. He raised his fist, ready to deliver the final blow. At that exact moment, a powerful punch shot in from the right, catching him completely off guard. Zhu Long was blasted backward by the impact. Even he was stunned by the force. The one who landed the punch was none other than Bai Shuang. Standing in the middle of the battlefield, Bai Shuang clenched his fist and coldly declared that he had finally found the target he had been hunting all this time. Zhu Long gritted his teeth in fury. He could not believe someone had attacked him while he was dominating the fight. He roared and demanded to know who dared strike him. Bai Shuang showed no fear at all. He pointed at himself and answered that it was him. Then he challenged Zhu Long to come closer so he could see what kind of monster he really was. The moment he heard that, Zhu Long flew into a rage and charged straight at Bai Shuang, swearing he would crush him on the spot. Bai Shuang responded at once. Dozens of fireballs appeared around him, floating in the air as an overwhelming pressure filled the battlefield. Zhu Long's expression changed the instant he saw the fireballs flying toward him. The barrage hit too fast to dodge, leaving him badly injured. Even his flaming sword was shattered in half. The fighters Zhu Long had defeated finally struggled back to their feet. Seeing Bai Shuang overpower him, they stared in shock and realized this newcomer was no ordinary cultivator. Qin Huan pointed at Zhu Long with hatred burning in her eyes. She declared that he was the one who murdered her long ago and begged Bai Shuang to avenge her. The moment Zhu Long saw she was still alive, his face went pale. He could not believe it. After her fate had been taken away, Qin Huan's soul should have disappeared long ago. At that moment, Zhu Long finally understood why his plan had never succeeded. Everything had gone wrong because of this one missing piece. His expression grew colder, as if fate had delivered Qin Huan back to him. The moment he finished speaking, flames erupted across Zhu Long's body as he lunged at Qin Huan, determined to kill her. But no matter how fast Zhu Long moved, Bai Shuang was even faster. He intercepted the attack and grabbed Zhu Long's wrist. Bai Shuang coldly warned that before touching his woman, Zhu Long should ask for his permission first. Hearing that, Qin Huan immediately hid behind Bai Shuang as if she had found a safe refuge. Bai Shuang then drove a powerful kick into Zhu Long's stomach. Without letting go of his arm, he twisted it until it snapped. Blood sprayed everywhere, making Qin Huan scream in terror. Zhu Long's blood splashed onto Qin Huan and quickly turned into strange purple marks. She began staggering as though something had invaded her body. Hugging herself in pain, Qin Huan called out to Bai Shuang in panic. Realizing something was wrong, he rushed over to support her and threw Zhu Long's severed arm aside. At that moment, Bai Shuang finally recognized the terrifying curse. A strange crimson mark appeared on Qin Huan's chest. It was the soul sealing mark, a forbidden technique that could drag a target's soul away in an instant. The mark began glowing intensely, leaving Qin Huan in unbearable pain. Bai Shuang held her tightly, already knowing the situation had taken a disastrous turn. As the soul-sealing mark fully activated, the world around them suddenly changed. A dark realm appeared, and Qin Huan's soul was pulled inside before crashing onto the ground. Qin Huan looked around in confusion, unable to understand where she was. A faint glow now surrounded her body. Just as she was panicking, a voice behind her calmly told her not to be afraid, because this place was the Hall of Eternal Life. The speaker was none other than Zhu Long. He slowly walked toward her with a sinister smile and said it had been 1,000 years since they last met, yet she had only become more beautiful. Qin Huan backed away in fear and asked with a trembling voice who he really was. Zhu Long sat beside her with a twisted grin. He said her scent was exactly the same as it had been 1,000 years ago, still enough to captivate anyone. After thinking back, Qin Huan suddenly realized his identity. She gasped and said he was Qing Ni, the man who had appeared at her wedding long ago. Zhu Long let out a cold laugh and denied it. He said he had nothing to do with her foolish husband. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed Qin Huan by the head and lifted her into the air. Thick black demonic energy poured from his body. Zhu Long admitted that on the day of the wedding, he had killed her husband beforehand and disguised himself to infiltrate the ceremony. Zhu Long cast an unknown forbidden technique, and Qin Huan immediately cried out in agony as her entire body shook violently. He continued extracting something from her body. Qin Huan's eyes gradually turned white, and her mouth fell open unconsciously. Zhu Long coldly said that knowing too much had never benefited anyone, so she should simply become his sacrifice. The entire space began trembling. Countless reds appeared in the darkness, forming a mysterious circle. Standing across from Qin Huan, Zhu Long began an ancient ritual and revealed that he had spent countless years secretly gathering great fate fragments to open the gate of eternal life. He never expected that the final missing piece would be Qin Huan herself. Just as Zhu Long was about to complete the ritual, a streak of golden light shot in like a blazing blade and sliced off his arm. The strike was so powerful that Zhu Long screamed in pain and was sent flying across the area. The The one who attacked was none other than Bai Shuang. He had been breaking the formation from the outside the whole time. Meanwhile, Qin Huan's real body still lay motionless on the ground. While supporting Qin Huan, Bai Shuang cast a spell to stabilize her soul. Inside the illusion, Zhu Long had already lost an arm and kept coughing up blood from his severe injuries. He was furious that Bai Shuang could still interfere with his formation. Zhu Long wiped the blood from his mouth, his crimson eyes burning with rage. He growled that if Bai Shuang wanted to fight to the end, then today one of them would die. With that, he unleashed an extremely terrifying forbidden art. Outside, Qin Huan's body suddenly opened its eyes, but they were empty white, surrounded by thick black demonic energy. Bai Shuang was shocked and immediately called her name. Qin Huan had completely lost control of herself. She suddenly grabbed Bai Shuang by the throat. She then slammed him straight into the ground with tremendous force. The floor cracked apart from the impact, and Bai Shuang was left bleeding. Even while being strangled, Bai Shuang kept calling Qin Huan's name, but her eyes were completely lifeless, as though someone else had taken over. Bai Shuang quickly realized Qin Huan was being controlled remotely and was not attacking him of her own will. He immediately placed his hand on her forehead and cast a purification spell, chanting to break Zhu Long's control. Inside the illusion, Zhu Long was maintaining the forbidden technique when Bai Shuang's counterattack suddenly backfired on him. He spat out another mouthful of blood as his face turned deathly pale. It was obvious Bai Shuang now held the upper hand. Senja looked increasingly anxious, because the longer this dragged on, the worse their chances became. Just then, Qin Huan suddenly rushed at Bai Shuang and caught him completely off guard. The instant she got close, she threw her entire body against him, smashing him head-on and making Bai Shuang blush bright red. She kept pressing down with all her weight, leaving Bai Shuang crying out in pain before he even had a chance to react. After the collision, Qin Huan stumbled backward. Bai Shuang finally managed to get back on his feet, holding his bleeding nose as he grumbled in frustration. He realized he simply could not fight seriously against her greatest natural advantage, which was exactly why Qin Huan kept using that shameless tactic to suppress him. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Shuang charged straight at her. This time, he had clearly had enough. Qin Huan's aura erupted with overwhelming force, but Bai Shuang did not dodge. He threw a powerful punch straight at her face. Qin Huan's face turned red from the hit. She covered the spot and angrily called him shameless. Bai Shuang only answered with a teasing grin. He stepped even closer, his expression making it clear that if she wanted to fight dirty, he would not hold back either. Bai Shuang then used the tyrant press technique, pinning Qin Huan firmly to the ground before she could react. He took out a rare talisman, looking reluctant as though he had never wanted to use it. Bai Shuang held the talisman between his lips and leaned over Qin Huan. From a distance, it looked exactly as if the two of them were kissing. Qin Huan let out a soft moan as the talisman attached itself to her lips. Bai Shuang began chanting a soul-summoning spell. The ancient incantation echoed through the air, making the atmosphere dark and eerie. As soon as the chant took effect, Qin Huan cried out in pain. The mark on her chest blazed with light, and her soul began to tremble. A spiritual form slowly separated from Qin Huan's body. Bai Shuang immediately guided her soul back into place. Even Zhu Long was stunned by what he saw. Countless energy arrows suddenly erupted from Qin Huan's soul and shot straight toward Zhu Long, piercing his body. Zhu Long coughed up blood and screamed in agony. Even he had to admit Bai Shuang's techniques were far beyond anything he had imagined. Unable to endure any longer, Zhu Long collapsed unconscious. At the same time, a powerful golden aura surged around Qin Huan. The black energy from the surrounding candles began flowing into Zhu Long's unconscious body, creating an incredibly sinister scene. Meanwhile, Qin Huan's soul started being pulled out once again, and the situation became even more dangerous. Sitting over Qin Huan, Bai Shuang continued chanting, "Spirit divine, return to the body. Let all things bloom again." With every line of the spell, Qin Huan's body began to change before everyone's eyes. Qin Huan cried out in agony as the golden aura around her erupted with terrifying force, leaving everyone watching completely stunned. The power was far beyond anything they had imagined. None of them had ever seen an ordinary person perform such incredible techniques. In their eyes, Bai Shuang no longer seemed human at all. After a while, Qin Huan slowly opened her eyes. Bai Shuang let out a sigh of relief and softly called her name, asking if she was all right. She held her head and complained about the lingering pain from the backlash. Bai Shuang leaned closer and asked where her soul had been taken and whether she had been injured. Being that close made Qin Huan blush so hard that she could not even look him in the eyes. After calming herself, she explained that she had been taken to what looked like a massive cave with a strange altar inside. Hearing that, Bai Shuang immediately asked for more details. Qin Huan nodded and said Zhulong called the place the Hall of Eternal Life, and he planned to use her fate to open it. The three people nearby instantly turned pale. According to them, the Hall of Eternal Life was an extremely dangerous, forbidden place. If it were ever opened, the consequences would be beyond imagination. Bai Shuang explained that the spirit world was divided into many ranks, from ghost soldiers all the way to ghost emperors. But regardless of rank, there were both good and evil spirits. Benevolent ghosts carried a golden aura, while evil ones radiated a dark blue energy. Every rank had its own sealed prison, but the Hall of Eternal Life existed for one purpose alone: to imprison ghost kings, nearly immortal beings with unimaginable destructive power. Ghost kings survived by devouring souls. If the seal were ever broken, the human world would become a living hell. The woman beside them completely changed her attitude and respectfully thanked Bai Shuang for saving their lives. Bai Shuang simply replied that Zhulong had already been his target, so helping them was only a bonus. Hearing that, the underworld officer became excited and even invited Bai Shuang to join their side and work together. Bai Shuang looked hesitant and politely declined. He was used to working alone, and he was not convinced joining them would benefit him. The officer leaned in and quietly tempted him with another offer. He said he could arrange a part-time official position for Bai Shuang, making it much easier to travel with ghosts legally. Hearing that, Bai Shuang frowned. He realized they had already investigated him. The officer grinned and even mentioned how Bai Shuang had once exchanged beautiful women to redeem one of his subordinates. With all his secrets exposed, Bai Shuang could only break into a cold sweat and force an awkward smile. The officer smiled and asked if Bai Shuang had changed his mind. Bai Shuang finally began considering the offer because Qin Huan was still staying beside him without official recognition from the underworld. If things continued like this, trouble was inevitable. After thinking it over, Bai Shuang realized joining the underworld was the safest solution. The moment he agreed, the officer happily threw an arm around his shoulder and said he would take him to the underworld headquarters. Bai Shuang nodded, but said he first needed to make arrangements for the two girls. He explained that another friend named Ling Long was still unconscious nearby. The officer immediately promised to have both girls safely escorted home. Bai Shuang narrowed his eyes in surprise, because he had never mentioned their address. The officer simply smiled and said the underworld could easily obtain information from the human world. Otherwise, how could they catch ghosts? Bai Shuang then turned to Qin Huan and told her to head home with the officers while he finished his business. Qin Huan obediently nodded and even called Bai Shuang her benefactor, making the atmosphere noticeably gentler. Once everything was settled, the officer snapped his fingers and opened a path to the underworld. After arriving, he told Bai Shuang to wait outside while he reported to the judge and requested an official identity token. Bai Shuang had no objections. He simply folded his arms and quietly observed the unfamiliar surroundings. It was Bai Shuang's first time setting foot in the underworld, and everything felt completely new to him. But while looking around, he suddenly noticed something unusual. Out of the darkness, two incredibly attractive women appeared and slowly walked toward him with inviting smiles. Before Bai Shuang could react, the two women moved right up beside him, making him blush. He awkwardly asked what they were doing. The women gently pulled him down to sit and explained that Lord Gui Ming had ordered them to take excellent care of this honored guest. As they spoke, they began lifting his shirt. Bai Shuang immediately pulled a helpless expression, feeling as though he had wandered into a pleasure house instead of the underworld. One of the women even leaned over and pressed herself against him with a playful smile. She deliberately asked if the two of them still were not beautiful enough to win his heart. The way they teased him was clearly meant to test his self-control. But the next moment, the girl suddenly pulled a knife from her chest, and the mood changed instantly. Her face twisted into something creepy as she slowly pointed the blade at Bai Shuang. One look was enough to tell she meant trouble. The sight made Bai Shuang turn pale. He immediately realized the two women were far from ordinary. Just as the girl thrust the knife down, Bai Shuang dodged, sending the other woman crashing to the ground. He coldly demanded to know who they really were and why they wanted him dead. The girl on the ground blushed and complained that he was too strong and was about to hurt her. The whole scene was unbelievably bizarre. Meanwhile, The girl with the knife charged again, pressing the blade toward him while laughing like a madwoman and saying the game was not over yet. Bai Shuang frowned and warned that he had no grudge against them. If they kept pushing him, he would not hold back. As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked both women flying away. Even then, one of them still acted pitiful and accused him of not knowing how to treat women gently. Bai Shuang finally lost his patience, grabbed her by the throat, and shouted what she wanted from him. At that moment, applause suddenly echoed from outside. Bai Shuang turned around and saw an underworld official enter with Zhang Ming, the officer who had brought him here. The other man was named Zhong Dao. Zhang Ming quickly introduced Zhong Dao as the head of the Evil Punishment Division. After hearing Bai Shuang wanted to join, Zhong Dao had purposely sent the two beauties to test his strength and character. Only then did Bai Shuang let go, breaking into a cold sweat after realizing it had all been a test. Zhong Dao laughed and explained that hunting evil spirits was extremely dangerous, so they had to confirm his abilities first. Bai Shuang could only sigh in disbelief. If it was a test, they should have warned him first. If he had gone all out earlier, things would have ended badly. The two girls then looked at him with starry eyes and kept praising how strong he was, leaving Bai Shuang even more speechless. Not wanting to drag this on, he immediately returned to the main topic and reminded them of the joining condition that Zhang Ming should have already explained. Zhong Dao nodded. As long as Bai Shuang helped capture Zhulong, the underworld would never touch Qin Huan again. Then his expression turned serious as he began explaining the current situation in the underworld. According to Zhong Dao, ever since Zhulong appeared, both the underworld and the human world had been plagued by constant disasters. Over the past 3 years, eerie incidents had happened everywhere. Temples were destroyed, villages were wiped out, and even the souls of the dead had been stolen. He suspected someone else was secretly controlling everything behind Zhulong. The fact that Zhulong had gone to the Hall of Eternal Life only strengthened that suspicion. After hearing this, Bai Shuang fell into deep thought. Bai Shuang then asked if the Hall of Eternal Life belonged to the underworld, so how had Zhulong entered it so easily? Zhong Dao shook his head and explained that most of the Hall of Eternal Life was indeed inside the underworld, but one special section had been built on a dragon vein in the human world. What was sealed there was so terrifying that they had to borrow the power of the dragon vein to suppress it. To keep outsiders from discovering it, the underworld had also set up a barrier over the entire area. Even so, no one could guarantee nothing would go wrong. Bai Shuang rested his chin in thought and recalled that Qin Huan had once said her soul was dragged into a cave. It seemed very likely that the place was near the Hall of Eternal Life. Just then, the bell on Zhong Dao suddenly rang without stopping. The moment he heard the soul-shaking bell, his face changed, making it obvious that something serious had happened. An underworld officer rushed in and reported that 2 soul suppression towers in the Blood Sea Hell had just been destroyed. Every evil spirit sealed inside had escaped and was now running wild. The news stunned both Zhong Dao and Bai Shuang. Without wasting another second, Zhong Dao rushed out to deal with the crisis. As he ran, he angrily cursed the guards for being completely useless. Meanwhile, Bai Shuang started feeling the timing was far too suspicious. They had just talked about the Hall of Eternal Life, and now the underworld was already in chaos. With that thought, he quickly followed them to the Blood Sea Hell. The place was pitch black, stained everywhere with blood-red colors that looked absolutely terrifying. The gloomy atmosphere sent chills down his spine. The underworld officers there seemed to have completely lost their will, while a beautiful female ghost stood before them, endlessly tempting them. She wrapped her arms around an underworld officer and softly asked if she was beautiful. The man stared at her with a dazed smile, practically drooling. He was clearly under a charm spell. At that moment, Zhong Dao charged in from behind with overwhelming fury, shouting at the demons for daring to cause chaos here. But the female ghost showed no fear. Instead, she smiled with open mockery. Zhong Dao immediately launched an attack at her. Just then, another female ghost suddenly appeared behind him, wrapped her arms around his shoulders, and whispered sweetly while pretending to beg for mercy. As she spoke, a strange aura quietly flowed from her mouth into Zhong Dao's body. He instantly realized it was only a low-level charm technique. Zhong Dao spun around with an icy glare, grabbed the female ghost by the head, and roared that such a pathetic trick was useless against him. The next second, he slammed her head into the ground, cracking the stone floor. The female ghost let out a piercing scream. But right after that, countless evil spirits appeared and surrounded Zhongdao. They growled that he had imprisoned them for 100 years, and now it was time for him to pay. Zhongdao finally realized the charm spell had distracted him. The demons quickly closed in, and one of them even raised a knife to stab him from behind. The female ghost lifted her blade and sneered that he had realized it far too late. But at that exact moment, two flaming birds suddenly shot through the air. The surprise attack caught every demon off guard. Before Zhongdao could understand what was happening, Baishuang stepped forward. He grabbed a female ghost by the head and calmly said that the fastest way to deal with demons was to crush them outright. Even Yu Jiao was stunned, and killing ghosts with bare hands looked almost impossible. The remaining evil spirits saw their companion taken down and instantly flew into a rage, charging together to kill Baishuang. They roared like mad, their killing intent filling the air as if they wanted to tear him apart on the spot. Yet Baishuang remained unbelievably calm. One hand stayed in his pocket while the other held a strange white bag as he casually faced the demons. He even taunted them, telling them to attack all at once, so he would not have to catch them one by one. A female ghost angrily shouted that he should not be so arrogant. They had killed more young cultivators than they could even count. But before she could finish, her body began to fade away. Baishuang had secretly cast a spell without anyone noticing. The remaining demons watched their leader disappear and finally panicked. They realized they had badly underestimated this human. Cold sweat broke out as they turned and fled. If even their leader could not win, running was their only choice. But before they got far, a terrifying force suddenly appeared ahead of them, as if it had been waiting all along. A massive vortex opened and pulled every evil spirit inside. The ghosts screamed and begged for mercy, desperate not to be sealed again. The force came from the white bag in Baishuang's hand. After he finished his incantation, the bag instantly shrank back to normal as if nothing had happened. Zhongdao and Zhang Ming stood behind him with their eyes wide open. Even Zhang Ming admitted he had never seen anyone this powerful. Baishuang was a true monster. Baishuang turned around, tossed the white bag to Zhongdao, and calmly said every escaped demon had been captured. Zhongdao accepted it in shock and repeatedly thanked him for solving a major crisis for the underworld. But after taking a closer look at the bag glowing with purple energy, Zhongdao's expression suddenly changed. He said one demon was still missing. Zhang Ming was stunned because he had clearly seen every spirit get pulled into the bag. Zhongdao explained that the demons sealed inside the soul suppression towers were classified by fate pattern. One with the 7 killings fate pattern was still missing. The moment Baishuang heard the words fate pattern, he remembered what Qin Huan had told him. Zhu Long had also mentioned fate patterns and the Hall of Eternal Life. The more he thought about it, the worse it seemed. Zhongdao's face turned pale. He realized that opening the Hall of Eternal Life required all 10 great fate patterns. Someone had clearly been preparing this plan for a very long time. He immediately spread out a map, his expression becoming extremely serious. This matter could not be ignored. They had to inspect the Hall of Eternal Life at once. According to the map, Long Mountain was the only place that could become the enemy's breakthrough point. It was over 100 miles away. Zhongdao immediately ordered Zhang Ming to gather everyone there. Zhang Ming did not dare waste a second. He acknowledged the order and rushed off to prepare the forces. Zhongdao then asked Baishuang for help. Baishuang agreed without hesitation. Since he had joined the underworld, he would take part in this mission and travel with Zhang Ming's team. Pleased with his answer, Zhongdao took out a green jade talisman and handed it to Baishuang. Crushing it would teleport him straight to Long Mountain. Baishuang accepted the jade, thanked him with a nod, and prepared to leave immediately. The moment the talisman activated, a blue magic circle appeared beneath his feet and quickly enveloped him. In the blink of an eye, Baishuang arrived in another place with 3 underworld officers. Look around was enough for him to recognize the massive altar Qin Huan had mentioned. One of the officers explained that the Hall of Eternal Life was still protected by its seal, so its true location could not be seen with the naked eye. As he spoke, he pulled out a strange artifact and poured spiritual energy into it. Its light slowly spread across the area. The instant the artifact illuminated the ground, a blood-red crack appeared before them. Countless twisting red vines crawled out, looking like giant worms. The vines shot toward one of the officers at incredible speed and wrapped tightly around his entire body. Blood immediately poured out as he screamed in agony and begged for help. The others panicked and shouted for their captain. Bai Shuang instantly raised his hand to stop everyone from getting closer and ordered them to spread out. He realized someone had already set a trap here, and Zhang Ming had clearly been possessed. Zhang Ming opened his mouth wide as veins bulged across his face. His eyes turned completely white as he slowly walked toward his teammates. Without any warning, he bit into one officer's neck, sending blood spraying everywhere. The terrified screams made the chaos even worse. The other two officers quickly used their chains to pull Zhang Ming away and tried to restrain him before he completely lost control. But Zhang Ming had become like a raging beast, struggling wildly and roaring in a way that sent chills down everyone's spine. In a savage voice that no longer sounded human, he cursed the underworld officers as filthy insects who had no right to be here. His teammates could only beg him to regain his senses. But Zhang Ming had lost all reason. He exploded with strength, threw everyone aside, and roared for them to get out. He then turned toward Bai Shuang, his eyes filled with killing intent, as if he had found another victim. While everyone else panicked, Bai Shuang calmly cracked his knuckles and said that whoever dared possess an underworld officer in broad daylight had some serious nerve. Hearing those words, Zhang Ming's eyes turned blood red. He lunged forward at incredible speed, his fingernails transforming into sharp claws as he growled that it had been a long time since he had tasted human blood. In an instant, his hand locked around Bai Shuang's throat. Zhang Ming grinned with excitement, saying the scent of Bai Shuang's blood was irresistible. But Bai Shuang remained completely calm. He quietly gathered his spiritual power with one hand, his eyes turning colder as he prepared to strike back. He clenched his fist and charged forward like a storm, mocking his enemy by saying that if it wanted his blood, it had better take care of its teeth first. The next second, his devastating punch slammed into Zhang Ming, blasting the evil spirit controlling him straight out of his body. As soon as the tiny demon revealed itself, the underworld officers rushed in to subdue it. Every one of them was furious after being toyed with. Already weakened and now facing all of them at once, the little demon could not resist for long. It was soon tied tightly to a pillar in a miserable state. After taking a brutal beating, the little demon's face was swollen beyond recognition. It was both furious and humiliated. Unable to understand how Bai Shuang had been so powerful, it had underestimated him completely. Zhang Ming slowly regained his senses. Scratching his head awkwardly, he admitted that his body had been possessed, and felt utterly embarrassed that a tiny demon had played him so easily. Carrying his sword over one shoulder, Bai Shuang slowly walked up to the little demon and coldly demanded to know why it had appeared outside the Hall of Eternal Life. The demon refused to talk and arrogantly asked why it should tell him anything. Bai Shuang answered with a powerful slash. The little demon instantly spat out blood, its eyes rolling back from the impact. Bai Shuang warned it one last time. If it still refused to speak, he would destroy its soul completely. The little demon finally panicked, begged for mercy, and agreed to confess everything. Trembling in fear, it revealed that Zhu Long was already opening the gate to the Hall of Eternal Life. Its only mission had been to stall them outside and buy more time. The underworld officers immediately turned pale. It was now obvious that the enemy had known every move the underworld would make. If they delayed any longer, the consequences would be beyond saving. No one dared waste another second. The entire group rushed forward at full speed. Only Bai Shuang paused for a brief moment, his eyes showing a hint of concern as if he sensed something terrible ahead. In the end, he pressed on and quickly stepped through the already opened Crimson Gate. The moment he arrived, even Bai Shuang was stunned. Everyone around him stood frozen, staring straight ahead. Just then, a strange sound echoed through the area, making everyone nervously ask if the others had heard it too. One underworld officer pointed ahead with a trembling hand and shouted that someone was over there. Following his finger, everyone saw a lone figure furiously smashing a massive gate in the distance. There was no need to guess who it was. It was Zhu Long. His towering body radiated an overwhelming and savage aura. He wore light clothing, his hair burned like living flames. One hand held a giant hammer, and the other gripped a chisel. Every strike shook the enormous gate. Someone cried out in panic that Zhu Long was breaking the seal of the Hall of Eternal Life and had to be stopped immediately. Zhu Long turned toward them and let out a vicious laugh, mocking them for arriving far too late. He then poured all of his strength into one final strike. Thunder and spiritual energy exploded around his hammer. The sealed gate finally gave way, shattering into hundreds of fragments before everyone's eyes. Seeing the seal break, Zhu Long threw back his head and laughed wildly. His plan had finally succeeded. As the seal collapsed, a deafening roar erupted from within. 9 enormous dragons burst out, pulling a mysterious coffin as though they had just been set free. The underworld officers were so shocked they could barely speak. The legendary 9 dragons pulling a coffin was actually real. Bai Shuang, however, showed no fear. He leaped straight onto one of the dragons and shouted at everyone below, asking why they were still standing there. While chasing the flying coffin, he continuously gathered power into his arm until even the air around him began to tremble. Bai Shuang then unleashed a devastating punch that shattered the coffin lid. But the instant he saw what was inside, he froze. Lying inside was the body of a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Her skin was as white as snow, and her long black hair flowed with an eerie elegance. An ancient crown rested upon her head. She was none other than the legendary Ghost King Yuezidi. Bai Shuang immediately realized how dangerous she was. He quickly pulled out a talisman and warned everyone to stay alert. He tried to seal her before she awakened, but he was already too late. Yuezidi suddenly opened her eyes. Their icy blue glow sent chills through everyone present. A terrifying wave of power erupted from her body and blasted Bai Shuang back toward Zhang Ming's group. Seeing him knocked away, everyone rushed over to check whether he had been injured. Yuezidi floated proudly in the sky, her voice filled with arrogance as she demanded to know who dared stand in the way of her awakening. The sky turned blood red around her. Dressed in flowing crimson robes with long hair dancing in the wind, she was mesmerizing to behold, yet her gaze remained cold and proud. The underworld officers charged together, swinging their golden chains as they shouted that they would capture her. Yuezidi merely frowned with contempt, looking at them as though they were nothing but insignificant insects. She waved her hand, creating a sea of flames as a crimson ribbon transformed into a ferocious fire dragon. The blazing dragon opened its massive jaws and roared across the sky, while Yuezidi coldly declared that anyone who stood in her way would be punished. One underworld officer was tightly wrapped by the dragon's tail and panicked, while the others turned pale at the terrifying sight. Yuezidi raised her crimson nails and pointed them at one officer's forehead, coldly asking if he was the leader of the group. That simple display of power completely froze the officer in place, while Zhang Ming could already sense disaster approaching. At the critical moment, a figure shot forward like lightning. Bai Shuang yanked Zhang Ming backward to dodge the Ghost King's attack and shouted for him to wake up and move. The next instant, a purple bolt mixed with blood-red lightning tore through the air. Seeing Zhang Ming still in shock, Bai Shuang frowned and demanded why no one had investigated the Ghost King before entering the underworld. Zhang Ming could only stammer that he knew nothing about her. The moment Yuezidi saw Bai Shuang, she recognized him at once. Her voice overflowed with killing intent, as though she had met an old enemy again. Yuezidi immediately unleashed an even more violent fire dragon. Her violet eyes flashed as the blazing beast rushed straight at Bai Shuang. Furious, she roared that he had ruined her plans twice already, and this time she would never forgive him. Bai Shuang made his move at once. Golden light erupted into a massive Buddha avatar, leaving Vita to handle the battle. The golden figure kept growing larger, its overwhelming pressure crashing down as its furious gaze locked onto the enemy. Vita chanted an incantation and charged forward, determined to drive the demon back right here. The fire dragon let out one painful roar after another, as if it were suffering unbearable agony. When Vita's divine form fully appeared, its towering presence even shocked Yuezidi. She never expected this young man could summon such a powerful avatar. But she quickly regained her pride and angrily shouted that she hated ugly men the most. With that, she rushed in to finish him. She threw a devastating punch at Vita, while Bai Shuang immediately formed hand seals to prepare his counterattack. A ring of crimson flames wrapped around Bai Shuang as his incantation echoed non-stop, completely changing the surrounding aura. The flames gathered into a massive energy mass with a terrifying black maw. Bai Shuang shouted as he released the divine summoning seal. It was obvious he was getting serious. After the transformation, Bai Shuang's entire presence changed. Wearing dark glasses with golden light surrounding him, he held a sword in one hand while the other rested casually in his pocket. He smiled at the Ghost King and said he had never subdued a phoenix body like hers before. His golden sword flashed brilliantly as Bai Shuang instantly closed the distance. Looking more excited than ever, he was finally enjoying the fight. His sword was so fast that even the naked eye could barely follow it, forcing Yuezidi to leap away in shock. but the slash barely missed a very sensitive spot, making Yuadzidi scream in outrage. She could not believe what had almost happened. Even Bai Shuang paused for a second, after realizing his strike had gone off target. Yuadzidi immediately covered her chest in fury and launched a lightning-fast counterattack, shouting that she would gouge out his eyes for taking advantage of her. Bai Shuang quickly retreated to avoid the strike. The Ghost King's razor-sharp claws shot straight for his eyes, clearly intending to blind him. Bai Shuang could only think that he had not meant it at all. But just as she lost her balance, Yuadzidi accidentally crashed straight into Bai Shuang's chest. Acting on instinct, Bai Shuang caught her soft body in his arms, leaving both of them frozen. The fierce battle suddenly turned into an awkward moment. The Ghost King's eyes blazed with fury as her killing intent exploded. She looked ready to tear him apart. With danger closing in, Bai Shuang hurriedly pulled out another treasure. A golden immortal rope appeared in his hand while he kept his sword ready. The rope quickly wrapped around Yuadzidi, making her expression change. It tightened more and more until the Ghost King cried out in pain, with no chance of escaping. Even while tightly bound, Yuadzidi gritted her teeth in hatred, glaring at Bai Shuang as if she wanted to burn him alive. She silently swore that once she became stronger, she would kill him. A loud strike of the judge's block echoed through the courtroom, and the atmosphere instantly turned solemn. Sitting in the center of the great hall, Zhongdao loudly ordered the female ghost below to state her name. Yuadzidi knelt in chains before the court, but remained as arrogant as ever, while Bai Shuang stood nearby with folded arms, watching everything. She sneered that this group was not worthy of questioning her. Zhongdao was left speechless. At that moment, an underworld officer delivered the records from the Hall of Eternal Life, containing the identities of Yuadzidi and another Ghost King. As Zhongdao unrolled the scroll and looked at her meaningfully, she clenched her teeth in anger. According to the records, Yuadzidi had once been an imperial consort during the Tang dynasty. After spending countless years neglected in the palace, she secretly cultivated the forbidden dragon breath art and slaughtered countless innocent people. Later, she and a military general who cultivated the phoenix breath art became terrifying ghost kings before being sealed inside the Hall of Eternal Life. Hearing her own past read aloud, Yuadzidi merely snorted with disdain. The moment Zhongdao finished reading her crimes, he flew into a rage. After hearing that she had buried thousands of people alive, he slammed the table and ordered her to receive 3,000 lashes immediately. Two underworld officers immediately restrained the Ghost King and accepted the order. But just then, Bai Shuang stepped forward and told everyone to wait. Zhongdao turned to him in surprise and asked why he wanted to stop the punishment. Bai Shuang respectfully clasped his hands and explained that Yuadzidi was a Ghost King. A punishment like this would never truly hurt her. Instead of focusing on her execution, they should use her as bait to lure out the other Ghost King. After hearing that, Zhongdao nodded repeatedly as if everything had finally clicked. Still, he asked why Bai Shuang was so certain Yuadzidi could lure the other Ghost King out. Bai Shuang calmly explained that the Dragon Breath Art and Phoenix Breath Art were linked. If the two stayed apart for too long, their powers would weaken, so the other Ghost King would never sit back and do nothing. Zhongdao was still unconvinced. Even so, Yuadzidi was now in the underworld. Would the other Ghost King really be foolish enough to come here and rescue her? Ignoring Yuadzidi's shocked expression, Bai Shuang calmly declared that he could take her back to the human world. Zhongdao immediately objected, worried she would bring disaster to the living world. Bai Shuang calmly pulled out a golden talisman and said he had a way to control her. If Yuadzidi caused trouble, he would make her wish she were dead. Even the Ghost King's expression changed after hearing that. Bai Shuang placed a hand on Yuadzidi's head and told Zhongdao to watch if he still had doubts. The instant the talisman flashed, fear appeared in her eyes. He closed his eyes, raised two fingers, chanted an incantation, and activated the talisman. In an instant, Yudzidi's body was engulfed in crimson flames. She trembled violently, her breathing turned uneven, and soft moans escaped her lips. Sweat poured down her face as her fangs instinctively emerged. She had no idea what was happening and only felt her body burning from within. Her beautiful face flushed bright red, and her eyes gradually became hazy. Her thin crimson dress only made her stunning figure stand out even more. With an irresistible charm, Yuadzidi gently touched Bai Shuang's face, making even him blush in embarrassment. The situation had suddenly become very awkward. She looked as though she had been affected by a powerful love potion. Tears shimmered in her eyes as she leaned directly against Bai Shuang, leaving him completely stunned. The underworld officers watching nearby were wide-eyed in amazement. One even asked what kind of talisman it was because he wanted one too. Another got so excited that he started bleeding from the nose. Bai Shuang wiped the sweat from his forehead and frantically explained that he had accidentally grabbed the wrong talisman. It had not been intentional. He quickly placed another talisman on Yuedzi's forehead and confidently declared that this one was the correct one. Hearing that, the Ghost King immediately stepped back in alarm. The moment the talisman lit up, Yuedzi's pupils shrank as golden light wrapped tightly around her body. The brilliant golden light made the Ghost King clutch her head and scream in agony. As the talisman's power increased, the pain became unbearable. Yuedzi even revealed her long, sharp tongue as she desperately begged for it to stop. Bai Shuang simply snapped his fingers. Yuedzi instantly collapsed to her knees, breathing heavily while he casually slipped his hand back into his pocket and announced that everything was settled. After witnessing the entire process, Zhongdao could not stop praising Bai Shuang. Even he was amazed that Bai Shuang possessed such a method of control. Bai Shuang looked directly at Zhongdao and said there were many ways to stop evil. He asked for permission to take Yuedzi to the human world. After thinking it over, Zhongdao finally agreed. He declared that if Bai Shuang truly captured the other Ghost King, his achievement would be fully recognized. Bai Shuang immediately thanked him with respect. He turned toward the worried Ghost King and asked if she had heard everything clearly. Bai Shuang casually rested his hands behind his head and told her to behave and follow him, leaving Yuedzi standing there with a furious expression. Inside, Yuedzi was consumed by killing intent. She silently swore that once she became stronger, she would kill that hateful man. Back in the human world beneath a clear blue sky, Bai Shuang leisurely walked home while calling for Qin Huan to come greet him. Behind him walked Yuedzi, beautiful and alluring, but wearing an extremely unhappy expression. Bai Shuang looked around the house in confusion and wondered where everyone had gone. Just then, an emergency news report came on the television. A serious-looking anchor wearing glasses announced that the previous night, Liu Guisheng, the director of the Lu Fu group, had survived a brutal attack in the city, while 2 of his bodyguards had been killed on the spot. Bai Shuang focused on the screen. It showed a heavyset standing beside 2 bodyguards dressed in black, as reporters repeatedly questioned him about the incident. Liu Guisheng frowned with obvious irritation, still looking shaken by the attack. He said he did not want to talk about what had happened last night, and waved the reporters aside so he could leave. The moment she saw that man, Yuezdi screamed in shock and dug her nails into the TV screen. She stared at the glowing box in confusion before blurting out that he had clearly escaped. So how could he appear inside this strange thing? Bai Shuang froze for a few seconds. Yuezdi's reaction was far too unusual. Bai Shuang immediately suspected she had some kind of connection with Liu Guisheng. He turned to her and asked directly if she knew Liu Guisheng. Yuezdi instantly denied everything. The more Bai Shuang listened, the more suspicious he became. He kept asking, but the Ghost King only gave him a cold look and said she might talk after he pleased her. Just then, the front door opened. Qin Huan and Linglong walked in together, lighting up the whole room. Qin Huan happily asked if Bai Shuang had returned, while Linglong smiled and said they had gone out because they waited too long. Sitting with her legs crossed on the sofa, Yuezdi looked the 2 beauties up and down before teasing Bai Shuang for always having women around him. One sentence was enough to tell she was used to an imperial harem. She even mocked him by saying he already had 2 beauties at home, but still brought another one back. He was unbelievably greedy. Bai Shuang quickly waved his hands and awkwardly explained that things were not what she thought. Before he could finish, both of his arms were suddenly grabbed, leaving him completely stunned. Right in front of Yuezdi, both Qin Huan and Linglong rushed over and hugged Bai Shuang. Linglong even sat on his lap and pouted, asking why he always brought strange women home, because this one obviously looked suspicious. Qin Huan gently asked who the woman really was. Bai Shuang was still struggling to explain when Qin Huan suddenly sensed something, and her expression instantly changed. Seeing that, Bai Shuang proudly revealed that Yuezdi was the Ghost King he had just captured. Linglong immediately turned toward her in complete disbelief. Qin Huan suddenly remembered the aura she had sensed earlier. She said if Yuezdi was a Ghost King, then that aura had to belong to another Ghost King. Bai Shuang immediately asked what had happened. Qinhuan explained that while she and Linglong were shopping on Sanya Road, she sensed an aura almost identical to Yu Zidi's. If her guess was right, it belonged to another ghost king. Hearing that location, Baishuang frowned. Sanya Road was also where Liu Guisheng had appeared in the news. This could no longer be a coincidence. Rubbing his chin, Baishuang said he finally understood why Yue Zidi reacted so strongly after seeing Liu Guisheng. In his opinion, Liu Guisheng was most likely the other ghost king. The problem was that he had always lived among humans, so he was probably either possessed or just a vessel. With that thought, Baishuang pushed Linglong aside and grabbed Yue Zidi's hand, making her cry out in pain. He said this was far too serious and they needed to investigate immediately. Ignoring the Ghost King's protests, Baishuang grabbed her shoulders and ordered her to pretend to be his girlfriend from now on. No matter what he did, she had to cooperate. Yu Zidi froze at the word girlfriend, so Baishuang explained it was basically the same as husband and wife in her era. Yue Zidi rejected him without hesitation. Baishuang simply pretended to cast a spell and threatened to activate the talisman inside her if she refused to cooperate. The Ghost King could only grind her teeth in anger. Baishuang immediately dragged Yue Zidi out the door and kept urging her to hurry. Behind them, Qinhuan and Linglong could only exchange confused looks, wondering what he was planning this time. As she was dragged along, Yue Zidi kept demanding to know what Baishuang was trying to do. Baishuang secretly figured that if Liu Guisheng really was a ghost king, seeing Yue Zidi would surely expose him. With that in mind, he decided to take a gamble and confront him directly. Under the evening sun, the towering headquarters of the Lufu group stood proudly over the busy street, and its giant sign practically screamed wealth. Baishuang checked his phone and saw it was already past 6 in the evening, just as employees were getting off work. Watching the crowd pour out, he said Liu Guisheng should appear soon, while Yue Zidi silently stood beside him. A moment later, Baishuang's lit up as his target finally appeared. He immediately started thinking of a way to make Liu Guisheng notice Yue Zidi. Meanwhile, bodyguards loudly cleared a path for the fat man, making his grand entrance impossible to ignore. Baishuang deliberately pulled Yue Zidi into the crowd to get closer. One of the bodyguards immediately shouted at him to back off. But to Baishuang's surprise, Liu Guisheng stayed completely calm as Yu Zidi walked past him. He showed no sign of recognition, leaving Baishuang puzzled. The next moment, Baishuang suddenly grabbed Yue Zidi by the shoulders, making her jump in confusion. He pinned her against the wall like a couple in love, and thought to himself that if Liu Guisheng still showed no reaction, something was definitely wrong. Yu Zidi's face turned bright red, completely frozen despite living for over 1,000 years. Even so, Liu Guisheng and his group simply walked away without looking back. Meanwhile, the crowd started cheering, thinking they were watching a real-life romance. Some even said the two looked perfect together. Yue Zidi gritted her teeth and demanded that Baishuang let her go, but he ignored her and kept watching Liu Guisheng, growing more suspicious as the man revealed nothing. After releasing her, Baishuang said in a low voice that Liu Guisheng was probably hiding his ghost aura. He could not sense any evil energy at all. Otherwise, he would have already attacked if innocent people were not around. Then he took out a glowing green jade pendant and smiled with confidence. He still had a backup plan. Baishuang held up the jade pendant like a phone and contacted Zhongzhao. It turned out to be a communication device linked to the underworld. Zhongdao quickly answered and asked what had happened. As night fell and the city lights sparkled beneath the stars, Baishuang explained his plan to Zhongdao. Meanwhile, Yu Zidi lay on the bed with her long hair spread out, looking as if she were peacefully asleep. Even with such a stunning sight in front of him, Baishuang stayed focused on the plan. He silently hoped Zhongdao understood everything and would not ruin it. After thinking for a while, Baishuang gave up, lay down on the bed, and decided to get some sleep first. No one noticed a cold breeze quietly slipping into the room. A shadow with glowing red eyes appeared in the darkness, holding a sharp knife as it stared at the sleeping Baishuang. In the blink of an eye, the shadow lunged forward and stabbed straight at his chest. Baishuang opened his eyes in shock, but the blade had already pierced his heart. Baishuang lay motionless on the bed with the knife buried in his chest. Liu Guisheng finally revealed himself with a smug grin, mocking Baishuang for acting so tough earlier, only to end up like a dead dog. But the next second, Baishuang's body suddenly glowed and disappeared. What remained on the bed was only a dummy covered with a talisman. Liu Guisheng froze in disbelief, his face filled with panic. a voice suddenly came from behind him. Bai Shuang had somehow appeared at his back and laughed, saying the fish had finally taken the bait. Then Linglong's voice chimed in, joking that this ghost king was not scary at all. Yuezidi stood nearby with a cold smile, saying the fool had fallen for such a simple trick. Linglong quietly admitted she was still scared just looking at him. Furious after being fooled, Liu Guisheng twisted his face in rage and cursed everyone in front of him. He immediately unleashed his ghost aura, his eyes glowing blood red, as he charged at Bai Shuang with the knife, shouting that he would kill him tonight. Bai Shuang calmly replied that they would soon see who killed whom. The moment he finished speaking, a giant golden net dropped from above and trapped Liu Guisheng. Zhongdao suddenly appeared, stomped on Liu Guisheng, and laughed that this was a divine net made specifically to capture ghost kings. There was no escaping tonight. He also praised Bai Shuang for setting up such a clever trap. Liu Guisheng struggled wildly inside the net like a fish caught by a fisherman. Even after being captured, Liu Guisheng glared at them and roared that they really thought this was enough to stop him. The instant he finished speaking, his body twisted into the form of a giant roque-like monster. His massive wings beat violently, spreading ghost aura everywhere. In a single moment, he tore apart the ceiling net and roared at the group with complete arrogance. Breaking free, he immediately charged at Bai Shuang and the beauties behind him. His razor-sharp claws reached forward as he screamed that he would slaughter them all. Seeing the situation turn around so quickly, Zhongdao's expression changed as he urgently shouted for Bai Shuang to be careful. While everyone else panicked, Bai Shuang stayed completely calm. He drew his sword to face the Ghost King and assured everyone that this was his home ground. The moment he finished speaking, Bai Shuang kicked off the ground and charged forward. His overwhelming aura crashed over the battlefield like a crushing weight. He coldly declared that no matter what kind of demon stood before him, it would be purified here today. A holy light burst from Bai Shuang as his power became one with the sword in his hand. His strike was so fast that before the Ghost King could react, only one thought crossed his mind. This is bad. The sword sliced straight through Liu Guisheng's body, making him cough up blood as his fierce momentum instantly collapsed. He finally dropped to the ground, staring in disbelief that Bai Shuang could be this powerful. After defeating him, Bai Shuang patted Zhongdao on the shoulder and said the rest was up to him to seal the Ghost King. Zhongdao looked at Bai Shuang like he was a monster and asked what faction he truly belonged to. Because his cultivation was unbelievably terrifying, Bai Shuang only smiled and said he had simply inherited an ordinary legacy. Even badly wounded, Liu Guisheng refused to give up. While everyone relaxed, he secretly activated a forbidden art and roared that he would rather die than be sealed again. Using every bit of strength he had left, he forcefully bound Yuezidi. The Ghost King immediately cried out for him to stop. A cruel smile spread across Liu Guisheng's face. He declared that as long as he devoured Yuezid's dragon essence, he would gain enough power to kill Bai Shuang. Hearing that, she desperately resisted, because losing her dragon essence meant certain death. But Liu Guisheng no longer cared. He opened his mouth wide and began forcibly draining the dragon essence from Yuezidi. She screamed in agony as her power was ripped away bit by bit. The process continued as streams of dragon essence were pulled out of her body. Realizing the situation was turning critical, Zhongdao and Bai Shuang rushed in. Bai Shuang shouted that they absolutely could not let Liu Guisheng absorb it, and Zhongdao quickly agreed. They split up at once. Bai Shuang restrained Liu Guisheng, while Zhongdao pulled Yuezidi away, trying to break their forced connection. Having the process interrupted, Liu Guisheng was struck by a violent backlash. His face swelled and twisted, blood vessels bulged around his eyes, and he screamed that the absorption had been ruined. The phoenix essence inside him suddenly erupted. A blinding light exploded across the area, forcing even Bai Shuang to shield his eyes. When he looked again, he froze in shock. On Yuezidi's side, both the dragon essence and the phoenix essence flowed back into her body at the same time, merging together. Zhongdao held the unconscious Yuezidi and anxiously told Bai Shuang that both forces had fused inside her. With her current cultivation, she would not survive for more than half an hour. If the dragon essence lost control, the entire city would be destroyed. Hearing that, Bai Shuang immediately placed a hand on Yuezidi's forehead and used his spiritual power to force the raging energy inside her into balance. He quickly instructed Zhongdao to protect Yuezidi's body while he entered her soul realm to save her. Inside her soul, the dragon essence and phoenix essence were violently colliding, while Yuezidi remained unconscious. The moment Bai Shuang entered the soul realm, he realized that nearly half of her soul had already been destroyed. If he failed to save her in time, the consequences would be catastrophic. He understood that if he failed now, the disaster Zhongdao warned about would truly strike the entire city. Without wasting another second, Bai Shuang gathered his power and continuously struck pressure points across Yu Zidi's soul body. After a long effort, Yue Zidi finally began to respond. Soft, painful groans escaped her lips. But everything was far from over. The dragon essence and phoenix essence transformed into a lifelike dragon and phoenix, roaring as they charged straight at Bai Shuang. The situation instantly became extremely dangerous. Even so, Bai Shuang held Yue Zidi tightly and searched for a way to evade the relentless attacks of the two raging forces. Supporting the injured Ghost King in his arms, Bai Shuang waved his hand and dispersed the chaotic spiritual energy, flooding the entire soul realm. The dragon and phoenix continued clashing violently. Seeing Yu Zidi's condition worsen by the second, Bai Shuang immediately realized the danger had reached a critical point. He knew her soul was on the verge of collapsing. If he could not reinforce it in time, it would likely shatter completely. Thinking fast, Bai Shuang pulled out a tiny blue bottle, relieved that he had brought a soul artifact. Without it, they would have been doomed. Without wasting a second, he poured the liquid onto a talisman and explained that it was ancient ritual wine. Once applied over the body, it could stabilize the soul. Frowning, Bai Shuang pressed the wine-soaked talisman onto the Ghost King's shoulder, telling himself there was no time to hesitate. He continued applying it to other areas while quietly apologizing in advance in case it felt uncomfortable. As the wine touched her body, the Ghost King's face flushed red, and her breathing gradually became heavier. Meanwhile, the dragon and phoenix above them continued their fierce clash, shaking the entire soul realm. Bai Shuang carefully lifted the Ghost King's legs to finish the final step, saying he was almost done strengthening her soul. The Ghost King lay on the ground, her body burning with heat as soft groans escaped her lips. But at that exact moment, Bai Shuang accidentally touched an extremely sensitive spot. At the same time, the Ghost King slowly opened her eyes, looking around in confusion. The instant she realized the situation, she grabbed his wrist and angrily demanded to know what he was doing. Bai Shuang could only force an awkward smile and explain that she had misunderstood. He was genuinely trying to save her. But the hot-tempered Ghost King refused to listen. Before he could finish, she gathered demonic power in her hand and called him a shameless pervert. Her sharp claws slashed toward him, forcing Bai Shuang to stop her hand before seriously telling her to look around. Once she calmed down, she noticed the dragon and phoenix were still locked in battle, filling the soul realm with golden light. Bai Shuang sighed and asked if she finally believed he had been telling the truth. Realizing her mistake, the Ghost King turned away in embarrassment. With her face bright red, she quietly asked how much longer it would take. Bai Shuang honestly replied that only one final spot remained, though it might feel a little uncomfortable. He then applied the wine to the last area near her lower back to complete the treatment. Her face instantly turned even redder, and her breathing became more uneven. Her body arched on its own as another soft groan escaped, making it obvious how powerful the wine's effect was. After a while, Bai Shuang finally announced that the treatment was complete. He casually threw away the now useless talisman and said her body was finally strong enough to fuse both powers without danger, completely missing that she was still trembling slightly. Bai Shuang told her to handle the rest herself before quickly leaving the Ghost King speechless. Seeing their master awake, the battling dragon and phoenix immediately flew toward her together. The Ghost King let out a loud cry and absorbed both streams of power directly into her body. Outside, Linglong waited anxiously, even wondering if Bai Shuang had become trapped inside forever. Just then, a streak of blue light shot out from the Ghost King's forehead. It was Bai Shuang returning from the Soul Realm. Qin Huan immediately ran over and grabbed his hand in concern, while he calmly said that this kind of technique was nothing difficult for him. Zhong Dao quickly asked about the outcome. Bai Shuang smiled and replied that everything had gone smoothly, and the Ghost King should wake up completely before long. No sooner had he finished speaking than Linglong cried out in surprise as the Ghost King really opened her eyes. After waking up, her eyes had become two different colors, one red and one blue, making her look even more mysterious. The Ghost King suddenly stared straight at Bai Shuang, making him instinctively take a step back, as he wondered if she still remembered what had happened earlier. To everyone's surprise, the anger in her eyes disappeared. She bowed deeply at a full 90 degrees and sincerely thanked Bai Shuang for saving her. Bai Shuang finally let out a sigh of relief. He honestly thought she was about to attack him. Smiling, he said there was no need to thank him, because he only wanted to protect everyone. Zhongdao praised Bai Shuang for a job well done, but reminded everyone that the Ghost King still had to return to the underworld with him. Zhongdao then departed with the Ghost King. Linglong reluctantly said goodbye, and Bai Shuang replied that they would meet again someday. After everything that had happened that day, Bai Shuang was completely exhausted and wanted nothing more than to go home and sleep. Everyone quietly followed his lead. Night fell quickly as the moon peeked through dark clouds, casting an eerie chill over the land. In the distance, an underworld warden led a group of lesser ghosts through the darkness as ghostly bells echoed across the night. The ghosts shuffled behind him like walking corpses, creating a scene that sent chills down Enion's spine. As he walked, the warden called out in a grim voice, "The dead are passing. The living should clear the way." But in the middle of walking, he suddenly froze. His expression changed instantly, as if he had spotted something deeply unsettling. A horrifying scream echoed through the silent night, sending flocks of birds scattering from the forest. The moonlit city suddenly felt far more eerie than before. Meanwhile, Bai Shuang was sleeping so deeply that even thunder probably could not wake him. The huge grin on his face made it obvious he was having an amazing dream. He even mumbled that he could not drink anymore. In his dream, Bai Shuang was being served wine by two stunning beauties. Qin Huan leaned against him and gently thanked him for helping her avenge her past. Behind him, Linglong kept urging him to drink as repayment for saving her life. Unfortunately, Bai Shuang had terrible alcohol tolerance, and even in his dream he was about to pass out. Linglong then took a mouthful of wine, making Bai Shuang's heart race. She was getting way too enthusiastic for simply repaying a favor. Seeing that he could not drink anymore, she even offered to feed him mouth to mouth. Hearing that, Bai Shuang's eyes lit up as if he had won the lottery, and he asked if she really meant it. Sadly, just as he was about to enjoy the moment, the wonderful dream was brutally interrupted. A loud crash jolted him awake. Furious that someone had ruined such a perfect dream, Bai Shuang jumped out of bed and rushed to the window to see who was making so much noise in the middle of the night. As he opened the window, he quietly cursed the troublemakers with every insult he could think of. Looking down, he saw a man in ancient running for his life while screaming for help. Behind him, a hideous monster with razor-sharp claws was relentlessly chasing him. The moment the man saw Bai Shuang at the window, he sensed the powerful Dao aura coming from the house and figured it was his best chance to survive. Without hesitation, he leaped high into the air and jumped straight into the house. Even his headpiece fell off, revealing a surprisingly handsome face. One look at his movements was enough to tell he was no ordinary person. In the blink of an eye, he landed inside the house. Bai Shuang immediately shouted that this was his home, but the man shamelessly replied that staying alive came first. The monster outside refused to give up and immediately leaped after him, trying to enter Bai Shuang's house as well. Unfortunately, it picked the wrong target. The instant it stepped inside, Bai Shuang casually erased it with a single move and sent it straight to the underworld. After killing the monster in an instant, Bai Shuang calmly complained that they had been making far too much noise. Meanwhile, the man who had taken refuge inside stood frozen with all the color drained from his face. He stayed motionless for several seconds until Bai Shuang waved a hand in front of him. Bai Shuang thought the monster had scared him senseless, but the truth was that he was stunned by Bai Shuang's overwhelming strength. Even though he was on the verge of tears, the man rushed over and hugged Bai Shuang while repeatedly thanking him and calling him his life-saving big brother. Bai Shuang turned bright red and quickly pushed him away before all the crying soaked his clothes. After creating some distance, Bai Shuang asked why someone dressed like a Dao cultivator had been chased into such a miserable state by a single ghost. The man quickly explained that he really was a Taoist, but his cultivation was nowhere near Bai Shuang's level. The more he spoke, the more admiration filled his eyes. He even claimed that Bai Shuang had to be at least in the Earth Immortal realm, on the same level as his own master. Bai Shuang was completely confused because he had never heard of that realm before, so he asked what the Earth Immortal realm actually was. Seeing the opportunity, the man immediately explained that the cultivation path was divided into 7 realms, with each higher level being vastly more powerful than the last. After hearing the explanation, Bai Shuang asked which sect he belonged to. The man proudly puffed out his chest and introduced himself as Fazue, a disciple of the Tianyi sect. Judging by Fazue's confident attitude, the Tianyi sect was clearly no ordinary faction. Still, Baishuang found it hard to believe that a disciple from such a major sect had been chased around by a single ghost. At the mention of that, Fazue's expression instantly stiffened. Embarrassed at first, he finally admitted that he had been assigned to escort 8 fire-devouring demons back to the sect, but something had gone terribly wrong on the way. Even recalling it now made Fazue turn pale. He said that more than a dozen ghosts had suddenly ambushed him at once, and if he had not run fast enough, he would already be dead. Only then did he remember that the mission had completely failed. The 8 fire-devouring demons were now missing, and he cried out in panic, knowing his master would definitely beat him senseless if he found out. Complaining was useless, though, because Baishuang had no interest in getting involved in someone else's trouble. Seeing that, Fazue gave him a pleading look and flattered him, saying that with Baishuang's strength, finding those zombies would be as easy as taking candy from a kid. Baishuang simply asked why he should help at all. Fazue quickly changed tactics and appealed to his sense of justice. He said they were both Dao cultivators and could not just watch innocent people fall into danger. If those 8 fire-devouring demons reached the city, the consequences would be disastrous. The moment innocent lives were mentioned, Baishuang's heroic side took over. At that moment, the moon above turned blood red, as if warning that the night would bring disaster. In the end, he nodded, knowing those zombies could not be left to run wild. Once he made up his mind, Baishuang immediately tossed out several enchanted coins and prepared to track the remaining fire-devouring demons using the lingering aura left behind by the one he had just killed. As he chanted, the coins resonated with the evil aura still hanging in the air. His incantation spread spiritual power throughout the surroundings. In an instant, both of their consciousnesses were pulled into a pitch-black world filled with nothing but cold and deathly silence. Baishuang immediately realized something was wrong and fixed his gaze ahead with full alertness. Right before him stood a whole pack of fire, devouring demons surrounding him from every direction. His tracking spell had led him straight to their nest. The creatures reacted instantly. Even though only Baishuang's consciousness had entered, they detected him at once. One after another, they spat black fireballs at him like a barrage, catching even him off guard. The attacks slammed into Baishuang's spiritual form one after another. Luckily, he had only sent a fragment of his consciousness, so the damage was limited. Baishuang then opened his eyes and returned to reality. Fazue stared at him in shock and asked if he had just used the legendary tracking technique, since even within the Tianyi sect, very few people could perform it so skillfully. Instead of answering, Baishuang suddenly asked whether someone had been secretly following Fazue, leaving him completely stunned. During the tracking, Baishuang had discovered that the fire-devouring demons were imprisoned inside a ritual ground controlled by someone else. He suspected the mastermind was connected to Fazue's enemy. Fazue looked confused and insisted he had no personal enemies. After thinking for a moment, Fazue remembered that the Tianyi sect and the Tiansha sect had been bitter rivals for years. Their feud began after the Tiansha sect secretly stole one of Tianyi's preserved corpses to create a Vajra puppet, and the hatred had never ended. It was Baishuang's first time hearing about the Tiansha sect, so he curiously asked for more details. Fazue eagerly explained that the Tiansha sect had an infamous reputation among Dao cultivators. They committed every kind of evil, murdered without hesitation, and specialized in controlling corpses. Hearing that they were capable of controlling fire-devouring demons gave Baishuang a headache. If things spiraled out of control, countless innocent people would be in danger. Even so, he knew he could not ignore it, so he finally decided to help Fazue solve the problem once and for all. Baishuang quickly got ready to leave and told Fazue to lead him to the place where the fire-devouring demons were being held. Fazue was overjoyed and hurried after him, thanking him non-stop, as if afraid Baishuang might change his mind. About half an hour later, they arrived at the exact place Baishuang's consciousness had reached earlier. Baishuang remained calm as always, but Fazue was trembling beside him because the atmosphere was unbelievably sinister. He kept swallowing nervously, saying the place was so cold it gave him goosebumps. The deeper they went, the colder and more oppressive it became. Baishuang told Fazue to stay close so they would not get separated. Fazue's face had gone completely pale as he begged Baishuang to slow down because he was terrified. Ahead of them were countless jars of every size. Bai Shuang guessed the fire-devouring demons had probably been sealed inside them and immediately walked over to inspect them. Ironically, even though he had just warned everyone to be careful, Bai Shuang was the first to step on a trap. By the time he realized it, it was already too late. Purple smoke instantly burst out and engulfed both of them. The moment Bai Shuang saw it, he knew they had been ambushed from the start. Just as expected from the Tiansha sect, they loved dirty tricks. In the blink of an eye, both of them were dragged into another space, while Fazgui crashed onto the ground with a painful thud. Fazgui still had no idea what had just happened and kept asking what on earth that was. Bai Shuang quickly realized someone had been secretly watching them all along. Just then, 4 stunning female ghosts emerged from the darkness, each carrying a long spear and radiating deadly intent. The strangest part was their lifeless eyes, as if they were being controlled. Each had a different character carved onto her chest to mark her position. Looking closely, the 4 were completely identical, like perfect quadruplets. One glance was enough for Bai Shuang to know these opponents were no joke. Anyone capable of controlling 4 beautiful ghost generals had to be incredibly dangerous. While he was still sizing them up, Fazui's legs had already gone weak, and he complained that Bai Shuang could still joke around at a time like this. Before he even finished speaking, one of the female ghosts lunged forward and thrust her spear straight at Fazue, leaving him pale with fear as he thought he was finished. Bai Shuang remained completely calm and confidently told Fazui that as long as he was here, nothing would happen to him. The instant he finished speaking, Bai Shuang unleashed a powerful kick that sent the female ghost flying backward. 2 more female ghosts immediately attacked from both sides. Bai Shuang drew his weapon and countered with ease, forcing both of them back within a few exchanges. But no matter how strong he was, fighting 4 opponents at once was still overwhelming. The female ghosts even smirked, as if they were merely playing with their prey. Suddenly, more spears shot toward him from behind, their trajectories twisting unnaturally as though space itself had bent. Fortunately, Bai Shuang was fast enough to dodge most of the attacks, though one spear still grazed his arm and left a shallow cut. Seeing him injured, Fazui immediately panicked. Bai Shuang simply waved him off, saying it was nothing more than a scratch. During the battle, Bai Shuang quickly noticed something strange. The female ghost's attacks seemed able to change direction and reappear from impossible angles, making them incredibly difficult to defend against. Hearing that, Fazui suddenly realized what it was. He explained that this was the universe formation of the Tiansha sect, a formation that distorted direction and made it impossible to predict where attacks would come from. Bai Shuang showed no sign of concern. In his eyes, every formation had a weakness. As long as he found its core, the entire formation would collapse. With that, he immediately activated his observation technique to search for the flaw. Within moments, he locked onto his target, the female ghost constantly moving along the left side. Bai Shuang smiled confidently as if he had already solved the puzzle and charged straight toward her. Looking directly into her eyes, he was certain she was the core of the formation. Without hesitation, Bai Shuang began draining the demonic energy from her body, causing the spear in her hand to fall to the ground. Overwhelmed by his power, the female ghost trembled violently, unable to resist. Bai Shuang continued absorbing the blazing red energy pouring out of her body. But the ghost general refused to surrender. She desperately struggled to cut off the flow of energy before it could all be drained away. She angrily pressed her face close to Bai Shuang and let out a furious scream. Bai Shuang gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath because the absorption had been interrupted. The female ghost turned to flee, but Bai Shuang instantly grabbed her before she could escape. Pulling her back toward him, he muttered that the distance had been too great before, and this time he needed to get much closer. Bai Shuang drew her tightly into his arms and took a deep breath, thinking this was his only chance to make it work. Before the female ghost could react, Bai Shuang kissed her and absorbed all the red energy flowing between them. Caught completely off guard, the ghost general blushed deeply, and even her eyes began to soften. A moment later, her eyes rolled back, her body went limp, and she collapsed. Bai Shuang secretly celebrated, knowing he had finally destroyed the formation's core. The crimson energy gathered into a floating sphere before him, while the other 3 female ghosts recovered and charged at him together. Bai Shuang leaped high into the air as a radiant golden sword appeared in his hand, blazing with overwhelming power. Frowning, he poured all his strength into a downward slash, knowing that once the core was destroyed, the entire universe formation would fall apart. The instant his sword struck, a deafening explosion erupted and violently shook the entire space. Fazui had no idea what was happening when a massive pit suddenly opened beneath them. Both of them plunged downward. Fazui screamed at the top of his lungs, while Baishuang calmly adjusted his posture in midair. Just as expected, Fazui landed hard on his backside and nearly burst into tears, while Baishuang landed with perfect composure. Above them stood a gigantic eerie statue, and in front of them were two enormous furnaces overflowing with sinister energy. Baishuang instantly recognized those furnaces as the prison holding the demon devouring fire. While Fa Sui was still wondering if they had returned to the same place, the statue above suddenly dived down to attack. A devastating punch slammed into Baishuang's stomach, sending him staggering back as the furnace flew from his hands. Before he could recover, the attacker snatched the furnace and coldly demanded to know where these two brats came from. The man was Gu Long of the Tian Sha sect. His face was filled with killing intent after seeing intruders enter his training ground. Baishuang clutched his stomach as blood dripped from his mouth, but he knew his guess had been right. Someone really was controlling everything here. Fa Sui rushed over and anxiously asked if he was all right. Fa Sui pointed straight at Gu Long and demanded to know if he was the one who captured the demon devouring fire, then ordered him to hand it back. The moment Gu Long heard Tian Yi's sect, his face turned even darker. He sneered that he needed better materials for puppet refining, and these two had delivered themselves right to his door. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Long charged forward and declared that if they died, they had no one to blame but themselves. Fa Sui immediately threw out talismans to fight back and angrily shouted that Gu Long stole their things first and now wanted to silence them forever. A blue energy tiger rushed forward, but Gu Long shattered it with a casual wave. He mocked Fa Sui's weak skills before grabbing him by the throat and lifting him into the air. Fa Sui's face instantly turned pale, as Gu Long declared he would never get the chance to grow stronger. At the critical moment, a hand suddenly caught Gu Long's wrist. Baishuang had rushed in to save Fa Sui. He tightened his grip until Gu Long was forced to let go, then coldly said that picking on juniors was pathetic and challenged him to fight instead. Gu Long immediately stepped back in shock as sweat covered his forehead. He had no idea when Baishuang got close without being noticed. Baishuang drew a radiant sword filled with overwhelming pressure and asked where Gu Long thought he was running. The next second, Baishuang charged straight at him with his sword and unstoppable momentum. Gu Long quickly gathered his strength to counterattack. Brilliant light formed between his hands as he growled that his earlier mistake was nothing but carelessness. A massive spinning energy sphere then appeared in Gu Long's hands. Terrifying power erupted as Gu Long unleashed the attack, determined to kill Baishuang on the spot. Baishuang raised his sword to block, but the crushing force pushed him to his absolute limit. Sadly, the gap in strength was far too great. His sword finally shattered before his own stunned eyes. Seeing his attack land perfectly, Gu Long burst into triumphant laughter. He roared for Baishuang to die, declaring there was absolutely no escape this time. The terrifying blast sent Baishuang flying across the area as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing him collapse without moving, Fa Sui rushed over in panic and cried out in despair. Fa Sui desperately shook Baishuang and begged him to wake up, while Gu Long looked on with complete contempt. He mocked Baishuang for daring to stand in his way and said such a death was still too merciful. Fa Sui checked Baishuang's breathing with trembling hands and froze, believing he was truly dead. At that moment, Gu Long greedily examined Baishuang's body and declared it was the perfect material for a Vajra puppet. Hearing that, Fa Sui's eyes turned red with rage as he charged forward to avenge his senior brother. But the difference in power was overwhelming. Gu Long dropped him with a single punch and coldly told him to worry about his own life first. After the blow, Fa Sui was sent flying and landed beside Baishuang in a miserable state. Gu Long then waved his hand and summoned a strange furnace before him, his eyes shining as if he had found an incredible treasure. Laughing wildly, he guided the furnace into position. Gu Long walked over, grabbed Baishuang by the collar, and lifted him like a lifeless object. He laughed like a madman before throwing Baishuang into the giant furnace, declaring he would forge the strongest Vajra puppet ever. The instant Baishuang was thrown inside, the furnace sealed itself shut. Fa Sui could only kneel helplessly and stare at the furnace, while Gu Long laughed hysterically, convinced no one would ever look down on him again. after the refinement succeeded. Fa Sui broke down in tears and kept apologizing, believing everything was his fault. But he also swore through gritted teeth that even if it cost him his life, he would never abandon his senior brother and would fight Gulong to the end. Out of nowhere, the furnace began shaking violently as water from every direction was drawn toward it. Gulong's face instantly changed. Before anyone understood what was happening, a deafening explosion erupted, and the furnace shattered into countless pieces. Through the smoke, Bai Shuang stepped out with a chilling smile. His eyes glowed crimson, and black-purple energy covered his body like a demon awakening. Gulong's eyes nearly popped out in terror, unable to understand what he was seeing. Even Fa Sui trembled as he asked if Bai Shuang was really still alive. Without saying a word, Bai Shuang gripped his sword and charged forward with overwhelming killing intent. Gulong completely panicked, shouting that this was impossible. Bai Shuang should have been dead already. Bai Shuang let out a sinister laugh, dashed past, and sliced a small cut across Gulong's face. Then he stopped and looked back with blood-red eyes that sent chills down his spine. Gulong suddenly realized countless humanoid figures made of strange black-purple energy had appeared around him. Every shadow raised a sword and charged at once. Gulong knew he was in serious trouble. Countless blades pierced straight through his body. Blood poured from his mouth as all strength left him, and he collapsed to the ground. In the final moments before death, Gulong's mind suddenly became unusually clear, as if he had remembered something truly terrifying. Lying at Bai Shuang's feet, Gulong coughed up blood and weakly muttered about the aura of a demonic cultivator. As his consciousness faded, he finally understood why he could never refine Bai Shuang. It turned out Bai Shuang possessed a demonic physique. Once everything was over, the strange state surrounding Bai Shuang disappeared. He collapsed unconscious, and Fa Sui rushed over in panic. The story flashed back 18 years, to a ruined battlefield covered with monster corpses, where a child's voice called out for his father through the smoke. Back then, Bai Shuang was only a little boy. He ran toward a man in panic and threw himself into his father's arms. Looking around, the innocent child complained that the place smelled awful and he did not like it at all. At that moment, a drop of blood landed on his young face as a weak voice called out to him. Half of the man's face had transformed into a monster, but he still gently patted his son's head and said the demon had been defeated and they could finally go home. Back in the present, Fa Sui carried Bai Shuang up the endless stairs, begging him to keep fighting and stay alive. Sweat soaked his face, but he gritted his teeth and swore he would not let Bai Shuang die. What he did not know was that Bai Shuang had already regained consciousness. As Fa Sui staggered toward the building ahead, he insisted he would never give up as long as hope remained, while Bai Shuang looked at him in complete confusion. After a long silence, Bai Shuang calmly leaned close and asked where Fa Sui was taking him, startling him badly. Fa Sui dropped to the ground in shock, while Bai Shuang looked up at the Tianyi sect sign and asked why he had brought him there. Scratching his head awkwardly, Fa Sui admitted he thought Bai Shuang was dying, so he contacted his master for help before bringing him here. After hearing the explanation, Bai Shuang finally understood, but he also became cautious because his secret might already have been exposed. Just then, a blonde girl appeared at the main gate and called Bai Shuang's name, saying her master wanted to see him. Fa Sui stared in surprise when he saw his junior sister knew Bai Shuang, while Bai Shuang frowned and asked who she was and why he should follow her. The girl simply crossed her arms and calmly replied that her master knew Bai Shuang's father. The instant she mentioned Bai Shu Fu, Bai Shuang froze in place. His mind filled with questions. How could they even know his father's name? The girl gave no further explanation. She simply turned around and told him to follow if he wanted answers. Bai Shuang quietly frowned. Whoever was behind this clearly knew about his father, and leaving now was no longer an option. Reaching a room, the girl stopped and said her master was waiting inside, but only Bai Shuang was allowed to enter. Leaning against the doorway, she urged him to go inside. Fa Sui asked in confusion why he could not come too, while Bai Shuang pushed open the door with an uneasy feeling that this place was hiding a dangerous secret. In a dark corner, a red-haired beauty quietly watched Bai Shuang and softly remarked that Bai Shu Fu's son had grown up well. Leaning against a stone pillar with an amused smile, she thought he had become even more her type, while Bai Shuang stood in the empty room, grumbling because no one seemed willing to show themselves. At that moment, the door behind Bai Shuang slammed shut on its own, making him spin around in surprise. a countless number of rainbow-colored light orbs suddenly appeared and surrounded him. A gentle female voice echoed from the glowing lights, calling him Brother Bai, and saying she had been waiting for him for a long time. Bai Shuang instantly became alert. 3 stunning young women stepped out of the light and explained that their master was busy, so they had come to entertain him instead. Before he could react, the girls surrounded him and started touching him, leaving Bai Shuang blushing bright red in an incredibly awkward situation. Gritting his teeth, Bai Shuang thought this felt just like what happened in the underworld before. It had to be another test. When the blue-haired girl knelt in front of him and offered to give him a massage, Bai Shuang jumped as if he had been struck by lightning. He bit his lip, quickly covered himself with both hands, and screamed inwardly that he could not take this any longer. The other 2 girls suddenly noticed a golden light coming from his private area and curiously asked what it was. The golden light suddenly erupted and blasted all 3 girls backward. The girls cried out in pain after being knocked away by the powerful backlash. Bai Shuang stared in confusion, completely unable to understand what had just happened. Just then, the mysterious woman hiding in the background stepped out in surprise, saying she never expected him to have remained pure until now. She laughed and praised Bai Shuang, saying his willpower was even stronger than his father's had been. Walking closer, she teased him about still being untouched. Bai Shuang blushed and awkwardly asked who she really was. Instead of answering immediately, she explained that everything just now had been a formation designed to test him, and she was extremely satisfied with the result. Licking her lips with a charming smile, she introduced herself as Guo Xianxi, the sect master of the Tianyi sect and an old friend of Bai Shufu. After introducing herself, Sect Master Guo deliberately glanced downward with a meaningful smile. Bai Shuang hurriedly covered himself again and asked her to speak seriously instead of staring there. Guo Xianxi only laughed and said she was simply curious to see how much Bai Shufu's son had grown. The moment his father was mentioned, Bai Shuang immediately asked if she had really known him. Guo Xianxi smiled and confirmed they had once been very close friends. Her voice became slightly regretful as she said that if Bai Shufu had not been corrupted by demonic energy and become a demonic cultivator, things might have ended differently. Bai Shuang grew even more suspicious because she even knew his father's deepest secret. Without warning, Guo Xianxi stepped close and wrapped her arms around Bai Shuang's neck, making his face turn bright red. With a captivating smile, she softly told him not to be afraid because she had come to help him. Remembering that Fa Sui had reported Bai Shuang's injuries, she immediately asked about his current condition. Bai Shuang desperately tried to create some distance, his face almost smoking from embarrassment, and insisted he was fine while begging her to let go before he completely lost control. Guo Xianxi laughed and apologized for getting too excited after meeting him, while Bai Shuang hurriedly stumbled backward with a painful yelp. She then seriously asked how Bai Shufu had died. Wiping away his sweat, Bai Shuang calmly answered that his father could not withstand the corruption of demonic energy and was eventually consumed by it. Hearing that, Guo Xianxi frowned slightly as if something had been confirmed. Bai Shuang calmly admitted he had inherited his father's demonic path and would probably suffer the same fate. But she gently touched his face and said that ever since meeting Bai Shufu, she had searched for a way to suppress demonic energy. Although she failed to save his father, she would never let his son die the same way. Bai Shuang became even more curious about their relationship. Guo Xianxi pointed at herself with a mysterious smile and said that, considering her relationship with his father, Bai Shuang might want to address her differently. Suddenly, she cupped his face with both hands and leaned in close. Bai Shuang panicked, and an unbelievable thought flashed through his mind. Could she actually be his stepmother? Resting her hands on her hips, Guo Xianxi explained that she knew of a place containing something capable of suppressing demonic energy. However, it was an ancient secret realm that could never be opened without the underworld's assistance. As she turned to leave, she said she would find a solution, but behind her, Bai Shuang calmly pulled out his phone and made a call. As soon as someone answered, he immediately asked if Lord Zhonggui was available. Bai Shuang said he needed a favor and hoped Lord Zhonggui could come over, leaving Guo Xianxi turning around in complete confusion to ask what he was doing. At that moment, a thick mist suddenly spread and filled the entire room. Zhongdao stepped out of the fog, leaving Guo Xianxi completely stunned. She could not believe Bai Shuang had actually summoned an underworld judge in person. Zhongdao simply laughed and greeted them like old friends. Bai Shuang immediately asked him to help open a secret realm. Zhong Dao asked where it was, and Bai Shuang pointed at Guo Xianxi, saying she should explain the details. Guo Xianxi quickly introduced herself as the sect master of the Tian Yi sect. Zhong Dao recognized the name from official records before seriously asking where the secret realm was located. She answered with a tense expression that it was the Tian Jue secret realm, hidden in the Longhai mountains of Jingyin province. The moment Zhong Dao heard the name, his expression turned serious. He explained that it was an ancient battlefield filled with countless wandering spirits, making it extremely dangerous to leave the entrance open for too long. After thinking for a moment, Zhong Dao decided to keep the realm open for only 12 hours and ordered Bai Shuang to return before sunrise. When Bai Shuang asked why, Zhong Dao explained that the spirits feared sunlight, and if the gate remained open after dawn, they could escape into the living world. Guo Xianxi watched Bai Shuang casually chatting with Zhong Dao, completely amazed. A thought crossed her mind. Just who was this kid to be on such familiar terms with Lord Zhong Dao? Zhong Dao raised an ancient scroll and said he would send them directly to the secret realm to save time. A towering mountain reaching into the clouds appeared inside the scroll. Bai Shuang and Guo Xianxi both thanked him at once. Zhong Dao pressed his hand against the scroll, and a powerful force instantly enveloped all three of them. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before the entrance to the Tian Jue secret realm. Zhong Dao looked around and confirmed they were at the correct location. Bai Shuang searched for an entrance but found nothing. Dao calmly took out a golden key and told him to wait because the gate had not been opened yet. A strange lock soon materialized before them. Zhong Dao slowly inserted the key and gently turned it. A glowing portal immediately opened. Zhong Dao told them they could enter, but they absolutely had to return within 12 hours while he guarded the entrance outside. Bai Shuang stepped through first and promised to return on time. Guo Xianxi reminded him not to be so confident because they were searching for the Dream Soul herb, and no one knew how long it would take. Bai Shuang calmly replied that if they could not find it today, they would come back tomorrow night. Guo Xianxi could only sigh, wondering if he thought opening an underworld realm was as easy as opening his front door. As they ventured deeper, Bai Shuang looked over the land covered with rusted armor and broken weapons, saying they had probably reached the right place. Guo Xianxi nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a blackened hand burst out of the dry ground right beside Bai Shuang. He jumped in surprise as it tightly grabbed his leg and refused to let go. A ghost wearing ancient soldier's armor crawled out of the earth, excited that it could finally smell living energy again, after so long. Its glowing green eyes locked onto Bai Shuang as it lunged forward, shouting that it wanted to drain his life force. Before it could reach him, a purple sword flash sliced straight through the ghost. Sectmaster Guo stood in front of Bai Shuang with her sword in hand, warning him that this place was crawling with restless spirits and that he had to stay alert. More ghost soldiers began climbing out of the ground one after another. The two stood back to back, surrounded on every side, as Bai Shuang asked what they should do next. Guo Xianxi glanced around and explained that these were only minor ghosts. Individually, they were weak, but their overwhelming numbers made them troublesome. Bai Shuang asked if there was any way to shake them off so they could continue searching for the Dream Soul herb. Just then, a blue-eyed spirit wielding a massive saber roared and charged at them. Guo Xianxi blocked the attack with her sword and quickly explained that the only way to avoid being chased by the spirits was to disguise their own aura as one of the dead. The ghost ignored the danger completely. Its eyes glowed with greed as it stared at Guo Xianxi and shouted that her life force smelled irresistible and it only wanted a taste. Guo Xianxi let out a mocking laugh and asked if a weak creature like it really thought it could absorb her life force. As soon as she finished speaking, she slammed the ghost's head into the ground, making it scream in agony before coldly saying it was nowhere near worthy. She then clenched her hand, pulling streams of blue light out through the ghost's eyes, nose, and mouth until they gathered in her palm. Holding up the glowing blue mass, Guo Xianxi explained that it was the ghost's soul. Absorbing it could temporarily hide their living aura. Bai Shuang asked how to do it, and she casually replied that all he had to do was gather the 3 souls and 6 spirits into one point before pulling the soul straight out. Just then, a swarm of spirits charged in with raised blades, screaming that they would drain Bai Shuang's life force. He rushed forward and said he wanted to test it himself. He grabbed one ghost by the head and slammed it hard into the ground. Holding it down, he focused his mind and shouted as he gathered the 3 souls and 6 spirits. A blue light was quickly pulled from the ghost's head while it screamed in agony. Ignoring the 2 other ghosts rushing from behind, Baishuang swallowed the blue light whole and immediately began absorbing it. In an instant, the 2 ghosts behind him suddenly froze as if they had lost their target. They looked around in complete confusion. To the spirits, Baishuang and Guo Xianxi now looked just like fellow ghosts. They muttered among themselves, wondering where the living aura had disappeared. Watching the ghosts leave one after another, Baishuang smiled and said it had worked. Guo Xianxi rested her sword on her shoulder and explained that wandering spirits tracked prey through living aura, so once it vanished, they were practically blind. After that, she led the way deeper into the secret realm. In another strange white wasteland, a massive city stood beyond a long bridge. Countless spirits of every age lined up to enter, while ghost soldiers guarded both sides, shouting for everyone to stay in line. They even announced that only 50 souls would be admitted first today, and those willing to pay more would get priority. Even the underworld had its own rules. Hidden in the distance, Baishuang stared at the city and asked Guo Xianxi why an ancient battlefield now had a city built inside it. Looking at the ghost soldiers, Guo Xianxi admitted she did not know. The realm had been abandoned for 1,000,000 years, so changes were only natural. Wherever living beings gathered, order would eventually form. A ghost soldier suddenly noticed them, frowned, and walked over, ordering them to get in line or leave King Yama City at once. Baishuang stepped forward and asked if this place was really called King Yama City. The ghost soldier calmly confirmed it, saying the 18 kings had ordered its construction before renaming it the 18 Halls of King Yama, a name everyone nearby knew. But halfway through, the ghost soldier suddenly paused. The 2 strangers did not even know such basic information. Suspicion immediately filled his mind. The secret realm had been sealed for 1,000,000 years, so where could new wandering spirits have come from? The ghost soldier instantly lowered his spear in front of them and coldly demanded they reveal their true identities. Baishuang only smiled with interest and told Guo Xianxi it looked like they had been exposed. She smirked back and said they might as well strike first. A golden sphere of light appeared in Baishuang's hand as he charged forward. Guo Xianxi also drew her sword and joined the attack, saying they had to capture the ghost soldier alive to learn the whereabouts of the dream soul herb. Not long later, inside a nearby alley, the ghost soldier had been beaten until his face was swollen beyond recognition. He clutched his head, cried out in pain, and begged them to stop hitting his face. Baishuang stomped down beside the ghost's head, his overwhelming aura making it hard to breathe. Cracking his knuckles, Baishuang coldly asked if he had ever seen the dream soul herb. Guo Xianxi rested her sword on the ghost's shoulder and warned that if he kept hiding the truth, she would cripple him on the spot. Despite his battered face, the ghost soldier trembled as he insisted he had never seen it. Hearing that, Guo Xianxi and decided he was no longer useful. The moment he realized they might kill him, the ghost soldier panicked and begged them to wait. Kneeling on the ground with one hand over his chest, he said the item they were searching for was most likely inside the King Yama Tower. Seeing Guo Xianxi's confusion, he quickly explained that it was the palace built by the 18 kings, where all the greatest treasures of the secret realm were stored. The ghost soldier explained that the King Yama Tower had 18 floors, each containing its own treasures, and guarded by powerful experts. Its current ruler called himself King Yama, which was why the tower carried such an arrogant name. After traveling for half an hour, Baishuang stood before the enormous tower stretching into the sky and remarked that its scale was impressive, and its master had incredible nerve to claim the title of King Yama. He became even more curious about the treasures hidden inside. Just then, Guo Xianxi suddenly shouted for him to stop. A strange green barrier appeared before him, along with a giant ghost wielding a butcher's cleaver. Its crimson eyes glared coldly, as it that anyone who trespassed into the King Yama Tower would die. Seeing the massive blade almost touching his face, Baishuang immediately raised both hands with an awkward smile and apologized, pretending he had forgotten his entry token and would go back to get it. Inside, however, he was silently cursing the ghost soldier for never mentioning that a token was required to enter. He turned toward Guo Xianxi, who was still holding the ghost soldier captive behind him, and helplessly asked what they were supposed to do now that they had no entry token. Guo Xianxi immediately pressed her sword against the ghost soldier's throat and coldly accused him of hiding the fact that an entry token was required. Sweating profusely, he hurriedly claimed he had simply forgotten to mention it. He quickly explained that getting a token was actually easy because Princess Zhang had one. With Baishuang and Guo Xiang's strength, stealing it would not be difficult. Baishuang frowned and asked who Princess Zhang was. The ghost soldier pictured an exceptionally beautiful young woman and explained that she was the daughter of the guardian of the 18th floor of the King Yama Tower. If they obtained her token, they could bring as many people into the tower as they wanted, unlike ordinary tokens that allowed only one extra companion. Baishuang brushed back his hair in frustration and muttered that this was becoming a real hassle. If he were not worried about alerting the enemy, he would have stormed in directly. In the end, he ordered the ghost soldier to take them to Princess Zhang so they could steal the token. Not long afterward, they arrived before a grand pavilion bathed in a faint purple glow, with loud snoring echoing from inside. The ghost soldier quietly explained that this was Princess Zhang's private chamber, where she usually rested. Baishuang peeked inside and told Guo Xianxi to wait outside. Judging by the snoring, Princess Zhang was fast asleep, making this the perfect chance to steal the token. With that, he quietly pushed open the window and climbed into the room. But the moment he landed, he accidentally stepped on a golden curtain and lost his balance. Baishuang's face instantly turned pale as he flailed through the air, thinking this was a complete disaster. When he finally saw Princess Zhang sleeping beneath him with drool at the corner of her mouth, he panicked even more. He gritted his teeth, shut his eyes, and desperately tried to stop himself in time. Luckily, both hands landed on the bed beside the pink-haired girl instead of on top of her. Baishuang finally let out a sigh of relief. He quickly looked around the room, wondering where the token had been hidden. Then he spotted it right beneath Princess Zhang's hand and could only sigh at how unlucky the situation was. Baishuang slowly reached toward it, secretly thinking fortune had finally smiled on him. But just as his hand neared her face, the sleeping Princess Zhang suddenly bit down on it, mumbling in her sleep as if she were enjoying a delicious meal. The pain made Baishuang's eyes turn red as he cried out in agony. The noise woke Princess Zhang. The moment she opened her eyes and saw a man standing in her room, she instantly pulled the blanket over herself and demanded to know who he was. Meanwhile, Baishuang clutched his aching hand, convinced she had bitten him on purpose. Princess Zhang immediately reached for the blue sword resting beside her bed. Without the slightest hesitation, she drew the blade and thrust it straight at Baishuang, shouting that she would kill the intruder. Baishuang easily dodged the attack and sighed that taking the gentle approach clearly was not going to work. He instantly closed the distance, locked her sword arm with one hand, and pinned her shoulder to the bed with the other. Princess Zhang cried out in pain, as Baishuang coldly said he had no choice but to use force. With both of her hands pinned above the bed, Princess Zhang's face turned bright red from anger and embarrassment as she demanded to know what he thought he was doing. Suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind, and she kicked straight toward Baishuang's lower body. As she kicked, she shouted at him to get out immediately. Blushing furiously, she yelled that his lower body had touched her. Taking advantage of the distraction, Baishuang immediately lunged toward the token. The instant he grabbed it, he leaped off the bed and landed lightly on the floor. Clutching the prize tightly, Baishuang cheered inwardly that he had finally gotten what he came for. Princess Zhang rushed at him with blazing killing intent, shouting that the shameless thief who had dared to molest her deserved to be castrated. As her sword came slashing down, Baishuang swiftly dodged to the side. Baishuang silently frowned. This girl was far too troublesome. If he did not get serious now, the entire plan would fall apart. A golden rope suddenly appeared and wrapped tightly around the arm holding her sword. Baishuang held one end while the rest of the rope coiled around Princess Zhang's body. She struggled fiercely and angrily demanded that he release her. With a sharp tug, Baishuang threw her straight back onto the bed. Bracing one hand beside her, he leaned in and coldly warned her to stay quiet. If she screamed again, he would stop holding back. Princess Zhang's face flushed with tension as she stammered, asking who he really was and why he had broken into her room. Baishuang held up the entry token and calmly explained that he meant no harm. He only needed to borrow it for a while, and as long as she stayed calm, she would not be hurt. The moment Princess Zhang saw the token in Baishuang's hand, her eyes widened in shock. She quickly realized he was trying to enter the King Yama Tower. Baishuang immediately gave her a cold, murderous stare and said she knew far too much. Letting her go would only ruin his plan. Hearing that she might be silenced forever, Princess Zhang turned pale and hurriedly promised she would never reveal anything. She even volunteered to come along, saying her status as a princess would be useful inside the King Yama Tower. Bai Shuang's eyes lit up as he asked if she was serious. Fighting back tears, she nodded repeatedly and said she knew the tower well and could guide them. Bai Shuang loosened the rope around her, then wrapped an arm around her waist with a grin, saying that having a princess as a hostage sounded even better. Keeping a firm grip on her waist, he warned her not to try anything foolish, or she would lose her life. Trembling, she immediately promised she would not. Outside, Guo Xianxi stood with her hands on her hips, anxiously wondering why Bai Shuang had not come out yet. Suddenly, a ghost soldier shouted that someone was trying to sneak into the King Yama Tower and called for everyone to surround the intruders. Hearing the commotion, Guo Xianxi instantly turned around. A blue light flashed in her eyes as she angrily cursed under her breath. Purple runes quickly appeared around her body before gathering around one arm. A gigantic purple sword condensed in the air and shot toward the fleeing ghost. It pierced straight through his back, making him scream in agony as blue blood sprayed from his mouth. Bai Shuang appeared with Princess Zhang beside him and asked Guo Xianxi what had happened. Watching the ghost's fading silhouette disappear, Guo Xianxi calmly replied that he had tried to betray them, so she dealt with him. Bai Shuang nodded in understanding. Guo Xianxi then noticed the girl beside him and asked who she was. Bai Shuang casually introduced her as Princess Zhang. She asked why he had brought the princess along, and Bai Shuang explained that keeping her as a hostage would be far more useful. Guo Xianxi understood immediately and urged everyone to head for the King Yama Tower. Before long, a gigantic tower rose into view, towering into the sky while enormous iron chains wrapped around both sides, creating an overwhelming presence. Two blue-eyed ghost guards spotted Princess Zhang and immediately bowed respectfully. She put on an arrogant expression and ordered them to open the gate because she wished to see her father. The ghost guards hurried to obey without hesitation. They stepped aside and opened the entrance, watching the group walk through. As they entered, Bai Shuang thought to himself that being a princess really had its advantages. They did not even bother checking the token. Inside the tower, countless thin souls were chained to massive pillars, all staring at them with lifeless eyes. The three continued deeper inside, passing endless rows of pillars covered with imprisoned spirits, creating an eerie atmosphere. Looking around, Bai Shuang remarked that the place was nothing like he had imagined. Guo Xianxi agreed, saying whoever built this tower had invested tremendous effort. Walking ahead of them, Princess Zhang mocked them for sounding like people who had never seen the outside world. At that moment, a massive iron cage descended from above as Princess Zhang remarked that there were far more interesting things waiting inside. In the blink of an eye, the cage crashed down and trapped both Bai Shuang and Guo Xianxi inside. Bai Shuang grabbed the iron bars and angrily shouted that she had tricked them. Princess Zhang crossed her arms and laughed proudly, saying they were complete fools. The King Yama Tower belonged to her father, so entering it was like sheep walking into a slaughterhouse. She then loudly called for Luoyong to deal with the intruders. As soon as she left, a blue-haired man appeared behind her. He slammed his spear into the ground and burst into laughter, making it clear that Luoyong was no ordinary opponent. On the first floor of the King Yama Tower, Luoyong rested his spear on his shoulder and licked his lips with a bloodthirsty grin. He sneered that it had been far too long since he had enjoyed the sight of blood, and this hunt was exactly his kind of fun. His crimson eyes glowed as sharp claws gleamed with scarlet light, radiating deadly danger. Luoyong clenched his fist and crushed the red light in his hand. Instantly, murderous intent exploded throughout the chamber. Countless blood-red spikes burst from the ground. Bai Shuang and Guo Xianxi were both startled as the spikes rapidly stretched toward them. Guo Xianxi immediately formed a hand seal as golden light surrounded her body. She shouted for Bai Shuang to stand still. A massive phantom bell quickly appeared and enveloped both of them. Standing outside, Luoyong watched the iron cage explode into countless fragments that flew everywhere, yet the smile on his face never faded. Bai Shuang charged straight at the ghost with his sword and declared he would handle him alone. Guo's sect master quickly warned that this ghost carried the aura of an emperor. He was not a true ghost emperor yet, but he was far from an easy opponent. Luoyong gripped his long spear with both hands and laughed as the crimson sword rushed toward him. He liked fearless fighters who never backed down. The moment Bai Shuang swung his sword, Luoyong vanished, leaving behind only a faint purple afterimage. Bai Shuang glanced behind him and realized something was wrong. That was only an after-image. In the blink of an eye, Luo Yong appeared behind him. His glowing red eyes locked onto the target as he thrust his spear forward, sneering that it was already too late to notice. Bai Shuang twisted aside at the last second and instantly struck back with his sword. Sword and spear collided with explosive force, sending a sharp metallic clash through the air. Seeing the peachwood sword, Luo Yong smirked and realized his opponent was a Taoist. He spun his spear into countless afterimages and laughed with excitement, saying he had killed plenty of Taoists before, and today he would add another to his collection. Bai Shuang kept blocking with his sword, but every strike left his arms numb from the overwhelming force. Suddenly, the spear tip split into countless purple serpent phantoms that lunged at him with their jaws wide open. One snake wrapped tightly around his sword while another bit into the arm holding it, making him groan in pain. Bai Shuang clutched his injured arm and quickly retreated to create some distance. Seeing this, Guo Sect Master rushed over in panic and shouted his name. She caught him before he fell and quickly asked how badly he was hurt. Bai Shuang gritted his teeth and admitted this enemy was far stronger than expected. He had underestimated him. Guo Sect Master explained that fighting a Ghost King was still possible, but Luo Yong had already reached the Ghost Emperor level. Charging in despite such a huge gap was no different from seeking death. Bai Shuang was stunned by how massive the difference truly was. She continued that the Taoist ranks matched the Ghost ranks, and defeating someone above your level was almost impossible. Behind them, Princess Zhang folded her arms and smugly urged Luo Yong to kill them both for daring to kidnap her. Luo Yong bared his fangs, his red eyes gleaming, as he laughed that no one survived after entering his territory. Then he raised his hand as countless crimson seals wrapped around his palm with an eerie glow. A strange purple beam burst from his palm as he called out with a sinister smile, "Tongue-pulling hell, open." The crimson symbols absorbed power from every direction before shooting straight toward Bai Shuang and Guo Sect Master. The ground shook violently as massive stone pillars, linked by iron chains, rose from below. In an instant, the pillars formed a gigantic prison that trapped both of them inside. Bai Shuang stared at the scene in shock and asked what this was. Guo Sect Master immediately answered that it was a Ghost Emperor's awakened ability. Every Ghost Emperor possessed a unique power. Bai Shuang struggled against the chains, but the crushing pressure made it hard to breathe, proving the Ghost Emperor was far stronger than he imagined. Meanwhile, Guo Sect Master closed her eyes and calmly chanted an ancient spell. Her chanting grew faster and faster as the aura around her steadily transformed, as if awakening an ancient power. Watching her stand still and chant, Luo Yong burst into laughter and mocked her for being scared senseless. He boasted that even spirit immortal experts could die inside the tongue-pulling hell. Above them, a gigantic blade slowly descended over the bound pair. Luo Yong laughed wickedly and declared they had no chance of surviving today. At that moment, Guo Sect Master opened her eyes. They had turned completely white without any pupils. With one burst of power, she shattered the chains and calmly asked, "Really?" She stood tall and stopped the massive falling blade with just one hand. With a single sweeping motion, every stone pillar exploded into pieces, and even the chains binding Bai Shuang were completely destroyed. Luo Yong's eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. He could not accept that his tongue-pulling hell had been broken with a single move. Even Princess Zhang was left speechless in shock. The purple energy suddenly exploded, scattering countless fragments across the battlefield. Guo Sect Master shot forward and coldly declared that the only weak thing here was not just his hell. She flashed past Luo Yong at incredible speed, dragging a crimson force that pierced straight through his body. A blue light flashed in her eyes as if she had seen through something hidden. Luo Yong's eyes turned completely white as blood poured from his mouth. Trembling, he could not believe what had just happened. His massive body crashed to the ground with a heavy thud. This time, he was truly finished for good. Zhang Yao clenched her fists as her face turned pale with fear after watching Luo Yong die. Behind her, Guo Sect Master folded her arms and calmly said it was now their turn to talk. Holding his injured arm, Bai Shuang walked over and glared at her, saying he had spared her once, yet she still dared to set a trap. He placed a hand on her shoulder and leaned in, saying he no longer had any reason to keep her alive. Zhang Yao's eyes widened in terror as she immediately raised both hands and shouted that if he killed her, he would never find the illusion soul herb. Bai Shuang coldly replied that the Yama Tower had 18 floors. At worst, he would search every single one. Cold sweat covered Zhang Yao as she realized he truly intended to kill her. Biting her lip, Zhang Yao quickly came up with a plan. Most men could not resist a beautiful woman, so sacrificing her charm seemed like her only chance to survive. She put on a pitiful look and sweetly begged him not to be so fierce because she was about to cry. As she spoke, she gently touched his face and pressed her alluring body against him, promising that if he gave her another chance, she would personally lead him to the illusion soul herb. Bai Shuang completely froze, unable to process what was happening. Princess Zhang took his hand and placed it on her long legs, smiling as she asked if he wanted to reconsider. She lightly touched her lips and gazed at him seductively, saying that if he agreed, she would do anything. Her free hand slowly traced across her body as her voice became even more tempting. Bai Shuang blushed and hurriedly told her to stop, because that trick would never work on him. She held his hand and gently shook it, while pleading over and over for him to agree, insisting she would do anything he wanted. Bai Shuang was completely speechless. Guo Sect Master immediately stepped in, pulled them apart, and frowned, saying that if he could not do it, she would handle it herself. Guo Sect Master closed her eyes and calmly said Zhang Yao had outlived her usefulness, so she might as well be sent on her way. The moment she heard that, Zhang Yao's face turned completely pale. Bai Shuang immediately raised the golden rope to stop Guo Sect Master. He tossed the rope around Zhang Yao and grinned, saying she was still useful. Today he would make sure she spilled everything she knew. Guo Sect Master stared at him in total confusion, wondering what exactly he meant by that. The golden rope quickly bound Zhang Yao tightly as she screamed in panic and demanded to know what he was planning. Bai Shuang smirked and reached toward her, saying he was obviously going to make her confess everything. Then he shoved her hard, sending her crashing onto the ground with a painful cry. He crouched in front of her and said in a deep voice that this was her last chance. All she had to do was reveal the location of the illusion soul herb. Tears welled up in Zhang Yao's eyes as she stared at his arm and trembled, saying that once she revealed it, she would lose all her value. Bai Shuang lowered his head, hiding his expression. He let out a quiet sigh before coldly saying that if that was her choice, then she should not blame him. Princess Zhang shut her eyes tightly and asked with a trembling voice what he was about to do, because she felt she could not take it anymore. Whatever Bai Shuang was doing made her jolt violently before she let out an uncontrollable scream. It turned out he was holding her legs and relentlessly tickling the soles of her feet while demanding to know where the illusion soul herb was. No one saw that coming. Zhang Yao laughed until tears streamed down her face and gasped for breath as she begged him to stop. Bai Shuang told her that if she could not take it anymore, she should start talking. Laughing and crying at the same time, she finally confessed that the illusion soul herb was on the 17th floor and in her father's possession. Bai Shuang frowned and repeated, "The 17th floor?" Standing beside them with her hands on her hips, Guo Sect Master looked completely baffled and asked if this was what he meant earlier. Bai Shuang casually sniffed his hand and replied that she had already confessed everything. So what had Guo Sect Master been thinking? Hearing that, Guo Sect Master blushed awkwardly and quietly muttered that she had only misunderstood. Bai Shuang tightened his grip on the crimson sword as its glow grew brighter and brighter. He slowly raised the sword with a cold smile and declared that she no longer had any value, so it was time for her to die. Zhang Yao trembled uncontrollably and desperately begged him to spare her. Just as Bai Shuang was about to strike, Guo Sect Master reached out and stopped him, saying they should keep Zhang Yao alive. Confused, he asked why she had wanted to kill Zhang Yao just moments ago, but had changed her mind so quickly. Guo Sect Master frowned and explained that since the illusion soul herb was in her father's hands, keeping Zhang Yao alive would make getting close to him much easier. Bai Shuang nodded slightly, but coldly reminded her that Zhang Yao had already betrayed them once. As he spoke, Bai Shuang held a glowing talisman between two fingers, clearly showing he had planned everything ahead. The talisman instantly turned into a golden beam and shot straight toward Zhang Yao. The light entered her body, making her cry out in shock. Zhang Yao stared at him and demanded to know what he had done. Bai Shuang calmly folded his arms and said it was only a small talisman, so there was no need to panic. He seriously explained that every 2 hours she had to let him remove the talisman's effect. Otherwise, the backlash would poison her body and kill her. Princess Zhang stood frozen in disbelief. Even Guo sect master was speechless at how ruthless the trick was. Bai Shuang then retrieved the golden rope binding her. Bai Shuang extended his hand with a polite smile and asked Princess Zhang to lead the way. She simply let out a quiet snort and walked ahead. Before long, they arrived at the 17th floor of the Yama Tower. Its overwhelming presence and immense pressure were enough to weigh on anyone. Walking behind her, Bai Shuang could not help admiring how luxurious the place was. As they walked, Zhang Yao turned around and warned that her father was the ruler of this floor, so they should be careful with their words. A blue light flashed across Bai Shuang's eyes as he calmly replied that they only wanted the illusion soul herb, as long as she did not try anything. The three entered a grand palace hall. The moment they stepped inside, Yama called out to his daughter. Seeing Zhang Yao, he immediately laughed and teased her, asking what brought her to visit her father today. She quickly ran over, hugged his arm, and sweetly said she had missed him after being away for so long. Yama laughed heartily, clearly in an excellent mood. Only then did he notice Bai Shuang and Guo sect master standing behind her and curiously asked who they were. Zhang Yao immediately introduced them as her new friends who admired her father and wished to pay their respects. Bai Shuang and Guo sect master also bowed respectfully to Lord Yama. Yama laughed loudly and generously said that since they were Zhang Yao's friends, they should be escorted to the VIP guest room. Bai Shuang and Guo sect master watched him walk away, unaware that beneath his smile hid a pair of icy, murderous eyes. Yama and Zhang Yao led the way, while Bai Shuang and Guo sect master quickly followed behind. The moment Bai Shuang heard the words VIP guest room, he looked puzzled. Guo sect master frowned, sensing that something about the place was not right. Yama pushed open the door with a meaningful smile and invited everyone inside. The moment Bai Shuang saw the room, he froze. Three stunning women in revealing outfits greeted them with seductive poses and invited them in. His face turned bright red as his mind began to drift. Guo sect master folded her arms beside him and helplessly asked whether he planned to just sit there or get back to work. One of the women's suddenly grabbed his hand and pulled him inside before he even had time to react. Moments later, Bai Shuang was seated in a grand chair surrounded by beautiful women. The woman in the pink dress smiled and said they offered every kind of special service, while the woman in the blue dress knelt before him and softly promised to make him feel better than ever. Hearing that, Bai Shuang blushed in disbelief, feeling as though he had stepped into paradise itself. His mind completely shut down. Standing outside, Guo sect master covered her face with a sigh, muttering that father and daughter were exactly alike, losing all common sense the moment beauty appeared. In the distance, Yama silently observed everything. Zhang Yao had never willingly come to visit him before, yet today she had eagerly brought two strangers along. Something was clearly suspicious. Without turning around, Yama coldly called his daughter's name. He then demanded that she tell him the true identities of the two strangers. Zhang Yao immediately froze, unsure how to answer. Yama looked at her with blue light flashing in his eyes and assured her that no matter what happened, her father would protect her, so she had nothing to fear. Hearing those words, Zhang Yao burst into tears and confessed that the two visitors were Taoists and that she was being controlled by them. As soon as Yama heard that, he furiously slammed his fist into a stone pillar with such terrifying force that it cracked apart. Veins bulged across his forehead as he roared that those fools had incredible nerve to lay a hand on his daughter. Zhang Yao quickly pressed a finger to her lips, urging him to lower his voice. She warned that if the two Taoists discovered the truth, she would surely die. Yama frowned, unable to understand why she was still afraid when he was right there. Through tears, Zhang Yao claimed that the Taoist had placed a lust talisman on her. Every 2 hours, she had to seek him out to remove its effect, or her body would lose control and she would die a miserable death. Hearing that, Yama's fury exploded. He ground his teeth in rage, unable to believe someone had dared lay a hand on his daughter. His brows tightened as killing intent flooded his eyes. Yama reassured Zhang Yao that he would make those people pay 100-fold. Meanwhile, back in the VIP guest room, Bai Shuang was blushing as beautiful women surrounded him. It was obvious he was about to lose all reason. The woman in the blue dress leaned close with flushed cheeks and softly asked if her massage was strong enough or if he wanted more pressure. Bai Shuang could only stare at her in a daze. Swallowing hard, he gave a goofy smile and said that was already enough. Any stronger and he would not be able to control himself. Just then, Guo sect master expressionlessly grabbed the blue-dressed woman's shoulder, leaving her completely confused. Before she could react, Guo Sect Master hurled her straight into the air. Bai Shuang could only stand there with his jaw hanging open. Guo Sect Master calmly asked whether he had come here to have fun or to find the illusion soul herb. She also reminded him that Zhang Yao was extremely cunning and had probably prepared a trap. Bai Shuang scratched his head with an awkward smile and admitted that if she had not reminded him, he really would have forgotten why they came. Standing in the now empty room, Guo Sect Master frowned and asked if he did not find this so-called VIP guest room incredibly suspicious. At that moment, Bai Shuang looked up and saw a gigantic ghost face descending from above with its mouth wide open. The ghost's face was covered in razor-sharp fangs, and its 3 purple eyes glowed with a terrifying evil light. Before Bai Shuang could understand what was happening, the woman in the pink dress explained that it was the Emperor's heavenly execution mark. Once it appeared, the marked target would be hunted until death. Immediately afterward, her soul seemed to fall under someone's control as blood-red veins spread across her eyes. Twisted veins bulged around her eyes while sharp claws grew from her fingertips. She called to the other women with a sinister grin, saying these honored guests had clearly angered the Emperor. In the blink of an eye, both women revealed their true monstrous forms and charged at Bai Shuang with claws raised, screaming for his death. Bai Shuang turned around in horror and shouted that they had been gentle a second ago, but had suddenly turned into monsters. Guo Sect Master immediately drew her sword and ordered him to get back. Her sword blazed with crimson light as it slashed toward the woman in the pink dress. At the same time, the woman in the red dress crept up behind Bai Shuang with a chilling smile. She sank her teeth into his shoulder, making Bai Shuang cry out in pain. Guo Sect Master immediately shouted his name in alarm. Bai Shuang broke free and staggered back toward her. The woman in the red dress licked the blood from her lips and smiled seductively, saying that everyone she bit died in overwhelming pleasure. Guo Sect Master's expression instantly changed as she identified the creature as a lust demon. Anyone bitten would have their yang energy surge out of control, and without balancing it through yin and yang union, they would explode and die. Hearing that, the woman in the pink dress rushed over greedily and laughed that since the Emperor wanted him dead, she would enjoy him first. Bai Shuang's face turned pale as he kept backing away, realizing the situation had become extremely dangerous. Clutching himself, he jumped back and shouted at the woman not to come any closer because this was definitely not the place. Her eyes burned with desire as she lunged at him, declaring that she would drain every last bit of his yang energy today. Bai Shuang's fist burst with golden light as he slammed it into her chest, shouting that she would never drain him dry. The blow made her scream in agony. Guo Sect Master rushed in to help, swinging her sword at the woman in the pink dress, while urgently telling Bai Shuang to immediately seal his 6 meridians. As she fought, she explained that if his yang energy kept surging, he really would explode and die. Struck by her sword, the woman in the pink dress let out a painful scream. Suddenly, Bai Shuang clutched his head and let out a low groan as dizziness overwhelmed him. Holding his chest, he trembled and said the yang energy inside his body was growing stronger by the second. In the next instant, all the power inside him erupted violently, shredding his clothes into pieces. Bai Shuang threw back his head and roared in agony, while Guo Sect Master realized the poison had fully taken effect. Raising both hands towards the sky, Bai Shuang trembled uncontrollably and unconsciously shouted that he wanted a woman. His raging yang energy made him gasp for breath as he clutched his chest in pain and repeated that he needed a woman right now. Bruised and battered, the woman in the pink dress ran outside in panic, screaming that something terrible had happened. She dropped to her knees before Yama, grabbed his robe, and tearfully reported that the 2 intruders were far too powerful. Every one of her sisters had been wiped out. Hearing that his subordinates had been killed, Yama's face twisted with rage as he roared in disbelief that anyone had dared touch his people. Just then, Princess Zhang suddenly clutched her stomach, and her expression immediately changed. Seeing his daughter's strange reaction, Yama hurriedly asked what had happened. Blushing bright red, she struggled to endure the pain and said the talisman inside her body had started taking effect, making her unbearably uncomfortable. Without another word, Yama grabbed her hand and rushed off, declaring that he would force those 2 to remove the curse no matter what. But the moment they arrived, both of them froze at the unbelievable scene before their eyes. Bai Shuang had Guo Sect Master pinned so tightly that she could not break free. In panic, she kept telling him to calm down because she was his father's woman. Bai Shuang's young energy was raging wildly. Veins bulged across his face as he gritted his teeth and said he was about to lose control. Witnessing the scene, Yama and Zhang Yao blurted out at the same time that he really knew how to take things to the extreme. Seeing that his daughter was also struggling to stay in control, Yama immediately demanded to know who had placed the curse on her. Bai Shuang's bloodshot eyes locked onto the princess while she blushed furiously, desperately resisting the curse's effects. Crimson veins spread across his eyes as he lost nearly all reason. He was even drooling as he muttered that he desperately wanted the woman in front of him. Hearing that, Yama exploded with fury. His fist glowed with power as he charged forward, clearly intending to kill Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang wrapped an arm around the princess's waist and ducked the attack, causing Yama's punch to smash into the wall and leave a massive crater as debris flew everywhere. A blue vortex suddenly appeared inside the crater, spinning faster and faster as it absorbed the surrounding energy. Within moments, the vortex expanded to an enormous size and swallowed both Bai Shuang and Zhang Yao, despite their desperate struggle. Seeing his daughter dragged away, Yama immediately rushed forward and shouted her name in panic. But the moment he got close, a sphere of blue light blocked his path and blasted him backward. The impact was so powerful that he was thrown a great distance before finally regaining his footing. Guo Sect Master stared at the bizarre scene, completely unable to understand what was happening. Yama's eyes widened in shock because the heavenly prison should never have appeared here. After being pulled inside, Bai Shuang and Zhang Yao landed in a wasteland surrounded by rivers of blazing lava. The princess fell directly onto Bai Shuang, landing right on top of him and making both of them cry out in pain. She gently touched his face as her hot breath brushed against his ear and asked in a dazed voice what was happening to her. Desire had nearly consumed her reason. She leaned close to Bai Shuang and admitted she truly could not endure it anymore. Then she tugged lightly at his clothes, cupped his face, and kissed him with overwhelming passion. The atmosphere seemed to fill with warmth as Bai Shuang gently touched her flushed face. He was so stunned that he thought he must be dreaming. The distance between them grew smaller and smaller as the princess wrapped her arms around his neck, completely overwhelmed by her emotions. The entire space shook violently, as if the world itself was responding to the emotions between them. Princess Zhang trembled all over, with her head lowered while Bai Shuang breathed heavily. At that very moment, the surrounding volcanoes suddenly erupted with terrifying force. After the overwhelming surge finally subsided, she collapsed onto him in exhaustion, and the two of them could only lie there, gasping for breath. Once he regained his senses, Bai Shuang looked at the young woman lying on top of him and froze. As the memories came flooding back, his face turned pale. Only one thought remained in his mind. He was in serious trouble. The princess slowly pushed herself up as tears streamed down her face. Crying angrily, she scolded him, saying that no one had ever touched her like that before. Seeing her in tears, Bai Shuang gently wiped them away and said he would take responsibility for what had happened. She immediately snorted coldly and said she did not need his responsibility. At the same time, her fingernails transformed into razor-sharp claws. Her eyes burned crimson with anger as she slashed straight at his throat, shouting that she was going to kill him. Bai Shuang's face turned pale as he hurriedly dodged backward, yelling whether she really had to go this far. As Bai Shuang backed away, he suddenly bumped into something behind him and instinctively turned around. Standing behind him was the gigantic Yin Emperor, his glowing eyes fixed on the princess. The moment Princess Zhang saw him, her eyes widened in terror, her voice trembling in disbelief. The Yin Emperor revealed that he had been imprisoned here for decades, waiting every day for a chance to avenge himself on her family. He never expected them to walk right into his prison. Before anyone could react, he opened his fanged mouth and lunged at her like a beast that had finally caught its prey. In an instant, his massive hand seized her. She struggled desperately and screamed for him to let her go. The Yin Emperor stared at her with icy eyes and reminded her that her father had stolen the throne and framed him into this prison. Now her entire family would pay the price. He immediately began draining the power from her body as streams of energy flowed into his mouth. At the critical moment, Bai Shuang charged in with his glowing orange sword and slashed at the Yin Emperor's head, shouting for him to release his woman and fight him instead. The attack was completely useless. The sword shattered into two pieces the instant it struck the Yin Emperor. The Yin Emperor turned toward him with murderous eyes and coldly asked if a mere brat really thought he could give him orders. Bai Shuang silently gripped the broken half of his sword. Without another word, the Yin Emperor threw a devastating punch. Bai Shuang blocked with both arms but was still blasted away, coughing up blood. He collapsed to one knee as blood poured from his mouth. Only one thought remained in his mind. This monster was far stronger than even Guo Sectmaster. Even knowing the gap was impossible to overcome, Bai Shuang gritted his teeth and charged again. He had promised to take responsibility for her, and he refused to run away. He wrapped his arms around the Yin Emperor to hold him in place and shouted for her to run. Furious, the Yin Emperor flung him to the ground and roared that if Bai Shuang insisted on interfering, he would kill him first. Sitting frozen on the ground, the princess could not believe what she was seeing. Bai Shuang still clung to the Yin Emperor's head and shouted once more for her to get out of there. Tears streamed down her face as she asked why he was still risking his life for her after everything she had done to him. A burst of blue light erupted from the Yin Emperor's hand as he pinned Bai Shuang down. He roared that Bai Shuang had ruined his plans, and this would become the greatest regret of his life. After the blow, Bai Shuang crashed to the ground as blood continued pouring from his mouth. The Yin Emperor followed with a brutal kick that sent Bai Shuang flying like a rag doll. The princess rushed over to catch him, crying as she angrily scolded him, completely overwhelmed by her emotions. Blood covered Bai Shuang's face, but he still looked at her and said that once he made a promise, he would keep it, even if it cost his life. He wiped the blood from his lips and forced out a smile, saying he was not going down that easily. Meanwhile, the Yin Emperor raised one hand, summoning the phantom of a blue dragon that radiated an eerie freezing aura. The monster unleashed the attack straight at Bai Shuang with such incredible speed that neither he nor Zhang Yao could react. The attack pierced straight through Bai Shuang's body as blood burst out, leaving a horrifying wound. Bai Shuang collapsed, coughing up blood. Zhang Yao trembled as she shook his shoulder, begging this fool to tell her he was still alive. Bai Shuang weakly admitted he probably would not survive, but before he died, he still wanted to get her out of this place safely. Even the Yin Emperor was shocked that Bai Shuang had survived such a devastating attack. Bai Shuang then gathered his remaining strength and created a blazing crimson barrier around both of them. The Yin Emperor stared in disbelief, unable to understand what was happening, while Bai Shuang's aura exploded to an entirely new level. Pouring every last bit of his power into the technique, Bai Shuang told the princess that this was the final thing he could do for her. With that, he charged straight at the Yin Emperor, fully aware that forcing himself to use this forbidden power would cost him his life. Zhang Yao was so overwhelmed that she could only call his name through tears. Bai Shuang unleashed his final attack, while the Yin Emperor was forced to raise both hands to block it. The collision shook the entire space, yet instead of fear, the Yin Emperor's face filled with overwhelming excitement. The Yin Emperor burst into laughter, saying he never expected someone like Bai Shuang to be a demon Taoist. Bai Shuang's entire body was wrapped in an orange aura. The Yin Emperor looked thrilled, saying he had killed countless Taoists, but none had ever excited him like this. Bai Shuang simply smirked, drew his sword, and said he still had one more surprise waiting. He formed a hand seal with his sword, and the aura around him instantly transformed. With a single slash, countless blazing crimson sword waves tore toward the Yin Emperor. It was the ghost-subduing heart sword technique. The Yin Emperor unleashed his own ultimate move in response, but it was no match. His blue dragon was sliced apart like paper. Watching his ultimate technique shatter, the Yin Emperor could not believe what had just happened. In the end, he took the full force of Bai Shuang's sword technique and was cut into countless pieces in midair. His life force faded away as his body became motionless, before completely disappearing. Watching from a distance, Zhang Yao stood frozen in shock. She never imagined Bai Shuang could turn the battle around like this. But after defeating the Yin Emperor, he exhausted every last bit of strength and collapsed. Bai Shuang was covered in wounds. Seeing that he could barely hold on, Zhang Yao immediately rushed over to support him. Looking at his miserable condition, her face turned pale with fear because he no longer had the strength to keep moving. He weakly pointed ahead and told her that the exit was over there, urging her to leave this place at once. Before he could say anything else, Bai Shuang lost consciousness from severe blood loss. Trembling with fear, Zhang Yao still lifted him onto her back and vowed to get them both out alive. Gathering every ounce of strength, she leaped toward the gateway leading back to the real world, praying they would make it through. The moment they crossed the gate, Zhang Yao cried out as both of them crashed heavily onto the ground. Bai Shuang landed on top of her, making Zhang Yao let out a painful cry. Nearby, two people were in the middle of a martial arts duel. While fighting, Yama suddenly spotted his daughter returning. He froze before shouting her name. Seeing that Zhang Yao had truly escaped the heavenly prison, Yama was overwhelmed with relief. But his joy vanished the instant he noticed another man lying on top of his daughter. His expression darkened immediately. Yama did not care how badly Bai Shuang was injured. Anyone who dared get that close to his daughter was asking for trouble. Just as he was about to attack, Zhang Yao woke up, quickly embraced Bai Shuang, and begged her father to stop. Yama stood there in complete confusion, because it was the first time he had ever seen his daughter protect a man like this. Bai Shuang remained unconscious, while Zhang Yao blushed, and explained that the story was complicated, but no matter what, he could not be allowed to die. At that moment, Guo Xianxi rushed over from the distance, anxiously calling Bai Shuang's name. Thinking she meant to harm his daughter, Yama immediately stepped in front of Zhang Yao and blocked Guo Xianxi from approaching. Guo Xianxi stopped at once, her face filled with worry and panic. She quickly explained that Bai Shuang was suffering from demonic energy backlash, and if he was not treated immediately, he would not survive. Yama showed little concern. To him, the boy dying would only save him future trouble. Instead, Zhang Yao dropped to her knees and begged her father to save Bai Shuang. Her voice trembled with desperation. Yama was stunned to see his daughter humbling herself for a man. He could not understand what had happened between them. Looking at the dying Bai Shuang through tear-filled eyes, Zhang Yao revealed something that left both of them completely speechless. She confessed that she had already become his woman. Yama and Guo Xiangxi were struck with absolute shock, staring in complete disbelief. Zhang Yao repeatedly bowed her head and begged, saying Bai Shuang had ended up like this only because he had risked everything to save her, so she pleaded with her father to help him. Although Yama was still furious, he could not stay angry after seeing his daughter in such pain. In the end, he could only let out a long sigh. After a moment, he explained that the demonic energy inside Bai Shuang was slowly consuming him, and even he had no way to save him. Seeing the situation reach a dead end, Guo Xianxi immediately spoke up and said she knew a way to save Bai Shuang. She explained that if they crushed Dream Soul Herb and let Bai Shuang absorb it, the demonic energy inside him could be suppressed. Hearing that, Zhang Yao immediately turned to her father with renewed hope because he possessed the Dream Soul Herb. Yama hesitated for a moment because the Dream Soul Herb was an incredibly precious treasure. But as a father, he could not bear to see his daughter heartbroken. In the end, he handed her the Dream Soul Herb and joked that she could treat it as part of her dowry. Zhang Yao accepted the spiritual herb with a bright red face, completely unsure how to respond to her father's words. Standing nearby, Guo Xianxi grew even more confused, wondering what Bai Shuang had done to make the princess fall for him so deeply. Zhang Yao quickly crushed the Dream Soul Herb into powder. Then she gently blew its medicinal essence into Bai Shuang's mouth. Before long, Bai Shuang's body reacted. He coughed violently and slowly regained consciousness. But Guo Xianxi immediately realized something was wrong because the demonic energy inside him was rejecting the Dream Soul Herb's power. Even Yama could not believe his eyes as Zhang Yao knelt down and kissed Bai Shuang to keep the herb's power inside his body. Her mind filled with memories of their intimate moments together. By the time she pulled away, her face was burning with embarrassment. Sure enough, it worked. Bai Shuang's body immediately began to change. Suddenly, he floated into the air as blue lightning burst from his body in every direction, and he let out a powerful roar. When Bai Shuang opened his eyes again, Zhang Xiao was so happy she nearly burst into tears, while Bai Shuang looked completely confused about how he had escaped. Seeing that the demonic energy had finally been suppressed, Guo Xianxi rushed over and hugged him tightly, leaving Zhang Yao standing there in stunned silence. Watching the scene unfold, Zhang Yao's jealousy flared up immediately. Elsewhere, lightning crashed down without end. Zhang Dao stared anxiously at the portal, connecting the two worlds because it was about to close, while the ghosts on the other side had already noticed the exit. The wandering ghosts saw the open portal like caged beasts finally finding freedom, and they all rushed toward it in a frenzy. But just then, the portal began shrinking. Everyone panicked as the agreed time with Lord Zhongkui was almost over. Not long after waking up, Bai Shuang immediately got to his feet and urged everyone to leave before disaster struck. Guo Xianxi grabbed his arm and told him to hurry back to the portal at once. But after only a few steps, Bai Shuang suddenly remembered something. He turned toward Yama and Zhang Yao, saying he still had one more thing to do. He knelt before Yama and Princess Zhang and respectfully thanked them for saving his life. Yama showed no warmth at all and coldly asked if a simple bow was supposed to settle everything. Bai Shuang calmly met his gaze and asked what he meant. Yama pushed his daughter toward Bai Shuang and demanded that he take responsibility for her. Caught off guard, Zhang Yao nearly stumbled, but Bai Shuang caught her in time. Yama then told him to take good care of his daughter from now on. Bai Shuang immediately became serious and declared that since he had promised to take responsibility, he would keep that promise. Zhang Yao, however, anxiously asked why her father wanted to send her away. Although it broke his heart, Yama remained firm because he could not let his daughter spend her entire life trapped in a world of ghosts. Zhang Yao burst into tears, saying she wanted nothing more than to stay by her father's side forever. Hearing those words only made Yama suffer more. He turned his back and told her to leave before she made it even harder for him. Zhang Yao kept crying, but there was no time left. Bai Shuang gently pulled her away, saying her father was only doing this for her own good. Guo Xianxi immediately reminded him that Zhang Yao was a ghost prisoner, and taking her outside would break the rules. Bai Shuang held Zhang Yao close as they continued forward, saying he would personally ask Lord Zhongkui for permission, so she did not need to worry. Guo Xianxi watched the two of them leave with growing unease, knowing this would not be resolved so easily. After his daughter left, Yama finally could not hold back his emotions. He quietly whispered that this was the last thing he could do for her. The scene shifted to Zhongdao, where the portal was now on the verge of closing. Standing outside, Zhongdao was frantic with worry, unable to understand why Bai Shuang still had not returned. But the first ones to emerge were not Bai Shuang and the others. Instead, a horde of hideous wild ghosts came rushing out, laughing wildly as they escaped into the human world. The Zhongdao and Zhang Ming saw them. Their expressions changed instantly. They had never expected the ghosts to actually break free. The wild ghosts acted arrogant and mocked Zhongdao for blocking their way, but they picked the wrong target because his anger was absolutely terrifying. Only then did the wandering ghosts realize the man before them was Zhongdao, the feared keeper of life and death for lesser spirits. One reckless ghost refused to back down, urging everyone to kill Zhongdao so they could return to the human world and enjoy their freedom. Fired up by his words, the entire ghost horde charged at Zhongdao like a pack of crazed wolves. Zhongdao was already furious after losing face to Bai Shuang before, and these weak ghosts only pushed him over the edge. He spun his spirit brush until it formed a massive soul-reaping storm that swallowed every wild ghost in an instant. One ghost slipped out and tried to ambush him from behind, thinking it had found an opening, but Zhongdao only sneered. A second later, the ghost was dragged back into the storm, and Zhongdao declared that no ghost would escape while he was standing there. Right then, Bai Shuang, Zhang Miao, and Guo Xianxi finally rushed out through the gate. The first thing Bai Shuang saw was Zhongdao crushing the ghost horde, while Guo Xianxi realized they had arrived too late to stop a few ghosts from escaping. Bai Shuang immediately drew his sword, believing this disaster started because of him and that he had to fix it. But Zhang Miao had lived with those ghosts for so long that she still pitied them and begged everyone to spare their lives. Bai Shuang froze for a moment, confused by her actions, while Zhang Miao stepped forward to stop the attack. The moment Zhongdao saw Zhang Miao, he sensed the aura of a ghost king around her. Without hesitation, he charged straight at Zhang Miao, planning to capture the leader first. Zhongdao rushed forward with his brush and shouted that a mere ghost king dared to stand before him. He swung the brush and wrote a massive glowing character in the air before sending it crashing toward Zhang Miao. Seeing the attack, Bai Shuang ignored his injuries and threw himself in front of her while shouting for Zhongdao to stop. He tried to explain that he had brought Zhang Miao out himself and that she had no intention of hurting anyone. But with his battered body, Bai Shuang struggled to hold on as the soul-reaping brush unleashed overwhelming power. Zhongdao quickly realized things were going too far and withdrew his attack before Bai Shuang was seriously hurt. Guo Xianxi hurried over to check on him, while Zhang Miao turned pale and kept asking if he was all right. Zhongdao landed beside them and stared at Bai Shuang in disbelief, never expecting him to be traveling with a ghost king. Bai Shuang scratched his head awkwardly and said the story was complicated, but simply put, Zhang Miao was now his woman. After hearing that, Zhongdao patted Bai Shuang on the shoulder with admiration and joked that a true master even won over ghosts, leaving Bai Shuang speechless. But the situation was still dangerous, so Zhongdao quickly turned back to dealing with the lesser ghosts. Zhang Miao immediately knelt and begged Zhongdao to let her handle them because she believed she could persuade them to return. She stepped before the ghost horde and declared that she was the daughter of Zhang Xiaodin, warning them to return unless they wanted to anger her father. The ghosts grew uneasy because they had all heard of Princess Zhang but had never seen her before. Even so, one huge ghost stepped forward and claimed he feared no one after escaping. Zhang Miao stayed calm and asked if he truly believed he had escaped completely. The ghost horde finally noticed the exit had already been sealed by a barrier, leaving the arrogant ghost speechless before Zhang Miao slapped him across the face. She coldly warned that stubbornness would only lead to death and that returning was the wiser choice. Hearing that, the lesser ghosts immediately changed their attitude and eagerly agreed to return. Even the huge ghost dropped to his knees and apologized to Zhang Miao for nearly misunderstanding her good intentions. Zhang Miao then ordered the entire ghost horde to return to the secret realm at once. The wild ghosts immediately fled, leaving Zhongdao genuinely surprised. He even praised Bai Shuang's woman for knowing exactly how to control ghosts. After everything settled down, Zhang Miao thanked Zhongdao for sparing them, and he laughed, saying he was a judge of evil, not a butcher. If they willingly returned, there was no need to kill them. Bai Shuang quietly leaned over and asked Zhongdao for one more favor. He wanted to bring Zhang Miao home with him, but Zhongdao hesitated since she was originally a sealed ghost, and letting her leave broke the rules. Guo Xianxi nodded and reminded them she had already said this request would never be easy to approve. Even so, Zhongdao was fairly easygoing, and since Zhang Miao had just earned merit, he reluctantly agreed, leaving Guo Xianxi wondering if she had heard correctly. Bai Shuang immediately bowed and thanked Zhongdao for his help. He then took Zhang Miao's hand, smiled, and told her it was finally time to go home. A few hours later, Bai Shuang finally brought Zhang Miao to his home. He happily introduced it as his house before leading her inside. The moment he entered, he loudly called for his roommate Qin Huan, who happened to be doing yoga in a rather awkward pose. Qin Huan was so shocked to see Bai Shuang back that she lost her balance, but he reacted quickly and caught her. Being so close made Qin Huan blush, and it was obvious her heart skipped a beat. But Zhang Miao saw the scene and instantly became jealous. She grabbed Bai Shuang by the collar and demanded to know how he dared get so close to another woman right in front of her. Bai Shuang quickly pushed her away, saying she was hurting him because his injuries had not fully healed. Qin Huan looked completely confused and asked who the girl was, while Bai Shuang was just about to introduce her. Before Bai Shuang could finish, Zhang Miao loudly interrupted and declared that she was his wife. Qin Huan completely froze, unable to believe what she had just heard. She clung to Bai Shuang's arm and kept insisting he had to be joking because he had previously said he was single. Zhang Miao refused to back down, wrapped herself around Bai Shuang's other arm, and warned Qin Huan to stay away from her husband. The two women immediately started arguing, one insisting Bai Shuang was unmarried, while the other firmly claimed to be his rightful wife, leaving Bai Shuang trapped in the middle. Just as the house turned into complete chaos, Bai Shuang suddenly sensed a strange aura coming from the bathroom. His expression instantly changed because the yin energy there was unusually dense. While the two women kept arguing, Bai Shuang quietly drew his sword and prepared to investigate the sinister presence. He rushed into the bathroom with his golden glowing sword and shouted for the evil spirit to show itself. The moment he pointed his sword forward, he found himself aiming at a girl taking a bath and instinctively prepared to strike. But there was no monster at all. It was only Zidi taking a bath, leaving Bai Shuang completely stunned. Zidi had been peacefully relaxing until Bai Shuang burst in, so she immediately covered herself and glared at him in fury. Just as expected, she blasted Bai Shuang straight out of the bathroom and called him a shameless pervert. Bai Shuang flew through the air so fast that it looked painful just to watch. The two women outside immediately rushed over in panic. One called him her benefactor, the other called him her husband, while Qin Huan apologized and admitted she had forgotten to mention Zidi was staying there. Even with one side of his face swollen from the hit, Baishuang could only smile awkwardly and say it was just a scratch. The moment Zidi walked out, Zhang Miao flared up and demanded an explanation for hitting her husband, but Zidi coldly replied that she was defending herself against a shameless peeping creep. Hearing that, Zhang Miao was completely confused about what had really happened. Baishuang stood up and sincerely apologized, explaining that he had mistaken the aura for an invading ghost. Zidi calmly replied that an apology meant nothing after he had already seen everything and demanded proper compensation, while Baishuang offered to pay her. Zidi immediately refused the money, saying she did not care about cash and wanted the entire house instead. Baishuang immediately protested because this was only a rental, but Zidi firmly said she was only allowed to stay in the human world if she lived with him, leaving him speechless. After thinking it over, Baishuang reluctantly agreed to let her have a room in the house. Zidi happily accepted the offer at once, afraid he might change his mind. Only then did Baishuang realize he had been completely outplayed, while Zidi casually picked a room and claimed it as hers. Without waiting for anyone's approval, she slammed the door shut, and moments later, loud knocking echoed from the front door. Baishuang walked over to answer it, wondering who could be visiting so late at night. Standing outside was Fa Sui, covered in injuries, who weakly called out to Baishuang as soon as he saw him. Before he could finish speaking, Fa Sui collapsed, but Baishuang caught him just in time. Through the pain, Fa Sui explained that he and his junior sister had been ambushed by the Tian Sha sect. He dropped to his knees, grabbed Baishuang's leg, and desperately begged him to save his junior sister, leaving Baishuang stunned. After hearing the full story, Baishuang immediately asked where she was, and Fa Sui answered that she was still trapped inside the Tian Sha sect. At that very moment inside the Tian Sha sect, Fa Sui's junior sister was surrounded on all sides by enemy disciples with no way out. The disciples grinned wickedly and hurled disgusting insults at the helpless girl. Meanwhile, Baishuang and Fa Sui kept using movement techniques to rush toward the rescue. But Fa Sui's shoulder injury was too severe, and he soon fell behind, coughing violently before telling Baishuang to go ahead alone. Baishuang supported him and asked where his master had gone, since she should have already left the secret realm, but Fa Sui said she still had not returned. That only made Baishuang even more confused, because she should have gone back to the Tianyi sect long ago. Time flew by, and before long the sky turned to evening while fierce battles raged elsewhere. Guo Xianxi was forced back again and again, barely holding off the relentless attacks. The enemy leader laughed proudly and revealed that their sect master had ordered them to keep Guo Xianxi occupied while the others destroyed the Tianyi sect. Guo Xianxi leaped into the air and tightened her grip on her flaming whip, ready to strike back. But her opponent reacted instantly, pulling out a gourd to block the attack. Guo Xianxi frowned with growing anxiety, because every second she was delayed put her fellow disciples in greater danger. On the other battlefield, Fa Sui's junior sister let her guard down and was suddenly ambushed from behind by a female ghost general. Before she could react, 3 ghost generals pinned both of her arms. They tightened their grip so hard that escaping became almost impossible. A Tiansha sect disciple walked over with a cruel grin, saying his senior brother had been killed by the Tianyi sect, so she had to pay the price. She could only glare at him with tears in her eyes and tell him to get lost. The more frightened she became, excited he looked. He even threatened to violate her in exchange for forgetting the old grudge, leaving her humiliated and crying for help. As the twisted disciple moved closer, a furious shout suddenly echoed across the battlefield, telling the beast to let go of his junior sister. Fa Sui and Baishuang finally arrived, and Fa Sui immediately pointed at the disciple, saying he was the one who had badly injured him and bullied his junior sister. Baishuang rolled his wrist to loosen up before coldly saying that the man's luck had run out today. He charged straight at his opponent with overwhelming killing intent. The Tiansha sect disciple frowned and ordered the female ghost general to block the attack, while demanding to know where this brat had come from. Baishuang slammed a heavy palm strike into the ghost general's stomach with such force that even she was shocked. He then drew his familiar sword. When the disciple mentioned avenging his senior brother, Baishuang calmly replied that he was the one who had personally killed him. As soon as those words fell, Baishuang continued his relentless sword assault, forcing the disciple to retreat again and again. Even after sending 2 puppets to block the attack, Baishuang's sword cut straight through them, leaving the disciple truly terrified. After landing, Bai Shuang quietly judged that this opponent was no weakling and was at least as strong as his late senior brother. He adjusted his glasses and decided it was the perfect time to test the new technique he had just learned. The disciple finally recognized Bai Shuang, flew into a rage, ordered the female ghost general to attack, and screamed that Bai Shuang was the one who had killed his senior brother. Bai Shuang slowly closed his eyes and began channeling the demonic power that the illusion soul herb had been suppressing inside his body. He stood still as the power spread through every part of him. As long as he did not unleash too much, he could still use it. Only when the female ghost generals rushed within striking distance did Bai Shuang finally open his eyes. Meanwhile, Fa Sui hurried over to check on his junior sister and let out a sigh of relief after confirming she was safe. On Bai Shuang's side, just a few simple sword swings were enough to cut down every female ghost general before him. After clearing the minions, he immediately turned his attention to the Tian Sha sect disciple. Seeing Bai Shuang fighting as if he had never been exhausted, the disciple finally began to panic. Bai Shuang brought his sword down with full force and mocked him, asking if this level of strength was really enough to kill him. The disciple quickly raised a barrier and sneered that the attack could not even scratch him. But Bai Shuang only smirked and replied, "Really?" At that instant, Bai Shuang's sword suddenly glowed as strange runes appeared across its blade. Empowered by the new surge of energy, the sword shattered the barrier and pierced straight through the disciple's chest. His body collapsed to the ground, yet his voice still echoed, startling Bai Shuang before the disciple admitted he had underestimated him. Fa Sui quickly explained that the Tian Sha sect specialized in puppet techniques, so the one Bai Shuang had killed was probably not the real body. Bai Shuang immediately understood, raised his sword again, and prepared for another battle because things were clearly not as simple as they looked. As countless female ghost generals poured in like a tidal wave, Bai Shuang stood in front and told Fa Sui to protect his junior sister while leaving all the puppets to him. Even as Fa Sui retreated, he looked back with concern and reminded Bai Shuang to be careful. Bai Shuang remained completely confident, casually destroying the first puppet that charged him while assuring Fa Sui that these things were nowhere near strong enough to injure him. At the same time, his eyes began searching for the true controller. He scanned the battlefield like a detector, searching for the person hiding behind the scenes. The moment he found his target, Bai Shuang smiled with satisfaction and whispered, "So that's where you are." The Tian Sha sect disciple was still hiding behind a pillar, convinced that his 3,000 puppets would eventually kill Bai Shuang. But before he could celebrate, Bai Shuang burst through the wall and appeared right in front of him, sarcastically asking, "Were you talking about me?" Before the disciple could even react, Bai Shuang's sword was already inches from his face. Another day passed in the blink of an eye, and Guo Xianxi finally fought her way back to the manor. From a distance, she saw a massive explosion and froze, wondering what had just happened. The enemy disciples laughed proudly, convinced it had to be their senior brother's doing, and that the Tianyi sect was finished. But the one blasted out of the explosion was actually the very senior brother they had been bragging about. The Tian Sha sect disciple crashed face first into the ground before his companions. They all stood frozen in shock, staring with wide-open mouths as they shouted for their senior brother. Bai Shuang calmly walked out with both hands in his pockets and joked that he had expected much more from the Tian Sha sect, since their disciple could not even survive 2 moves. The moment Guo Xianxi saw Bai Shuang standing there unharmed, she was overjoyed. Fa Sui and his junior sister also saw their master and immediately called out to her with relief. Bai Shuang walked over to Guo Xianxi and teased that she was incredibly generous to wait until her home was nearly destroyed before coming back, earning only a glare from her. The Tian Sha sect disciples turned red with rage, pointed at Bai Shuang, and shouted that they would avenge their senior brother. Guo Xianxi stepped in front of Bai Shuang and said she would handle them herself because she was already sick of looking at them. Bai Shuang willingly stepped back and reminded her to be careful. Gripping her sword tightly, Guo Xianxi charged forward and said she had only spared them earlier because she was in a hurry to return. Her sword flashed past the first disciple, blood sprayed everywhere, and she coldly asked if they really thought she was easy to bully. The remaining 2 disciples flew into a rage after seeing their senior brother die and recklessly charged in for revenge. Both were cut down by Guo Xianxi in an instant, throwing their lives away without accomplishing anything. Bai Shuang enthusiastically applauded from the side when Fa Sui called out to him. Fa Sui and his junior sister both bowed deeply and thanked Bai Shuang for saving their lives. Bai Shuang simply smiled, patted Fa Sui on the shoulder, and said there was no need to thank him because Fa Sui's master had once saved his life as well. Fa Sui's junior sister politely thanked Bai Shuang and promised she would never forget what he had done for her. After wiping out the Tiansha sect disciples, Guo Shanxi warned everyone that this attack was definitely more than simple revenge, so they had to stay on guard. The two disciples immediately acknowledged the order, and at that moment Bai Shuang's phone started ringing. As soon as he answered, the caller frantically shouted that something terrible had happened at home. Bai Shuang frowned and immediately asked what was going on. Qin Huan panicked and said the woman he had brought home was fighting with ZD. The crashing noises and overwhelming pressure made it sound like two lions tearing the house apart. She begged him to hurry back before the entire house was reduced to rubble. Bai Shuang looked relieved after hearing the reason, realizing it was only the two of them fighting, and said he would head back right away. Hearing that Bai Shuang was leaving, Fa Sui asked with disappointment if his big brother was really going home, and Bai Shuang replied that there was something he needed to handle. Guo Shanxi quickly stopped him because the Tiansha sect had undoubtedly set its sights on him. Looking at the bodies scattered across the ground, Bai Shuang simply smiled and said that if this was the Tiansha sect's true strength, then they had nothing to fear. Guo Shanxi seriously warned him not to underestimate them, because their real power was far more terrifying. Bai Shuang casually said he understood before turning around and leaving. Watching him disappear into the distance, Guo Shanxi quietly admitted that the young man was incredibly strong, but also far too confident. Elsewhere, the scene shifted to a dark and eerie cave. The Tiansha sect master Lu Jin sat cross-legged in silence as a chilling aura surrounded him. A trembling subordinate stepped forward and reported that everyone sent on the previous mission had been killed. Lu Jin slowly opened his eyes and coldly asked who had done it. The frightened subordinate stammered that it was a young man named Bai Shuang who had ruined their entire plan. Lu Jin's face immediately darkened as he declared that the Tiansha sect had never suffered such heavy losses before, and Bai Shuang had to die. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised a hand and began summoning something. Lu Jin called out the name Jin Kui. A nearby coffin suddenly shook, its lid burst open, and a terrifying figure leaped out. The newcomer knelt respectfully, his eyes glowing with a sinister light that sent chills down Anion's spine. Lu Jin ordered Jin Kui to kill Bai Shuang and bring back his head, and Jin Kui simply replied that he understood. Before leaving, Jin Kui casually glanced at the weakest subordinate kneeling nearby. The man instantly trembled with fear, because everyone knew the corpse puppet, created by the sect masters, loved killing, and he desperately hoped he would not become the next target. But his worst fear came true as his body suddenly exploded, scattering blood and flesh everywhere. Jin Kui even licked the blood from his face and smiled with satisfaction, calling it a true delicacy. Meanwhile, Bai Shuang finally returned home in a good mood and cheerfully announced that he was back. Qin Huan looked so relieved to see him that she nearly burst into tears. She pointed at the wrecked house and awkwardly explained that the other two had nearly destroyed everything, while Zhang Miao put her hands on her hips and declared it was because that woman dared to steal her husband. ZD immediately lost her temper and insisted she had absolutely no interest in Bai Shuang, telling Zhang Miao to stop making false accusations. Zhang Miao instantly brought up the previous night and asked why ZD had called her husband's name in her sleep if she was not interested. ZD immediately turned her face away, blushed bright red, and awkwardly claimed it had only been a dream. Zhang Miao became even angrier and refused to believe a single word. Seeing another fight about to break out, Bai Shuang hurried in to stop them, only to get caught between both attacks. Zhang Miao immediately pulled back and called out to her husband, while Bai Shuang took the unexpected hit, sprayed blood from his nose, and nearly collapsed. But Zidi refused to stop. Still furious, she continued controlling her divine power and declared she would teach Zhang Miao a lesson for insulting her again and again. The attack shot forward at incredible speed. Zhang Miao dodged it, but the ghost head beside her was blasted high into the sky. Bai Shuang was horrified because the object that had just been sent flying was the keepsake left behind by his father. He immediately rushed over to catch the precious keepsake because it was the last thing his father had left behind. but the instant Bai Shuang touched the relic, both Zhang Miao and Zidi suddenly became linked to it. A golden cord burst out of the relic and tightly bound the two women, tearing their clothes in the process. Both cried out in embarrassment at the unexpected accident. Bai Shuang quickly shouted, "Return," and the golden cord immediately obeyed. It shrank down and disappeared back into the golden lock in his hand. Qin Huan walked over curiously and asked what it was. Bai Shuang calmly tucked the golden lock away and explained that it was a magic artifact left by his father. He looked at it silently because it was also the final keepsake his father had left behind. Qin Huan gently comforted him after hearing that. Zhang Miao also showed sympathy, while Zidi simply said she was not interested and went to bed first. Night fell quickly. Beneath the moonlit city, a suspicious figure leaped across rooftops before crashing onto the ground with a deafening boom that cracked the earth. The figure was Jin Kui. Rubbing his forehead, he muttered that it had been too long since he had smelled human energy. Just then, he heard intimate voices behind him and turned to see a couple embracing. The blushing woman shyly asked the man to be gentler because she could barely breathe, while he pulled her closer and refused to let go. Watching the scene filled Jin Kui with disgust, and the scent of the couple only fueled his murderous instincts. He reached out with a massive hand and grabbed the man by the head. In an instant, Jin Kui drained all of the man's yang energy, leaving him shriveled like a corpse. The woman beside him screamed in terror. Annoyed, Jin Kui punched her hard enough to make her cough up blood before ordering her to be quiet. He thus drained all of her yin energy as well, wearing a look of pure satisfaction as though he had been fully recharged. Jin Kui revealed a chilling grin and declared that it was finally time to settle the score with Bai Shuang. Meanwhile, Bai Shuang was sleeping soundly when he suddenly jolted awake. His sharp instincts sensed an overwhelming killing intent drawing near. At that moment, the bedroom door slowly opened and a shadow quietly stepped inside. Bai Shuang instantly drew his sword and demanded to know who it was, only to realize it was Qin Huan sleepwalking. She walked straight to the bed and flopped down beside him as if nothing had happened. Bai Shuang stood there in confusion, quietly calling her name. He wondered why she had wandered into his room in the middle of the night, but Qin Huan gave no response and simply leaned against him in her sleep. Seeing that her eyes remained tightly closed, Bai Shuang concluded that she was genuinely sleepwalking. He gently laid Qin Huan down properly and carefully covered her with a blanket, thinking that if anyone saw this, no explanation would ever be convincing. But at that moment, Qin Huan wrapped her arms around his neck and softly called him her benefactor. She pulled him closer and whispered that she had missed him very much, leaving Bai Shuang blushing and frozen in place. He could only sigh to himself that this situation would be impossible to explain. Suddenly, Qin Huan opened her eyes, and the two found themselves staring at each other on the same bed. Qin Huan immediately gasped, hugged herself, and shyly called his name. Bai Shuang hurriedly insisted that things were not what she thought, but Qin Huan lowered her head shyly and told him there was no need to explain. The atmosphere instantly turned awkwardly intimate, as she softly said that he had saved her life and had always been a good man. Bai Shuang's eyes lit up, though he still pretended to be innocent, and asked what she meant. Gathering all her courage, Qin Huan said that if he wished, she was willing to do anything to repay his kindness, leaving Bai Shuang completely stunned. She then gently embraced him and placed a heartfelt kiss on his lips, catching Bai Shuang completely off guard. A few seconds later, Bai Shuang returned the kiss, and the moment became more intimate. The two quietly shared the moment together as the atmosphere grew increasingly romantic. Before anything went further, Qin Huan leaned close and softly asked him to be gentle because she was nervous. The room fell into a quiet, intimate silence as the white-haired girl blushed and held Bai Shuang, while he gently reassured her. He kissed her once more, and the moment lingered as they remained close to one another. Both of them blushed bright red, and sweat covered their bodies. After their intimate moment finally came to an end, Bai Shuang lay beside Qin Huan as the two of them caught their breath, completely exhausted. Qin Huan hugged him happily and softly admitted that she was falling for him more and more. Bai Shuang shyly apologized, worried that he had not been gentle enough, but Qin Huan smiled and told him everything had been her own choice. Just as the sweet atmosphere lingered, a harsh voice suddenly came from outside, saying that the target's aura was here. Before Qin Huan could react, a giant in black armor smashed through the window and charged straight into the room. Glass exploded everywhere, as Bai Shuang instantly jumped in front of Qin Huan to shield her. The intruder was Jin Kui. His blazing red eyes locked onto Bai Shuang as he rasped that he had finally found him. The loud crash woke the girls in the next room, who rushed over to see what had happened, while Princess Zhang looked annoyed that her sleep had been interrupted. Even with blood still on his body, Bai Shuang stood in front of everyone and told them to stay back because the enemy had clearly come for him. Jin Kui openly confirmed that he had been ordered by his master to kill Bai Shuang. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised a massive purple fist filled with terrifying power. Jin Kui slammed his fist into the ground, cracking the floor apart, while Bai Shuang quickly dodged aside. Bai Shuang drew his magic artifact and frowned after realizing this was another corpse puppet from the Tiansha sect. It seemed they had no intention of letting him go. Bai Shuang showed no fear. Since his opponent wanted a fight, he immediately summoned Vita to join the battle. Vita appeared like a divine statue wrapped in brilliant golden light. Its massive body matched Jin Kui's size, and its aura was just as overwhelming. Jin Kui looked at his opponent and laughed with excitement, as if he had finally found someone worthy of fighting. He unleashed a devastating technique, instantly turning the sky blood red as a sea of crimson energy spread overhead. As the battle erupted, Bai Shuang quickly drew the fight away from the room and escaped outside the building. But inside, Qin Huan was swallowed by Jin Kui's molten lava attack and cried out in agony. Seeing her in danger, Bai Shuang immediately turned back to rescue her, reaching out and pulling her to safety. Qin Huan was so moved that she repeatedly called him her benefactor. Watching Bai Shuang save the beauty right before his eyes enraged Jin Kui, he raised the lava even higher, determined to drag them both beneath it. This time, Bai Shuang truly lost his temper. The moment Jin Kui threatened the woman he cared about, Bai Shuang summoned the demonic cultivator, shocking his opponent. Jin Kui immediately sensed the demonic aura surrounding Bai Shuang and became suspicious because Bai Shuang was clearly nothing like an ordinary exorcist. Bai Shuang only sneered because heavy chains had already wrapped tightly around Jin Kui. But just when victory seemed certain, the old monster let out a strange laugh. The next moment, Jin Kui grabbed the chains binding his body. To everyone's disbelief, he bit straight into the chains and chewed them apart as if they were snacks, savoring the pure energy inside them. Jin Kui's aura exploded as his muscles rapidly swelled, and the ceiling chains began to crack apart. Only then did Bai Shuang realize that Jin Kui could absorb demonic energy as nourishment, meaning the more power he used, the stronger Jin Kui became. As the battle spiraled out of control, everyone below panicked. ZD feared Qin Huan would be consumed by the lava, while Princess Zhang desperately urged Bai Shuang to think of something. Qin Huan was almost completely submerged, with only part of her body still visible as she weakly called for her benefactor to save her. Pressured by the desperate situation and seeing Qin Huan in mortal danger, Bai Shuang decided to risk everything. He gathered every ounce of strength and launched 7 massive chains straight at Jin Kui. Jin Kui remained completely calm and even licked his lips with a twisted grin as though Bai Shuang had delivered a feast right to him. Seeing Bai Shuang pushing his power too far, Princess Zhang desperately tried to stop him because she knew it was extremely dangerous. At that very moment, Qin Huan's cries for help echoed again as she continued sinking into the lava. Bai Shuang knew there was no time left, so he unleashed all of his remaining power without hesitation. Jin Kui laughed wildly as he continuously absorbed Bai Shuang's energy, clearly enjoying every second of it. But Bai Shuang had already made up his mind. If Jin Kui wanted to absorb it, then he would give him more than he could handle. The power kept surging until Kim Kui finally realized something was terribly wrong. By the time his body reached its limit, he screamed for them to stop, but it was far too late. In the next instant, Kim Kui's body exploded like an overinflated balloon. The blast from the overwhelming power sent out a terrifying shockwave that even hurled Bai Shuang far away. When Yuezidi saw what happened, she panicked and shouted his name. The princess cried until her eyes turned red, while Qin Huan, who had just been rescued, choked up as she called out to her savior. Zhang Miao burst into tears and kept praying that her husband would be safe. Bai Shuang had actually been blasted away by the very power he released and lay unconscious with rolled-back eyes. But the moment he opened them, the first thing he saw was Qin Huan's chest right in front of him, and he instantly thought he had made it to heaven. Qin Huan gently rested his head on her lap and blamed herself, saying he would never have been hurt if he had not saved her. Hearing that, Bai Shuang immediately played dead, even though he had no idea where he was supposedly injured. The princess rushed over, grabbed his hand, and sobbed, terrified she would become a widow so soon after their wedding. Even Wazidi sighed that if this shameless flirt died so easily, she would never accept it. Baishuang could not stand the funeral atmosphere anymore, so he weakly muttered that he could still be saved, shocking all three women. Their expressions changed instantly as they all called his name, stunned because they truly believed he was dead. After waking up, Baishuang claimed that the demonic energy inside his body was running wild and that the mystic soul herb could no longer suppress it. He put on a serious face and warned that if the demonic energy was not suppressed soon, he would eventually explode and die. The three women immediately turned pale. Seeing they believed him, he lied again, saying the only cure was to use yin energy to balance the overwhelming yang energy and suppress the demonic force. Qin Huan curiously asked how to absorb yin energy, and Baishuang flashed a sly grin before admitting that they were the source of that yin energy and would have to cultivate with him. Qin Huan was smart enough to understand before he even finished. Believing he was injured because he saved her, she immediately agreed to help him balance the yin and yang. Baishuang was overjoyed and nearly got a nosebleed because everything was going even better than he imagined. On one side, the princess sweetly called him husband. On the other, Qin Huan gently called him her savior. Just imagining it made Baishuang feel like he was floating on air. Just as he was about to enjoy himself, someone suddenly stepped forward and told them to wait. Yuezidi leaned down and stared at Baishuang's lower body before asking how that looked like someone with life-threatening injuries. Baish was instantly speechless and hurriedly claimed it was just a normal reaction before balancing yin and yang. Yuezidi refused to let it go and kept pressing him until he broke into a cold sweat. He continued the act, insisting the explosion had nearly destroyed all his internal organs. The princess then stepped forward and decided to examine him herself. After checking his aura, she immediately discovered that the mystic soul herb was still suppressing the demonic energy perfectly, with no signs of losing control. The moment Yuezidi heard that, she completely lost her temper. Without another word, she punched Baishuang so hard that he spat out blood, yelling at him for faking his injuries and fooling everyone. She even planted her foot on his head with a dangerous smile and asked if he wanted her to make those fake injuries real. Qin Huan and the princess quickly joined in. The two beauties finally realized they had been tricked and scolded him for making everyone worry. Baishuang could only beg for mercy, but the princess declared that anyone who fooled her deserved punishment. Hearing that, he slipped away from Yuezidi and hugged the princess, asking what kind of punishment she had in mind. In the blink of an eye, Baishuang swept the princess into his arms. She pouted and demanded to know why Qin Huan had been in his room the previous night, saying that issue also needed to be settled. Baishuang simply smiled and said she could punish him however she wanted. Soon everyone else was kicked out of the room. Yazidi and Qin Huan stood outside listening to the sounds inside with bright red faces. Yazidi even teased Qin Huan for pressing her ear against the door to listen. It was already late at night, yet the room remained brightly lit, and the noises inside never stopped until someone downstairs yelled for them to keep it down. Meanwhile, over at the Heavenly Fiend sect, a dark and chilling atmosphere filled the air. The coffin holding Kim Kui suddenly began shaking violently before exploding. The Heavenly Fiend sect master watched the shattered coffin fly everywhere, his face turning grim. He never expected even Kim Kui to fail. Sitting inside the formation, he muttered that Baishuang was far more troublesome than expected. At that moment, Chengji, the long-tongued woman of the Heavenly Fiend sect, volunteered to bring back Baishuang's head. Lu Jin raised his shriveled arm and agreed, handing every corpse puppet over to her command. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding coffins floated into the air, and their lids slowly opened. Countless red-eyed, sharp-eared corpse puppets rushed out. They were the famous 5 Elements corpse puppets of the Heavenly Fiend sect. Lu Jin coldly ordered them to capture Baishuang at all costs. Chengji bowed confidently as she accepted the mission because she had never failed before. The next morning in Zhang Miao's room, the mood was completely different from last night's battle. Wrapped in a towel, the princess leaned against Baishuang's shoulder and softly complained that last night's punishment had worn her out. Baishuang grabbed her hand with a mischievous smile and said she might be tired, but he still had plenty of energy, so the punishment should continue. Zhang Miao barely let out a soft cry before the second round of punishment began. After another intense session, Baishuang ended up resting his head on Zhang Miao's chest, breathing heavily. The princess hugged him, drenched in sweat, finally realizing that this kind of punishment was exhausting. The princess lay across the bed with her bare back on full display, too warm to bother getting dressed. She looked at Bai Shuang and sweetly complained that the punishment had drained all her strength. Bai Shuang laughed and teased her, asking if she was already hungry again. The princess immediately nodded and admitted she really was hungry. Bai Shuang gladly agreed to go buy food for her. Touched by how thoughtful her husband was, she happily rewarded him with a kiss and praised him as the best. That kiss left Bai Shuang completely dazed. Even after he reached the street, he still felt like he was floating. For the first time, he truly felt like a married man with 2 wives to take care of. While walking down the street, someone suddenly slammed into him so hard that he nearly doubled over. It turned out to be a purple-haired girl. After the collision, she somehow ended up sitting on top of Bai Shuang and desperately begged him to save her. Before he could figure out what was happening, she jumped up, grabbed his hand, and dragged him away, saying her friend was about to die. Bai Shuang could only stare blankly and suggest calling a doctor. The girl ignored him and pulled him deep into a deserted alley before stopping and saying the injured person was right there. As they arrived, Bai Shuang immediately sensed something was wrong because the area was unnaturally quiet. It was obviously a trap. He turned and asked where the person was, but the girl suddenly revealed her long, snake-like tongue. Her voice turned cold as she said the one about to die was not her friend, but him. Cheng-ji instantly leaped into the air and declared that today would become Bai Shuang's grave. She grabbed him by the throat with one hand until blood spilled from his mouth. Bai Shuang struggled to realize she belonged to the Heavenly Fiend sect because her body was overflowing with ghostly energy. Cheng-ji ran her long tongue across his face with a twisted smile and warned that anyone who offended the Heavenly Fiend sect should be ready to face the consequences. Bai Shuang was genuinely annoyed. One enemy after another kept showing up to cause trouble. Out of nowhere, he drew a sword and slashed straight at Cheng-ji. A single clean strike split the demoness in half before she could do anything but scream. But Bai Shuang immediately felt it had been far too easy. There was no way she was dead. Sure enough, even with her body split in 2, Cheng-ji laughed coldly and asked if he really thought that was enough to defeat her. Before Bai Shuang could react, purple mist rose around her as strange sounds echoed through the air, sending chills down his spine. In the blink of an eye, Cheng-ji transformed into a gigantic purple snake and sank her massive fangs into Bai Shuang's arm. The pain forced him to unleash several more sword strikes, slicing the giant snake into countless pieces. Standing among the snake remains, Bai Shuang held his sword and mocked the Heavenly Fiend sect for relying on nothing but dirty tricks. Cheng-ji only laughed and said taunts were useless because he was already dying from her poisonous mist. At that moment, Bai Shuang began feeling dizzy and realized he had truly been poisoned. Just as his visions started spinning, he suddenly heard the princess calling his name. He turned around and saw the princess tightly bound with ropes, tearfully begging her husband to save her. She explained that she came looking for him after waiting so long, only to be knocked unconscious and tied up. Seeing her like that, Bai Shuang immediately raised his sword and reassured her that he would definitely save her. He swung his sword at the ropes, but instead of breaking, they only tightened even more. The princess cried out in pain as the ropes dug deeper into her body. Bai Shuang was genuinely frustrated because every strike only made the binding squeeze even harder. The princess's face slowly turned blue from suffocation as she weakly begged her husband to save her. Knowing he had no more time, Bai Shuang immediately summoned the demonic priest to empower his weapon. This time, just a few swings completely cut through the ropes, and the princess was finally free. He quickly caught the exhausted beauty in his arms and gently assured her that everything was all right. She softly replied that she always believed he would come for her. But at that very moment, another familiar voice called out, "Husband." Bai Shuang turned around and froze. Another princess had appeared and angrily demanded to know who the woman in his arms was. The 2 identical women immediately faced each other, each insisting she was the real princess. Bai Shuang felt like his head was about to explode because he had no idea which one was real. Before he could react, both women drew their swords and held them at each other's throats, accusing the other of being an imposter trying to steal her husband. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Bai Shuang hurried over to calm them down. But instead of figuring out who was real, he shamelessly suggested keeping both of them just to be safe. The 2 women instantly stopped arguing with each other and turned their anger toward Bai Shuang. One tearfully reminded him of his promise to her father that he would always take care of her. Yet after only a few days apart, he had already betrayed her. The other refused to back down, and even brought up everything they had done together before he left the room. Bai Shuang could only stand there, completely speechless. Bai Shuang quickly pieced everything together. Many people knew he had taken the princess out of the underworld, so someone copying her appearance was not surprising. But the intimate moments they had just shared were impossible for an outsider to know. That was when he realized something was terribly wrong. Without another second of hesitation, Bai Shuang swung his sword and cut down the woman, who looked like Zhang Miao. He had finally figured out which one was the fake. Sure enough, the figure vanished the instant she was struck. Before Bai Shuang could relax, the princess beside him exploded with anger and grabbed him for daring to hug the fake right in front of her. He could only apologize and admit that he truly could not tell the difference. But the princess suddenly revealed a terrifying smile. Sharp fangs appeared, and the moment Bai Shuang stepped closer, she drove a sword straight through his stomach. As he collapsed, Bai Shuang still could not believe it and asked why. The princess immediately reverted to Cheng Ji, mocking him for failing to recognize even his own wife. Cheng Ji stretched out her terrifying snake-like tongue and revealed the truth. Ever since Bai Shuang was bitten by her giant snake, he had been trapped inside a complete illusion. Everything he had seen until now was nothing more than her game. Bai Shuang clenched his teeth in frustration. He never imagined he would be driven to the brink of death by this woman. Cheng Ji grabbed his hair and slammed him to the ground before raising her sword to finish him once and for all. Bai Shuang was beaten until blood covered his face, leaving him in a miserable state. Cheng Ji's face twisted into something demonic. Her long tongue and razor-sharp teeth made the entire scene terrifying as she repeatedly ordered him to accept his death. But a true protagonist never falls so easily. Bai Shuang's entire presence suddenly changed. With a dangerous look in his eyes, he declared that Cheng Ji was not the only one capable of using illusions. In that instant, a sea of purple swallowed everything around them, and he looked like a demon god descending upon the world. Cheng Ji stared in complete disbelief because she could not understand how Bai Shuang had escaped her illusion and turned it against her. After a few moments of panic, Cheng Ji forced herself to calm down. Her greatest concern now was escaping as quickly as possible because her real body was still outside. If Bai Shuang reached it, everything would be over. Without wasting another moment, Cheng Ji formed a hand seal and shouted as she tried to break the illusion. A few seconds later, cold sweat covered her body. Her technique was completely useless because this illusion was no longer under her control. Outside, Bai Shuang watched his enemy become trapped inside her own trap and sighed, thinking he had only gone out to buy food for the princess before getting dragged into all this trouble. As Cheng Ji slowly disappeared into the purple mist, Bai Shuang realized he had accidentally awakened a new ability. He could now command part of the wild ghosts imprisoned in hell and turn them into illusions in the mortal world. It was truly a blessing hidden inside disaster. Bai Shuang suddenly remembered the princess waiting at home. Since she was a ghost king who ruled an entire domain, the strange power he had just awakened was likely connected to the bond they had formed. He calmly walked over to Cheng Ji to take a closer look. Her face was twisted in unbearable agony. The ghostly illusions could not harm the real world, but the pain suffered by those trapped inside them was completely real. Bai Shuang then turned around and walked away without another glance, ignoring the heavenly fiend saintess' desperate screams behind him. She could enjoy the wild ghosts on her own because he had no interest in staying longer. But after only a few cool steps, a fireball smashed straight into his face. Bai Shuang instantly lost his temper. Seriously? Who is it this time? The 5 Elements corpse puppets appeared and blocked his path, declaring that Bai Shuang would never leave this place alive today. Bai Shuang's face darkened completely. His anger reached the point where it looked like smoke was about to pour from his eyes. He had truly run out of patience. One enemy after another kept showing up without end. Were they planning to take turns attacking him forever? The leader of the corpse puppets was enraged by Bai Shuang's attitude. He immediately swung his demonic claws and roared that Bai Shuang still dared to act arrogant even with death at his doorstep. Yet Bai Shuang effortlessly shattered the attack with a few simple zooves and mocked them for being too weak to survive even a single strike. At that moment, countless spiked steel pillars suddenly erupted beneath his feet like a giant cage. Before he could react, a massive steel arm burst from the ground and clamped tightly around Bai Shuang. The corpse puppets immediately celebrated, believing they had finally captured him. Just as Bai Shuang realized the situation was turning bad, another corpse puppet summoned countless giant steel rings around him and shouted for a full assault. They intended to turn him into a pincushion. Another gigantic steel arm carrying thunderous force crashed down, aiming straight for Bai Shuang's face. Driven into a corner, Bai Shuang had no choice but to unleash the full power of the demonic priest. A brilliant golden aura exploded behind him, and every giant steel arm that touched it instantly shattered into pieces. After enduring one problem after another, Bai Shuang finally snapped. Standing alone amid the chaos, he looked so furious that his head seemed ready to burst, quietly muttering words that sounded chilling. Then he slowly raised his head and coldly uttered a single word: die. The corpse puppets immediately felt a wave of fear. The demonic aura pouring from Bai Shuang was so terrifying that they could no longer tell whether he was still human. Even so, their leader charged forward, determined to bring Bai Shuang's head back to the sect master no matter what. Unfortunately, before he could make a move, a cold blue flash filled his vision. In the next instant, his head was no longer attached to his neck, yet his mouth still moved in disbelief. A heartbeat later, his severed head hit the ground, while the headless body remained standing. The remaining corpse puppets turned pale with fear. They could not understand how Bai Shuang had killed their companion with a single strike, but by the time they realized the danger, it was already too late. Bai Shuang had completely entered a killing frenzy. Blood sprayed everywhere, and he looked like someone consumed by demonic madness. Covered from head to toe in blood, with blazing red eyes like a wild beast, he kept repeating the same two words over and over: kill them all. Meanwhile, Cheng-ji, who was still trapped inside the illusion, suddenly began to stir as if her consciousness was slowly returning. Bai Shuang also sensed the feedback coming from his illusion, but the signal sent a sharp pain through his head. He looked utterly miserable. His clothes were torn apart. His body was filthy like a walking corpse. His mind was almost gone, and the only word left on his lips was kill. Yet amid the madness, he quietly muttered one strange sentence: do not kill her. She will be useful. Bai Shuang then walked over and embraced Cheng-ji's real body, which remained trapped inside the illusion, repeating that this woman still had value. Then Bai Shuang began doing something extremely suspicious to Cheng-ji's unconscious body. Inside the illusion, Cheng-ji's soul clearly felt someone's hands gently moving across her body. What terrified her was that this sensation was completely different from the torture she had suffered earlier. Those hands slowly moved down toward her thighs, making Cheng-ji instantly realize something was very wrong. She hurriedly begged him to stop in embarrassment, but strangely, all the pain from before had completely vanished, replaced by a warm and pleasant sensation spreading throughout her body. Before long, Cheng-ji stopped resisting altogether. At that moment, Cheng-ji suddenly woke up and opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Bai Shuang's sinister face, looking exactly like a pervert about to do something shameless. She instantly screamed, asking what the hell he was doing, before driving a powerful kick straight into his jaw. That kick snapped Bai Shuang back to his senses. Meanwhile, Cheng-ji completely lost it, repeatedly stomping her long legs into his face while shouting that if he had ruined her purity, she would crush him and feed him to the snakes. Bai Shuang was still completely confused and stammered that there was no way things between them had gone that far. Standing before him with her clothes in disarray, Cheng-ji's face was filled with both shame and rage. She snapped that if he thought he was the victim, he should take a good look at himself. Only then did Bai Shuang realize how serious the situation was. He began wondering if he had really gone all the way, even with his enemy. Still, he insisted it had to be because the demonic energy had driven him out of control. Seeing him trying to dodge responsibility, Cheng-ji flew into another rage and launched a relentless assault, yelling that he was finally admitting it. But then Bai Shuang suddenly declared that he would take full responsibility. Cheng-ji froze on the spot. Blushing, Bai Shuang said that since things had already come to this, he would accept responsibility. He even asked her not to return to the Heavenly Fiend sect and to come with him instead. Cheng-ji immediately exploded with anger. She had come here to kill him, so what gave him the right to ask her to follow him? Just because they had slept together did not mean she would go soft. Today, she still intended to bring his head back to the sect master. Bai Shuang flashed his irresistible smile and calmly replied that he was only thinking about her future. He did not want her standing as his enemy when he eventually attacked the Heavenly Fiend sect because he would never raise his hand against one of his women. Those words hit Changji harder than any attack, leaving her visibly shaken. Even so, she stubbornly argued that someone like him had no chance against the Heavenly Fiend sect and probably could not even defeat the 5 elements corpse puppets. The moment she said that, Changji suddenly remembered something important. Where had the 5 elements corpse puppets gone? She turned around and instantly froze in horror. Behind her lay nothing but the bloody remains of the 5 elements corpse puppets, scattered across the ground. With a trembling voice, Changji asked if those really had been the sect master's strongest subordinates. Bai Shuang simply nodded and calmly said that was correct. Bai Shuang then coldly declared that the Heavenly Fiend sect had repeatedly targeted the people he cared about, so before long, he would personally march to their headquarters and wipe them out completely. After saying that, he turned to leave but added one final sentence. He would never attack one of his own women. If Changji chose not to come with him, he would not force her. At that moment, Changji's eyes slowly filled with the tears. The words his family echoed over and over in her mind. Painful memories suddenly came flooding back. As a lost little girl desperately searching for her parents, she had found herself surrounded by the sect master and a group of black-robed followers. One of them asked whether she was the last surviving bloodline of the Charm Snake clan, and another respectfully reported that every other member of the clan had already been slaughtered under the sect master's orders. The little girl before them was the sole survivor. Hearing those words, Changji could only break down in tears, while Lu Jin stood nearby as calm as ever, looking completely satisfied. He slowly explained that the Charm Snake clan possessed a unique yin physique, making them perfect materials for refining corpse puppets. Even their bloodline was an excellent resource for his cultural art. Leaning close to the trembling little girl, he declared that when she turned 20, he would transform her into the perfect charm corpse. Without the slightest mercy, Lu Jin implanted a parasitic goo into Changji's body. No matter how desperately she cried, he calmly explained that it was the life-binding goo. The moment she betrayed him or harbored other intentions, her life would be over. The painful memory came to an end as tears streamed down Changji's face. Trembling, she raised her wrist, where the parasitic goo bulged beneath her skin. She knew that in 5 days she would turn 20, and no matter what choice she made, death seemed unavoidable. Even so, she decided to return to the Heavenly Fiend sect, hoping it might somehow become her only path to survival. Unbeknownst to her, a black-robed man had secretly witnessed everything. As one of Lu Jin's subordinates, he immediately decided to return and report that Changji had begun to waver and had secretly allowed Bai Shuang to escape. Meanwhile, Bai Shuang stood silently on the rooftop, watching the city glow beneath the night sky. But he was really checking the changes inside his body. He realized that every time he got intimate with the eldest princess, he awakened a new power. He once thought it was just his imagination, but now he knew it was real. He recalled his battle with Changji when he unknowingly used a strange ability called the Ghost Domain Illusion. After getting close to Changji, another new source of power had appeared inside him. Bai Shuang finally figured it out. Every time he dual cultivated with a woman, he gained part of her abilities. It was probably connected to the demonic qi inside his body. He raised a hand and released a burst of energy before falling into deep thought. As for what power he had gained this time, he still had no idea. Maybe it would only reveal itself when his life was in danger. Thinking about the 3 girls waiting at home, Bai Shuang wondered if they were worried after he stayed away all night. At the same time, the Heavenly Slaughter sect was drowning in unbearable tension. Lu Jin stood above with his followers while Changji knelt below, trembling as she admitted Bai Shuang had escaped. Lu Jin stayed silent for a long time before gently patting her head with a terrifying smile, saying she had worked hard. The next second, he lifted Changji into the air. Before she could explain, Lu Jin exploded with rage and accused her of betraying him. Changji turned pale with fear, unable to understand how the sect master knew everything. At that moment, the ground beneath them shook, and a corpse puppet crawled out from below, leaving her frozen in shock. The corpse puppet coldly said she never expected him to survive. He had witnessed everything they did. Lu Jin grabbed Changji by the head and sneered, saying she was finally ready, so today he would turn her into a charm corpse. Changji was tortured until blood poured from all 7 openings. Her screams echoed everywhere as she desperately begged for her life. Blood covered her eyes as she lost consciousness. Just before death claimed her, Changji suddenly erupted with overwhelming power. Her eyes glowed purple, her aura surged wildly, and the Yin-bone bloodline finally awakened. Lu Jin was stunned. He never expected Changji to awaken the talent of the Charm Snake Clan. She had become the perfect corpse puppet he always wanted. But before he could celebrate, the life-devouring goo inside her body went berserk and started tearing her apart from within. Countless goo worms ripped bloody holes across Changji's beautiful face, and even her eyes filled with blood. Her condition was horrifying, and her chances of survival were almost zero. Lu Jin immediately ordered his men to spread the news that Changji was being tortured. He wanted to lure Baishuang into walking straight into his trap. The corpse puppet beside him bowed and accepted the order. By then, Changji had completely lost consciousness. Only Lu Jin's eerie laughter echoed in her ears as he waited for Baishuang to arrive and face his cruel welcome. Meanwhile, back at Baishuang's house, he suddenly let out a huge sneeze and frowned, wondering who was cursing him this time. The eldest princess immediately pointed at him with obvious jealousy and asked if another girl was thinking about him again. Baishuang hurried to defend himself, saying the three women around him were already more than enough to handle. Just then, Yuadzidi walked out after her shower with nothing but a thin towel wrapped around her body, making everyone blush. She pouted and said she was only renting a room, so they should not count her as part of his harem. The eldest princess instantly flared up and declared that no one could steal her husband. Yuedzidi refused to back down, and the two nearly started arguing again. In the end, Baishuang had to step in and stop them. The house was never short of drama. Just as everyone was chatting, a huge rock suddenly crashed straight into the house, instantly shattering the windows. The scary part was how accurate it was. The rock slammed right into Baishuang's face and left him with a mark he would never forget. Yuedzidi tried so hard not to laugh that her face turned bright red, while the eldest princess rushed over in panic to check if her husband was hurt. Baishuang held his face and shouted in anger, wondering who dared to pull off such a sneak attack. Zhang Miao Miao finally noticed the rock and was shocked to find a letter attached to it. The message was short. It said Changji was suspected of betraying the Heavenly Slaughter sect and was being tortured by the sect master. In 3 days, she would be dead. After hearing that, the eldest princess curiously asked who Changji was. Baishuang hesitated and said it was a long story, but he had to save her. Zhang Miao Miao immediately hugged him from behind, her voice filled with worry. The letter even listed the exact location, making it obvious it was a deadly trap. She begged him not to go. But Baishuang had already made up his mind. In his heart, Changji was now his woman. Even if death awaited him, he would still bring her home. A corpse puppet hidden inside the wall secretly watched and mocked Baishuang for falling into the trap so easily. But before it could enjoy the moment, Baishuang threw a crushing punch into the wall, caving in its entire body before it could even react. Baishuang stepped outside, his bare back radiating confidence beneath the lights. Before leaving, he turned around and told everyone to wait for his safe return. After he left, only a massive fist mark remained on the wall, along with a furious corpse puppet that wanted nothing more than to kill him. Not long afterward, Baishuang arrived at the territory of the Heavenly Slaughter sect. The moment he stood outside, he sensed thick yin qi covering the entire area. He knew he had found the right place. This time, he was not alone. He had brought his 2 wives with him. Baishuang turned to Yuedzidi and the eldest princess, asking if they were sure they wanted to enter because it would be extremely dangerous. The eldest princess puffed out her cheeks and fired back. If he knew it was so dangerous, why was he risking everything to save that woman? What exactly was Changji to him? Baishuang could only admit that he had once lost control while suffering from qi deviation, and Changji had become his woman because of it. He could not abandon his responsibility. Hearing that, the eldest princess froze in shock and demanded he say it again. Baishuang gently hugged her and apologized for making everyone worry. He said the real enemy was right ahead, and he would make it up to her afterward. Yuedzidi cut in, claiming she was not here because she cared about him. But the excitement on her face was terrifying, like a sealed asura had just been unleashed. She said the Heavenly Slaughter sect was famous for refining corpse puppets with yin qi, and since awakening, she had never had the chance to absorb enough of it. This time, she planned to feast. Baishuang held the eldest princess in his arms, but his eyes grew serious as if he were thinking about something. Elsewhere, Lu Jin watched everything through a magic mirror and coldly declared that from the moment they stepped into Yin Mountain, every move they made was under his control. He sneered that coming alone to die was not enough, so Bai Shuang had even brought 2 women to be buried with him. Lu Jin grabbed Chengji by the hair and forced her to look into the mirror. He mocked her, saying the man she betrayed the sect to save was still happily surrounded by other women. Betraying him for someone like that was beyond foolish. Then he loudly summoned his corpse puppet army. Countless corpse puppets instantly appeared from every direction, packed so tightly that the sight alone was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Lu Jin smiled coldly and said it was time to welcome his guests. On Bai Shuang's side, the ground suddenly split open, and an arm reached up from below. It seemed this was the Heavenly Slaughter sect's signature greeting. A corpse puppet burst out of the ground and grabbed the eldest princess by the leg, making her scream for it to let go. The moment Bai Shuang heard her cry for help, he rushed over and kicked the corpse puppet's head clean off. He quickly returned to his position, carefully sensed the surroundings, and warned everyone that many more killing auras were closing in. Looking around, they realized corpse puppets covered every direction. They were completely surrounded. Bai Shuang drew his sword with a look of pure disdain. Sending only this group of weaklings to ambush him was an insult. He immediately unleashed the Heavenly Annihilation Slash. The sweeping sword light cut through waves of corpse puppets, dropping them like grass before a mower. The eldest princess watched with pride. That was her husband. One's move was enough to wipe them all out. Even Yuadzidi had to admit the kid really had some skill. But before they could celebrate, the fallen corpse puppets slowly climbed back to their feet, as if they had never been cut down. Yuadzidi immediately realized something was wrong. The eldest princess looked at the ground and saw even more corpse puppets continuously crawling out. This time, even Bai Shuang started feeling the pressure. Bai Shuang frowned. These monsters just would not stay dead, and there was no telling how many more were hiding underground. He did not mind risking his own life, but dragging the 2 women behind him into danger was another matter. Thick yin qi kept pouring out of the corpse puppets, making the entire area freezing cold. Yuedzi's eyes lit up as she suddenly realized it. That yin qi was exactly what kept the corpse puppets reviving over and over. Bai Shuang looked at the endless yin qi around them and frowned. If it never disappeared, wouldn't these corpse puppets revive forever? How were they supposed to stop them? Yuadzidi simply laughed and asked if he had forgotten who she was. The moment she finished speaking, she entered battle mode. A true ghost king, indeed. Yin qi did not just revive corpse puppets. It was the perfect nourishment for her. Yuadzidi licked her lips with excitement, her eyes shining like a starving predator. It had been a long time since she had found such a satisfying feast. She opened her mouth and took a powerful breath. At first, only a few streams of yin qi were drawn in, but soon the entire Heavenly Slaughter sect was stripped clean as every trace of yin qi vanished into her. Bai Shuang watched in cold sweat. So this was Yuedzidi after feeding on yin qi. She was far more terrifying than he had imagined. He quietly admitted that if he had fought her in this state before, he would never have stood a chance. After absorbing enough, Yuedzidi turned toward them and coldly told the 2 of them to stop getting in the way while she enjoyed her meal. The eldest princess immediately grabbed Bai Shuang's hand and urged him to keep moving. Even then, so he still hesitated because he was worried about Yuadzidi. The eldest princess reassured him that Yuadzidi was a ghost king. Those weak enemies could never threaten her. Saving Chengji mattered far more right now. Bai Shuang could only nod in agreement. Elsewhere, Lu Jin watched everything through the magic mirror with a dark expression. He never expected that woman to be a ghost king, capable of devouring even the yin qi sustaining his corpse puppets. Lu Jin immediately ordered Tu Kui to activate the Myriad Ghost Inferno formation. His subordinate nervously accepted the command. Lu Jin smiled cruelly, planning to trap them inside the formation forever. Meanwhile, Bai Shuang and the eldest princess continued deeper into the Heavenly Slaughter sect. She found it strange that everything had become unnaturally quiet. Bai Shuang immediately warned her to stay alert. After walking a little farther, he noticed a thick wave of black energy spreading ahead and wondered if it was yin qi. The eldest princess immediately shook her head. That was not yin qi, it was ghost qi. Bai Shuang still looked confused. He knew both terms but never understood the difference. The eldest princess explained that they were completely different. She said yin qi was usually born from sinister places or objects, such as burial grounds, tomb relics, or cursed lands. Ghost qi, on the other hand, could only be produced by ghosts. Bai Shuang instantly understood. That meant powerful ghosts were nearby. But the eldest princess said the truth was probably even worse. She continued that the stronger the ghost, the purer its ghost chi became. Judging by the density here, the ghost behind all this was likely no weaker than Yuezid. Bai Shuang immediately felt the pressure. That meant the enemy was at least a ghost king. This battle would not be easy. He continued forward, but after only a few steps, he realized the eldest princess was no longer behind him. Turning around, he saw her standing still and asked why she had stopped. But something was terribly wrong. She lowered her head, her eyes were completely lifeless, and a chilling laugh slowly escaped her lips. Without warning, she lunged at Bai Shuang. Startled, he quickly blocked her attack with his sword and asked why she was attacking him. At that moment, the eldest princess suddenly raised her head. Her eyes were blood red, and she bit straight through his sword. Bai Shuang had no idea what was happening. He knew the woman before him was no longer the normal eldest princess. He kept calling her name, but she gave no response. Just then, a giant corpse puppet hand burst out of the ground. Bai Shuang stomped on it and leaped backward. But an even more terrifying sight awaited him. Countless vengeful spirits had already surrounded the entire area. Bai Shuang quickly made up his mind. He could not hurt the eldest princess, but the vengeful spirits were another story. The moment the thought crossed his mind, she charged at him from behind. She leaped onto him and locked her legs tightly around his neck. Bai Shuang desperately called for her to wake up, while the countless vengeful spirits above rushed toward him like a tidal wave. At the critical moment, Bai Shuang suddenly remembered that ghosts were completely different from corpse puppets. If his sword destroyed a vengeful spirit, its soul would be erased forever. Vengeful spirits were once humans, so they still retained a trace of reason. Normally, seeing one of their own erased would make the rest flee in fear. But what puzzled Bai Shuang was that these ghosts showed no fear at all. Then he remembered what the eldest princess had said. Only ghosts produced ghost chi, and the stronger the ghost, the purer that energy became. Looking at the dense mist around him, Bai Shuang quickly figured it out. The ghost chi was most likely controlling every vengeful spirit here. With a plan in mind, he immediately summoned Vida and told her to stay behind him. The moment Vida's light spread out, every vengeful spirit touched by it was pierced with holes before crumbling into ashes. Even the eldest princess cried out in pain when the light reached her. Bai Shuang finally let out a sigh of relief. His guess had been completely right. Seeing the eldest princess return to normal before falling asleep, Bai Shuang was astonished. He never expected high-level ghost chi to control weaker ghosts so completely that even she had fallen under its influence. Bai Shuang carefully scanned the area. Most of the ghost chi had already dispersed, yet the Ghost King controlling everything was nowhere to be seen. Just then, a strange circle of light suddenly appeared beneath his feet. The sound of rocks grinding together instantly put him on edge. Bai Shuang's expression changed. The familiar feeling made him realize he had probably stepped into a formation. Looking around, he spotted 4 stone monuments standing at the corners, each radiating sinister energy, soul-suppressing steels. No wonder this formation felt so dark and dangerous. He quietly sighed in relief. Luckily, Vida was with him, the perfect counter to evil techniques. Her light had apparently destroyed one of the steels earlier, causing the formation to collapse. Bai Shuang gently picked up the sleeping eldest princess and softly told her to rest while he handled the rest. He then immediately created a protective barrier around the unconscious Zhang Miao Miao. Looking at the barrier, Bai Shuang said that with this protection, the heavenly slaughter sect's corpse puppets would never reach her easily. Only then could he face the enemy without worry. Before leaving, he leaned down, kissed her hair, and quietly promised return after dealing with them. But the moment Bai Shuang disappeared into the darkness, a black shadow silently crawled out from behind a nearby rock. It passed through the barrier as if it did not exist, and stood staring at the eldest princess for a long moment, before letting out a chilling laugh. After laughing, the shadow slipped away and vanished into the night. By then, the moon hung high overhead as Bai Shuang walked alone through the gloomy forest. After a while, he spotted someone lying on the ground ahead. Thinking the person was injured, Bai Shuang immediately rushed over to check. But the instant he got close, the figure suddenly shot into the air, forcing him to stop and raise his guard. After staring for a few seconds, Bai Shuang felt the figure looked strangely familiar and searched his memory. The moment the person turned around, Bai Shuang called out in shock. It was Cheng Ji, but she gave no response. Changji only let out a hoarse growl before charging straight at him. She kept trying to grab Bai Shuang, but he dodged every attack. Seeing her strange condition, he shouted while retreating, asking if she had been controlled too. Without hesitation, Bai Shuang summoned Vita once again. By now, he had plenty of experience dealing with these sinister powers. Vida's purifying light shined on Changji, making her cry out in pain. It seemed to be working at first. From afar, Lu Jin secretly watched with a cold smile. He admitted the boy had some skill, but believing that light could defeat his charm corpse was pure foolishness. As he spoke, Lu Jin began controlling Changji, determined to show Bai Shuang the true terror of the charm corpse. 4 blood-red threads instantly wrapped around Changji's limbs and lifted her into the air like a lifeless puppet. Floating high above, countless crimson tendrils burst from her body and shot toward Bai Shuang as she let out a chilling cry. Yin Bone Bloodline. Bai Shuang tried using Vita to cleanse her again, but this time it had no effect. He immediately realized the force controlling Changji was not ordinary Yin Qi. In the blink of an eye, the crimson tendrils reached him. Before Bai Shuang could understand what they were already wrapping around his body. He had no time to react. Countless blood threads coiled around him from head to toe and dragged him into the air. At the same time, a triumphant voice laughed that he had finally been captured. Worse still, the crimson threads were not just binding him outside. They were forcing their way into his body, piercing flesh and blood, making Bai Shuang curse in agony. Lu Jin's sinister laughter echoed above Changji. Treating her like nothing more than a toy, he explained to Bai Shuang that the Charm Snake clan's bloodline talent was the Yin Bone bloodline, an ability that could invade a target's body and control every movement. Whenever he wished, he could destroy the victim from the inside and make them explode. Lu Jin leaned close with a wicked grin, adding that the Charm Course's Yin Bone bloodline also carried corpse poison powerful enough to turn anyone into his corpse puppet. The more Lu Jin spoke, the more excited he became. With Charm Corpse Changji under his control, he believed he could transform all of humanity into his personal corpse puppet army. Watching Bai Shuang slowly lose consciousness and collapse to his knees, Lu Jin smugly asked what he could possibly do now. Lu Jin grabbed Bai Shuang by the head and declared the ritual complete. From this moment on, Bai Shuang would become his most useful corpse puppet. He immediately ordered Bai Shuang to kneel and bow, but at that exact moment, Bai Shuang suddenly raised his head. His eyes were perfectly clear as he coldly asked, "Who exactly are you telling to kneel?" Lu Jin froze in disbelief. He could not believe Bai Shuang had kept his mind intact, and before he could understand what happened, Bai Shuang's punch sent him flying. Lu Jin clutched his nearly shattered arm in agony, unable to understand how Bai Shuang had escaped the Yin Bone bloodline's control. Bai Shuang only smirked. There was no way he would reveal his secret, but he had already figured it out. After becoming intimate with Changji before, he had unknowingly gained part of her power, making the Yin Bone bloodline useless against him. Even so, he knew this was not the time to analyze his new ability. The old man in front of him had to be dealt with first. Without another word, Bai Shuang drew his sword and charged at Lu Jin with overwhelming killing intent. This time, he was determined to end the sectmaster once and for all. But Lu Jin shamelessly dragged Changji in front of him as a shield. Using her life as leverage forced Bai Shuang to stop his attack at the last second. Bai Shuang's sword stopped only inches from Changji's face. Her pale, frightened expression made his heart ache. One more second, and he would have regretted it forever. Bai Shuang quickly flipped backward, his gaze turning ice cold. Lu Jin's despicable trick had completely enraged him. Lu Jin only grew more arrogant. With a sinister grin, he said Changji was in his hands, and if Bai Shuang wanted to kill him, he would have to kill her first. Bai Shuang clenched his teeth in fury. Using a woman as a hostage was beyond disgraceful. Meanwhile, Lu Jin continued controlling both Changji's body and mind, twisting her face in agony. Growing even more arrogant, he declared that as long as she obeyed him, Bai Shuang could do nothing. He even reached out to caress Changji just to provoke him. Bai Shuang's voice turned icy as he warned Lu Jin to take his filthy hands off Changji. The situation was clearly against Bai Shuang. As long as Changji remained under Lu Jin's control, he could barely touch the old man. Saving her had become his top priority. Meanwhile, Lu Jin stayed close to Changji with a creepy grin, controlling her while ordering her to tear Bai Shuang apart. Just as expected, Changji immediately flew into the air and attacked under Lu Jin's command. Crimson blood threads quickly bound Bai Shuang's arms, legs, and head, leaving him completely unable to move. Seeing his chance, Lu Jin picked up the broken sword and slowly approached, intending to kill Bai Shuang himself and avenge his fallen subordinates. He snarled that he had wanted Bai Shuang dead for a very long time. All of Lu Jin's hatred finally erupted. Pointing the broken sword at Bai Shuang's head, he declared that today he would slice him apart piece by piece. Yet Bai Shuang showed no fear. His eyes were filled only with unwavering resolve. He kept calling Chengji's name, hoping his voice would awaken her true consciousness. Lu Jin laughed even harder, convinced Bai Shuang's struggle was meaningless. He mocked that, unless Bai Shuang cut off Cheng's limbs to stop her power, she would remain his puppet forever. But those very words sparked an idea. Bai Shuang suddenly wondered what if he only needed to cut the thing controlling her instead. A burst of golden power erupted from Bai Shuang's body. The demon mage awakened, and his overwhelming aura spread everywhere. He slowly walked toward Chengji, leaving everyone wondering what he planned to do. Meanwhile, Lu Jin stood nearby laughing, mocking Bai Shuang for being so lava-struck that he would even attack his own woman. The tension in the air felt strange and suffocating, but everyone had it wrong. Bai Shuang would never hurt Chengji. He aimed at the red strings controlling her and sliced every one of them apart. Then he gently caught Chengji in his arms and coldly stared at Lu Jin, saying not every man was as shameless as he was. Lu Jin was not offended at all. He treated it like a compliment and sneered that cutting the strings was useless because he could control Chengji again anytime. Every time he did, she would suffer even more. The man had completely lost his humanity. Hearing that, Bai Shuang finally snapped. He clenched his fists and demanded to know what Lu Jin had just said. He charged forward without hesitation and unleashed all his rage with a brand new technique called Yang Bone Blood. Lu Jin was caught off guard but still managed to defend himself. He quickly realized the move looked almost identical to the Yin Bone Blood technique of the charming Snake Clan, except one embodied extreme yin while the other was pure yang. Listening to the old man explain everything was already exhausting. Even so, he kept bragging, claiming Bai Shuang was still far too weak to defeat him. Bai Shuang might still be inexcusable, but he was far from an easy target. He kept pressing the attack, knowing Yang Bone Blood could only free Chengji for a short time. Unless Lu Jin was eliminated, she would be controlled again. At that moment, another body of Lu Jin suddenly crawled out behind Bai Shuang in a creepy manner. It fixed its blood-red eyes on him, while Bai Shuang searched for a way to save Chengji. Seconds later, the strange duplicate merged back into the main body. Only then did Bai Shuang realize that thing was actually Lu Jin's true eyes, just as ugly as their owner. But right after that, Lu Jin's aura suddenly weakened. Bai Shuang sensed the change at once and realized the bastard was rapidly losing strength. This was the kind of chance that disappeared in an instant. Bai Shuang refused to hesitate and attacked immediately. He poured every bit of his inner power into one final strike. His face turned as cold as a god of death. Right when everything was on the line, the main character's aura hit maximum level. The dark evil force shattered the moment it collided with that attack. The explosion was as spectacular as a Big Bang debut stage. A deafening blast echoed across the battlefield as flames swallowed the entire area. Bai Shuang stood firmly in the sea of fire like a hero walking away from an explosion. When the attack ended, only a charred skeleton remained. It seemed this had been the cult leader's true form all along. Bai Shuang thought the battle had ended surprisingly fast, but his attention quickly shifted to Chengji. Her condition was now the real concern. He soon realized something was wrong. The cult leader was dead, yet Chengji still showed no sign of waking up. He recalled an ancient record saying a special method was needed to save her, but his eyes kept drifting toward her body. All of his icy composure vanished, leaving only pure male instinct. Keeping up the cool image was not so easy anymore. He claimed he was saving her, but the way he did it looked incredibly suspicious. It really seemed like he was using treatment as an excuse to enjoy a few extra benefits. After trying every kind of massage, Chengji still did not move. Bai Shuang was genuinely confused. Refusing to give up, he decided to switch to another method. This time he had to bring out an even stronger move. Yet even after changing to a more aggressive approach, nothing improved. Bai Shuang might have enjoyed it, but after so many failed attempts, even he started losing confidence. Chengji remained unconscious, her face twisted in obvious pain. Just then, a voice full of accusation came from behind, making Bai Shuang turn around. It was ZD and Princess Zheng Miao. The princess immediately scolded him for taking advantage of a helpless woman. Bai Shuang simply smiled and greeted them both. ZD quickly explained that the enemy forces had suddenly retreated, so she guessed the cult leader had already been defeated and came to find him. Princess Zheng Miao, raised as a proper noble lady, was furious at the sight before her. Chengji was unconscious, yet Bai Shuang was still touching her. Even he had no idea how to defend himself. When Bai Shuang insisted he was saving her, Princess Zheng Miao became even angrier. To her, he looked like a scoundrel hiding behind justice. Just as the argument reached its peak, ZD suddenly noticed something moving on Chengji's body. She narrowed her eyes and suspected it was a goo worm. The moment Princess Zheng Miao heard the words goo worm, she jumped in fright and grabbed onto Bai Shuang. Whether she was truly scared or just using the chance was anyone's guess. The three of them immediately looked closer, and it really was a goo worm. It turned out this creature was the reason Chengji had not awakened. Bai Shuang rubbed his chin in thought. A goo worm should not stay active without orders from its mother worm. The cult leader was dead, yet Chengji was still unconscious, meaning the mother worm was still alive. ZD quickly concluded that they had to find it before they could save her. The problem was that neither Bai Shuang nor ZD knew much about goo techniques. Even if they found the mother worm, they would not know how to deal with it. Just when everything seemed over, another problem appeared. Princess Zheng Miao believed Chengji had been poisoned by the evil members of the Tianyi sect, but Bai Shuang felt the truth was not that simple. Then Bai Shuang remembered that the Tiancha sect and the Tianyi sect master had been enemies for years. Maybe the other side knew how to handle this goo worm. Without wasting another second, Bai Shuang prepared to take Chengji there for help. Strangely enough, he carried Chengji like she weighed nothing at all. At the same time, he told Zidi to search the cult leader's body for the mother worm. Yet, Lu Jin's tiny figure was still lingering nearby, suggesting the one they destroyed might not have been his true body. The goo worm slipped back into Chengji's body, as if secretly watching the group's every move. Not wanting to waste any more time, the three of them headed for the Tianyi sect that very night. They finally arrived at the Tianyi sect the next morning. Guo Xianxi took one look at Chengji, and his expression immediately changed. This was far more serious than expected. It was the life-binding goo. Bai Shuang had never heard of it before, so he immediately asked what the life-binding goo actually was. With a serious expression, Guo Xianxi explained that Lu Jin was far more dangerous than he seemed. This goo was like an invisible assassin that held its victim's life in its grip. Whether they lived or died depended entirely on the controller's will. Bai Shuang quickly asked if Guo Xianxi already knew about it. Then surely there had to be a way to save Chengji. Zid immediately handed over the goo worm they had found, hoping it could help remove the poison. But Guo Xianxi could only shake his head. The life-binding goo was unique. Only someone carrying the blood goo could control the mother worm. In anyone else's hands, it was useless. And with the Tiansha cult leader burned to ashes, the chance of saving Chengji was almost gone. Those words hit Bai Shuang like a bolt of lightning. He began blaming himself. If he had not burned the cult leader to ashes, Chengji might still have had a chance. Seeing her lying there unconscious only deepened his regret. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Bai Shuang slammed his fist onto the table and blamed himself for everything. Seeing his pain, Princess Zheng Miao gently held his arm and comforted him. It was not his fault. The only one to blame was the cruel cult leader. But Bai Shuang refused to give up. He asked once more if there was truly no other way. Guo Xianxi sadly replied that, as far as she knew, there was none. She then added that goo techniques were not her specialty. Someone with deeper knowledge might still find another solution. Right then, Chengji suddenly opened her eyes. Zidi, standing closest to her, shouted to alert everyone. Bai Shuang stared at her in disbelief. She had really awakened. He rushed over and bombarded her with questions, asking if she felt any pain and whether she still remembered him, barely giving her a chance to answer. But the moment he noticed Chengji's stiff expression, he immediately fell silent. He turned to Guo Xianxi in despair and said they were finished. She had awakened, but it looked like the goo worm was still controlling her. Then, to everyone's surprise, a gentle hand reached out and held his. Chengji smiled softly, brushed his hair aside, and said of course she remembered him. After all, he was the one who saved her. Hearing that, Bai Shuang was overjoyed. It looked like Chengji had truly recovered. But Princess Zheng Miao was anything but happy. She immediately pulled Bai Shuang back to her side and loudly declared that he was her husband, so Chengji should not get too close. Bai Shuang could only break into a cold sweat. Princess Zheng Miao pointed at him, and warned that a married man should not throw himself at every woman he met. Bai Shuang scratched his head and awkwardly explained that he was simply excited because Cheng-ji had finally awakened. Just then, Cheng-ji narrowed her eyes and glanced at the two of them. Princess Zheng Miao suddenly felt a chilling killing intent behind her. But when she turned around, Cheng-ji was still smiling gently, as if nothing had happened. Princess Zheng Miao wondered if she had imagined it. She was certain she had just felt an overwhelming pressure. Meanwhile, Guo Xianxi carefully examined Cheng-ji and became even more confused. There was truly nothing unusual about her, completely contradicting everything known about the life-binding goo. Bai Shuang did not think that far ahead. He happily asked Guo Xianxi whether the goo worm inside Cheng-ji had completely disappeared. Guo Xianxi replied that, for now it certainly seemed that way, allowing Bai Shuang to finally relax. On the way home, Bai Shuang sighed with relief and said everything was finally over. All he wanted now was to go home and get some sleep. Zidi, Princess Zheng Miao and Cheng-ji followed behind him. After returning home, Bai Shuang happily introduced Cheng-ji to everyone, saying they were all family now and hoped everyone would get along. Cheng-ji politely bowed and greeted everyone, asking for their care in the future. Qin Huan curiously stepped forward to look at the woman Bai Shuang had risked his life to save. She had expected someone from the Tiansha sect to be a ruthless demoness, but Cheng-ji looked surprisingly gentle. Cheng-ji smiled and explained that she had been forced to join the Tiansha sect. All the terrible things she had done were under the cult leader's orders. She had never been an evil person. After an exhausting day of fighting, Bai Shuang yawned non-stop and said he was going to rest. But before he could slip away, Princess Zheng Miao rushed over and hugged him while sweetly calling him her husband. Qin Huan quickly joined in from the other side, refusing to lose. The main character was trapped in another harem battlefield. Cheng-ji leaned close with flushed cheeks and softly said she wanted to continue what they had left unfinished before. Qin Huan refused to back down. She wrapped her arms around Bai Shuang and gently said he had worked hard all day, so she wanted to help him relax. Bai Shuang instantly turned bright red. His imagination ran wild, and he even wondered if he should just spend time with both of them together. Just then someone softly called out, "Young Master Bai," making him immediately turn around. Cheng-ji stepped close with a shy expression, but her eyes were irresistibly alluring. She said he had saved her life, so today she wanted to repay him personally. Bai Shuang found himself almost pressed against her chest, and his imagination immediately went into overdrive. It was an offer that would be difficult for any man to refuse. Cheng-ji suddenly embraced him and softly confessed that she had been trapped in that dark place for so long. Without him, she might never have escaped. She leaned close to his ear and whispered that she wanted to thank him in her own way. As she gently pulled him along, she even asked what kind of experience he preferred. Bai Shuang was left completely confused by her meaning. Meanwhile, Zidi quietly frowned from behind. She could not shake the feeling that something about Cheng-ji was wrong. Before long, the quiet night was filled with suggestive sounds. Bai Shuang no longer had time to think about anything else. Cheng-ji lay on the bed with a flushed face and heavy breathing. She repeatedly thanked Bai Shuang for saving her from that sunless hell. Bai Shuang was blushed just as much. He told her it was simply the right thing to do. But then Cheng-ji suddenly spoke in a strange tone, saying that since he had already saved her, he might as well finish the job completely. Her words immediately confused him. Cheng-ji's expression gradually darkened, and a sinister smile slowly spread across her lips. She asked if he had only now realized something was wrong. She let out a cold laugh and declared that it was already too late. Today she was definitely taking all of his yang essence. A strange opening suddenly appeared beneath her body, continuously drawing energy out of Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang gasped for breath above her while Cheng-ji let out satisfied moans. It had been a long time since she had absorbed yang essence, and her strength rapidly began to recover. Bai Shuang frowned as he felt his body being tightly restrained. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break free. Cheng-ji covered her mouth with a satisfied smile. She was clearly enjoying every bit of the power she was draining from him. But the next second, her expression suddenly changed. A stream of dark purple energy surged back into her body, making her scream in panic. How could this man possibly be filled with demonic energy? Bai Shuang let out a mocking laugh. He told her there was no yang essence inside him at all, only pure demonic energy. If she wanted it, she was welcome to absorb as much as she could. The strange opening kept pulling in more energy, sending Cheng-ji into complete panic. She shouted that demonic energy could not be absorbed, and if this continued, she would explode. Before she could finish crying for help, Bai Shuang silenced her with a kiss. Cheng-ji was truly terrified now. She kept thinking she could never withstand the demonic energy, and her painful cries echoed non-stop. When she suddenly closed her eyes and collapsed, Bai Shuang immediately grew worried and asked what had happened to her. At that moment, a cloud of black energy emerged from Cheng-ji's body, accompanied by an irritated voice complaining that her plan had been so close to succeeding. Standing before Bai Shuang was a beautiful woman he had never seen before. The moment she appeared, she complained that he had been far too rough. She had told him to stop, but he refused to listen. Bai Shuang instantly became alert and coldly demanded to know who she was and why she had possessed Cheng-ji's body. The woman looked down at him and replied that he should actually be thanking her. Without her interference, he would never have defeated the cult leader. Bai Shuang immediately recalled the strange opening his opponent had exposed during their battle. It turned out this wandering soul had secretly created that opportunity. He even remembered the terrifying black shadow that had briefly appeared behind him like a monster awakening. He continued questioning her identity. The woman simply smiled, hugged him, and introduced herself as Ching-er. She admitted she had originally approached him to repay a favor, but later targeted his yang essence instead. Too bad, she discovered, it was nothing but demonic energy after absorbing it. Bai Shuang became even more confused. He asked when exactly he had ever saved her. Ching-er reminded him of the time before he fought the cult leader, when he entered an extremely dangerous sea of mist. That place had been the Myriad Ghost Inferno Formation, where ordinary people would never survive. Bai Shuang immediately remembered. The Myriad Ghost Inferno Formation was an infamous formation built around 4 sinister stone monuments. He quickly asked if she had been the being sleeping inside the shattered stone monument beneath that formation. Ching-er gently tapped his nose and smiled, saying he had guessed correctly. The more Bai Shuang thought about it, the more annoyed he became. He had accidentally saved her, yet instead of receiving any gratitude, he had almost been drained dry. Ching-er lowered her head and quietly apologized. She admitted that following him had another purpose all along. Bai Shuang immediately fixed his eyes on her, demanding to know what she was really after. Her voice trembled with grief as she begged him to save her father, her brother, and her older sister. Bloody memories from the past flooded back into her mind. Her father had been a legendary general who defeated countless enemies, only to be betrayed by someone he trusted and die a tragic death. Even her brother met the same fate. She lowered her head and continued. After that disaster, the 2 sisters had no one left to rely on. In the end, they chose to end their own lives in despair. The image of their hanging bodies made the atmosphere unbearably heavy. Remembering how helpless she had been, Ching-er slowly explained that not long after her consciousness faded away, she and her sister suddenly awakened once again. Ching-er curled up in fear, asking where they were. Just then, a gentle young woman embraced her and comforted her, saying that as long as her sister was there, no one would ever bully Ching-er. Hearing this, Bai Shuang immediately sensed something was wrong. He quietly asked if, after dying and awakening again, they had become something else entirely. Ching-er no longer hid the truth. She admitted that she, her sister, and everyone else there had become wandering souls. She remembered a mysterious stone monument where countless souls had been refined and sealed inside to serve as the core of an evil formation. The more closely related the souls were by blood, the stronger the formation became. Bai Shuang's eyes widened in shock. He instantly realized that the remaining 3 stone monuments in the Myriad Ghost Inferno Formation were very likely her own family. Ching-er leaned against Bai Shuang with a pleading voice. She begged him to save her family, promising to serve him for the rest of her life if he succeeded. Bai Shuang stayed silent as countless thoughts ran through his mind. Deep in the back mountain of the Tianxia sect, brilliant golden light spread across the entire forest. Bai Shuang looked around and realized everything had changed after the Tianxia sect was wiped out. The dense yin energy that once filled the place had completely disappeared. At the moment, Ching-er was possessing Cheng-ji's body. She held Bai Shuang's arm and quietly asked if pretending to be Cheng-ji was really a good idea. Bai Shuang calmly replied that he was not completely sure, but it would make things much easier. He frowned in deep thought. Without Ching-er controlling her, Cheng-ji was nothing more than an empty shell. It seemed he would have to find a way to wake her up. Just then, Cheng-ji's eyes stopped on a stone monument, glowing with a faint golden light. She immediately pointed ahead and said their target was right there. The moment she reached it, she cried out, "Big sister!" Her voice was filled with emotion. She tightly embraced the stone monument and begged Bai Shuang to save her family. Bai Shuang took out the golden Buddha statue and spoke in a serious tone. He planned to use the power of Wei Tuo, but its holy light could hurt her, so she should stay far away. Chengji immediately ran behind a large tree and loudly announced that she was safely hiding. Her rushed reaction left Bai Shuang speechless. Bai Shuang quickly focused his mind, raised the statue high, and called for Wei Tuo to appear. A dazzling burst of golden light erupted, illuminating the entire area. Chengji could only peek from behind the tree. But things did not go as expected. The stone monument remained completely still. Bai Shuang frowned. Had the method failed this time? Chengji was equally confused. The golden light had shattered a monument before, yet now it did absolutely nothing. Both of them fell into deep thought. Bai Shuang began analyzing the situation. He had barely exhausted himself recently, so he was stronger than before. By all logic, Wei Tuo's power should have grown as well. He slowly reached a conclusion. The problem was not Wei Tuo. This monument was fundamentally different from the previous three. Chengji looked at him in confusion. Bai Shuang crouched beside the monument and asked once again if it truly belonged to her. Chengji answered, without hesitation, that there was no mistake. Just then, Bai Shuang accidentally noticed a strange pattern hidden beneath the grass. He carefully examined it and wondered what it actually was. Bai Shuang asked Chengji if she had ever seen markings like these before. She thought for a moment before shaking her head. Chengji worried that these patterns had to be connected to what had happened, but neither of them knew where to begin investigating. The more she spoke, the more hopeless she became, fearing they would never save her family. Meanwhile, Bai Shuang had already reached into his pocket. He pulled out his phone and snapped several photos of the stone monument. Chengji stared curiously at the strange object in his hand. While using it, Bai Shuang explained that it worked like a search engine, similar to Baidu or Google. The screen displayed the entrance to Yanghu village, along with a description calling it a 3-star tourist destination. Bai Shuang immediately smiled. At last, they had found a clue. Who would have thought this place was actually a tourist attraction? Dragging his luggage behind him, Bai Shuang told everyone it was time to leave. Chengji looked confused and asked where they were going. He simply smiled and said they could treat it like a sightseeing trip. Cold winds swept across the foot of the mountain. Beyond the main gate, rows of small houses gradually appeared through the mist. Zhang Miao shaded her eyes and looked around with excitement. The place felt like a peaceful countryside village. Qin Huan kept posing in front of her phone, saying it had been ages since their last trip, so she had to take plenty of photos. ZD, on the other hand, remained completely calm. In her opinion, villages like this were nothing special in the era she came from. Meanwhile, Bai Shuang struggled under a mountain of luggage. Listening to the girls chatting, he helplessly asked why they had all come if this was not supposed to be a vacation. Chengji stepped forward and offered to help him carry the bags. Zhang Miao crossed her arms and cut in, saying that if she did not come along, who knew what might happen if a man and several women were left alone together. Bai Shuang could only sigh and remind everyone that they were here for serious business, that no matter what Bai Shuang planned, having more people around could only help. He scratched his head and gave in, treating it as agreeing to let the group come along. ZD suddenly cut off the argument and told everyone to find a place to rest before nightfall, then continue the discussion later. Zhang Yao flashed a sly smile and wanted to share a room with her husband. Qin Huan instantly objected and demanded separate rooms. Bai Shuang hurried to calm everyone down, but almost blurted out something so awkward that the whole group froze. Meanwhile, Chaoji felt anything but relaxed. She kept sensing something deeply wrong with the village, her eyes constantly scanning the surroundings as if expecting danger to appear. Bai Shuang casually wandered around the village, but inside a nearby dark house, a pitch-black hand slowly reached out from the shadows. A figure with blood-red eyes spoke in a cold voice. He said the failed creation had returned, and the master had to be informed immediately. From above, the entire Yanghu village was covered in a strange and eerie haze. At the same time, a silent figure moved toward the inn where Bai Shuang's group was staying. While Bai Shuang slept soundly, the mysterious figure quietly approached his bedside. A woman's hand slowly reached toward his face, but Bai Shuang was deep in a pleasant dream, mumbling about the eldest princess and even asking for a kiss. He suddenly woke up in shock. It turned out to be Qing inside Chaoji's body. She climbed onto the bed, hugged him tightly, and complained that he came to help save her people but was sleeping so peacefully. Bai Shuang instantly blushed and could barely get his words out. Qing sat on top of him and kept teasing him. She softly said the moon was beautiful, the night breeze was perfect, and this was the only chance they would ever have. Bai Shuang's imagination immediately ran wild, thinking something romantic was about to happen. Suddenly, a creepy laugh echoed through the darkness, sending chills down the spine. Outside the house, a dark figure shot into the sky. Bai Shuang looked completely disappointed. He thought he was about to enjoy a romantic moment, but it turned into unpaid work instead. His face looked ready to explode with frustration. Sure enough, nothing good ever came for free. Chinker walked ahead while Bai Shuang dragged himself behind with a tired face. The moment they left the house, she said she had already felt something strange about this place during the day. Even though everything had changed, the familiar feeling remained incredibly strong. As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed forward and urged him to keep up. Bai Shuang chased after her while complaining, asking if she was in such a hurry because she wanted to reincarnate early. But after running for a while, everything ahead suddenly turned pitch black, and Ching'er was nowhere to be seen. Bai Shuang looked around in panic but could not find her anywhere. All he could do was shout Ching'er's name into the thick fog. The atmosphere became terrifyingly gloomy. White mist covered everything around him, making the place feel incredibly eerie. Even though he was getting nervous, he forced himself to stay calm. Then a blurry dark figure slowly emerged from the night. Bai Shuang immediately went on full alert. His instincts warned him that something was getting closer. Moments later, a monster with a bald head and savage fangs appeared before him. It sniffed the air while muttering about the scent of the living. Even worse, it stopped exactly where Bai Shuang had been standing and declared that its prey had just been there. Bai Shuang stared at the monster and silently judged its strength. The sheer size of the creature was absolutely terrifying. Just as danger closed in, a hand suddenly swept across his face. Ching'er appeared in an instant, yanked him out of the monster's range, and reminded him to be careful. Losing its target drove the monster into a frenzy. It roared non-stop and desperately searched for the scent of the living nearby. Its entire body was bound by heavy chains, yet it still radiated overwhelming killing intent, as if it wanted to tear apart everything in sight. It kept roaring and demanding to know where its prey had gone. Hidden behind the protective barrier, Bai Shuang watched the monster's power with shock. He and Ching'er could only stay silent as they watched it turn around and leave. The pressure from that creature was almost unbearable. Seeing that they had finally escaped death, Bai Shuang let out a huge sigh of relief. Ching'er also relaxed beside him. Luckily, she arrived just in time. A moment later and they would have been finished. After calming down, Bai Shuang immediately realized too many things made no sense. They had clearly been together just moments ago, yet Ching'er suddenly vanished without a trace. On top of that, what exactly was that monster? And what was the purpose of that protective barrier? This place suddenly became crystal clear in her mind. When she arrived, the entire area was covered in white mist. By the time she turned around, Bai Shuang was gone, but strange memories kept flooding into her head. Somehow, she understood everything. She carefully answered every question Bai Shuang asked. The white mist always appeared alongside monsters called Shan Mei, also known as mountain ghosts, creatures that hunted living humans for food. The barrier could hide a person's presence and fool those ghosts for a short time. Even after hearing the explanation, Bai Shuang was still full of questions. He had heard of mountain ghosts before, but the chain around that monster's neck was something he had never seen. Ching'er slowly explained that the chain proved someone was controlling and raising the monster. That person was refining yin souls. Unless they were stopped, the trapped souls would never find peace. At that moment, a faceless figure appeared on the mountaintop, holding a sinister ghost banner in a clawed hand while laughing madly. After hundreds of years, he had finally gathered 998 pure yin souls and was only one step away from success. Just then, a servant knelt and reported that one failed yin soul had escaped from its stone coffin and even returned with others. The cloaked man did not care at first, seeing it as nothing more than trash. He coldly ordered them all to be killed, but the servant quickly added that the group was unusual. 3 women carried overwhelming ghost energy, and one man had no yang energy at all. That instantly caught his attention. The news excited him. A man with no yang energy had walked right to his doorstep. To him, it was like heaven had delivered the perfect offering. At the same time, something else happened inside the inn. Qin Huan was sitting in the restroom when white mist suddenly surrounded her. The strange mist carried a faint scent that immediately caught her attention. It felt oddly familiar, yet deeply unsettling. Before she could react, the drugged mist numbed her senses, and she collapsed onto the floor. Yuezdi and Zhang Yao, who were nearby, immediately sensed something was wrong. Both cried out after noticing yin energy spreading through the area. Zhang Yao rushed over to check on Qin Huan, while Yuezdi scanned the surroundings. The white mist felt strangely familiar to her. The moment Zhang Yao recognized it, her expression changed. She remembered this was the same mist used by the Tian Sha sect, one that could directly manipulate a person's mind. But before she could finish speaking, her body went limp, and she collapsed unconscious. Yuezdi looked at her with open disdain. She knew the danger, yet still let her guard down. Without hesitation, Yuezdi unleashed a palm strike straight into the yin mist. But eerie ghostly claws suddenly emerged from the fog and began draining her cultivation. Feeling her spiritual power being absorbed, Yuezdi frowned. Whatever this thing was, it gave her a terrible feeling. The ghostly hands kept reaching for her, determined not to let their prey escape. Even so, Yuezdi remained completely calm. She coldly scoffed, asking if they really thought tricks like this could capture her. She broke through the encirclement and immediately sped away. Seeing this, the little ghost controlled the white mist and continued the chase. It ordered the mist to capture Yuezdi at all costs and never let her escape. The yin mist rushed after her like mad, while Yuezdi sprinted away to shake them off. While the mist chased Yuezdi, the little ghost turned toward the unconscious Qin Huan and Zhang Yao with a satisfied grin. These two beauties would make perfect offerings, and bringing them back would surely earn a great reward from the master. Meanwhile, before Baishuang could return to the inn, an overwhelming sense of unease suddenly filled his heart. Seeing him slow down, Qinger asked what was wrong. Baishuang could not explain it. He only felt that leaving the other three alone at the inn would lead to disaster. Qinger reassured him that those three were far from weak. Ordinary enemies could not harm them. It was better to finish their mission here first and return afterward. Hearing that, Baishuang could only suppress his uneasy feeling and hope they were not already too late. Elsewhere, the yin mist continued chasing Yuezdi without letting up. She grew increasingly annoyed, never expecting to be pushed this far by such persistent ghostly creatures. As she ran, Yuezdi quickly searched for a solution. This white mist was nothing like ordinary yin energy. She could absorb normal yin energy, but this mist was draining her power instead. If she could not stop it, the situation would become deadly. While thinking of a countermeasure, Yuezdi suddenly reached a vast graveyard filled with endless tombstones. She looked around in confusion, wondering why such a massive cemetery existed in this cursed place. After looking around, she stopped in front of a peculiar tombstone. At that instant, an idea flashed through her mind, and her eyes lit up. She had found a way. SED deliberately taunted the white mist behind her. "If you have the guts, come in here, but do not blame me when your soul is wiped out." The enemy only sneered, believing she was bluffing. Yuezdi fired back without hesitation, saying they would soon find out who was really walking into death. She immediately circulated her inner power, creating swirling streams of energy that formed a ghost-sealing barrier around her. Then she borrowed the power of a nearby tombstone, unleashing a brilliant burst of light. Energy from every direction rushed together into a massive vortex as the yin-wind grand formation was fully activated. The white mist panicked the moment it saw the formation. It could not believe Yuezdi was using the master's own ultimate formation. Holding the advantage, she coldly declared that she knew far more than he imagined. Since he dared to provoke her, he would never leave alive. Her attack struck with overwhelming force, leaving the enemy unable to resist. He screamed in despair and desperately begged his master to save him. Even Yuezdi began sensing something unusual. Her expression grew serious after realizing the yin-wind grand formation actually existed here. Watching waves of deathly energy pour out and fill the area, she quickly guessed what it was. This was most likely a forbidden formation lost for hundreds of years, one that used yin energy to seal yin energy itself. Once activated, any being carrying ghost energy would have its power completely drained. But if she wanted to know what was hidden inside the cave, she had no choice but to enter it herself. The Ghost King followed the trail and continued deeper inside. Hao Lao Yao also seemed to notice someone approaching. A twisted smile spread across his face, making his sinister intentions obvious. The moment Hao Lao Yao saw the visitor, he became overjoyed. A 1,000-year-old female ghost, and the Ghost King had arrived at the perfect time. It was as if fate itself wanted him to complete the yin soul token. Meanwhile, Qin and Zhang Yao were still unconscious as he held them tightly, draining their energy. Streams of green aura were pulled from their bodies, gathered in Hao Lao Yao's hand, and exploded into a massive pillar of light that shot into the sky. The situation had reached a critical point, as both Zhang Yao and Qin were being tortured without mercy. Strange purple energy began pouring from their eyes and mouths, as if their souls were being ripped away. Just then, a figure rushed over at incredible speed and knelt to report. He said the escaped female ghost had suddenly vanished while being chased, and had most likely killed the pursuer instead. Hao Lao Yao was not surprised at all. Everything seemed to be unfolding exactly as Hao Lao Yao had expected, making him even more pleased. He laughed with a horribly twisted face, while a sinister light flashed through the white smoke around him. After a brief thought, he concluded that Shanlan was even stronger than the Ghost King. Anyone capable of killing his subordinate was clearly no ordinary opponent. Even so, he had no time to deal with her now. At that moment, Hao Lao Yao sensed a wave of black aura drawing closer. He immediately ordered everyone to prepare to welcome the mysterious guest. The Yin Soul token was almost complete, and capturing that man now took priority. He also asked whether the Yin sealing formation was ready. The subordinate beside him grinned wickedly, looking completely confident that everything was going according to plan. He replied that everything was prepared, and all that remained was for the prey to walk into the trap. Seeing his subordinate acting so smug, Hao Lao Yao immediately became annoyed. He grabbed the man by the head. Although his words sounded like praise, his tone was full of menace. As long as he obtained the man with the pure yin fate, he would create the strongest yin soul token ever. The terrified subordinate trembled uncontrollably and could barely speak. But Hao Lao Yao changed his attitude in an instant. He casually threw the subordinate aside because he wanted all the credit for himself. Filled with excitement, he loudly declared that once his Yin Soul ghost token was complete, the entire world would answer his command, and even the judges of the underworld would kneel before him. Elsewhere, Baishuang and Chengji kept heading deeper into the mountain. After walking endlessly without reaching the end, Baishuang sensed something was wrong and asked how long they had been traveling. Chengji quickly figured it out and said it had been over 2 hours. That only made him more suspicious because they still had not reached the summit. The woman from the Tiansha surroundings had become eerily silent, with not a single person in sight. Chengji finally realized something was off. A terrifying thought crossed her mind, and she blurted out that they might be trapped in a ghost wall illusion. After thinking it over, Baishuang nodded in agreement. Their enemy had clearly known their objective from the start and prepared this trap in advance. Hearing that, Chengji anxiously asked what they should do now. Baishuang was furious that he had been led in circles for so long without noticing. He frowned and coldly declared that a mere ghost wall was not enough to trap him. The moment he finished speaking, he activated his spiritual power. Streams of energy flowed from his palms as he loudly chanted an incantation. A pale blue flame appeared in midair and slowly floated forward. Baishuang immediately told Chengji to follow it. Still confused, she could not help asking what it was. As they walked, Baishuang explained that it was a yin spirit, a guide that naturally sought out the strongest source of yin energy, which was likely the origin of the ghost wall. But while moving ahead, the flame suddenly dove straight into the ground as if it had found something. Seeing this, Chengji shouted that the yin spirit had disappeared. Baishuang immediately walked over, drove his sword into the spot, and confidently declared that this was the place. After confirming the location, he poured even more power into his sword and thrust it deeper into the ground, shouting that he would destroy whatever was hiding beneath. Brilliant light instantly burst from the blade. Moments later, a strange watery barrier appeared before them as the light pierced through it. Their reflections could even be seen inside the rippling surface. The instant the barrier shattered, the mountain summit revealed its true appearance. Chengji was left speechless, while Baishuang realized they had actually reached the summit long ago. Just then, Chengji suddenly noticed something to the right. She quickly pointed toward it and called for Baishuang to look. Right before them, Qin and Zhang Yao had almost all their strength drained away. Both looked painfully weak, their faces pale as if they were on the verge of death. The moment Baishuang saw them, he panicked and rushed forward, repeatedly calling out Qin and Princess Zhang. But just as he tried to get closer, an invisible force suddenly blocked his path, refusing to let him take another step. Looking down, Bai Shuang was shocked to discover that something had locked him firmly in place. In the blink of an eye, countless beams of light erupted around him and formed a massive cage. Trapped inside, Bai Shuang stared directly at Hao Lao Yao and demanded to know if he was the one who had imprisoned Qing and her family before refining their souls. Hao Lao Yao remained completely calm and even responded with the manners of a gentleman. He openly admitted everything and said he was surprised that a failed creation like Qing had brought him such a perfect prize as Bai Shuang. Hearing that, Bai Shuang's rage exploded. He gritted his teeth and demanded to know why Hao Lao Yao had refined their souls. Hao Lao Yao took out a sinister flag-shaped artifact and proudly held it up like a priceless treasure. He said there was no need to hide it anymore and asked Bai Shuang if he knew what it was. Bai Shuang could only stare in silence because he had never seen anything like it. Even without knowing its origin, the overwhelming yin energy radiating from the flag was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. One look was enough to tell it was an object of pure evil. Seeing Bai Shuang still trying to process everything, Hao Lao Yao explained it himself. The artifact was called the Yin Soul Token, a forbidden relic that had disappeared from the world long ago. Even the method to create it had been lost for hundreds of years. Bai Shuang was stunned. If the Yin Soul Token had truly been lost for so many years, yet Hao Lao Yao still knew how to forge one, and Qing had existed for several centuries, then this man must have been alive all that time. Hao Lao Yao grinned with satisfaction after seeing Bai Shuang figure it out. He spread his arms as if celebrating and openly admitted that he had lived for several hundred years. In the entire world, only he still possessed the secret technique to forge the Yin Soul Token. That was all Bai Shuang needed to connect the pieces. He immediately concluded that creating the Yin Soul Token required refining human souls, which was why Hao Lao Yao had captured Qing and her family. But Hao Lao Yao laughed as if he were lecturing a clueless junior. He stepped closer and said that if it were really that simple, the Yin Soul Token would never have become a legendary forbidden relic. The more Hao Lao Yao spoke, the more he sounded like an ancient monster revealing a long-buried secret. To forge the Yin Soul Token, he needed exactly 999 souls with a pure Yin fate, and had to fuse them into the artifact through a secret ritual. But the requirements were so harsh that the failure rate was incredibly high, meaning far more souls had been sacrificed than that number alone. Looking at Hao Lao Yao, Bai Shuang became even more certain that this monster's heart was darker than his name suggested. At that moment, Qing slowly stepped out from Chengji's body and walked toward him, her rage growing with every step. This man's selfish greed had destroyed countless innocent souls. The hatred she had buried for hundreds of years finally erupted. Qing gritted her teeth and cursed him, blaming every tragedy that happened to her family on this monster. Without another word, she unleashed a direct attack at Hao Lao Yao, her killing intent fierce enough to tear him apart. But her current strength was still no match for the Yin Soul Token. Hao Lao Yao simply waved the sinister flag once and effortlessly erased her attack. The backlash hurled Qing across the ground. She crashed hard and groaned in pain. Hao Lao Yao gave her no chance to recover. He rushed forward like a bolt of lightning, moving so fast that no one could react, all while wearing a cruel smile. In an instant, he appeared behind Qing, grabbed her by the throat, and lifted her into the air as if he were toying with helpless prey. She struggled desperately, unable to breathe. Trapped inside the cage, Bai Shuang shouted Qing's name. He desperately charged forward, but the moment he touched the barrier, violent lightning surged through his body. Even with searing pain burning his flesh, he forced himself to stay calm and searched for a way to break the yin lock formation first. Meanwhile, Hao Lao Yao switched to psychological warfare. He sneered and mocked Qing, saying that a failed yin soul actually believed she could kill him. Then he asked if she knew why refining her entire family had failed. The old monster continued pouring out words. According to him, the ritual failed because Qing family still held kindness in their hearts, leaving them without enough hatred. No matter how many times he tortured their souls, they never became suitable materials for the artifact. Hao Lao Yao then calmly revealed another cruel truth. He had personally arranged the deaths of Qing's father and older brother. They did not have a pure yin fate, but years of war had filled them with bloodlust and resentment. If he could draw out that hatred, it would become perfect material for his ritual. Hearing that, Qing completely lost control. She had always believed her family died because of betrayal on the battlefield, but the man before her had orchestrated everything. Centuries of pain exploded all at once, and overwhelming resentment erupted from her body. Even Hao Lao Yao was shocked by the sudden change. At that very moment, Chengji's body burst with brilliant green light that illuminated the entire area. Ching Er's soul fully separated from it, releasing dense, deathly energy far beyond ordinary yin energy. Her eyes turned blood red, and her killing intent became almost tangible. Only one thought remained in her mind. She would kill Hao Lao Yao with her own hands to avenge her father and brother. Bai Shuang watched the entire transformation with a grim expression. He realized Ching Er's hatred had completely erupted. She had evolved from a yin soul into a vengeful spirit. Ching Er immediately charged straight at Hao Lao Yao with the determination to drag him into hell. But just before reaching him, her body suddenly froze as if an invisible force had seized control. Hao Lao Yao raised the yin soul token before him and smiled with complete confidence, certain that victory was already his. Even while being restrained, Ching Er screamed that she would drag him down with her, even if it meant her own soul would be destroyed forever. Hao Lao Yao finally realized the situation was no longer under control. Ching Er's hatred had become too powerful, while the yin soul token was still incomplete. The current yin wind alone would not be enough to suppress her much longer. Always cautious and prepared for the worst, Hao Lao Yao immediately revealed his final trump card. A magical artifact called the Soul Devouring Bowl appeared in his hand. This time, he was going all in. A pitch-black vortex slowly formed inside the artifact, resembling a bottomless abyss. The terrifying spiral seemed ready to swallow everything in its path. A few seconds later, a figure slowly began stepping out of the dark vortex. When Hao Lao Yao saw who it was, he looked surprised for a moment because it was someone familiar, but he quickly returned to his usual look of contempt, treating the newcomer like nothing more than an ant. He sneered and boasted that the Soul Devouring Bowl was made to swallow and refine souls. Once someone was pulled inside, escape was almost impossible. The figure glowing with eerie blue light was Ching Er after leaving Chengji's body, but she could already feel her soul weakening rapidly under the influence of Hao Lao Yao's sinister eye. Her resentment was being worn away, little by little, leaving her increasingly uneasy. If this continued, she would eventually disappear forever. Just when everything seemed hopeless, a familiar voice suddenly broke the tense silence. Ching Er immediately turned around in shock because she recognized that voice. The newcomer was none other than Yue Zidi. She arrived like a true savior, carrying the mighty Wei Tuo in her hand. The moment she appeared, she coldly mocked Hao Lao Yao, saying that a mere yin artifact had no right to act so arrogantly. With that, she hurled Wei Tuo into the sky, where it transformed into a giant hand that reached straight for Hao Lao Yao's sinister eye. In the next instant, a deafening explosion shook the heavens. The massive blast sent violent tremors across the entire area. Hao Lao Yao stood frozen in place, his face twisted with disbelief. He stared at his shattered treasure as if he could not believe his own eyes. Inside the cage, Bai Shuang almost wanted to clap in celebration. He had complete faith in Yue Zidi's treasure and could not hide his satisfaction. He coldly mocked Hao Lao Yao, saying that trapping him was one thing, but suppressing Wei Tuo was another. Hearing that only made Hao Lao Yao grind his teeth in fury. Watching the treasure he had spent so long creating get destroyed right before him was unbearable. Hao Lao Yao's rage finally exploded. He shot into the sky and unleashed a relentless barrage of deadly attacks, determined to tear everyone apart. The Ghost King quickly realized that Hao Lao Yao's next target was her. Without wasting a second, she released a wave of golden power to block the attack. Hao Lao Yao was briefly surprised that she could withstand the Yin Soul token, but he quickly regained his arrogant smile. He admitted he had underestimated her before preparing another attack. But before he could make his move, another voice interrupted him. This time, Ching Er stepped forward to face him. Hao Lao Yao had barely turned around before Ching Er's hand shot toward his left eye at incredible speed. His eyes widened in shock. A terrifying invisible force slammed toward him, forcing Hao Lao Yao to dodge at the last possible moment. Even after escaping, cold sweat poured down his face. Facing both the Ghost King and a desperate, vengeful spirit at the same time, he knew that if they were willing to sacrifice everything to kill him, he might not survive today. Realizing the battle was turning against him, Hao Lao Yao immediately took out a talisman and began chanting under his breath. It looked like he was calling for reinforcements. Without hesitation, he threw the talisman into the air and let out a sinister laugh. He said he had prepared this for a very long time, and now it was finally time to use it. Come forth. Moments later, a crimson arm with razor-sharp claws slowly emerged from the talisman. The horrifying sight alone was enough to send chills down Enion's spine. Hearing Hao Lao Yao's words, Ching'er suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of dread. He said it was someone familiar. Could that really be true? Her worst fear came true. The figure stepping out of the talisman was her senior brother. The moment she saw his familiar face, Ching'er could not stop herself from calling out to him. But all she received was an empty, emotionless stare. It seemed his memories had been completely erased, and he no longer recognized Ching'er. The only thing left in his mind was Hao Lao Yao's command. The evil cultivator immediately ordered him to kill everyone. After receiving the order, the senior brother drew his weapon and charged straight at Ching'er without the slightest hesitation, as though she were his sworn enemy. Fortunately, Ching'er reacted just in time to block the attack. As she defended herself, she painfully called out to her senior brother, unable to understand why he had appeared here. Ching'er desperately pieced everything together in her mind. If her senior brother's soul was here, then whose soul had been inside the token before? Or had not only her brother, but also her father and older sister been captured as well? Hao Lao Yao seemed to read her thoughts and immediately burst into laughter. He admitted that Ching'er's father and brother possessed exceptionally rare souls. With a little more refinement, they would become perfect tools, so he could never allow them to leave the core of the formation. After saying that, Hao Lao Yao coldly ordered Ching'er's senior brother to continue the attack and kill her on the spot. The senior brother tightened his grip on his sword and prepared to obey. But at that moment, he quietly whispered her name, Ching'er. Seeing that his consciousness was beginning to awaken, Hao Lao Yao's expression changed. He immediately pulled out another talisman to regain control. With a cold laugh, he said she should stop trying because his control technique could never be broken so easily. Just as everyone expected, he instantly threw the talisman onto Ching'er's senior brother to strengthen his control. The evil power quickly invaded his mind and spread into his eyes. Watching her brother suffer like a puppet, Ching'er was filled with panic and heartbreak. She desperately tried to awaken his old memories. "Brother, it's me." But it was almost useless. His mind had been completely twisted, and only the urge to kill remained. As her hope slowly faded, Ching'er sat there in despair. Tears streamed down her face as she quietly accepted her fate. Her senior brother slowly raised his sword and pointed it straight at her as the distance between them closed. With no other choice, Ching'er closed her eyes and waited for death. At the last possible moment, a mysterious spell suddenly appeared, sending countless binding chains flying toward them. The chains instantly wrapped tightly around Ching'er's senior brother. It was Yuadzidi. She was using every bit of her strength to hold him back from a distance, while urgently telling Ching'er to think of something, because she could not hold on much longer. Even so, Ching'er could not bring herself to hurt her own brother. She continued trying to reach the last trace of reason inside him. Her words seemed to restore a small part of his awareness, but the voice urging him to kill still echoed endlessly in his mind. The man in black released an even denser wave of demonic energy around himself, clearly using yin energy to maintain the yin lock chains. This time, he decided to reunite the whole family once and for all. A massive square formation covered in sinister demonic energy immediately appeared on the ground. At that moment, a horrifying realization flashed through Ching'er's mind. A man slowly emerged from the formation. The instant Ching'er recognized him, she burst into tears and cried out, "Father!" Meanwhile, her senior brother let out a furious roar and slashed apart the chains to break free. Uzd was nearly out of strength. Her body staggered as she no longer had enough yin energy to maintain the yin lock chains. If she forced herself any further, she would collapse. Seeing this, Hao Lao Yao laughed triumphantly and declared that they were all about to die. A terrifying mass of black energy erupted behind Ching'er's senior brother, distorting his form until he barely looked human anymore. Even so, Ching'er continued calling out to both of her loved ones. She fell to her knees in tears, begging her father and senior brother to wake up, because she could not bear to fight them. But only cold silence answered her. Ching'er swallowed her grief and gathered power into her palm. Sadly, that small amount of strength achieved almost nothing. Watching everything unfold, Yuedzidi could no longer stand by. She decided to risk everything one final time instead of waiting to die. Just then, Baishuang stepped forward as though he had expected this all along. With a rare look of determination, he told the Ghost King to use his yin energy to save everyone. Yizid immediately refused, warning that his yin energy was sealed, and forcing it out would certainly kill him. But Bai Shuang did not care. He shouted back that keeping the sealed yin energy was pointless. If they were all going to die anyway, he would rather gamble on saving everyone than let that old monster win. Then he gently placed his hand on the Ghost King's cheek and urged her to stop hesitating and take it. Hearing those words, she could only nod through her tears. The moment she agreed, Yuazi's body transformed as eerie purple-black energy covered her completely. She began absorbing Bai Shuang's yin energy at an astonishing rate. The overwhelming power made her entire body tremble from the strain, yet it also filled her with a level of strength she had not felt in ages. Meanwhile, Bai Shuang was drained until he looked like a frail old man, yet he still shouted for her to take every last bit of his power and crush their enemies once and for all. To honor that sacrifice, Wei Ziyi poured every last bit of strength into casting the Soul Lock Chain spell once again. He Laoyao was still enjoying the show when his face suddenly changed, as he sensed the overwhelming surge of power. The chain summoned by the Ghost King shot forward again and locked Qing Ni's senior brother in place. Wei Ziyi held him down with everything she had and shouted for Qing Ni to act now. Qing Ni understood at once. Fighting back tears, she exhausted all her qi and begged her father and senior brother to endure a little longer because she would bring everyone back. With her focus pushed to the limit, a green blast of wind shot straight toward the two men. In an instant, Qing Ni's senior brother was beheaded, and the talisman on his back was sliced away as well. He Laoyao gritted his teeth in fury as his talisman was destroyed, and cold sweat began pouring down. Seeing Wei Ziyi too weak to resist, he rushed in to finish her once and for all. This time there seemed to be no escape. Wearing a sinister grin with glowing red eyes, he declared that she would become his next experiment. Wei Ziyi turned around in horror as a pitch-black claw lunged toward her from point-blank range. But at the last possible second, a hand suddenly appeared and caught the deadly claw. He Laoyao's expression froze in disbelief as if he had witnessed something impossible. The one holding his arm was Qing Ni's senior brother. His eyes were still empty, but he had clearly broken free. Wei Ziyi instantly realized Qing Ni had succeeded. Right then, Yan Lu appeared and brought his massive sword crashing down on He Laoyao with all the rage of a family denied even peaceful rest. With a single slash, He Laoyao's body was split clean in half before his own stunned eyes. Bai Shuang stood speechless inside the formation, while Wei Ziyi excitedly shouted if they had really done it. Qing Ni was completely frozen too. A yellow talisman slowly drifted through the air and landed on Wei Ziyi's long hair. Bai Shuang immediately asked where that man had gone, while Wei Ziyi picked up the talisman to examine it. Gritting her teeth, Wei Ziyi said He Laoyao had escaped. If he completed the Yin Soul Order, defeating him later would become far more difficult. Bai Shuang said they should forget about him for now, and rescue the others first, especially Princess Zhang and Qin Huan, who were still trapped inside the formation. Qing Ni volunteered to save them. Looking at the purple magic-filled iron bars ahead, Bai Shuang wondered how Wei Ziyi planned to break the formation. Wei Ziyi returned to her usual confident self and said that once she found the core and foundation of the formation, breaking it would only take time and yin energy. She began chanting as golden light flowed from her fingertips like ribbons. With a loud shout, the entire formation shook violently before exploding apart. The purple bars shattered one after another, while Wei Ziyi collapsed from complete exhaustion. Her body lost balance, and she began to fall. But Bai Shuang quickly caught the Ghost Queen by the waist and held her steady. He softly thanked her because without her, they would all have died there. Wei Ziyi's eyes turned red, yet she stubbornly claimed she just did not want to pay for a hotel room by herself again. Before she could react, Bai Shuang lifted her into a princess carry. The Ghost Queen blushed and called him a shameless pervert, demanding to be put down, but Bai Shuang only laughed because she could barely stand. Wei Ziyi insisted she could crawl back on her own, but Bai Shuang immediately refused, saying he would never let his lifesaver crawl home. If she would not let him carry her, he would simply transfer more yin energy instead. The moment she heard that, the Ghost Queen's eyes turned dreamy, as if pink roses had bloomed all around her. Her face flushed bright red, and she shyly looked away before quietly agreeing to let him carry her. The atmosphere became unbelievably sweet. Seeing her resting quietly in his arms, Bai Shuang could not resist teasing her a little. While the two were lost in the moment, Qing Ni called out from behind that she had rescued the two girls. Even so, Zhang Miao and Qin Huan were still unconscious. After checking them, Bai Shuang concluded they had only lost too much yin energy and needed time to recover. After exchanging a glance, the three decided to return to the hotel first and figure out the next step later. Back in the hotel room, the two girls remained unconscious, lying side by side without waking. Bai Shuang watched them with concern. A full day had passed, yet neither showed any sign of waking. Wei Ziyi calmly explained that being trapped inside the formation for so long had drained too much yin energy, making their condition far more serious than it seemed. Before Wei Ziyi could finish, Bai Shuang leaned close to Qin Huan as if about to do something, insisting that another dose of yin energy would solve everything. The Ghost Queen immediately covered his mouth and pushed him back, explaining that her condition was completely different. She had only lost yin energy, while her soul remained unharmed, allowing her to recover quickly. Qin Huan and Zhang Miao, however, had lost far too much yin energy, and their souls were likely damaged as well. Simply supplying more yin energy from the outside would never be enough. Hearing that, Bai Shuang frowned and asked what could possibly restore a damaged soul, while Wei Ziyi struggled to find a simple way to explain it. Just then, a voice echoed through the darkness, mentioning the underworld yin jade as the only thing that could save them. Zhang Dao looked shocked and confirmed that it truly existed deep within the 8th level of Ice Mountain Hell. Bai Shuang immediately grabbed him and urged him to go get it, leaving Zhang Dao flustered as he told Bai Shuang to calm down, because he needed to retrieve his command token first. Before they could prepare, a ghost officer rushed over with urgent news. A crack had suddenly opened between Ice Mountain Hell and the human world, allowing countless evil ghosts to escape. Both of them froze in shock, especially Zhang Dao, who nearly jumped to his feet. On the 8th level of Hell, countless tormented souls were forced to climb freezing blocks of ice as punishment. No matter how the ghost officers shouted, they desperately kept climbing. When Zhang Dao and Bai Shuang arrived, the ghost officer immediately bowed and reported that the breach had appeared in this area. Looking across the 8 cliffs, Bai Shuang asked why so many souls were still being punished if all the evil ghosts had already escaped. Zhang Dao quickly explained that those outside were only ordinary spirits, while the true evil ghosts had been imprisoned much deeper in the most dangerous area. He pointed toward a massive ice mountain that stretched beyond sight, where freezing winds howled non-stop. High above, an enormous lightning-filled rift marked the escape route the evil ghosts had used. Zhang Dao immediately ordered every ghost officer to hunt down the escaped souls before they reached the human world and caused a disaster. Only then did he turn to Bai Shuang and reluctantly admit that he could not hand over the underworld yin jade right now. Bai Shuang immediately asked why and even offered to retrieve it himself if they were short on manpower. Zhang Dao looked at the swirling rift overhead and explained that the underworld yin jade was born within the ice milk sea, absorbing yin energy for countless years until it became a priceless treasure. But now, every trace of it had vanished from the ice. Bai Shuang instantly understood, and Zhang Dao grimly confirmed that the escaped evil ghosts had most likely stolen every piece of the underworld yin jade. Bai Shuang realized the timing was far too perfect. Just when he needed the jade to save his friends, it had completely disappeared. He Laoyao's face immediately came to mind, making him certain the old monster was behind it. Bai Shuang looked at Zhang Dao and requested permission to join the pursuit of the mastermind. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Dao reluctantly agreed. Just then, another ghost officer stepped forward to report that every unit had assembled. Behind him stood countless ghost officers, all radiating killing intent and ready for battle. Bai Shuang stepped to the front and declared that if the evil spirits had escaped through that rift, then they would chase them through the very same path. The ghost officers answered with a thunderous roar. The rift overhead continued expanding into a bottomless abyss. At that moment, a cold voice filled with murderous intent echoed inside Bai Shuang's mind. Deep within the darkness, countless evil ghosts hung from stone pillars with mangled bodies, some missing their stomachs, others shriveled like dried corpses, while endless screams echoed through the abyss. He Laoyao stood before the imprisoned ghosts with a sinister smile and declared that every one of them would soon become material for his greatest creation. The evil ghosts immediately cursed at him without fear, but He Laoyao only smiled strangely as he slowly raised his hand, preparing something truly horrifying. Streams of green light instantly rained down upon the evil ghosts. One of them was seized by a golden glow and screamed in panic, unable to understand what He Laoyao had done to it. Agonizing screams echoed everywhere as the evil ghost's body slowly dissolved into a stream of golden light. He Laoyao casually collected the glowing energy, while the remaining ghosts desperately begged to be sent back to hell. The light slowly condensed in his hand and formed a strange golden spirit pill. Staring at his creation, he muttered that sacrificing so many evil ghosts had only produced a great yellow rank yin stone. If this attempt failed, there would never be another chance. Just then, he looked up at the rift and burst into excited laughter after realizing more prey had walked right into his trap. Bai Shuang appeared through the crack above and coldly looked down at He Laoyao. The old monster laughed wildly, delighted that fresh yin energy had delivered itself to him. But the moment Bai Shuang landed, he immediately realized something was wrong. This had been a carefully prepared trap all along. He shouted for everyone to stay away from the formation, but it was already too late. Countless shadowy tendrils suddenly rushed in and bound Bai Shuang's companions before anyone could react. He Laoyao stood in the distance with a sinister grin, clearly having planned every step in advance. Seeing his allies hanging helplessly in the air, Bai Shuang quickly searched for a way to turn the situation around. He drew his sword and repeatedly slashed at the shadow tendrils, but no matter how many times he cut them apart, they instantly regenerated. Left with no other choice, Bai Shuang stepped onto the shadows and charged straight at He Laoyao with unwavering determination. The ghost officers immediately followed to support him, but just as Bai Shuang was about to reach his target, another shadow suddenly wrapped around his leg. In the blink of an eye, Bai Shuang's entire body was bound, and the battle took a dangerous turn. He Laoyao laughed triumphantly, convinced victory was already in his hands. But at that moment, a golden light flashed across Bai Shuang's eyes as he came up with a counterattack. He immediately unleashed the Yangbone blood technique, releasing an explosion of pure yang power that blasted away every shadow around him. He Laoyao's face changed in shock. He never expected Bai Shuang to possess such an overwhelming supreme yang bloodline. Standing in the middle of the battlefield, Bai Shuang coldly declared that before demonic energy corrupted him, he had been a demon hunter blessed with a supreme yang destiny. Such evil power was nowhere near enough to frighten him. Refusing to back down, He Laoyao immediately unleashed the Yin Soul Order. Countless attacks rained down like a storm of arrows. Bai Shuang swiftly activated his own power and blocked every incoming strike without suffering a single injury. But his supreme yang energy completely suppressed the dark power. The moment the attacks collided, the Yin Soul Order cracked along one edge, leaving He Laoyao utterly stunned. Not only was his treasure damaged, but part of his hand was burned as well. He finally realized his flesh could not withstand such overwhelming yang power. The ghost officers watching from outside erupted in cheers as Bai Shuang gained the upper hand. But despite his fearless appearance, he knew he could not maintain the Yangbone blood technique much longer. His yang energy had already been severely depleted by demonic corruption, and forcing it further would destroy the balance within his body and leave him unconscious. Even so, Bai Shuang calmly instructed everyone that he would keep He Laoyao occupied while they seized the underworld Yin Jade from him. The ghost officers immediately accepted the order, each determined not to betray Lord Bai's trust. As for Bai Shuang, he silently swore that this time, He Laoyao would never escape again. Meanwhile, night remained peaceful over Yanghu village. Zhangji could not sit still as she worried about Bai Shuang. More than a day had passed without his return, and she began fearing the worst. Wei Zi remained much calmer, saying the underworld was practically Bai Shuang's home turf, so nothing serious should happen. But at that very moment, a dark portal suddenly appeared in the air. Zhangji lit up with joy, believing Bai Shuang had finally returned from the underworld. But Wei Ziyi immediately sensed something was wrong. The person stepping out was not Bai Shuang. Zhao Ming emerged from the portal with an unusually grim expression and informed the two women that something had happened to Lord Bai. Zhangji and Wei Ziyi immediately followed Zhao Ming into the underworld. As they hurried along, he urged them to move faster because Bai Shuang's condition was critical. When they asked what had happened, Zhao Ming explained that while pursuing the escaped evil ghosts from Ice Mountain Hell, the entire group had fallen into an enemy trap. To save everyone, Bai Shuang had been forced to unleash all of his pure yang power and battle the man in black for more than 300 exchanges. In the end, they managed to seize the underworld Yin Jade, while He Laoyao suffered heavy injuries and fled in miserable defeat. After hearing the story, Zhangji anxiously grabbed Zhao Ming by the shoulders and asked if Bai Shuang had been seriously wounded in the battle. Zhao Ming shook his head, leaving her even more confused. If Bai Shuang had won and was not badly injured, then what had gone so wrong? Zhao Ming explained that the real problem was that Bai Shuang had completely exhausted every trace of yang energy in his body. Once that happened, the consequences were far worse than any physical injury. As he spoke, Zhao Ming pushed open the door. Thick demonic energy immediately poured out, making the entire room feel cold and suffocating. The moment they stepped inside, they saw countless ghost officers kneeling in panic while Bai Shuang stood in the center of the room, completely out of control. He roared that he would kill everyone, ignoring the ghost officers as they desperately tried to calm him down and reminded him that the battle was already over. One badly beaten ghost officer struggled to tell him that they were back in the underworld and everyone was safe. Bai Shuang answered only with another furious roar, ordering everyone to get out. Zhangji and Wei Ziyi were both stunned by the sight. The surrounding ghost officers had all been beaten black and blue, with blood running down their faces. One of them painfully explained that ever since the battle ended, Bai Shuang had fallen into this berserk state. No one could bring him back to his senses, and even Zhang Dao had struggled just to hold him back. After watching for a moment, Wei Zi quickly figured out the cause. Bai Shuang had completely depleted his yang energy, throwing the balance of yin and yang into chaos and driving him insane. She admitted she had experienced something similar after remaining in her demonic form for too long. Zhang Dao, who had just been punched away, anxiously asked if there was any way to save Bai Shuang, because if this continued, he might destroy the entire underworld. Hearing that, Wei Ziyi hesitated and blushed, admitting there was still a solution, but it was difficult to explain. Zhang Ji noticed her awkward expression and immediately sensed something unusual. Wei Ziyi continued that Bai Shuang's condition was much worse than hers had ever been, and she alone was not strong enough to stabilize him. She then leaned close to Zhangji and quietly asked whether she was truly willing to do anything to repay Bai Shuang for saving her life. Zhen nodded without hesitation. Wei Ziyi turned to the underworld officials and told them to leave the rest to the two of them. Zhao Ming and the others reluctantly stepped outside. Once outside, Zhao Ming still looked worried and asked Zhong Dao whether it was really safe to leave the two women alone with Bai Shuang in his current state. Zhong Dao could only sigh because they had no other choice. Inside the room, Bai Shuang had been blindfolded with a black cloth, yet he continued calling out for a woman in a completely uncontrolled voice. After they were alone, Zhangji immediately asked Wei Ziyi what they had to do to restore Bai Shuang's sanity. Blushing deeply, Wei Ziyi explained that Bai Shuang's yin and yang energies had become dangerously unbalanced. To restore that balance, he needed a woman to help harmonize his energy. Hearing that, Zhangji instantly understood the implication and realized exactly what Wei Ziyi meant. She turned her face away in embarrassment, her thoughts in complete turmoil because they were not even married yet. The more Zhangji thought about it, the more conflicted she became. Things had once been different when she only saw Bai Shuang as someone with extraordinary energy, but crossing this line carried an entirely different meaning. While she hesitated, Wei Zi quietly began removing her outer robe and said that if they truly wanted to repay Bai Shuang, this was the right moment. As the robe slipped away, revealing her pale legs, Zhangji stared in surprise and asked why Wei Zi was willing to do the same if her own reason was gratitude. Wei Zi avoided her gaze and awkwardly mumbled that she was simply paying back the cost of staying with Bai Shuang, though the excuse was far from convincing. Before either of them could say another word, Bai Shuang suddenly lunged toward them after completely losing control. In the next instant, the three of them disappeared into the chaos inside the room as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Despite the turmoil in her heart, she forced herself to remain calm, keeping her eyes fixed on Bai Shuang and silently vowing that even if she had to save him this way, she would never allow herself to lose her own will. She endured the pain with a slight frown, but only one thought remained in her mind. She wanted Bai Shuang to remember that she was someone truly unforgettable. Most of what happened inside was hidden from view, but even the atmosphere alone left everyone outside blushing. They were stunned that Wei Ziyi was willing to go this far. After struggling with her decision, the other young woman finally resolved to help as well, believing this was the only way to repay Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang had almost completely lost control, while Wei Ziyi did everything she could to stabilize him. The two men in blue secretly watched from outside and were shocked by the intensity of the situation. Exhausted, the young woman weakly pleaded that she had reached her limit and asked if it could finally end. The Ghost Queen looked grim. Bai Shuang had exhausted far more young energy than expected, and the two of them alone were not enough to bring him back. Half of Bai Shuang's face had been consumed by black energy, and he kept repeating that it was still not enough. A frightened voice cried out, desperately begging Bai Shuang to regain his senses before it was too late. Wei Ziyi, now on the verge of collapse, urged Qingni to wake the other two women immediately because they needed everyone's help to save Bai Shuang. Qingni hesitated, unwilling to leave Wei Zi alone in such a dangerous situation. Wei Zi firmly shouted that if Qingni did not go now, everyone would die, including Bai Shuang. This was their final chance. Qingni immediately realized how critical the situation had become as Bai Shuang's hoarse voice continued calling out in delirium. His face remained covered by terrifying black energy, while Wei Zi silently accepted whatever fate awaited her if it meant saving him. Tears streamed down Wei Zi's face as she quietly accepted her decision. Qingni rushed out the door, praying that Wei Zi could hold on until she returned. Outside, she caught the two men in blue trying to slip away. They quickly claimed they had only been waiting to see if Bai Shuang needed help. Qingni frowned coldly, clearly unconvinced by their explanation. She looked at the unconscious Qin Huan and Zhang Miao and realized their life force was growing weaker by the moment. A jade stone suddenly floated into the air, radiating a faint blue glow. Qingni fixed her eyes on the underworld yin jade and silently prayed it could awaken the two women. One of the men in blue reported that everything had been prepared according to Wei Ziyi's instructions. Qingni raised the jade, while the other three produced matching jades and activated the formation. The remaining jade also began to shine. Qingni and the three men stood at 4 directions around the unconscious women and cast the ritual together. Even after a long while, the two women showed no response, leaving Qingni increasingly anxious. Having pushed herself too far, Qingni suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed to her knees, startling the man beside her. Despite her exhaustion, she told everyone to ignore her and continue the ritual. At that moment, Zhang Miao finally began to open her eyes. Qingni let out a sigh of relief but urgently reminded them that if they did not wake soon, Bai Shuang would truly die. The moment she finished speaking, Qingni collapsed unconscious. Zhang Miao quickly caught her and called her name in panic. Meanwhile, Bai Shuang remained trapped in his berserk state, his mind completely consumed by the imbalance within him. Wei Ziyi's face had turned pale, and her breathing grew weaker. She admitted she had reached her limit and feared she could not hold on much longer. Just then, a layer of mist suddenly filled the room. The other two women finally arrived. Zhang Miao immediately apologized for making Wei Ziyi endure everything alone for so long, and Wei Ziyi called out in relief when she saw them. Zhang Miao approached with a faint smile, trying to lighten the heavy mood despite the desperate situation. Qin Huan lowered her head shyly and quietly said that if their benefactor needed her help, she was ready to do whatever she could before stepping forward. Bai Shuang's eyes burned bright red like a wild beast as he curled his lips into a grin and let out a loud roar, calling for women. Qin Huan turned her face slightly aside, and her voice made it clear she was holding back with everything she had. Zheng Jia's bare body trembled non-stop under every forceful movement from him. Bai Shuang held Yuazue so tightly she could barely breathe. She forced out that this was the wildest time yet, then failed to stop a soft moan. Covered in cold sweat, she panted and said they were lucky everyone arrived in time. Otherwise, there would have been no way out. His bloodshot eyes looked completely out of control as he kept shouting for more women. It was obvious the demonic energy had overwhelmed his mind. Qinhua blushed deeply and bit her lip, while Zhengju squeezed her eyes shut. Breathing so fast the whole room seemed to heat up. Yozue gasped with every impact while Qingni tilted her head back, exposing her long white neck as if she had been pushed completely limp. After a while, Bai Shuang finally regained his senses. He grabbed his forehead and panted before remembering everything. He jumped up in shock, wondering what had just happened. The moment he came to his senses, he anxiously asked about the Grand Princess Qin Huan, Qingni, and Yuezue. The woman lying face down on the bed gripped the sheets with a trembling voice and said he had finally returned to normal. Zhang Miao sat beside him and shot him a resentful look, complaining that the Grand Princess had not fully recovered and the rest of them had nearly collapsed from exhaustion. Seeing the young woman resting her head on his arm, he asked in surprise when the Grand Princess had awakened. Qingyi explained that she had used the yin jade Bai Shuang, brought back to wake everyone up, and they rushed over to save him as soon as they recovered. After hearing that, Bai Shuang blamed himself for failing to control the demonic energy and forcing everyone into such a struggle right after waking up. Yu Ziwei pushed herself upright and said he did not need to feel guilty because cultivating together with him had also restored their yin energy, making it beneficial for everyone. Only then did Qinhua realize why her strength had surged from the very beginning. It turned out Bai Shuang's yin energy had replenished her. Wrapping a red cloth around herself, she said seriously that this loss of control had been extremely dangerous. It took all four of them working together to bring him back, and that power was clearly still unstable. Hearing that, Bai Shuang thought to himself that every time he cultivated with a woman, he gained a new ability. This time, after cultivating with four at once, he wondered what terrifying change would appear. Elsewhere, the man in black was refining a purple banner inside a dark space, while streams of green light circled both him and the treasure. The purple banner suddenly shone brightly and absorbed every stream of green light into itself. When the purple glow reached its peak, countless souls were forcibly dragged into the banner, and the man immediately raised his hand and shouted, "Collect!" Right after that, the banner turned brilliant gold, and its light burst out with dazzling intensity. Hao Laoyao held the newly forged treasure and laughed like a madman, declaring that the Yin demonic supreme treasure, the Yin soul token, was finally complete. Veins bulged across his forehead as he gritted his teeth, called out Qinghun, Bai Shuang, and those women, then swore every one of them would die. Outside the room that had stayed silent for days, Qingni worriedly asked Yue Ziwei if something had happened to Bai Shuang during his secluded cultivation. Yue Ziwei calmly replied that the longer the refinement lasted, the more terrifying the power he would gain. Qingni was stunned and felt Bai Shuang might become unbelievably powerful once he emerged. Thinking about how Bai Shuang grew stronger after every dual cultivation session, her cheeks turned bright red as her imagination wandered like an innocent young girl. The more she thought about it, the tighter she clenched her fists and silently promised that to repay his kindness, she was willing to stay by Bai Shuang's side every night to help him cultivate. Yuazawei folded her arms, glanced at her, and coldly said the things she imagined could never happen, leaving Qingni staring in confusion as she asked why. Closing her eyes, Yuazui explained that only when the yin and yang inside Bai Shuang became unbalanced would dual cultivation create a cycle of power and produce new strength. Simple pleasure alone accomplished nothing. Qingni was still feeling disappointed when the door suddenly opened. A pair of blue sneakers stepped outside as Bai Shuang stretched comfortably and remarked that he had never felt such overwhelming power before. In the underworld, Bai Shuang stood still, sensing two streams of black and white energy revolving around his body. Qingni excitedly rushed over with both hands on her face, asking what new ability Bai Shuang had awakened, how powerful it was, and whether he could finally defeat Hao Laoyao. Bai Shuang spoke with complete confidence, saying Hao Laoyao sounded intimidating, but defeating him would not be that difficult. Blushing, Qingni ran over and hugged him, her voice turning gentle as she begged him to save her older sister, who was still imprisoned by Hao Laoyao. She looked up at him with pleading eyes and even said that if the yin and yang inside him became unstable again, she would willingly offer herself to help. Bai Shuang scratched his head awkwardly and said he might have to trouble Qingni when that time came. She blushed, turned away, and quietly replied that she did not mind at all. Just as the mood grew awkwardly intimate, a voice suddenly interrupted, warning them not to celebrate too soon. Qingni looked completely confused. Yue Ziwei folded her arms and warned that although Bai Shuang had become much stronger, Hao Laoyao had also completed the Yin Soul token with the final Yin Souls, and that treasure was no easy opponent. Hearing about the treasure, Bai Shuang immediately asked how terrifying the Yin Soul token really was. The Ghost King simply shook her head and admitted she only knew the legends. She continued by explaining that the Yin Soul token was said to control every ghost soul, with even ghost emperors forced to submit before it. Bai Shuang was shocked because a ghost emperor stood an entire realm above a ghost king. Standing beside him, Qingni urged him to be careful. This enemy was far too dangerous, and her sister would surely understand if she had to wait a little longer. Bai Shuang only laughed and declared that if Hao Laoyao was strong, he was not weak either. Since he had promised to save her, he would keep that promise. Yue Ziwei silently watched him in surprise, because even she could no longer see through Bai Shuang's true strength. He had apparently surpassed the Ghost King realm. Suddenly remembering something, Bai Shuang asked where the Grand Princess and Qin Huan had gone. Yue Ziwei replied that they had returned to meet the Grand Princess's father. At that moment, a panicked man rushed inside from outside, loudly calling for Lord Bai. He hurriedly reported that the man in black had appeared again and was killing people. He was now heading toward the evil ghost prison, where the most dangerous ghost beings were sealed. The man explained that if Hao Yao broke open the prison and released every evil ghost, chaos would consume the human world. Bai Shuang frowned, realizing he had not even searched for Hao Lao Yao before the enemy came to him. It was the perfect chance to test his new power. At the ash-covered entrance of the evil ghost prison, surrounded by flowing lava, a blue-robed ghost guard anxiously asked why they were not allowed to join the fight. The judge frowned deeply and replied that the ghost guards did not understand. Hao Lao Yao now possessed the Yin Soul token, and even he could not resist its control. The ghost guard turned pale and asked if they could only watch as Hao Lao Yao released every evil ghost. The judge answered that the only one unaffected by the Yin Soul token was Bai Shuang. But deep down, the judge feared something even worse. Hao Lao Yao might have another objective besides freeing the evil ghosts. Just then, Bai Shuang's voice came from behind, saying they could leave everything here to him. The judge turned around, overjoyed to see him, and repeatedly said only Bai Shuang could stop Hao Lao Yao. Under no circumstances could that thing be opened. Bai Shuang immediately asked what Hao Lao Yao was trying to open, but the judge realized he had said too much, and quickly urged him to head inside instead. Bai Shuang disliked the judge's evasive attitude even more, but he stopped asking because today he had already decided Hao Lao Yao would never leave the underworld alive. With that, Bai Shuang leaped away, leaving the judge watching with hope, while silently praying that the hidden gate inside the evil ghost prison would never be opened. Bai Shuang soon landed in a dark area overflowing with heavy yin energy that made the air feel freezing cold. Looking at the lava pouring down from above, he wondered why this place, which held countless evil ghosts, was eerily silent without a single one in sight. Suddenly, a woman in white appeared crying for help, saying someone intended to use her as a sacrifice, and she was terrified of having her soul destroyed forever. The disheveled woman knelt down and explained that she was an evil ghost once imprisoned there. Although she had committed many crimes in the past, she had long accepted her punishment. Lowering her head, she spoke in an almost choking whisper. She said she only needed another 200 years to cleanse her sins and reincarnate, so she could not accept disappearing here. Bai Shuang stepped closer and asked who was behind the sacrifice and what the purpose was. She immediately revealed that it was a man dressed in black, holding the Yin Soul token, forcing everyone to obey. But before she could finish, strands of black mist suddenly shot forward, wrapped around the young woman, and dragged her away at incredible speed. Her desperate cries made Bai Shuang chase after her in fury. Elsewhere inside the fallen immortal gate, a massive gate remained tightly sealed, surrounded by blazing flames that kept everyone away. Hao Lao Yao spread his wings and hovered in the air, staring at the giant gate. In his eyes, once it was opened, neither the judge nor the Yama King would matter anymore. His greed was impossible to hide. Taking over the underworld was only the beginning. After that, he planned to lead the underworld into the immortal realm and crush those lofty immortals beneath his feet. At the same time, a stream of black energy burst from the formation beneath the ground and dragged the woman in white straight toward it. She could only scream for help in despair. Bai Shuang charged toward the formation as the woman was almost completely swallowed, with only one leg still outside. He roared for it to stop, instantly realizing Hao Lao Yao had to be behind this. Seeing the scene before him, he could only shout for her not to give up. He stretched his arm out with everything he had, reaching for the foot just within sight. But he was one step too late. The woman was completely swallowed by the formation, leaving only a chilling scream echoing through the air. Bai Shuang cursed through gritted teeth. He had been only a moment away from saving her. Then countless streams of black energy burst out of the formation and scattered in every direction. He immediately realized this was far from over. The black energy swept past him and wrapped itself around other wandering souls. The sacrifice had begun again. He glanced behind him, where countless spirits were screaming in terror and begging to be released. A ghost in blue burst into tears, his face completely pale as he cried that he did not want his souls destroyed. Just then, a streak of blue sword energy swept across the area, instantly severing the black energy. Bai Shuang stood before them with his sword and coldly declared that as long as he was here, no one would get away with this. The ghosts clung to him like their last hope, calling him Lord Bai and begging for help. One trembling spirit said a terrifying man planned to sacrifice every one of them. Bai Shuang looked at them and asked one question: "What is the sacrifice for?" One ghost was about to answer when another immediately stopped him, afraid they would be killed on the spot. But the first ghost gave a bitter smile and said there was no point keeping secrets when death was already certain. Bai Shuang recalled that even when he first entered the judge's domain, something had felt strangely out of place. It seemed the evil ghost prison truly hid a massive secret, and Hao Laoyao was after it. Suddenly, two more streams of black energy emerged from the formation, wrapped around the heads of two ghosts and dragged them away. The ghosts desperately cried for help, but Bai Shuang simply folded his arms and calmly said that if they still refused to talk, they could wait to be sacrificed instead. At last, one ghost broke down and shouted the truth. He revealed that a place called the Fallen Immortal Gate existed inside the evil ghost prison, and their duty was to guard it. The moment he finished speaking, a flash of swordlight cut through the black energy above his head. The ghost let out a huge sigh of relief after narrowly escaping death. Bai Shuang looked up and asked what the Fallen Immortal Gate really was and why it had to be guarded. The ghost began explaining by asking if Bai Shuang had never found it strange. The 18 hells had never included an evil ghost prison, yet this place existed as a completely separate domain. According to him, the entire evil ghost prison had been built solely to conceal the Fallen Immortal Gate. Every evil ghost imprisoned there had to guard the gate to atone for their sins. Bai Shuang grew even more curious. An entire prison built just to guard a single gate. What terrifying thing could possibly be sealed behind it? The ghost explained that according to ancient spirits, an immortal punished long ago was imprisoned behind the gate. Hearing the word immortal left Bai Shuang stunned. The ghost then spoke of the ancient war between humans, demons, and immortals, when the human race and the immortal race had joined forces against the demon race. But at the decisive moment, a female war goddess from the immortal race suddenly betrayed them. She sided with the demons and led the last surviving forces out of the encirclement. The ghost calmly continued, saying the demon race could have been wiped out that day, yet because of that single betrayal, a handful survived. Even though the demons had not appeared for thousands of years, the threat had never truly disappeared. After hearing the story, Bai Shuang was puzzled. If the female war goddess had escaped with the demon race, why was she imprisoned inside the Fallen Immortal Gate? The ghost continued, saying that after she disappeared, the immortal race sent countless experts to hunt her down but found nothing. Then, just 1 month later, something unbelievable happened. The female war goddess returned on her own to face judgment. The immortal race used every torture imaginable, even the soul search technique, to force out the demon race's location, but she never revealed a single word. With no other choice, the immortal race sealed her inside the Fallen Immortal Gate as an eternal punishment. At that moment, Bai Shuang finally understood. Hao Laoyao planned to use the evil ghosts as sacrifices to break the seal and release the female war goddess. Thinking of that possibility, Bai Shuang gritted his teeth. If that really happened, it would become an unimaginable disaster. Bai Shuang immediately asked how many more sacrifices were needed to completely break the seal of the Fallen Immortal Gate. The ghost lowered his head and admitted he did not know the exact number. He only knew that many evil ghosts had already been sacrificed before Bai Shuang arrived, and very few survivors remained. Bai Shuang made his decision at once. He ordered the ghosts to split up, rescue every survivor they could find, lead them out of the prison, and report everything to the judge outside. They immediately agreed and rushed off. Meanwhile, before the Fallen Immortal Gate, Hao Laoyao suddenly looked up with a shocked expression. He noticed the number of evil ghosts dropping rapidly and instantly realized someone was secretly ruining his plan. Hao Laoyao took out a black banner and sneered. Even without the evil ghosts, it made no difference. Countless yin souls poured out from the banner, all collected by him over many years. Hao Laoyao crazily ordered the yin souls to sacrifice themselves as stepping stones for his ambition. His laughter echoed through the darkness, while endless cries of resentment filled the air. Just then, Bai Shuang heard a strange sound behind him and immediately turned around. The moment he saw the scene, his expression changed. Those were not evil ghosts but innocent yin souls. Hao Laoyao was sacrificing the souls of the dead without hesitation. His eyes suddenly stopped on a soul whose face looked almost identical to Qing Nis. He immediately suspected she was Qing Nis' older sister. Bai Shuang tightened his grip on the Wei Tuo staff and decided to save her first, no matter whether his guess was right or wrong. Without another word, he threw the Wei Tuo staff into the air. The artifact instantly erupted with dazzling light that covered the entire area. The brilliant light pierced through the black mist and tore open a huge gap, allowing countless yin souls to escape. Bai Shuang quickly rushed forward and caught Dao Ni as she fell. Cheers erupted from every direction as the freed yin souls celebrated their freedom. Holding the young woman safely, Bai Shuang immediately asked whether she knew Qing Ni. The moment she heard that name, she looked at him in surprise and asked if he knew her younger sister Qing Ni. Bai Shuang finally let out a sigh of relief. Smiling, he said he had found the right person, introduced himself, and explained that Qing Ni had asked him to rescue her. Suddenly, Hao Laoyao's arrogant laughter echoed from behind them. He sneered that he had wondered who it was, only to find the same brat again. Bai Shuang turned around and saw Hao Laoyao riding a cloud of black mist toward him. Hao Laoyao smiled confidently because his sacrificial formation had already been completed. Without wasting another word, Bai Shuang unleashed 3 sword phantoms straight at Hao Laoyao and shouted that the old monster would die today. Even surrounded by the sword phantoms, Hao Laoyao remained completely fearless. He declared that the Yin Soul token had fully matured, making such sword techniques worthless. The 3 sword phantoms instantly merged into one gigantic sword, forcing even Hao Laoyao's expression to change. Standing before the massive blade, Bai Shuang calmly said he was not the only one who had grown stronger. Then he unleashed myriad swords returned to the origin. The colossal sword shot forward with overwhelming force, and Hao Laoyao instantly sensed deadly danger closing in. Faced with that attack, Hao Laoyao no longer dared to stand his ground and immediately turned to flee. He knew Bai Shuang's yang energy was overwhelmingly powerful, and facing it head-on would only lead to defeat. Hao Laoyao leaped straight onto the brilliantly glowing formation below. Sitting at the center of the formation, Hao Laoyao watched the massive sword rushing toward him and revealed a sinister grin. Just as the sword was about to strike, a pillar of light burst from the formation and shattered the giant blade in midair. Even Bai Shuang was stunned that such a powerful attack had been stopped. Standing inside the formation, Hao Laoyao laughed triumphantly. He declared that no matter how strong Bai Shuang's yang energy was, it was useless because the formation had already been completed. Soon he would possess the strongest puppet of all. Hao Laoyao's voice echoed from within the Pillar of Light as the sacrificial ritual officially began. The Wei Tuo artifact suddenly blazed with light, and Bai Shuang's expression changed at once. He shouted that the seal could not be allowed to break, and immediately summoned the Wei Tuo artifact. The artifact's light struck the pillar but was instantly thrown back, leaving Bai Shuang in disbelief. Even the sacred artifact could not stop it. The man in the black robe laughed proudly and said that once the grand formation was active, every attack was completely useless. The pillar of light shot into the sky, and the shockwave swept across the entire area. An ancient voice echoed, "The seal is open." Purple light instantly blasted apart the fallen immortal gate before crashing into the protective barrier. The dark voice sounded again, "Break." As the gate slowly opened, a lone figure stepped out. Her black eyes flashed with icy killing intent as she spoke. "Who dares disturb my peace?" Zhang Dao stood outside with his eyes wide open. Only one thought remained in his mind. This time, everything had truly gone wrong. The seal had been broken. Hao Laoyao raised both arms toward the sky and laughed like a madman. He had finally succeeded, and from this day on, no one could stop him. At that very moment, Bai Shuang charged in from behind with his gigantic sword, his killing intent surging into the heavens. He shouted that he would kill Hao Laoyao first and crush his dreams of victory. Hao Laoyao merely tilted his head and effortlessly dodged the incoming blade before calmly raising one hand. Thousands of purple yin souls suddenly filled the sky. Hao Laoyao sneered, saying he had almost forgotten about Bai Shuang and might as well deal with him now. The spirits instantly swarmed toward Bai Shuang, and his expression turned serious as he shouted, Demon Dao technique. The moment the words left his mouth, one slash tore through the entire swarm of yin souls. Hao Laoyao froze in shock, unable to understand how Bai Shuang had become so overwhelmingly powerful. Cold sweat covered Hao Laoyao's forehead. Every one of those yin souls had been strengthened by the yin soul token and possessed Ghost King level power, yet they were wiped out as easily as weeds. A violent aura swirled around Bai Shuang as he calmly said that thanks to Hao Laoyao, draining all his yang energy, he had been given the chance to achieve an even greater breakthrough. As he spoke, a strange mass of energy gathered in his hand before he called out, Yin-Yang Demon Dao Technique. Bai Shuang clenched his fist, sending streams of black and white energy flying forward. Staring directly at Hao Laoyao, he declared that this time he would not let him escape. Hao Laoyao's face turned pale as he felt the terrifying yin-yang energy. He began to suspect Bai Shuang had already surpassed the Ghost King realm. Bai Shuang descended from the sky with overwhelming sword energy, swinging the blade straight toward Hao Laoyao's head as he roared, "Die!" But at the final moment, a long spear suddenly appeared and blocked the attack head-on. At the most critical instant, Hao Laoyao had successfully summoned the female war goddess to save him. Bai Shuang stopped in place and stared at the newcomer in surprise, as the woman slowly opened her lips to speak. "There is demonic energy within you." As she spoke, she stuck her behind her and asked whether Bai Shuang was a member of the demon race. Bai Shuang examined her battle armor and long spear while silently judging her strength. The fact that she had blocked his sword without the slightest effort proved she was far stronger than he was. He asked for her identity. Just then, Hao Laoyao burst into laughter and declared that his strongest warrior had finally appeared. Hao Laoyao proudly announced that he was the one who had broken her seal and ordered her to kill the man standing before them. Hearing that, Bai Shuang was stunned. Could she really be the female war goddess who had been sealed away? The moment she heard that title, her expression darkened. She immediately leaped into the air and drove her spear downward. Bai Shuang instantly raised his sword to block the strike, but the overwhelming force behind it left him deeply shocked. The woman casually twirled her spear and coldly said, "My name is Ming Yue. Never call me the female war goddess again." Bai Shuang frowned deeply. Now he finally understood why Hao Laoyao had gone to such lengths to free her. With power like this, even the entire underworld together might not be able to defeat her. Seeing this, Hao Laoyao frantically shouted for the female war goddess to kill Bai Shuang. But the only reply was a streak of light shooting straight toward him. Ming Yue slammed her spear into the ground and coldly warned that she had already made herself clear. No one was to call her by that title again. Watching everything unfold, Bai Shuang realized she might not be on Hao Laoyao's side after all. Ming Yue turned toward him and demanded to know why demonic energy existed within his body. Bai Shuang explained that it was demon Dao energy inherited from his father, and every man in his family was born with the demon Dao physique. Ming Yue froze for a moment before asking, "The demon Dao physique, then is your surname Bai?" Bai Shuang looked at her in surprise, stroked his chin, and asked how she knew he belonged to the Bai family. He then repeated what the evil ghosts had said about her betraying the immortal race and escaping with the demon race. He also asked whether she knew the true origin of his demon Dao physique. The moment she heard the Bai surname, Ming Yue completely lost her composure. She grabbed his collar and urgently asked if he truly belonged to the Bai family and whether his father was Bai Qishan. Bai Shuang awkwardly replied that his father was Bai Shufu, while Bai Qishan was one of the family's ancestors. Hearing that, she stood there in a daze, holding her head as she muttered, "An ancestor? Then what era is this now?" Just then, a terrifying wave of eerie screams suddenly echoed from behind Ming Yue. She turned around with an annoyed expression and complained that the noise was unbearably irritating. Before she could finish speaking, Ming Yue staggered and collapsed to one knee. She struggled to support herself as Bai Shuang hurriedly asked what was wrong. Hao Laoyao, who had recovered after being blasted away earlier, still had blood running from his nose, yet he wore a sinister grin. He claimed his earlier mistake had only been carelessness, and boasted that even the strongest warrior from the ancient immortal realm could not escape his suppression. Hao Laoyao manipulated the sound waves and ordered Ming Yue to obey him and kill Bai Shuang. The eerie sound immediately rushed toward her. The unbearable pain made Ming Yue clutch both ears as she screamed for the voices to stop. Behind her, Hao Laoyao continued using the Yin Soul token to control her mind, threatening that defiance would end with her soul destroyed forever. Seeing the danger, Bai Shuang immediately unleashed yin bone blood, sending countless golden rays straight at Hao Laoyao. But Hao Laoyao did not even try to dodge. He simply stood there with a twisted smile. Mingyue had already lost control of herself. She raised her blade to block Bai Shuang's attack and shield Hao Laoyao. Hao Laoyao burst into laughter, declaring that as long as she stood before him, Bai Shuang would never be able to harm him. He then ordered her to kill Bai Shuang. Mingyu's eyes began to glow under the control of the Yin Soul Token as Hao Laoyao repeatedly forced the command to kill Bai Shuang into her mind. Struggling against the control, Mingyue held her head and cried out in agony, shouting for Hao Laoyao to be silent because her head felt ready to explode. Suddenly, blood burst from Mingyu's body, shocking everyone present. Bai Shuang looked closer and realized she had stabbed her own arm with her blade. That desperate act forcibly severed her connection to the Yin Soul Token. Once she regained control, Mingyue let out a quiet sigh of relief and said everything was finally peaceful again. Hao Laoyao flew into a rage, cursing her reckless decision. He shouted that severing the Yin Soul Token would inflict devastating damage on her cultivation. Mingyue coldly replied that even if her cultivation fell, killing someone like him would still be effortless. With those words, she spun around and thrust her blade straight toward Hao Laoyao. She angrily declared that she had never obeyed the immortal realm, so there was no reason to obey a filthy worm like him. The one who deserved to die was Hao Laoyao himself. Her blade pierced directly through Hao Laoyao's eye. He let out a horrifying scream as blood poured everywhere. Mingyue pinned the blade firmly into his body, and Hao Laoyao began crumbling into ashes before slowly fading away. When Hao Laoyao finally vanished into drifting smoke, Mingyu's blade also dropped onto the ground. Nearby, Dao Ni finally broke free from the ghostly restraints. The black smoke left her body and transformed into the form of an immortal maiden. Looking at her own hands, she joyfully cried that the Yin Soul Token's control had finally disappeared and she was free. Chengji was also released from the ghostly bond. The black smoke dispersed from her body as she floated into the air, feeling as though her soul had finally escaped a deep prison. Looking toward the gate where Mingyue and Bai Shuang had just ended the battle, Chengji wondered whether Lord Bai had done something to make all of this happen. Seeing everything finally settled, Bai Shuang let out a long sigh and cursed that damned old man for leaving behind a mountain of trouble even after dying. He then turned to thank Mingbai for helping him, but at that moment she suddenly collapsed from exhaustion, sending Bai Shuang rushing over in panic. Mingbai lay motionless with a pale face. After Bai Shuang kept asking, she finally explained that she had forcefully severed her bond with the Soul Command Token, leaving her cultivation badly damaged. If she failed to stabilize it soon, she could even fade away like a spirit body. Hearing that, Bai Shuang realized she might know the secret behind the Bai family's unique bloodline that had caused trouble for thousands of years. He immediately knelt and begged her to tell him how to save her. Mingbai blushed deeply, sweat covering her face from embarrassment. She quietly said that with the Bai family's special bloodline, he could save her as long as he agreed. Bai Shuang did not hesitate and promised he would save her no matter what, then quickly asked what he needed to do. Mingbai suddenly sat up and kissed Bai Shuang on the lips, leaving him completely stunned. Before long, the two were fully lost in their intimacy. Mingbai's clothes slowly slipped away, her breathing grew heavier, and her enchanting moans filled the air. Even while enjoying the moment, Mingbai praised the Bai family's descendant, saying his power was far beyond her expectations. Bai Shuang looked just as absorbed. He proudly replied that he would never disgrace the Bai family's ancestors. Just then, he noticed the wound on Mingbai's hand was healing and curiously asked what was happening. Mingbai explained that when yin and yang merged, injuries naturally healed. It was also the Bai family's unique bloodline ability. As Bai Shuang eagerly continued the treatment, she secretly marveled at the incredible recovery speed. His strength seemed to surpass even the family's ancient ancestor. Seeing Mingbai's complexion improve, Bai Shuang became even more enthusiastic. He seriously suggested there might still be hidden injuries and that he should treat everything at once. He boldly declared that the battle had only just begun, making Mingbai let out another delighted moan. Meanwhile, Tao Ni accidentally watched the entire scene from beginning to end. Tao Ni blushed and turned away, wondering how the two of them could be so bold in broad daylight. Only then did Bai Shuang notice someone was watching and immediately turned bright red. Mingbai simply held his face and told him to ignore everyone else and focus on the important task. Bai Shuang awkwardly explained that the girl was the ghost he had rescued earlier and that she had been standing there the whole time. Meng Bai finally noticed Dao Ni and asked if she had also been controlled by the soul command token. After confirming the bond had disappeared, she realized Dao Ni's yin energy had also suffered serious damage. Without warning, Ming Bai flipped Bai Shuang over and took the lead, catching him off guard. She then said that since he was already saving people, he might as well help Tao Ni recover too. Bai Shuang was secretly thrilled, but he still tried to act proper, saying it did not seem appropriate and that he was not some desperate womanizer. Before he even finished speaking, he contradicted himself by inviting Tao Ni to join them. Tao Ni blushed so hard she could barely speak. After stammering for a while, she finally agreed since her benefactor had asked. Ming Bai continued persuading her, explaining that it benefited both sides. Joining with a member of the Bai family not only restored injuries, but also worked like a special cultivation method. After hearing the explanation, Tao Ni finally understood and obediently nodded in agreement. She smiled charmingly and said Bai Shuang had not only saved her life, but was now helping restore her yin energy as well. She truly did not know how she could ever repay such kindness. Tao Ni gently brushed back her hair and softly said he could do whatever he wanted. Hearing that, Bai Shuang's eyes instantly changed like a hungry wolf spotting its prey, and he said he would not hold back anymore. With that, he rushed forward. This time, he was not with just one beauty but two. Meanwhile, Zhong Dao waited anxiously outside. After a long time passed with no one coming out, he began worrying that something had gone terribly wrong inside. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became. If the seal had truly been broken, his superiors would hold him responsible, and his position as judge would be finished. In the end, he decided to lead his men inside despite the danger, and the guards immediately obeyed. Unfortunately, none of them knew Bai Shuang had been busy cultivating with the two beauties. Just then, a water passage connecting the human world and the underworld appeared. Bai Shuang stepped out and looked at everyone in confusion, asking what they were doing. Young Master Bai had finally returned, and he had been ready to lead a rescue because he thought something terrible had happened inside. Bai Shuang quickly waved him off and assured everyone that everything was fine. Zhong Dao still leaned in and quietly asked if anything unusual had happened inside, like the seal being broken or someone escaping. Bai Shuang could only scratch his head with an awkward smile, unsure where to begin. Just then, a woman's voice answered, "Are you talking about me?" Zhong Dao turned around and froze in shock. Manhwa stepped out of the water passage connecting the two worlds. She glanced around the gloomy underworld and calmly remarked that even after more than 1,000 years, the place still felt just as lifeless. The moment Zhong Dao recognized her face, his expression turned pale, and he could barely get a word out. His eyes were filled with caution and unease at Mingyu's sudden appearance. Despite everyone staring at her, Mingyue remained completely calm, as if she did not care what anyone thought. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Bai Shuang stepped in and told everyone not to overreact. Zhong Dao immediately lost his temper and shouted, asking if Bai Shuang even knew who she was before bringing her outside. Bai Shuang looked at Mingyue and helplessly explained that the old man had already destroyed the seal, and he had no way to restore it. Leaving her behind was never an option. Thinking about what had happened between them inside, Bai Shuang reminded himself that a real man took responsibility for his actions. Zhong Dao looked ready to burst into tears. He complained that the King of Hell was still reporting at Luofeng Mountain, and if he returned to discover this, Zhong Dao would lose his position as judge and might even be thrown into the 18 Hells. Unlike Zhong Dao's despair, Bai Shuang casually patted him on the back and said they could blame everything on that dead old ghost since he started the whole mess. At that moment, a strange object suddenly flew across everyone's sight. An exquisite seal floated in the air, radiating a bizarre demonic aura that filled everyone with pressure. Zhong Dao stared in disbelief and wondered if this was the Great Emperor seal. He immediately guessed that the Fengdu Great Emperor was trying to send a message. The seal suddenly burst with brilliant light. The first beam shot straight toward Dao Ni, making her jump in confusion as she wondered what was happening. Bai Shuang immediately called out her name in concern, but the light only swept past her before changing direction. Tao Ni finally sighed in relief, thinking she had almost been dragged away. She collapsed onto the ground, completely shaken by the scare. The beam then moved to Mingyue and lingered on her for quite a while. Bai Shuang had no idea what it was searching for, while Zhong Dao's face instantly changed as he shouted her name. He truly panicked, fearing the Fengdu Great Emperor had discovered that Mingyue had escaped the seal. But strangely, the seal did nothing else. It suddenly shot away, blasted through a massive wall, left behind a huge hole, and vanished. Bai Shuang stood there completely confused, unable to understand why the Great Emperor's seal had appeared and disappeared so mysteriously. Zhongdao clutched his head in confusion. The Fengdu Great Emperor ruled the entire underworld and normally remained at Luofeng Mountain, so the appearance of the Great Emperor's seal here made no sense at all. At that moment, an enormous green demonic aura filled the sky. A figure slowly stepped out of a massive formation as a majestic voice echoed across the area. King of Hell, what punishment should be given for opening the seal without permission? The instant Zhongdao heard that familiar voice, he began trembling after recognizing its owner. He cried out in panic that the Great Emperor had personally arrived. High above, the Fengdu Great Emperor looked down upon everyone with an overwhelming presence. Bai Shuang looked up at the figure and could not help but marvel. This was the supreme ruler of the underworld, the Northern Yin Fengdu Great Emperor. The Great Emperor pointed downward and coldly ordered the Heavenly Court's criminal, Mingyue, to step forward at once. Mingyue remained completely calm and simply asked why he was looking for her. Seeing Mingyue being targeted, Bai Shuang's heroic spirit flared up again. He stepped forward and argued that she had never broken the seal on purpose, so any punishment should at least be based on the truth. Hearing those words, Zhongdao nearly fainted from fear. He hurriedly pulled Bai Shuang back and warned that the Great Emperor could crush him with a single finger, so he should stop courting death. But Bai Shuang refused to back down. He firmly declared that neither he nor Mingyue had done anything wrong, and he would not step aside. The Fengdu Great Emperor barely acknowledged Bai Shuang's words. He simply looked at Mingyue and coldly remarked that the most beautiful war goddess of the immortal clan had not changed. She had barely escaped the and already had an admirer willing to protect her. Just as Bai Shuang was about to defend her again, Mingyue suddenly ordered him to step back. She coldly said this was her own battle, leaving him staring at her in confusion. The next second, Mingyue charged straight at the Great Emperor with her spear. Staring him down, she said she never expected him to become the ruler of the underworld after all these years. It seemed he had been abandoned by the Heavenly Court just like she was, Mingzhao. The Great Emperor calmly replied that she had misunderstood. He had not been exiled here. He came willingly, with the sole purpose of guarding her seal for all these years. Those words instantly enraged Mingyue. She pointed her spear at him and declared that now she had escaped, she would never return. If he wanted to fight, then they would fight. Instead of getting angry, the Great Emperor looked lost in old memories. He sighed that even this rare moment of reminiscing had been interrupted, then called her by her old nickname AT, saying her fiery temper had never changed. That familiar nickname left both Bai Shuang and Zhongdao completely stunned. They repeated it together in confusion. AT? Mingyu's spear collided violently with the Great Emperor's sword. During the clash, he smirked and said that even after 1,000 years, her strength was still as overwhelming as ever. Mingyue immediately fired back, saying she thought he had become much weaker. The Great Emperor's face darkened. He angrily said the underworld barely had a huff to spiritual energy, and simply maintaining his cultivation was already difficult. It was all her fault. If she had not betrayed everyone back then, he would never have ended up in this gloomy place. Mingyue remained as stubborn as ever. She calmly replied that everything had been his own choice. She had never forced him to do anything. The Great Emperor grew even angrier and finally exploded. He accused her of abandoning the immortal clan, forcing everyone who stayed behind to endure endless humiliation and scorn. Mingyue refused to stay silent. She shouted back that if she had not led her people to guard the underworld back then, the Heavenly Court would never have given them a place to survive. But as she reached that point, her voice gradually softened, as if hiding an unbearable secret. The Great Emperor refused to let it go. He pressed his sword against her neck and demanded to know what suffering she had kept hidden for all these years. To him, sealing herself away had been no different from admitting guilt. With bloodshot eyes, the Great Emperor roared, demanding to know what had truly happened back then, that she still refused to reveal. Mingyue clearly had something she could not say. She simply turned her eyes toward Bai Shuang. Seeing her stare at him, he could only wonder why she was suddenly looking at him like that. Mingyue then began telling the story of the past. In that era, the Immortal Clan, Demon Clan, and humanity fought across countless battlefields, leaving endless casualties. Although the Immortal Clan was powerful, their numbers were too small, forcing them into an alliance with humanity to resist the Demon Clan. She recalled that humanity had countless soldiers but lacked proper strategy, making them poor allies at first. Everything changed when a human general appeared with brilliant tactics that perfectly covered those weaknesses. His name was Bai Qian. He carried the bearing of a true commander, both powerful and exceptionally talented. After the alliance between humanity and the Immortal Clan was formed, this was the first time Mingyue met him. The moment they met, Bai Qian politely greeted her, saying he had admired the Immortal Clan's goddess for a long time and was honored to finally meet her. From then on, they commanded battles together. Their teamwork became smoother with every campaign, and the more they talked, the closer they became. One day, Bai Qian pointed toward the human army and confidently said humanity was beginning to reclaim its lands. Once they drove back the Demon Clan, this place would become a peaceful home where everyone could finally settle down. Seeing that vision, Mingyue also felt a sense of hope. In her memories, Bai Qian was not only a brilliant commander but also someone who truly cared about ordinary people. During that chaotic era, he was one of the few who never abandoned his sense of justice. Mingyue quietly thought that if not for what happened later, his name would have been remembered forever in human history. The memories continued. During the Great War among the three races, Mingyue stood high above the battlefield, while Bai Qian knelt on one knee behind her, waiting for orders. She quickly ordered that she would personally face the Demon Clan's commander, while Bai Qian would lead the human army to surround the demon forces from both flanks. After accepting the order, Bai Qian reminded her to be careful. Hearing that, Mingyue immediately charged onto the battlefield with complete confidence, saying the ones who should be careful were the demons instead. Bai Qian immediately ordered the entire human army to charge with him. Under his command, the human warriors fought fiercely and quickly pushed the Demon Clan onto the defensive. But the Demon Clan had a terrifying female general named Fei Liu. Floating high in the air, she unleashed giant poisonous arrows at the human army, while angrily shouting for those hateful humans to disappear. The arrows crashed down with overwhelming force, piercing countless human soldiers, as cries of agony echoed across the battlefield. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Bai Qian rushed forward and blocked her path. He shouted that her true opponent was him. But with a casual wave of her hand, Fei Liu released a blast of icy energy that sent him flying, showing just how massive the power gap really was. Fei Liu looked both shocked and furious. She yelled that the Demon Clan had never been enemies with humanity, yet humans had chosen to side with the Immortal Clan. To her, they were simply asking to die. Bai Qian crashed beneath her feet, but still glared up with burning hatred. He shouted that her people had stolen their land and slaughtered countless humans, and that blood debt would never be forgotten. Hearing that, Fei Liu froze in confusion. She asked who had stolen their land and who had massacred the human race. Bai Qian refused to listen. He grabbed her leg tightly and gritted his teeth, saying she should stop pretending because he would use Demon Clan blood to honor his fallen people. Truly enraged, Fei Liu summoned her black arrows again and coldly cursed the ignorant lowly race before declaring they all deserved to die. From the distance, Bai Ming noticed the danger and urgently shouted, "Bai Qian, watch out." She charged straight behind Fei Liu and slashed down without hesitation, shouting that Fei Liu would not touch him. Fei Liu only answered with a cold smile. But she was one step too late. Fei Liu's poisoned arrow had already pierced Bai Qian. Blood poured from his mouth as his consciousness slowly faded. It was obvious he had suffered a critical wound. At the same time, Bai Ming's blade pierced straight through Fei Liu's body, making her instantly lose balance and collapse. Caught completely off guard, Fei Liu's eyes widened before she spat out a mouthful of blood. The strike had landed cleanly. Mingyue hurriedly caught the unconscious Bai Qian and anxiously called his name. She said his injuries were far too severe and they had to leave immediately. Everyone thought Fei Liu was finished, but she forced herself back up. With a trembling hand, she created a pitch-black circle filled with sinister power to block their escape. Grinding her teeth, she declared that even if she died, she would drag them into hell with her. The moment Mingyue saw it, her face changed. She recognized it as the Demon Clan's star shift technique. Anyone pulled into the void would either find an impossible escape or wander forever until the void erased them completely. She stared at Fei Liu in disbelief and shouted that using this technique would drag Fei Liu into the void as well. Was she really planning to die together with them? Fei Liu ignored the warning and continued pouring power into the growing vortex. The starshift sphere was finally complete. Fei Liu laughed like a madwoman and said Manhwa knew quite a lot, but it was already too late. They would all die together. The sphere's terrifying pull immediately dragged Fei Liu inside. Then it turned toward Manhwa and Bai Qian. Neither of them could resist the overwhelming force. Their bodies were instantly pulled into the void as Manhwa let out a panicked scream. The sphere quickly sealed itself shut, cutting off every escape route. This was a spatial void distortion. Inside that strange space, Manhwa rushed to Bai Qian's side, worried about his condition. He slowly regained consciousness, glanced at the dying Fei Liu nearby, and calmly said he would survive for now, but she was on the verge of death. The moment Manhwa heard Fei Liu's name, her face filled with frustration. They would never have been trapped in this cursed place if not for her, and even death would not make up for what she had done. But Bai Qian looked at Manhwa seriously and asked her to save Fei Liu first. Manhwa thought she had misheard him. Save the woman who had just tried to kill them? Looking at the unconscious Fei Liu, Bai Qian slowly explained that her final words made him feel something was wrong, and he wanted to learn the truth. After thinking for a moment, Manhwa asked if he meant the claim that the demon clan had invaded human territory. Bai Qian recalled Fei Liu's expression and confidently said her reaction had not looked fake at all. Both her anger and confusion were completely genuine. There had to be a hidden truth behind everything. Even so, Manhwa remained wary of the demon clan. She looked at Bai Qian and said demons were famous for their deception. Could their words really be trusted? But Manhwa had no idea the story was about to take a massive turn. Simply because they chose to save one person, the truth behind the war among the three races would slowly come to light. And that secret was far beyond anything they could bear. A while later, Fei Liu slowly regained consciousness and muttered in surprise, "Im still alive?" The moment she opened her eyes and saw Manhwa healing her, she was even more stunned. Manhwa only replied coldly that she wished Fei Liu had died instead. Fei Liu looked at her in confusion and asked why the immortal clan had saved her. Manhwa calmly answered that she was not the one who wanted to save her. It was A Qian. He had something to ask. Turning around, she noticed him standing behind her and softly called, "A Qian." Bai Qian slowly introduced himself. "I am Bai Qian, a general of the human race. What is your name?" Fei Liu closed her eyes as if she had already accepted her fate before coldly replying, "My name is Fei Liu. Ask whatever you want, but if you're trying to learn the demon clan's military secrets, don't waste your time. I won't reveal a single word, even if I die." Bai Qian immediately explained that she had misunderstood. What he wanted to know was why she claimed during the battle that the demon clan had never invaded human territory. Hearing that, Fei Liu suddenly leaned close and gently touched his cheek as if teasing him. She said it was humanity that had fabricated the whole story and blamed everything on the demon clan, creating fake evidence just to justify starting a war. The more Bai Qian listened, the less it made sense. He brushed her hand away and immediately argued that human witnesses had personally seen demons slaughtering innocent people. In his eyes, it was the demon clan, inventing lies to deceive everyone into fighting. Fei Liu only laughed with contempt and mocked him for being a frog at the bottom of a well. She asked if he even knew how vast the demon clan's territory was. Human land was so tiny that it was hardly worth noticing. Bai Qian was left speechless. Fei Liu continued proudly, explaining that the demon clan lived in the lands above the clouds, where spiritual energy was far richer than this tiny world. With such a place, why would they bother stealing human territory? Bai Qian began to hesitate and asked that if what she said was true, then why had the demon clan come here in the first place? Fei Liu casually tapped Manhwa on the head before dropping a bombshell that left them both speechless. If they wanted the answer, they should ask what the immortal clan had really done. Manhwa frowned and asked, "Us?" Fei Liu then revealed an even greater secret. The immortal clan did not originally belong to this world. In fact, they did not even have a realm of their own. Their true nature was invading and taking over other worlds. Manhwa could not make sense of it at all, and immediately asked what nonsense Fei Liu was talking about. Fei Liu glanced at her and guessed her age right away. She said Manhwa was probably not even 100 years old, and had been born in the immortal realm, so it was only natural that she knew nothing. She then explained that the immortal clan was like a parasite. Wherever they went, they drained that world's spiritual energy and life force. Once a world was emptied and collapsed, they simply moved on to the next one. Manhwa immediately denied it in anger, calling it a complete lie. But Fei Liu stayed perfectly calm. She even covered her mouth with a smile, clearly enjoying Mingyu's reaction. She said that was nothing because she still had something even more shocking to reveal. She continued by saying that after the immortal clan exhausted their previous world, they set their sights on this one, and the place with the richest spiritual energy here was the demon clan's land above the clouds. Then Fei Liu pointed directly at Bai Qian and coldly added that the place with the strongest life force was humanity. Fei Liu smiled with an unsettling expression before asking if they understood now. The war between the demon clan and humanity had been manipulated by the immortal clan from the very beginning. Their ultimate goal was to drain the demon clan's spiritual energy and humanity's life force. Manhwa stood there completely stunned. Her mind nearly shut down as she desperately refused to believe what she had just heard. At that moment, the great emperor suddenly appeared with a long sword blazing with fire spiritual energy. His killing intent erupted as he angrily declared that every word was a lie. The demon woman was making everything up. He then stared at Manhwa and said that demons were deceitful by nature. Was she really going to believe such absurd claims after hearing only a few sentences? Manhwa remained surprisingly calm. Looking him straight in the eye, she replied that he really thought she had never questioned these things herself. As she spoke, she pointed her spear directly at Fei Liu and warned her not to think a few words were enough to earn her complete trust. Beside her, Bai Qian fell into deep thought. Stroking his chin, he asked that if everything she said was true, then why had the demon clan never revealed the truth to the world? Fei Liu sat on the ground, holding her injured arm as she looked up with her strange golden eyes. She said it was no surprise they could not believe her. They had been blinded for too long, always seeing the immortal clan as the force of justice, making it impossible to accept that they were the ones hiding behind false masks. Then she stood up and said, "Follow me. I'll let you see the truth with your own eyes." With that, Fei Liu turned and walked ahead. Manhwa and Bai Qian exchanged silent glances. Neither of them spoke, but both had already made up their minds. Together, the three headed toward a towering pillar of heavenly lightning that constantly crashed down, filling the sky with blinding flashes. They had barely gone much farther when a razor-sharp blast sliced across Mingyu's cheek, leaving a long, bleeding cut. She immediately turned to Fei Liu with a guarded stare and accused her of leading them to the deepest part of the void so it could crush them. Fei Liu only glanced back and casually replied that if she wanted them dead, they could simply stay where they were. Manhwa was about to lose her temper when Bai Qian raised a hand to stop her. Calmly, he said they had already come this far, so they might as well see what truth Fei Liu wanted to reveal. Hearing that, Manhwa forced herself to calm down and quietly replied that she understood. Fei Liu could not resist throwing in another sarcastic remark. She laughed that a human and an immortal really did make quite the pair. Bai Qian's expression never changed. He calmly answered that it was none of her business. Fei Liu simply snorted and continued leading the way. After traveling deeper into the void, a gigantic black stone towering into the sky appeared before them. It resembled an ancient tower, with countless bolts of lightning crackling around it. Fei Liu stopped and said they had arrived. Manhwa studied it with confusion and wondered why a tomb existed within the flow of the void. As Fei Liu approached, she explained that the void current was where the souls of dead demons returned. She had originally intended to make this place her own final resting place before her end came. She glanced back at them and said using it against them had simply been her last resort. Bai Qian immediately asked where the truth she mentioned was. Looking at the massive black stone, Fei Liu explained that it was the demon clan's inheritance stone. Every demon left behind the memories of their entire life within it after death. Any member of the clan could relive the memories of their ancestors. She placed her hands on the stone and told the other two to do the same. Then simply think about the answer they sought. Manhwa and Bai Qian followed her instructions, closed their eyes, and silently searched for the truth behind the war among the immortal clan, demon clan, and humanity. The next instant, a completely unfamiliar memory appeared within Mingyu's mind. In that memory, demons were being hunted down by humans everywhere.
Help.
Echoed through an atmosphere filled with chaos and despair. While fleeing, a young demon girl stumbled and fell. When she saw an immortal approaching with a sword, she trembled in fear, but still asked why they wanted to kill them, after the demons had welcomed them with kindness. The immortal only sneered before raising his sword. He declared that the immortal clan had wanted the land above the clouds for a long time. Unless every one of those pests was eliminated, the immortal clan could never move in. The moment he finished speaking, his sword fell without hesitation. Blood splattered everywhere, and the little girl's life ended instantly. The memory shattered there. Manhwa snapped back to reality with empty eyes, as if everything she believed had just collapsed. She immediately turned to Baiqian, but he was still trapped within his own memories. Inside Baiqian's vision, two mysterious figures appeared. One respectfully reported that the demon clan had been successfully driven out of the land above the clouds. The other slowly replied that in previous worlds, they had cultivated creatures with the strongest life force, but those creatures died too quickly, forcing the immortal clan to keep searching for new worlds. The brown-haired man beside him nodded and agreed that the problem had never truly been solved. The mysterious man with long white hair continued speaking. He said that if they wanted life force to last forever, living beings had to keep evolving, and the fastest way to force that growth was through endless war. His crimson eyes flashed with chilling coldness as he gave the order. Kill every demon who already knows the truth. Spare only the newborn demons and raise them. Then ignite a war between the demon clan and humanity so they destroy each other. The brown-haired man asked with a serious expression, but the demon clan is naturally far stronger. What if humanity is wiped out? The white-haired man calmly turned around and replied that there was no need to worry. The immortal clan only had to pretend to be victims oppressed by the demon clan, approach humanity, and help balance the war. That way, the human race would never go extinct. Back inside the demon clan's tomb, Mingyu's eyes were filled with doubt and confusion. She stared at Fei Liu and demanded to know how they could be sure this was not just another trap she had prepared. Sitting on the ground without the slightest concern, Fei Liu calmly replied that there was no point wasting time lying to people who were about to die anyway. Those words instantly angered Mingyue. She rushed over, grabbed Fei Liu by the hair, and demanded to know who she was calling dead. Fei Liu simply looked up with a faint smile and answered that all three of them were doomed. This was the demon clan's burial ground. Did they really think anyone could walk in and leave alive? At that moment, Baiqian stepped forward and said that if everything she had revealed was true, then he had to survive and bring the truth back to humanity. Baiqian firmly grabbed Fei Liu's shoulders, gripping so tightly that her face turned red. He earnestly asked if she truly knew a way out and begged her to lead them outside. Embarrassed, Fei Liu avoided his gaze and turned her face away. She bluntly replied that she had already said there was no escape. If they wanted to live, they should figure it out themselves. After saying that, she walked over to a gravestone and crouched beside it. Mingyue watched her suspiciously and insisted there had to be a way out. While the two secretly kept an eye on her, Fei Liu silently admitted to herself that there really was an escape, but she would rather leave the human and the immortal here to die. Yet the memory of Baiqian holding her shoulders in concern made her heart waver for a brief moment. She quickly shook the thought away, reminding herself that humanity was nothing more than a tool manipulated by the immortal clan. She could not afford to pity them. Over the next few days, Mingyue and Baiqian practically never took their eyes off Fei Liu. Their constant staring made her break into a cold sweat. They kept getting closer, looking at her as if they could see straight through her. In the end, Fei Liu completely lost her patience. She punched both of them away and shouted that enough was enough. She told them to stop staring at her like a criminal, because she had already said there was no way out, and looking at her would not change anything. Before she could finish speaking, the top of the giant tombstone suddenly burst with brilliant green light, shaking the entire space. The moment Fei Liu saw it, her expression changed. She shouted that the void current was about to explode and told everyone to find shelter immediately. Hearing that, Baiqian instantly turned to Mingyue and yelled for her to find a safe place. Just then, a violent void vortex suddenly wrapped around Fei Liu. She cried out in panic, making Baiqian spin around and shout her name. Without hesitation, he leaped into the air and desperately reached out to grab her. But in the blink of an eye, Fei Liu disappeared into the vortex. A moment later, Baiqian was pulled inside as well. Mingyue watched him vanish with her own eyes and screamed his name in panic. After swallowing both of them, the vortex slowly closed before a glowing crack appeared in its center. Baiqian fell out first, looked around, and guessed the void current had carried them far away. He asked if Fei Liu still knew the way back. Right behind him, Fei Liu crashed heavily onto the ground. But the moment Bai Qian saw her condition, he was shocked. Blood kept flowing from corner of Fei Liu's mouth, and her face had turned deathly pale. He hurried over to support her and anxiously asked what had happened and why her injuries had become so severe. Blood from the wound on her abdomen had already soaked through her clothes. Trembling, Fei Liu weakly explained that her old injuries had never fully healed, and now being dragged into the center of the void current had made everything worse. It seemed this place would truly become her grave. Hearing that, Bai Qian immediately raised his voice and insisted that she could not die because they still needed her to lead them out. Fei Liu let out a faint laugh and asked if they still believed she knew the way out at a time like this. Then she quietly added that if she managed to survive, she would lead them out herself. Bai Qian immediately helped her sit up and said he would go find Mingyue to heal her, but Fei Liu simply shook her head and replied that it would be useless. Her cheeks turned slightly red as she gave him a weak smile. She said she understood her own injuries better than anyone. Even the immortal clan's healing arts could not save her. If she wanted to live, she could only save herself. Bai Qian looked completely confused and asked how she planned to do that. Fei Liu slowly sat up and loosened the strap over her shoulder. She explained that she was a succubus of the demon clan, whose cultivation relied on balancing yin and yang. As long as she found someone with powerful yang energy and cultivated together, her energy would naturally stabilize and her injuries would heal. Hearing that, Bai Qian's eyes widened. You mean balancing yin and yang like that? Fei Liu looked at him with a seductive gaze and smiled. What do you think? Or do you prefer that immortal woman instead? So, are you willing to give yourself to save me? Bai Qian's mind was in complete chaos. He quickly asked if there was really no other way. Fei Liu tossed her robe onto the ground and answered without hesitation, none. The next moment, she climbed onto Bai Qian and wrapped her arms around him. She told him that saving her meant all three of them still had a chance to survive. If he let her die, they would all end up buried here. The choice was his. Bai Qian fell silent with a heavy expression, clearly struggling with the decision. Before long, intimate sounds echoed through the void. Fei Liu lay on the ground unclothed, her body trembling slightly as she softly asked if he had truly made up his mind. Bai Qian removed his battle armor, revealing the muscular physique of a true battlefield commander. In a deep voice, he replied that asking such questions now was pointless. Smiling faintly, Fei Liu gently ran a finger across his body and said that sacrificing himself for the woman he loved proved human men were not as bad as she had thought. Bai Qian frowned and cut her off, telling her to stop talking and continue because he had no intention of collecting her corpse later. His face remained stern, and his sharp eyes warned her not to forget their agreement. Lying beneath him, Fei Liu's body trembled as she assured him that the demon clan always kept its promises. Meanwhile, Fei Qian silently blamed himself, thinking that he had probably betrayed Mingyue in this lifetime. But the thought quickly faded as they continued. Fei Liu soon became completely absorbed, her breathing growing heavier as she admitted she had never imagined a human's young energy could be this powerful. At that very moment, a lone figure quietly watched everything from behind a nearby rock. It was Mingyue. She stood frozen in disbelief, unable to believe the scene before her. Bai Qian remained completely unaware and continued cultivating with Fei Liu as her enchanting moans echoed through the void. Suddenly, Fei Liu sensed someone watching. She glanced behind her and spotted Mingyue. A knowing smile immediately appeared on her lips. So the immortal woman had found them after all. With that thought, she suddenly pulled Bai Qian's neck closer. Startled, he asked what she was doing, but before he could finish, Fei Liu kissed him and softly whispered, "General Bai, you saved me so many times. I truly don't know how to repay you. If you don't mind, I'll stay by your side from now on and follow your every wish." Bai Qian looked completely confused and asked what she was talking about. Weren't they only but Fei Liu's immediately covered his mouth with a finger and smiled, saying there was no need to explain because she understood everything. Resting her head against his shoulder, she continued whispering that although they stood on opposite sides, they were both nothing more than pawns manipulated by others. Once they escaped and revealed the truth to the world, the demon clan and humanity would surely reconcile. And when that day came, Before finishing, Fei Liu suddenly paused and glanced toward Mingyue with a meaningful smile, clearly trying to provoke her. The moment Mingyue saw that expression, she immediately realized Fei Liu was putting on this entire act for her to see. Fei Liu wrapped her arms around Bai Qian's neck again and sweetly begged him to continue because she still was not satisfied. The two became entangled once more, as intimate sounds echoed endlessly through the void. Manhwa finally could not bear it any longer. She turned and ran in complete confusion, telling herself she had seen enough. But in her panic, she failed to watch where she was going and tripped, falling hard onto the ground. Lying there, Manhwa clenched her fists in frustration and silently swore that from this day forward, all ties between her and Bai Qian were forever broken. The memory finally ended. Manhwa returned to the present, standing silently with her spear in hand and staring ahead without a word. Only then did Bai Shuang finally understand everything. His brows tightened in shock. So the legendary war goddess had actually been his ancestor's former lover. That meant he had just slept with his ancestor's ex. The great emperor tried to remain calm, but his clenched teeth betrayed his irritation. He snapped that no one cared about her failed romance and demanded to know what any of it had to do with betraying the immortal clan. As he spoke, he pointed his sword directly at Manhwa and warned that if she kept avoiding the point, he would show no mercy. Manhwa remained expressionless and calmly replied, "Great Emperor, do you still not understand? After Bai Qian saved Fei Liu, she led us out of the void current. The three of them headed to the demon clan, planning to meet the elders and reveal the whole truth to the world. But they never expected even the highest ranks of the demon clan had already been controlled by the immortal clan." Thinking back, the moment they entered the demon city, an old man wearing a skull mask shouted, "Guards, seize these three at once." Fei Liu quickly tried to explain. "Elder, everything we said is true. These two only just learned the truth. This is our chance for the demon clan and human clan to join forces against the immortal clan. Why are you arresting us?" The old man only sneered before accusing her. "Phantom Ghost Fei Liu, you are a traitor. You secretly worked with the immortal clan and human clan to destroy the demon clan. Execute all three immediately." Hearing such nonsense from her own people, Fei Liu exploded in anger. "What did you just say?" As the elder kept yelling for their arrest, the demons behind him rushed forward like a swarm. Manhwa saw the situation spiraling out of control and immediately struck back with her spear, standing alone against the overwhelming crowd. That only gave the elder another excuse to stir chaos. He pointed at her and screamed that a traitor had appeared, ordering everyone to capture them. Before he could finish, Mingyu's spear pierced straight through his chest. Blood sprayed everywhere as she coldly told him to shut up. After dealing with the troublemaker, Manhwa turned to Bai Qian with urgency. The demon clan was no longer safe. If they wanted to survive, they had to leave immediately. Bai Qian agreed without hesitation. She then looked at Fei Liu and asked, "Was this your plan all along, to work with our side and expose the entire truth?" Caught off guard, Fei Liu instantly changed her expression and pretended she knew nothing. But halfway through she suddenly realized something, and her eyes lit up. It seemed that Elder had already been controlled by the immortal clan. At that moment, shouts echoed from the distance. "The traitors are over here." Manhwa knew they were out of time. If they delayed any longer, escape would be impossible. Bai Qian wasted no time. He grabbed Fei Liu's hand and said they had to leave first and deal with everything else later. Fei Liu finally nodded in reluctant agreement. She immediately ran ahead and said she knew a hidden path that could lead them out of the area. After following Fei Liu through the secret route, the three finally escaped the demon city and stopped beside a small stream to rest. The mood was incredibly heavy. Manhwa asked what they should do next. Fei Liu looked hopeless. After everything that happened today, she could no longer return to the battlefield or even her own clan. No one knew how many demon clan leaders had already fallen under the immortal clan's control. Going back now would be suicide. Manhwa asked if there was anyone she could still trust. Fei Liu only smiled bitterly. If there had been, she would not have carried this secret alone for so long. Sitting beneath a tree, she explained that she had activated the star shift ritual many times on the battlefield. The first time it truly succeeded, she was ready to die. Instead, she survived and accidentally discovered the graves of the ancient predecessors. That was when she finally learned the truth behind the Great War. After hearing everything, Manhwa looked at Bai Qian and said they now knew the truth, but they could not pretend nothing had happened and return. With only 3 people, they had no chance of stopping the war between the 2 races. So what could they possibly do? Bai Qian suddenly became serious, his eyes filled with determination. He said if they could not stop the war, then they would force it to end as quickly as possible. Both Manhwa and Fei Liu were confused and asked what he meant. Bai Qian stood up and explained that he and Manhwa would return to the immortal clan as if nothing had happened, then report that they had obtained critical intelligence that could defeat the demon clan. Mingyue immediately understood his plan and smiled. He intended to make the Immortal Clan launch an all-out assault and wipe out the Demon Clan in one decisive battle. Baichan confirmed that was exactly the plan. He then turned to Fei Liu and gave her a mission. She had to find a way to force every high-ranking Demon Clan leader onto the battlefield so both sides could eliminate them together. Fei Liu strongly objected at once. If every Demon Clan leader died, her people would fall into complete chaos, and the Immortal Clan could easily wipe them out afterward. Seeing her panic, Mingyue reassured her that she would safely supervise members of the Demon Clan away from the battlefield. Mingyue continued, saying that if the truth could not be revealed, the only choice was to end the war as quickly as possible, while making sure the Demon Clan still had a chance to survive. Hearing that, Fei Liu finally began to waver. She was still hesitant, but the plan no longer seemed impossible. Mingyue then explained that the Great Emperor already knew everything that happened afterward. During that battle, she chose to flee in the middle of the fierce fighting and led the surviving demons away from the battlefield. Back in the present, the Great Emperor was completely stunned after hearing the entire story. He could not believe it and insisted everything sounded absurd, even accusing Mingyue of making up the story to escape punishment. Mingyue simply closed her eyes and calmly replied that ever since learning the truth, she had never expected a happy ending. Perhaps dying by the hands of her own people would be a form of release. The Great Emperor fell silent, clearly shaken. Just then, a massive beam of light pierced throughout the dark clouds and struck the earth, instantly changing the entire atmosphere. Seeing the strange light, Bai Shuang immediately asked what it was. Zhongdao looked up and answered that it was a command talisman sent down from the upper court. The moment the Great Emperor saw the signal, he immediately raised a talisman to receive the order. The talisman burst with brilliant light and floated into the air, wrapped in a layer of golden protection. A majestic voice then ordered Emperor Bo Yin to immediately investigate the disturbance at the Underworld Seal and return to the upper court without delay. After the message ended, the talisman in his hand slowly turned to ashes. Seeing that, the Great Emperor's expression grew even heavier. He then turned to Mingyue and coldly said the upper court already knew she had escaped, so running now was pointless. But Mingyue remained surprisingly calm. She said she had never planned to run. In fact, she told him to take her to the upper court because she would wait here for them to arrest her. The Great Emperor raised his crimson spirit sword before her. Since she had no intention of escaping, he would simply capture her himself. The moment he finished speaking, a golden rope shot forward and tightly bound Mingyue's body. After sealing her, the Great Emperor lowered her to the ground. Bai Shuang hurried over to help her up. At the same time, the Great Emperor warned everyone to keep a close watch on her. A massive golden portal opened in the sky. The Great Emperor stepped inside, but before leaving, he warned Zhongdao that if Mingyue escaped, he would bear the full responsibility. Zhongdao immediately bowed and promised that nothing would go wrong. After saying that, he bowed deeply with both hands clasped together and respectfully saw the Great Emperor off. But the moment he looked at Mingyue lying on the ground, Zhongdao showed a troubled expression. It felt like he had suddenly been handed an impossible burden. Bai Shuang then tried to untie Mingyue, but the instant he touched the golden rope, its spiritual power threw him backward. The impact hurt so much that he cried out in pain. Mingyue calmly explained that the rope binding her was the true flame ribbon of Ming Dao. This treasure changed according to its master's will, so no outsider could remove it. Bai Shuang could only scratch his head awkwardly. If no one could undo it, did that mean they could only wait for the Great Emperor to return and take her away? Mingyue gently closed her eyes and said that if her younger brother had truly wanted to seal her again, he would have done it earlier. She slowly opened her eyes and looked at the sky, saying that although the Great Emperor claimed he did not believe her, he had already begun to doubt everything. The scene shifted to the deepest level of hell, the place known as the punishment of the 18 hells. Rivers of blazing lava flowed everywhere, while chains and giant saw blades hung in every direction. Endless screams echoed through the darkness. A glowing portal suddenly appeared in the air, and the Great Emperor stepped out. Holding a jade bottle, he looked down at the sea of lava and coldly called out. The next instant, a twisted ghost was violently pulled from the flames into the bottle, screaming wildly the whole time. In the blink of an eye, the ghost was completely sealed inside the jade bottle, and the Great Emperor locked it shut. Right after that, his body dissolved into black smoke and disappeared from the area. Not long later, Another portal appeared above the evil ghost prison, and the great emperor stepped out once again. He looked at the jade bottle in his hand, then at the massive gate ahead, wondering if he was really about to do this. A few seconds later, he threw the bottle into the lake before him. The ghost trapped inside was instantly released, but before it could celebrate, an invisible force dragged it straight into the giant gate. Its desperate screams echoed everywhere as it begged not to be sealed again. It had barely escaped before being thrown right back into prison. At that moment, a golden seal appeared across the surface of the gate, covered with countless mysterious symbols. The great emperor stared at the seal for a long moment before frowning. If he already had doubts about the truth, then he had to uncover everything himself. Sometime later, the scene shifted to the immortal clan's domain high above the clouds. Magnificent palaces stretched endlessly across the sky, making it obvious this was no ordinary place. The great emperor looked at the towering buildings and thought that the last time he returned here had been over 1,000 years ago. Even so, the spiritual energy and immortal aura remained as abundant as ever. With that thought, he walked deeper into the grand hall of the upper court. Inside the hall, someone sat upon a giant lotus throne and slowly spoke, saying he had finally arrived. The great emperor immediately bowed in respect. The man was the lord of the court. Opening his eerie golden eyes, he looked down and asked whether the great emperor knew that the seal within the evil ghost prison was showing signs of weakening. The great emperor immediately replied that he had personally inspected the seal before coming. It had indeed begun to weaken, but it had not completely broken. He also reported that he had already reinforced it. Hearing that, the lord of the court's expression darkened. In the shadows, only his terrifying golden eyes remained visible as he stared at the great emperor and asked once more if he was absolutely certain. The tension instantly became suffocating. The great emperor remained as calm as ever, lowering his gaze instead of looking directly at the lord of the court. He quietly replied that he would never dare deceive him, and that every word he had spoken was true. The lord of the court coldly warned him. He reminded Ming Dao that he was a clever man and should not assume the upper court could not investigate the underworld just because the two realms were separated. If he dared hide anything, the consequences would be severe. The great emperor immediately knelt on one knee, with his hands clasped, and respectfully answered that he would never dare. Right after that, the lord of the court summoned an immortal envoy and ordered him to verify the situation in the underworld. The envoy accepted the command without hesitation. The immortal envoy instantly transformed into a streak of light and shot out of the hall before the great emperor's eyes. Watching him leave, the great emperor quietly frowned, silently hoping Manhwa would not appear now. Otherwise, everything would truly fall apart. The scene returned to the underworld. Bai Shuang was still staring at the true flame ribbon, unable to figure out how to remove it. Zhang Dao hurriedly stopped him. He said bringing the war goddess out of the ghost prison had already defied the heavens. Letting her escape would surely enrage the upper court. But Bai Shuang casually threw an arm around Zhang Dao's shoulder and smiled. He said keeping Manhwa here was even more dangerous, so it would be better to let him handle everything. Curious, Zhang Dao asked what he had in mind. Bai Shuang leaned closer and whispered that they only needed to rescue Manhwa and hide her in the human realm. If neither the upper court nor the underworld could find her, they would eventually have no choice but to give up. Zhang Dao immediately refused. Even if she disappeared, he would still be the one held responsible. Given the great emperor's temper, one strike might be enough to kill him. Bai Shuang remained completely calm. He suggested Zhang Dao simply pretend to be seriously injured and shift all the blame onto him. Zhang Dao froze in disbelief. Could they really do that? Bai Shuang only smiled and said, "Why not?" After discussing it for a while, Bai Shuang returned to the biggest problem. How were they supposed to deal with this divine treasure? Still tied to the ground, Manhwa tilted her head slightly and sincerely asked if he truly wanted to save her. Bai Shuang answered without the slightest hesitation, "Of course I do." Hearing that answer, Manhwa quietly thought that perhaps this was fate. She then revealed that there was still one possible solution. They could not completely remove the true flame ribbon, but they could conceal it. She slowly explained that once the true flame ribbon was hidden, its restraint on her body would become much weaker. In exchange, all of her cultivation would be sealed, but at least she would be able to move freely. That once they reached the human realm, he would handle Ming Yu's safety. The only problem now was hiding the true flame ribbon. Manhwa rarely smiled so freely and explained that they needed the blood of the treasure's owner's family along with a special incantation. By coincidence, she was Ming Dao's sister, and she happened to know part of the spell. Bai Shuang's face instantly lit up with excitement. He laughed and asked what they were waiting for. Zhongzhao quickly interrupted, insisting they needed to think this through carefully. At the same time, a voice suddenly echoed through the evil ghost prison. The newcomer was the immortal envoy. Looking at the massive gate, he confirmed this was the sealed location. He then released his spiritual power to scan everything beyond the wall of flames. After sensing the area for a while, the immortal envoy quietly concluded that Ming Dao had not lied. The seal had indeed been reinforced, and the prisoner was still trapped inside. After confirming everything, he immediately turned around, ready to report back to the Lord of the Court. But just then, a brilliant pillar of light suddenly shot into the sky from the distance. The immortal envoy was startled, wondering what had happened in the underworld this time. Without hesitation, he rushed towards the light, planning to investigate before returning with his report. Meanwhile, the true flame ribbon binding Ming Yue began loosening little by little. Only a few seconds later, the divine treasure disappeared completely. Ming Yue immediately regained her freedom and quietly confirmed that it had worked. Bai Shuang stared in disbelief. He never expected it to be that easy. He even complained that Ming Yue had known the method all along but never told him, leaving him worried for so long. Deep down, Ming Yue admitted to herself that she had never intended to leave this place in the first place. Outwardly, she simply said she had not used the method for so long that she had forgotten it. Ming Yue then reminded everyone that if they were really going to rescue her, they should leave now. Had Bai Shuang not promised to take her to the human realm? But Bai Shuang quickly stopped her, saying there was still one thing left to do. He walked over to Zhongdao with a meaningful smile and said that if Zhongdao wanted to avoid punishment, he would have to endure a little pain. Zhongdao immediately turned pale and asked if it was really necessary. Not long afterward, Zhongdao's miserable screams echoed throughout the entire underworld. Anyone could tell he had taken quite a beating. Bai Shuang remained completely calm, dusted off his hands, and said it was time to go. They would first find Princess Zheng and Zadis group before returning to the human realm together. Bai Shuang added that they should also bring Tsingni, Ming Yue's younger sister. If she learned Ming Yue had returned, she would be overjoyed. Hearing Tsingni's name, Ming Yue smiled gently and admitted she wanted to see her again as well. But just as the group was about to leave, a voice suddenly rang out from above, ordering everyone to stop. Bai Shuang immediately looked up in alarm and demanded to know who it was. The immortal envoy looked down from the sky and carefully examined each of them. One human, one ghost woman, and another woman with an unusually strange aura. A few seconds later, his eyes widened in shock after sensing the aura of the immortal clan coming from Ming Yue. The immortal envoy immediately drew his sword and pointed it downward. He declared that no member of the immortal clan had been assigned to the underworld recently, so she must reveal her identity and explain why she was here. His voice grew even colder as he warned that if she dared lie, he would show no mercy. The immortal envoy continued demanding her identity, but Ming Yue only gave him a cold, contemptuous smile, as if he was beneath her notice. She then drew her sword without hesitation and declared, "Someone like you is not worthy of knowing my name." Her sharp blade instantly shot toward the immortal envoy at incredible speed. Seeing that, Bai Shuang nearly lost his soul. He rushed forward to stop her, shouting for her to stand down. At the same time in the upper court, Ming Dao stood with his arms crossed, waiting in uneasy silence. The immortal envoy had been gone far too long, making him increasingly anxious. Just then, another cold voice spoke beside him, suggesting that something might truly have happened in the underworld. The lord of the court fixed his gaze on Ming Dao and sternly demanded an answer. Had Ming Yue already escaped from the seal? Ming Dao paused for a brief moment before quickly explaining that he had not lied. The seal was still completely intact, but the lord of the court had no interest in hearing more explanations. He simply raised his hand and declared that a soul search would reveal the truth. Ming Dao's face instantly turned pale. He desperately begged for mercy, knowing that a forced soul search would severely damage both his soul and cultivation, leaving him unable to continue suppressing the spirits of the underworld. The lord of the court coldly replied that if Ming Dao became useless, someone else would simply take his place. Those words left Ming Dao completely speechless. The lord of the court even pretended to be considerate, telling him not to resist, since it would hurt a little less that way. The next moment, the lord of the court's giant hand reached toward Ming Dao. Terrified, he immediately begged for his life. But deep inside, Ming Dao had already made his decision. If he wanted to keep the secret hidden, his only choice was to destroy his own soul before the search began. He silently placed one final bet on Ming Yu's words. Spiritual power surged violently through his body as Ming Dao prepared to burn his own soul away. At the same time, he swore that if his sister had truly spoken the truth back then, he would protect Ming Jia at all costs when the Great War began again. Just as the tension reached its peak, a voice suddenly called out from behind with a report. The immortal envoy had finally returned and immediately bowed, apologizing for reporting back so late. Slightly surprised, the lord of the court asked why it had taken so long. Had something really happened in the underworld? The immortal envoy immediately reported that everything below was completely normal. The seal remained extremely stable, with no sign of being damaged. Hearing that, the lord of the court finally nodded in satisfaction. His attitude changed instantly. Turning to Ming Dao, he praised him for faithfully protecting the underworld. Ming Dao humbly replied that it was simply his duty. The lord of the court waved his hand, dismissing him. Ming Dao accepted the order and quickly left the great hall. On the way back, Ming Dao kept thinking. Although he had managed to fool the upper court for now, allowing Ming Yue to remain in the underworld was far too dangerous. He had to find another solution. Just then, the immortal envoy suddenly appeared beside him with a knowing smile, saying that Lord Ming Dao was quite the ladies' man. He continued teasing him, saying that Ming Dao had secretly hidden a beautiful woman in the underworld without anyone noticing. Ming Dao looked completely confused and asked what woman he was talking about. The immortal envoy burst into laughter and said there was no need to pretend because he had seen her himself. He even added that he had not reported the matter to the lord of the court. So how did Ming Dao plan to thank him? Ming Dao quickly denied having any concubine at all, but the immortal envoy kept talking, commenting that the woman was incredibly arrogant. Luckily, her cultivation was weak, or she might have seriously injured him. Hearing that, Ming Dao immediately sensed something was wrong and asked exactly what had happened in the underworld. The immortal envoy explained that while inspecting the seal, he noticed a pillar of blazing light rising near King Yama's palace, so he went to investigate. There, he encountered a suspicious group of 3. Remembering the encounter, the immortal envoy still sounded irritated. He complained that they had actually dared to attack an immortal envoy. But just as Ming Yue was about to strike again, Baishuang hurriedly pulled her back and whispered to her. He asked if she really intended to drag the great emperor into a disaster as well. Leaning close, Baishuang explained that Ming Yu's power was currently sealed. If they fought now, all of them would be finished. He told her not to say another word and leave everything to him. Baishuang immediately put on a friendly smile and respectfully bowed to the immortal envoy. He explained that Ming Yue was actually the great emperor's newest concubine. Since her cultivation was low and she knew nothing about the rules, her arrogant personality had unintentionally offended the immortal envoy. He sincerely asked for mercy on her behalf. The immortal envoy remained unconvinced. Frowning, he asked if she was really Ming Dao's concubine. Secretly examining her, he confirmed that although her cultivation was indeed low, she still possessed the aura of a lower immortal. Seeing that Ming Yue remained silent, Baishuang quickly hinted for her to apologize to the immortal envoy. Ming Yue could only mumble a reluctant apology, but the immortal envoy waved it off, saying an apology could wait. What mattered was proving that she truly belonged to Ming Dao and was not an escaped immortal prisoner. Hearing that, Baishuang awkwardly scratched his head, pretending he had no idea how to prove it. Without warning, Baishuang grabbed Ming Yu's hand, catching her off guard. He quickly came up with an excuse, saying the great emperor had left the true flame ribbon with Miss Yuni for protection. If she summoned it, the immortal envoy would naturally understand. Ming Yu stared at him in shock, clearly not expecting him to make up such a bold story. The immortal envoy immediately frowned. The true flame ribbon was Ming Dao's life-bound treasure. How could he possibly hand it over to someone else? Baishuang calmly replied that while it was true the treasure could not normally be given away, the great emperor cared deeply for Miss Yuni. Fearing for her safety, he had specially left it behind to protect her whenever he was absent. After saying that, he turned to Ming Yue and urged her to summon the true flame ribbon so the immortal envoy could see it with his own eyes. Ming Yue had no choice but to play along. She gathered her spiritual power and coldly said, "If you want to see it, then watch carefully." The moment the true flame ribbon appeared, the immortal envoy was visibly stunned. He immediately recognized it as Ming Dao's treasure. He began connecting the dots himself. Since the ribbon changed according to its master's will and was now protecting this woman, Ming Dao must truly care about her. Somehow, Bai Shuang's outrageous lie sounded completely believable. But the immortal envoy was still not fully convinced. He pointed at Bai Shuang and the ghost woman beside him and demanded to know who they were. Bai Shuang quickly explained that the ghost woman was a maid assigned by the great emperor to take care of Miss Yue Ni, while he himself had simply happened to be traveling with them. He also introduced himself, saying his name was Bai Shuang. Although he was human, he currently served in the underworld. If the immortal envoy doubted him, he could verify his records with the judges. Hearing the name, the immortal envoy finally remembered. So this was the human who had been recruited as an underworld officer and was frequently mentioned in the monthly reports. Bai Shuang immediately knelt with exaggerated respect and laughed cheerfully, saying he never imagined the immortal envoy had actually heard of him. Since nothing seemed unusual anymore, the immortal envoy decided not to pursue the matter. He said that if it was all just a misunderstanding, he would let it go because he still had to report back to the upper court. Bai Shuang quickly bowed in thanks and respectfully saw him off. Elsewhere, after hearing the entire story, Ming Dao's face turned dark. He silently cursed Bai Shuang for inventing a rumor that he was so obsessed with women that he had secretly hidden a concubine in the underworld. The next time they met, Bai Shuang was definitely getting beaten up. But after thinking it over, Ming Dao suddenly realized something. Based on the immortal envoy's story, Manhwa had probably succeeded in concealing the true flame ribbon. What surprised him most was that she still remembered that secret technique. After returning, the immortal envoy even sought out Ming Dao with a smug grin. He proudly claimed that he had helped keep the secret hidden, so how did the great emperor plan to repay him? Ming Dao could only politely thank him and promised that if the immortal envoy ever needed help in the future, he only had to ask. The immortal envoy leaned close with a teasing smile. He said he did not want much. He simply wondered whether that beautiful concubine had any sisters, and if so, could Ming Dao introduce them. Ming Dao could only force an awkward smile. He agreed on the surface, but inside he probably wanted to punch him. The scene shifted back to Bai Shuang's home. The moment he stepped inside, he found a whole group of beautiful women already waiting in the small house. Zhang Miao spoke first. She slammed the table and demanded an explanation from her husband. He had only gone to the underworld once, so why had he returned with 2 more women? Qin Huan immediately joined in, reminding him that he had already promised not to bring anyone else home. She grew more annoyed with every word, saying that she did not care if he wanted a huge harem, but he should at least look at their current situation. Then she shouted that the house was far too small to fit so many people living together. Bai Shuang could only laugh awkwardly before offering an incredibly unserious solution. If the house was too small, everyone could just squeeze together. Hearing that, Zhang Miao immediately pulled Bai Shuang toward her and declared that she would be sleeping beside her husband. Qin Huan refused to lose. She pulled Bai Shuang's back toward herself and said that if everyone was sleeping together, she was happy to share a room with her benefactor as well. Zhang Ji quickly joined in, saying that since their benefactor had saved both of their lives, she needed to stay close so she could properly serve him. Tao immediately agreed, saying that wherever Bai Shuang slept, they would sleep too. Only Yuazi remained standing with her arms crossed, calmly giving her own opinion. That was perfect because she could have an entire room all to herself. Dark thoughts started filling Bai Shuang's mind. Sharing one bed with 4 beauties sounded way too good to be true, and he almost did not want to resist. While everyone was still arguing over the sleeping arrangements, Manhwa quietly prepared to leave. Before walking away, she calmly said everything seemed settled, so she would head back to rest. Seeing ZD stand up as well, he took the chance to end the gathering and told everyone to rest whenever they wanted. Zhang Yao immediately grabbed Bai Shuang's hand and acted cute, saying she was sleepy and wanted to go back. Qin Huan clung tightly to his arm and clearly had no intention of letting him escape. He could only pull both girls into his arms and laugh. It looked like another sleepless night was waiting for him. One look at Bai Shuang's satisfied face made everything obvious. His instincts had completely taken over, and he even believed his cultivation would soar tonight. The next morning, Bai Shuang looked completely drained, with exhaustion written all over his face. He sighed and admitted they needed a much bigger place. Seeing him sitting there in a daze, ZD walked over and asked why he had changed his mind so quickly after claiming everything was fine yesterday. With dark circles under his eyes and looking ready to collapse, he weakly muttered that a few more days like this would leave him with nothing left. The moment he mentioned it, memories from last night came rushing back, along with those sweet voices calling him husband. Zhang Yao blushed but still quietly asked if they could sleep together again tonight, like they did yesterday. Qin Huan hugged his arm tightly and softly admitted she actually disliked squeezing together too, but there were simply too many people. Even Lianji refused to lose. She sat beside him and offered to give him a massage to ease his fatigue. Tower looked at him with innocent eyes and said that as long as she could stay by his side, she was willing to do anything. Surrounded by 4 beauties at once, Bai Shuang started sweating and could barely speak from the pressure. The 4 girls stared straight at him and bluntly asked who he wanted to choose. Bai Shuang swallowed hard and nervously asked if it was still possible for him to sleep alone with his blanket tonight. The moment he finished speaking, the girls rushed to keep him from escaping. Zhang Yao smiled dangerously and said it was far too late to run, while the other 3 charged in together, leaving him begging for mercy. It really felt like heaven with a deadly price. Zhang Yao even patted his shoulder and teased that after just one night he had already surrendered, which was nothing like him. Qin Huan then walked over carrying a huge bowl of nourishing soup and eagerly urged him to drink it and recover his strength. As if that was not enough, Tao and Lianji came out from the kitchen discussing an energies-boosting menu filled with chives, grilled oysters, and all kinds of tonics. They clearly wanted him back in action. Bai Shuang turned pale after hearing that, held his forehead in despair, and declared that he would find a new house today no matter what. Just then, Mingyue walked out and calmly said that if the place was truly too crowded, she could leave. But Bai Shuang immediately stopped her from going. He seriously explained that both the heavenly court and the underworld were searching for her. If her location was exposed, the consequences would be far worse than another seal. He frowned and said the worst case could very well cost her life. Hearing that, Zidi became suspicious and asked why Bai Shuang had always kept Mingyu's true identity a secret. Zhang Yao agreed, saying that if they were going to live together, everyone deserved to know who each person really was. Qin Huan and Lianji nodded in agreement. Bai Shuang scratched his head with an awkward smile and admitted that Mingyu's identity was not something he could easily reveal. But unlike what he expected, Mingyue did not avoid the topic at all. She calmly said that if they already considered each other family, then everyone had the right to know the truth, leaving him stunned. Mingyue looked at him and said the Bai family would face many storms in the future, so everyone here should know the truth and prepare themselves. She was about to reveal her true identity, but the moment she opened her mouth, ZD suddenly blushed and denied being Bai Shuang's wife, while Zhang Yao instantly declared that she was the true first wife. The conversation went completely off track. Mingyue looked at the women before her with complete helplessness, unable to believe what she was seeing. Bai Shuang could only stand there with an awkward smile. While chaos continued here, a majestic voice echoed through another palace, calling for Emperor Gong Ning. The speaker immediately demanded to know Mingyu's whereabouts in fury, reminding everyone that she had previously been placed under an extremely strict guard. Zhongdao hid behind a wall, trembling as he reported that Bai Shuang had badly wounded every ghost officer before taking Mingyue away. The gap in strength was simply too great for them to stop him. After hearing the report, the great emperor furiously called his subordinates useless trash and drove them out. Zhongdao fled in panic while desperately begging for mercy. Once he calmed down, he sat down and cast a secret technique. As long as the true fire seal remained with Mingyue, he believed he could still track her down. Mingjiao gritted his teeth in disbelief because he could no longer sense her location at all. He immediately questioned Zhongdao about whether Mingyue had done anything, besides concealing the true fire seal before leaving, but Zhongdao could only shake his head. That answer made Mingjiao uneasy. He guessed that either Mingyue had completely refined the true fire seal, or someone had used an even stronger treasure to suppress it. The more he thought about it, the deeper his frown became. Either possibility was far too abnormal, because a treasure capable of suppressing the true fire seal should never exist in the mortal world. Meanwhile, Bai Shuang was discussing with Mingyue how the Buddha statue had actually managed to suppress the true fire seal. Mingyue looked doubtful and asked if he truly knew the statue's origin. Bai Shuang confidently replied that it had always been a family heirloom. Manhwa stared at the statue in shock and explained that it was the treasure Baijianan had obtained by chance long ago. It could suppress evil spirits and possessed power far beyond imagination. She had always believed it was merely the Bai family's inherited exorcism artifact, never expecting it to be this powerful. Bai Shuang casually handed the statue to Manhwa and told her to carry it to suppress the true fire seal. She calmly refused, saying she only needed to stay close to him. Hearing that, he put the statue away, but the moment he turned around, De Zhongyao called him back to remind him about finding a new house. Bai Shuang immediately regained his confidence and boldly declared that today he would definitely find a bigger home. But a housing price list was already sitting on the table, and the atmosphere instantly felt ominous. The moment Bai Shuang saw the numbers, he froze before shouting at the sky-high prices. He checked his bank account and found only 100,000 left. Bai Shuang grabbed his head in despair. Buying a house was impossible, and even renting one would be difficult, because he had earned almost nothing during 6 months working in the underworld. While he was still feeling hopeless, Zhang Yao happily pointed at a house and suggested buying it right away. Bai Shuang almost burst into tears. She was a princess of the ghost realm, so how could she understand the pain of an empty wallet? Just then, a bank card suddenly appeared in front of him as Qin Huan asked if he was worried about money. Qin Huan confidently said that she used to be a famous actress, so buying a few villas was no problem. He was free to use her money. Bai Shuang looked at her with deep emotion. So this was what meeting a rich sugar mommy felt like. His judgment in choosing people was truly incredible. Even though his heart was shaking with excitement, Bai Shuang still acted proud and declared that he would never become a man who lived off a woman. Qin Huan admired his character even more, completely unaware that Bai Shuang was secretly screaming inside, wishing she would support him forever. Just then, Zidi suggested returning to the Tianyi sect, instantly giving Bai Shuang an idea. He slapped his hand and shouted that he had completely forgotten about the Tianyi sect. The place occupied an entire mountain, so there would be more than enough rooms. Bai Shuang confidently pointed ahead and declared that they were heading to the Tianyi sect. But the scene before them was packed with crowds, looking more like a famous tourist attraction. Bai Shuang stared at the Tianyi sect in confusion. He had only been away for a few days, yet the place had already turned into a tourist hotspot. Before he could figure out what was happening, someone loudly called out, "Big brother." It turned out to be Fa Sui, who rushed over with an excited smile after not seeing him for such a long time. Bai Shuang immediately asked why so many tourists had gathered here. Fa Sui explained that a few days earlier, his master got bored and created an online account offering feng shui readings and ghost hunting. To everyone's surprise, people actually hired him. Since the work was easy, his master even started live streaming the ghost hunting sessions, and the broadcasts went viral almost overnight. From that day on, all kinds of visitors came to check the place out. Some believed it was real, others called it a scam, but either way, the Tianyi sect became an internet sensation. Fa Sui complained that ghost hunting requests had been pouring in non-stop, leaving everyone too busy to catch a break. Only then did he curiously ask why Bai Shuang had returned this time. Bai Shuang explained that several new people had recently joined his household, so his old place was no longer big enough. That was why he came to borrow a few rooms. But the moment Guo Xianke heard that, she flatly refused. Bai Shuang looked confused and asked why. He even brought up her relationship with his father and said he was willing to pay rent. Guo Xianke waved her hand and said it was not that she did not want to help. The sect had simply run out of rooms. She pointed at the huge crowd outside and explained that the Tianyi sect had become so famous lately that tourists kept pouring in. On top of that, many people came with ghost hunting requests. Anyone who could not leave the same day stayed overnight, so every room was occupied. Hearing that, Bai Shuang could only sigh helplessly. It seemed there really was no other choice this time. But seeing his disappointment, Guo Xianke suddenly said there was still one solution, making Bai Shuang immediately ask what it was. Guo Xianke laid out her condition. Ghost hunting requests had been flooding in while the sect lacked manpower. If Bai Shuang and his harem helped out, she would arrange several rooms for them free of charge. She even stressed that if they refused, there would not be a single room left for them to borrow. Bai Shuang hesitated. He had no problem helping, but he was not sure everyone with him would agree to hunt ghosts. He quietly glanced at the girls beside him. They all looked gentle, but every one of them possessed impressive strength. Seeing him hesitate, ZD urged him on. If they did not work, how would they make money? Did they really have another option? Bai Shuang could only awkwardly ask if everyone was willing to hunt ghosts together. Zhang Yao immediately agreed with excitement, saying exorcising evil spirits was no challenge for her. Mingyue calmly added that although her cultivation was sealed and she could not handle major battles, dealing with a few low-level evil ghosts would be easy. Lianji had no objections either. She said that as long as Bai Shuang needed help, she and Tower would gladly join. Tower happily agreed without hesitation. Qin Huan volunteered to handle logistics. She admitted ghost hunting was not her specialty, but she could take care of all the support work. ZD smiled and asked Bai Shuang if there were any problems left. He was so touched that he nearly cried. Guo Xiangke laughed at the scene and remarked that she never expected Bai Shuang's harem to be this powerful. In the end, Bai Shuang stopped hesitating and told Sectmaster Guo to hand over the ghost hunting requests. As night fell, an evil ghost desperately fled through the darkness. Suddenly, a beam of light shot down from above, making it scream in terror. Mingyue gracefully descended from the sky and coldly declared that the ghost's time had run out. Her attack pierced straight through the ghost's body. A miserable scream echoed before it instantly disappeared. Standing nearby, Bai Shuang checked his phone and confirmed the mission was complete. He was overjoyed. If every job was this easy, finishing 10 in one night would be no problem. After defeating the ghost, Mingyue immediately demanded the next target. Meanwhile, another evil ghost on Zhang Yao's side was pierced through by golden magic and howled in agony. Qin Huan calmly read the next assignments. One involved a haunted construction site, while another was about a female ghost in a restroom. Their schedule was completely packed. Lianji quickly assigned tasks with Tao taking one side each while confidently saying the rest could be left to her. This time, 3 evil ghosts were destroyed at once. Their shrill screams echoed before their bodies exploded into pieces. After clearing the cemetery, Lianji calmly reported that the mission was complete. While everyone else stayed busy, Zidi quietly arrived in front of a strange building. The yin energy there was so overwhelming that it sent chills down Enion's spine. The moment she stepped inside, ZD realized this was no ordinary place. It was a ghost gate formed from incredibly dense yin energy. Countless evil ghosts had gathered inside the building. ZD immediately unleashed her powerful aura and sneered. She had unexpectedly received the hardest mission. Then she directly activated the yin-yang dragon chi. The ghosts inside never stood a chance. And so the entire night passed, with everyone constantly rushing from one mission to another. By the next morning, the whole group was completely exhausted, lying in a row inside the house after hunting ghosts without a break all night. With dark circles under his eyes, Bai Shuang yawned and complained. His current life suddenly felt just like the miserable days when he had been forced to move before. No matter what, he always ended up working himself to exhaustion. She would rather drain her own strength for him than watch him suffer from endless ghost hunting. Bai Shuang collapsed onto the floor and complained to Guo Xiangke that if he had to work this hard every day, he would rather give up borrowing the rooms. Zhou Xiangke remained calm and told him not to worry. She was not heartless enough to exploit people like that. The first night was only a test to see how sincere the group was. After saying that, she turned around and prepared to show everyone their rooms. But just then, Fa Sui rushed over in a panic and reported that the lead his master had been tracking had finally appeared. Guo Xiangke's expression immediately changed, and she quickly asked if it was true. Fa Sui promptly handed her his phone to show the latest report. Guo Xiangke read the information. Stock were dying in large numbers, while women and children were becoming mysteriously weak, yet doctors could not find any illness. Her eyes lit up the moment she finished reading. She excitedly pointed outside and immediately called everyone to gather and leave at once. Seeing everyone in such a hurry, Bai Shuang walked over and asked what had happened. Guo Xiangke gave an awkward smile and apologized. An urgent matter had suddenly come up at the Tianyi sect, so she could not arrange rooms for him yet. If he wanted to stay, he could simply choose any empty room for now. But Bai Shuang became even more curious. He said that judging from Sectmaster Guo's expression, this was clearly no ordinary matter. If needed, his group could help. Guo Xiangke hesitated at first, but Bai Shuang continued persuading her. Since they would be living at the Tianyi sect from now on, they were practically part of the sect already, so helping was only natural. His reasoning made sense, so Guo Xiangke finally told the truth. Not long ago, the Tianyi sect's sacred treasure had been stolen. Bai Shuang was stunned. He had no idea the Tianyi sect possessed such a treasure. Guo Xiangke immediately replied that a sect with hundreds of years of history could not survive on reputation alone. Bai Shuang quickly asked what the treasure actually was. Guo Xiangke explained that it was a jade pendant that absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Bai Shuang grew even more confused and asked why anyone would steal it. Was it for cultivation? Guo Xiangke simply shook her head. Her expression turned serious as she explained that besides gathering spiritual energy, the jade could also transform it into a spirit embryo. Bai Shuang rubbed his ears, thinking he had misheard, then bluntly asked if the thief wanted to use it to have a child. Guo Xiangke confirmed that was exactly the case. A while ago, an old woman had even come to the sect asking to borrow the treasure so her daughter-in-law could become pregnant. That old woman had looked gentle and harmless, yet she had secretly been targeting the Tianyi sect's treasure all along. Guo Xiangke continued explaining that a spirit embryo was completely different from an ordinary child, so she had refused the request immediately. She never expected the woman to exploit the crowded visitors at the sect and steal the jade pendant. After hearing everything, Bai Shuang analyzed the situation. The thief not only knew the Tianyi sect possessed a treasure that could create a spirit embryo, but also knew exactly what it looked like and even bypassed every layer of security. That meant the culprit understood the Tianyi sect extremely well. Guo Xiangke agreed with his conclusion. She said she had already sent people to investigate, but the thief had seemingly vanished without leaving a single trace. However, she added that once the jade was activated, strange phenomena would definitely appear nearby. That was why she had secretly ordered Fa Sui to monitor different places, and today they had finally found a lead. Hearing that, Bai Shuang volunteered to join them. In his opinion, anyone capable of stealing the sect's sacred treasure, while knowing so much about the Tianyi sect, was definitely dangerous. More people would make the mission safer. This time, Guo Xiangke did not refuse and gladly accepted the group's help. That night, a gloomy atmosphere covered the entire Jingluo village. A strange jade-green light suddenly shone from inside a small house. Lying on the bed was a pregnant woman, and a glowing jade bracelet rested on top of her swollen belly. Xiao Yun writhed in agony and cried out as if she were being tortured. Outside the house, Da Yao paced back and forth anxiously. He turned to his mother and asked if this was really safe, because Xiao Yun looked to be in terrible pain. But the old woman showed no concern for her daughter-in-law. Instead, she glared at her son and ordered him to stay quiet. She declared that this was the crucial moment for the spirit embryo to form, and anyone who interfered should leave immediately. Seeing his mother's frightening expression, Da Yao stepped back in fear. Even as he left, he begged her to take good care of Xiao Yun. The old woman impatiently shouted at him to get out of her sight. The old woman raised both hands toward the sky and activated the spirit-gathering formation. A beam of jade-green energy instantly shot out of the house and pierced the night sky. Throughout Jingluo village, the villagers were affected by the strange energy. Their faces turned pale. Their bodies weakened as if their life force had been drained, and they all muttered that the terrible feeling had returned again. One villager spoke in a lifeless voice, trying to reassure everyone. He said the village chief had invited a famous evil slayer, and she would surely save the entire village. Inside the house, the glowing jade bracelet was frantically absorbing life force from the surrounding area. Da Yao's mother clenched her fists and shouted, "Gather!" Even though she looked thrilled, she was still worried. If too much life force entered Xiao Yun at once, her body could explode on the spot. Just then, Da Yao rushed inside and asked how much longer the spirit-gathering formation had to continue and when Xiao Yun would finally give birth. The old woman's face had become horribly twisted, no longer looking human. She let out a strange laugh and said only 2 more days remained. Meanwhile, Bai Shuang's group sped toward Jingluo village. Inside the vehicle, Bai Shuang sat beside Guo Xiangke as they discussed the situation. Guo Xiangke curiously asked why he had not brought his entire harem and had only taken 4 people with him. Bai Shuang explained that Qin Huan and Tao were not suited for dangerous combat, so leaving them behind was much safer. Hearing that, Guo Xiangke teased him for treating women so gently, saying he was just like his father. Her expression then became serious as she brought up Lian Ji's condition. Bai Shuang immediately understood who she meant. He closed his eyes and sighed, admitting they still had not found a way to fully restore Lian Ji. Guo Xiangke revealed that after the group left, she had studied Lian Ji's condition and had come up with a few possible methods worth trying. The moment Bai Shuang heard that, he instantly began praising her non-stop, clearly grabbing onto the first sign of hope. Guo Xiangke stopped him and told him not to flatter her so soon. There was no guarantee the methods would work, and if they failed, she would have no other solution. The two then returned to the main topic. Bai Shuang remarked that it was hard to believe the Tianyi sect's sacred treasure had ended up in such a remote mountain village. Guo Xiangke caught the meaning behind his words and directly asked what he was suspicious of. Looking out the window, Bai Shuang slowly explained that the deeper they traveled, the more withered the trees and farmland became. This place had obviously once been fertile. Guo Xiangke immediately said that was the effect of the jade while it was creating the spirit embryo. But Bai Shuang felt something was wrong. If the spiritual jade absorbed spiritual energy, the surrounding land should have become more vibrant, instead of turning into such a lifeless wasteland. Guo Xiangke rested her chin in thought and admitted she did not truly know the jade's origin. By the time it came into her possession, it already had these strange properties. Her master had even warned her never to use it for cultivation because the consequences would be terrifying. Hearing that, Bai Shuang became even more convinced that this was no ordinary spiritual jade. The evil aura inside it was simply too strong. Just then, Fa Sui, who was driving, suddenly cried out in shock after noticing something unusual. He immediately shouted for Guo Xiangke to look ahead. The moment Bai Shuang and Guo Xiangke looked forward, both of them froze. Countless streams of green energy floated through the air, twisting together to form what looked like a gigantic barrier. The vehicle quickly came to a stop just outside the area. After getting out, Bai Shuang stared at the strange sight and wondered if this phenomenon had also been caused by the spiritual jade. Even Guo Xiangke looked puzzled because she had never encountered anything like this before. Fa Sui curiously reached out to touch the green energy, but Bai Shuang immediately stopped him and warned that no one knew what it was, so touching it would be far too dangerous. Bai Shuang then asked Fa Sui if this request had been received only recently. If so, that meant the village had still been able to contact the outside world before. He told Fa Sui to try sending another message and see if the connection still worked. Bai Shuang continued analyzing the situation. The original request for help never mentioned this strange barrier, proving that it had only appeared within the last 2 days. Whatever was happening inside was likely far worse than they had imagined. Guo Xiangke offered another theory. She believed the barrier might have existed all along, but the people inside simply could not see it, much like a two-way mirror. Bai Shuang nodded, finding the explanation quite reasonable. Fa Sui checked his phone and panicked. There was no signal at all, and every message failed to send. Seeing the situation, Guo Xianxi immediately realized everything was heading toward the worst possible outcome. If the signal was gone outside, the port inside had to be even worse. Bai Shuang bent down and picked up a rock, then casually threw it straight at the barrier to see what it could actually do. The moment the rock touched the barrier, it vanished without a trace. Guo Xianxi closed her eyes for a moment and said that since the rock showed no strange reaction, she would go in herself and test it. Bai Shuang immediately stopped her. He explained that they only knew objects disappeared after entering, but nobody knew what really happened. They could be teleported into the village, sent somewhere else, or even erased completely. Even so, Guo Xianxi refused to back down. Someone had to enter first, and as the sect master of Tianyi sect, she believed she should lead the way. Bai Shuang strongly objected. If anything happened to Guo Xianxi, who would lead Tianyi sect? She immediately asked what other choice they had. Just then, Zhang Yao volunteered to go inside. Both of them agreed at once. Zhang Yao calmly explained that she was the princess of the ghost realm. Even if her body was destroyed, she could simply take another one, making her the best person for the risk. Before she crossed the barrier, Bai Shuang reminded her to do only a quick check. No matter what happened, she had to return first and report everything. Zhang Yao confidently replied that she knew her limits and told him not to worry. She stepped straight through the spatial gate, and the air around it instantly lit with ripples. Bai Shuang and Guo Xianxi watched her disappear. Guo Xianxi quietly prayed everyone would stay safe, while Bai Shuang softly answered. The area remained covered in an eerie purple mist that refused to fade. After waiting with no sign of her, Bai Shuang finally lost his patience. He decided to go inside himself. Guo Xianxi also felt something was seriously wrong and agreed to go with him. Fa Sui tried to stop them, but she ordered him to guard the area and strictly forbade him from acting recklessly until she returned. At that moment, the three led by Yuazidi also arrived. Bai Shuang asked what they planned to do, and Yuazidi simply replied that if they were going in, they should stop wasting time and move. Bai Shuang still tried to persuade them because Princess Zhang had not returned, and nobody knew how dangerous it was inside. But Mingyue Tianjing said she could not leave his side, while Yuezidi calmly said he had come to solve problems, so facing danger was only natural. Seeing that, Bai Shuang accepted it. He decided to bring Mingyue Tianjing and Yuezidi inside, while Qingni had to stay outside, but she immediately protested and wanted to come too. Bai Shuang explained that someone had to stay outside as backup. If Princess Zhang suddenly returned, someone needed to tell her everything. He placed a hand on Qingni's shoulder and seriously asked if he could trust her with that job. Hearing that, Qingni happily agreed and told him to enter without worrying. In the end, Bai Shuang, Guo Xianxi, Mingjue Tianjing, and Yuazidi crossed the barrier together and entered the mysterious village. As they walked, Mingjue Tianjing found it strange. They had already gone so deep inside, yet nothing had attacked them. That was far too unusual. Yu Zidi looked around and coldly said the entire village was covered in death energy. Bai Shuang quickly decided on their priority. They had to find Princess Zhang first before anything else. He turned to ask Guo Xianxi about the spirit jade, because he could not sense even the slightest trace of spiritual energy anywhere. After taking a closer look, Guo Xianxi finally understood why this place had to be sealed behind a barrier. If this terrifying death energy escaped, every living creature within 100 miles would likely perish. Just then, a loud noise suddenly echoed through the village. Yuezidi immediately looked toward it and said something was happening over there. Guo Xianxi reacted instantly and launched a powerful kick toward the source of the sound. The group rushed over to investigate, but there was no one there. Guo Xianxi confirmed the place was completely empty. Suddenly, someone shouted from outside for everyone to hurry over because they had found a survivor. Bai Shuang and Guo Xianxi exchanged shocked looks. Without wasting a second, they rushed over. As soon as Bai Shuang arrived, he anxiously asked if they had found Princess Zhang. Yu Zidi shook his head and said no, they had only found a villager. The man desperately begged Mingyue Tianjing for help. She stayed calm and asked what had happened to the village. Trembling, the villager said the disaster began after Daiao's mother returned from outside. Strange events followed, everyone grew weaker, and 2 days ago, everything spiraled out of control. Before he could finish, he suddenly screamed in panic. That thing had appeared again. The group looked up and saw a jade-green beam of light shining from the sky. Guo Xianxi frowned and asked what that thing was. The villager clutched his head and cried in despair that he did not want to die. In the next instant, the green light completely engulfed his body. Moments later, he turned into ashes right before their eyes, leaving everyone frozen in horror. Looking at the scene, Guo Xianxi grimly revealed the truth. His life force had been completely drained. The thing in this village was not a spirit embryo. It was an evil embryo. A sinister entity was crazily absorbing the life force of everyone here. Elsewhere, Zhang Yao was tied to a pillar as her life force was constantly drained, leaving her in unbearable pain. Even knowing it was extremely dangerous, Bai Shuang decided to charge into the courtyard and investigate. While moving forward, Guo Xianxi shared her deduction. She believed the woman the villagers called Daiao's mother was likely the one who stole the spirit jade. Anyone capable of using such a treasure had to be far from ordinary. Guo Xianxi then took out several golden artifacts and handed one to each person. She had forged them herself for protection. They could reduce fatal damage in dangerous situations, but each person only had one. Bai Shuang accepted his and thanked her. Just then, a blood-curdling scream echoed from inside the house. Bai Shuang instantly recognized Princess Zhang's voice and rushed inside without hesitation. Seeing him act so recklessly, Guo Xianxi shouted for him to wait. At the same time, the half-human, half-ghost villagers began clutching their heads and screaming in agony. Seconds later, their bodies crumbled into dust and completely disappeared. Mingyue Tianjing finally understood. It was not that there were no survivors. Every villager had already been turned into these monsters. Even Yuazidi found it hard to believe. He never expected a single corrupted spirit jade to cause such horrifying destruction. Guo Xianxi frowned even deeper. She insisted the spirit jade was a sacred heirloom of Tianyi sect. If it had truly been evil, it would have been destroyed long ago instead of being passed down. Just then, huge cracks suddenly spread across the wall in front of them. Bai Shuang shattered the barrier and charged inside while loudly calling for Princess Zhang. But the moment he entered, a group of mutants rushed over and blocked his path. Bai Shuang found himself in a difficult position. His enemy was controlling the villagers to attack him, so he could not strike without hesitation. Suddenly, a magical chain shot through the air and wrapped tightly around the monsters' necks. Guo Xianxi poured all her strength into controlling the chains and shouted for Bai Shuang to knock them out while she held them. Bai Shuang answered at once and rushed forward. He apologized to the villagers as he threw powerful punches at the monsters. But his fist passed straight through their heads. Their bodies exploded on the spot, and Bai Shuang immediately realized they were not real people but mere puppets. Their eyes suddenly glowed bright red, and even more of them charged forward together. One of Bai Shuang's eyes began glowing blue. He coldly said that if they were no longer human, things would be much easier. The moment he finished speaking, he charged straight into the middle of the horde. Soon, every last monster had been wiped out. Bai Shuang let out a breath and said it was finally over. But after looking around, Guo Xianxi felt something was wrong and immediately called out to Bai Shuang. Confused, he asked what had happened. The green evil aura was still floating in the air, and Guo Xianxi confirmed there was no one here at all. Bai Shuang stared at the glowing mass in confusion. The scream had clearly come from this direction, so why had the light gathered here while the person was nowhere to be found? He reached out and grabbed the light, then asked Guo Xianxi if the spirit jade could teleport people. She immediately denied it, saying that was almost impossible. Bai Shuang let go of the glowing mass and kept thinking. To him, this was the only strange thing here. Maybe it was hiding another secret. Before they found an answer, Guo Xianxi warned everyone. The scarecrows were coming back, and evil energy was rising non-stop from the ground. Sure enough, the puppets they had just destroyed began reviving from the ashes. Bai Shuang could hardly believe it. This entire village was filled with horrors like this. He immediately asked Guo Xianxi what kind of power the Tianyi sect spirit jade truly possessed. Guo Xianxi tightened grip on the chain and made up her mind. Once she returned, she would seal this thing away no matter the cost. Yuazidi leaped into the air and coldly said there was no point talking anymore. They should wipe these things out first. Night still covered the eerie village. At that moment, Zhang Yao stepped forward and silently watched the scene with a heavy expression. Dayao's dropped to his knees and begged his mother to save Xiaoyun because she could not hold on much longer. Instead of caring, she angrily called Dayao useless. In her eyes, this had been the perfect chance to create the spirit embryo, yet he had ruined everything again and again. She then blamed both Xiaoyun and Dayao. If not for her useless daughter-in-law, she would never have needed to use a female ghost as the vessel. She even threatened to throw both of them inside if they kept talking. Despite his fear, Dayao still begged his mother to stop. He reminded her that she had only wanted a grandson, but if the child was born from another woman, could it still be her bloodline? His mother slowly turned around with an icy stare. She said it did not matter who gave birth. As long as the child was raised with the spiritual energy she had gathered, it was still her grandson. Hearing those words, Dayao collapsed onto the ground in despair. He finally realized his mother had completely lost her mind. Just then, another gigantic scarecrow appeared. Bai Shuang immediately drew his sword and charged in, but after exchanging a few blows, he realized this monster was far from ordinary. Despite its massive body, its attacks were unbelievably fast. Refusing to stay on the defensive, he jumped onto its body and climbed toward its head. He then leaped even higher and thrust his sword at the monster's head while shouting that its opponent was him. To his surprise, the blade could not pierce its body at all. Bai Shuang quickly retreated to a nearby rooftop and landed, muttering that this thing was unbelievably tough. A green command token suddenly appeared in his hand. He remembered taking this treasure from that annoying old man and had only recently managed to refine it. He immediately raised the token and summoned the Yin Soul command. In an instant, countless evil spirits sealed inside burst out and rushed into battle. The giant scarecrow slowly began getting pulled toward the Yin Soul command. The two sides fell into a fierce stalemate, neither willing to give an inch. While fighting, Bai Shuang shouted for Mingyue Tianjing to find the monster's weak point. The others immediately agreed. The three quickly split up and flew around the monster to inspect it. Guo Xianxi threw a black artifact at it to test its defenses. After checking, she immediately said the weak point was not there. On the other side, Mingyue Tianjing kept attacking the scarecrow's body. but her attacks only left a few shallow scratches on its surface. Mingju Tianjing also reported that this was not its weak point either. As Baishuang observed and analyzed the battle, Yozidi kept attacking non-stop. The left side was not the weak point, the right side was not either, and the front was already pinned down by the ghost soldiers. That only left its back. Just then, Yezidi unleashed an enormous wave of purple demonic power and shouted for the monster to die. After taking the hit, the giant scarecrow let out a furious roar and opened its mouth, releasing waves of dark energy to strike back at Uazidi. But at the monster's wound, everyone spotted a ruby hidden inside its body. Uazidi calmly said they had found the source of its power. Hearing that, Baishuang looked over and happily said that destroying the ruby would surely bring the monster down. But Guo Xianxi immediately stopped him, insisting they must not destroy it. Baishuang was completely confused. Staring at the ruby, Guo Xianxi explained that she did not know how the woman had done it, but that gem was truly a fragment of the spirit jade. Baishuang was stunned as if struck by lightning. Guo Xianxi finally understood everything. She declared that this place was so strange because it was never the real world. Minjue Tianjinjing immediately realized the truth as well. No wonder the flow of energy throughout the village had always felt abnormal. The entire place was an illusion. Baishuang asked Guo Xianxi when they had fallen into the illusion. Was it the moment they crossed the barrier? She shook her head and said it had probably happened even earlier. They were likely trapped as soon as their vehicle entered the area, and the surrounding trees started behaving strangely. After saying that, Guo Xianxi sent her magical chain flying forward. The chain struck the ruby hidden inside the giant scarecrow. Guo Xianxi sighed and said she had expected this. Removing the gem would not be easy. She then asked Baishuang if he had another method, because this fragment might be the key to escaping. Baishuang looked at the Yin Soul command in his hand and said that if the spirit jade carried Yin energy, using another Yin artifact against it was probably the wrong choice. He immediately summoned Wei Tuo. As soon as he spoke, a giant Buddha statue appeared in the sky, radiating brilliant light. The instant the light shone on the scarecrow, it let out a crazed scream of agony. Its enormous body began cracking apart, and the ruby inside slowly started changing color. Seeing her chance, Guo Xianxi threw out her chain and shouted that this was the moment. The chain wrapped tightly around the ruby and pulled it free. Guo Xianxi cheered in delight, saying they had finally secured it. Without its power source, all the scarecrows collapsed into ashes once again. Baishuang asked what they should do next, and whether she knew how to use the fragment to escape. Guo Xianxi replied that she did not know the exit yet, but they could use this spirit jade fragment to trace the location of the real one. She added that the true spirit jade was definitely still in that woman's hands, and finding it meant finding the way out. Baishuang urged her to act immediately. Since there was no sign of Princess Zhang anywhere, she had most likely been captured by that woman. Guo Xianxi nodded and said she would try right away. Guo Xianxi floated the ruby fragment above her head, and a green glow representing life force immediately surrounded it. A stream of mystical energy then shot from the gem straight toward the eerie road ahead. Baishuang quickly understood what was happening. This place was the junction between the real world and the illusion, which explained why all the death energy gathered here. Uazidi crossed his arms and frowned. Even though they had found the location, the real problem was figuring out how to leave, because the path ahead did not look like one meant for the living. Just then, Mingyou Tianjing stepped forward and volunteered. Baishuang looked surprised because he had always thought she only excelled at combat, not spatial techniques. Minjue Tianjing looked at him and calmly said she had not known them before, but his ancestor Feilu had personally taught her. Baishuang froze in confusion. His ancestor? Without explaining further, Mingyou Tianjing immediately cast her spell. She raised 2 fingers and chanted, "Star Shift." Meanwhile, Zhang Yao's condition continued to worsen. Every strand of life force drained from her body was now flowing into Xiaoyun's womb. Dao's mother stared ahead with crazed excitement. Holding a knife, she let out a chilling laugh and said the grandson she had waited for was finally about to be born. She spoke in a steady, deranged voice. A life nurtured by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth would be born as a spirit embryo. No, it should be called a holy embryo. Then she burst into eerie laughter, declaring that once the child was born, the whole world would revolve around it. She raised the knife high into the air, and bolts of lightning immediately began crashing down around her. She slowly lowered the blade toward Xiaoyun's belly, crazily calling for her precious grandson to be born. But the instant the knife came down, it struck a glowing ruby instead. Dao's mother froze in shock and screamed in disbelief. A blinding light burst from the ruby, forcing her to cover her face as she shouted, asking what was happening. Just then, a cold voice came from behind, asking if she could not even recognize a fragment of the spirit jade. She immediately turned around and demanded to know who was there. Guo Xianxi stepped forward and introduced herself as the sect master of Tianyi sect, here to settle the matter personally. Dao's mother staggered back with a stunned expression. She could not understand how they had escaped the illusion. Guo Xianxi only smiled and said that if she wanted answers, she should first return the spirit jade and release their people. Hearing that, Dao's mother completely lost control. Her body transformed into a half-human, half-ghost form as she roared that anyone who stood in the way of her grandson's birth would die. She waved her hand and ordered the scarecrows to attack. A giant puppet immediately charged toward Guo Xiangxi's group. A sinister red glow suddenly flashed inside its hollow eye sockets. The giant scarecrow officially joined the battle. The moment Guo Xianxi saw it, she was shocked. She recognized it as the puppet art of the Tianxia sect. Could this woman really be one of them? Dao's mother burst into laughter and said the girl was not as foolish as she looked. She revealed that she had remained hidden for 30 years. The current Tianxia sect master might even be her own grandson. Bai Shuang coldly corrected her, saying she was mistaken because the Tianxia sect no longer had a sect master. She turned away and replied that was impossible because her grandson treated the sect as his home and would never abandon it. Bai Shuang's expression darkened. He said her grandson had not left. He was already dead. The moment she heard that, Dao's mother went completely mad, screaming that it was a lie before ordering everyone in front of her to be killed. As soon as the order was given, the giant scarecrow charged at Bai Shuang with terrifying speed, catching even him off guard. Fortunately, Guo Xianxi used her magical chain to yank him into the air just in time, allowing him to dodge the lightning-fast strike. After pulling Bai Shuang aside, she warned him not to underestimate their enemy. This woman was an elder of the Tianxia sect, and her strength even surpassed the current sect master. Bai Shuang drew his sword with determination in his eyes. He said he had never believed in showing mercy to his enemies. But before he could move, Yuazidi and the others rushed ahead to face the enemy, making Bai Shuang shout their names in surprise. Minji Tianjing looked at Dao's mother and said they would handle the battle here while he went to save the girl. Yuazidi added that the evil embryo must never be allowed to fully form. Bai Shuang closed his eyes for a moment and nodded. He then turned to Guo Xianxi and quickly divided the tasks. She would rescue the captives, while he would deal with the spirit jade. Guo Xianxi immediately agreed. Dao's mothers laughed with contempt, saying they had no idea how powerless they really were, and that everyone here would die today. Just then, Dao suddenly rushed forward, dropped to his knees, and grabbed his mother's legs, begging her to stop. He said everything had gone far beyond what they had originally wanted. She laughed so hard her face twisted before calling him a useless disgrace. In her eyes, she had never had such a worthless son. A sinister green jade suddenly appeared in her hand. She coldly said that instead of remaining useless, he might as well become a puppet. The moment she finished speaking, she shoved the jade into Dao's mouth. As soon as Dao swallowed the jade, he collapsed to his knees and violently retched in agony. Guo Xianxi stared in disbelief and shouted that the woman had completely lost her mind for forcing her own son to swallow the spirit jade. But Dao's mother only laughed even harder. She said they wanted the spirit jade back, so now they could come and take it from her son's stomach if they were able. Meanwhile, Dao's entire body convulsed in unbearable pain. Guo Xianxi urgently told Bai Shuang to retrieve the spirit jade before Dao was completely assimilated. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Bai Shuang immediately understood and charged forward with her. Bai Shuang shot into the air, swung his sword, unleashed a wave of energy, and shouted for Dao to spit out the spirit jade at once. He followed up with another thrust, stabbing straight into Dao's arm. At the same time, Guo Xianxi used her magical chain to bind Dao in place. But only moments later, both of them froze in shock. Dao had transformed into a muscular mutant, radiating terrifying strength that sent chills down everyone's spine. With just one hand, he grabbed both Bai Shuang and Guo Xianxi. Seeing this, Dao's mother beamed with joy, praising her good son and telling him it was time to protect his mother. Diao immediately charged at the two of them with a savage roar. Realizing the danger, Baishuang shouted for everyone to move. He and Guo Xianxi instantly leaped in opposite directions to dodge. During the fight, Baishuang suddenly noticed that Diao's mother had somehow reached Zhang Yao. He immediately rushed toward her, shouting for her to let Zhang Yao go. But Diao suddenly appeared and blocked his path. Baishuang stopped short in surprise. Diao's mother's eyes glowed in the darkness. She hoisted Zhang Yao over her shoulder and ordered Diao to kill every one of them. Seeing her about to escape, Baishuang immediately gave chase, shouting that she would not get away. But a wave of green flames suddenly shot toward him, forcing him to retreat and dodge. Baishuang drew his sword, his expression turning ice cold. He knew there was no way through unless he defeated his opponent. While fighting, he noticed Guo Xianxi struggling against the eerie green evil aura. He stayed on guard because once that sinister energy entered the body, the consequences would be disastrous. In the middle of the fierce battle, Guo Xianxi suddenly heard a loud shout and quickly turned around. On the other side, Baishuang raised his sword high. His body was covered in brilliant golden armor as killing intent exploded around him. Anyone standing in his way would die. But just as his sword was about to fall, a long chain suddenly appeared and blocked the strike. Baishuang stared in shock. He never expected someone to stop him. The one who intervened was Guo Xianxi. She rushed in to protect Diao, leaving Baishuang completely confused as he demanded to know what she was doing. Guo Xianxi looked up at him and struggled to explain that Diao absolutely could not be killed, or the spirit jade would. Before she could finish, she suddenly stopped with a troubled expression. At that very moment, Diao charged from behind. Taking advantage of her distraction, he raised his massive arm to launch a sneak attack. A deafening blast echoed as Diao's attacking arm was instantly sliced off. Even after losing the arm, he quickly retreated, and a new one regenerated before everyone's eyes. He even flashed a creepy smile that sent chills through the group. Baishuang finally lost his patience. Frowning, he said Guo Xianxi had gone crazy for protecting that monster. Did she really think it would be grateful? But Guo Xianxi refused to change her mind. She insisted Diao must not die because if he did, the spirit jade would turn to ashes with him. Baishuang glanced at her and said a cursed object that fed on life force deserved to be destroyed. Guo Xianxi firmly replied that it belonged to Tianyi's sect, and if anyone was going to destroy it, it would be her. She looked straight at Diao and told Baishuang to save his people first. She could hold the line here by herself. Hearing those words, Baishuang paused for a moment. The tension on his face faded, and a faint smile appeared. He stepped in front of Guo Xianxi and said that Princess Zhang was indeed family to him, but Guo Xianxi was not an outsider either. Guo Xianxi turned to him in complete surprise, hardly believing what she had just heard. Baishuang smiled naturally and said she had been his father's old acquaintance, so in a way they were family too. Guo Xianxi did not know how to respond, her expression caught between surprise and embarrassment. Baishuang rolled his shoulders with a grin and cut her off. If they could not kill Diao, then there had to be another way to remove the spirit jade, and no one understood it better than the sect master. Looking at the fully transformed Diao, Baishuang continued that as long as she came up with a plan, he would support her with everything he had and end this fight as quickly as possible. After hearing his plan, Guo Xianxi finally felt a little more at ease. She agreed they had to move fast, retrieve the spirit jade, and then return together to rescue Princess Zhang. As soon as she finished speaking, Guo Xianxi bit her fingertip without hesitation. Fresh blood flowed out because before they could retrieve the spirit jade, they first had to completely restrain the monster. Even with blood still dripping from her fingertips, Guo Xianxi barely cared. She smeared the blood onto the cord around her wrist. The ordinary cord slowly turned blood red. Then she began chanting to activate the spell. After absorbing her blood essence, the cord wrapped around Guo Xianxi's body and covered her in a strange crimson glow. She believed that with her heart blood and the reinforced talisman, this artifact could lock the monster down like an unbreakable key. Right then, the monster suddenly let out a heavy breath filled with terrifying pressure. Baishuang frowned at the sight. He stepped in front of Guo Xianxi to shield her and shouted that something was wrong. The monster had truly gone berserk. The next moment, he threw Wei Tuo into the air and called out its summon. In an instant, brilliant golden light flooded the entire area. From that light, a giant hand slammed straight down onto the monster. The crushing blow made it scream in agony, and the sound was enough to send chills down Anyon's spine. Bai Shuang rushed in without hesitation and kept up the attack, refusing to let it escape. His sword pierced straight through the monster, making it howl in non-stop pain. This time it was getting completely crushed. Right after striking, he shouted for everyone to seize the chance. At that moment, countless cords suddenly appeared. They wrapped tightly around the monster and locked it in place, leaving it to groan helplessly. Every single cord was under Guo Xiangxi's control, and she remained still while maintaining the spell. But the monster suddenly roared and unleashed a burst of power that blasted both of them away. Bai Shuang crashed onto the ground and cried out in pain. Guo Xianxi was also thrown into the air, screaming the whole way. Seeing that, Bai Shuang quickly reached out to catch her. Instead, Guo Xianxi landed right on top of him, and both of them cried out in pain. She winced from the impact, her mind still spinning from the collision. Bai Shuang was pinned down so hard that he could barely breathe, and all he could do was tell her to get up first. Guo Xianxi blushed and awkwardly climbed off him. She explained that maintaining the seal required non-stop chanting, but she also had to let go with both hands, leaving her with no idea how to handle the situation. Bai Shuang could only scratch his head because it really was a tough problem. Just then, someone cut in and asked whether they were seriously fighting or putting on a show. Bai Shuang turned around with a confused look. It was Yue Zidi and Manhwa. One crossed their arms and teased him for taking the chance to flirt with another girl, while the other nodded in full agreement. Bai Shuang could only laugh awkwardly before changing the subject. He asked if they had already dealt with the puppet and invited them over to help. The three of them looked at each other helplessly because his attempt to change the topic was painfully obvious. But once the monster was mentioned, all three immediately agreed. Yue Zidi took the lead and charged straight at the monster while it was still struggling wildly. Bai Shuang immediately called out to support him. The monster answered with another furious roar. At the same time, it struggled with all its strength to break free from the cords binding its body. But in the middle of its violent struggle, its body suddenly froze as if something had taken control of it. Yue Zidi smirked and told it to stay still if it wanted an easier end. Manhwa coldly added that this time it was not escaping. Meanwhile, Guo Xianxi kept chanting without pause to maintain the seal. Locked firmly in place, the monster could only keep screaming in agony. Then it suddenly went still, and its cries grew weaker as if its strength was fading. A moment later, the spirit jade was forced out of its mouth. Bai Shuang caught it at once and happily announced that they had successfully recovered the spirit jade. At the same time, somewhere else, Zhang Yao lay motionless and let out a faint groan. Beside her, Dayao's mother held a knife with a terrifying expression. She gently spoke to the baby in the womb, saying she would be the first person it saw after birth and its only family in the world. After saying that, she drove the knife down without the slightest hesitation. But at that very moment, a beam of light suddenly knocked the knife out of her hand. Dayao's mother turned around in shock, completely unable to understand what had just happened. It turned out Bai Shuang and the others had arrived just in time. He coldly declared that no matter what was inside his wife's womb, it was still his child. Bai Shuang's eyes were filled with killing intent. He declared that anyone who dared touch his wife or child would pay the price. When Dayao's mother saw them appear, she flew into a rage. She could not understand why Dayao had failed to stop them. Holding the spirit jade, Guo Xianxi calmly said that her last support was gone. The spirit jade had been recovered, Dayao's power had long vanished, and now he was nothing more than an unconscious body. Guo Xianxi coldly declared that every one of her schemes had failed, so she should surrender. But Dayao's mother screamed in fury and refused to give in. She immediately tried to control the straw dolls again, and proudly claimed she still had plenty of tricks left. Before she could act, a cord suddenly flew over and tightly bound her body. Guo Xianxi placed her hands on her hips and said the same trick would never work twice. Even while tied up, Dayao's mother struggled wildly and cursed like a madwoman. Meanwhile, outside the barrier, Chengji called out anxiously, fearing something had happened to her benefactor. After waiting with no sign of them, Chengji lost her patience and insisted on rushing inside. Fa Sui remained calm and told her not to act recklessly. He then looked up at the sky and told Chengji to take a look. She froze the moment she realized the barrier had disappeared. As the smoke slowly faded, the figures of all 6 people gradually came into view. The moment Fa Sui saw familiar faces, he excitedly called out to his master and big brother, while Guo Xianxi urged everyone to leave the area at once. Fa Sui smiled and said they had finally come out. If they had taken any longer, everyone was about to charge in and rescue them. Before he could finish, Chengji had already sprinted over. She threw her arms around Bai Shuang and burst into tears, saying she thought she would never see him again. Bai Shuang smiled and reassured her that everyone was safe, then gently asked her to let go first. Fa Sui curiously asked what had happened inside, because they had been missing for an entire week. He also noticed the captured woman and guessed she was the one who stole the spirit jade. Hearing that, Bai Shuang was stunned. Inside the barrier, it had only felt like a few hours. Chengji confirmed it was true. Everyone outside had been worried sick, and she had even planned to risk her life to search for them. Mingyue explained that the barrier had not only created illusions, but had also distorted the flow of time itself. It was an incredibly terrifying technique. Yuzidi crossed his arms, looked at Dayao's mother, and coldly said that she had sacrificed everything just to have a grandchild, yet it had all been for nothing. But Dayao's mother let out a sinister laugh and insisted she had not lost. She claimed Zhang Yao was already carrying a spirit fetus, and once it formed, it could only be born. Otherwise, it would keep growing until it burst out of the host's body. The moment he heard that, Bai Shuang exploded with rage, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Guo Xianxi had no interest in listening to the old woman's lies any longer. She immediately told Fa Sui to hand her over to the police because her crimes against the innocent villagers could not go unpunished. After hearing about the spirit fetus, Chengji nervously turned to Bai Shuang and asked how the eldest princess was doing. Fa Sui's eyes widened in shock. They had only been apart for 1 week, yet the eldest princess was already pregnant. That was unbelievably fast. Guo Xianxi glared at him for talking nonsense and told him to take the prisoner away first. Fa Sui quickly nodded. Even while being escorted away, Dayao's mother laughed like a lunatic and cursed that Zhang Yao would definitely die. Bai Shuang shouted back that she should worry about rotting in prison instead. After she was taken away, Bai Shuang turned to Guo Xianxi and asked if what she said was true, that the spirit fetus could only be born and could never be removed. Guo Xianxi crossed her arms and admitted she was not certain. But since everything had started with the spirit jade, it might also be the key to solving the problem. In another scene, Bai Shuang paced back and forth anxiously, constantly asking why it was taking so long. Just then, Guo Xianxi suddenly rushed out carrying a baby and happily announced that the child had been born, and it was a boy. Bai Shuang was overjoyed and immediately ran over to see his son. He looked at the baby with excitement, imagining that his son would surely be a normal and adorable child. But the moment he looked closer, his expression changed. The baby had purple skin and eerie golden eyes, staring straight at him while making strange sounds. Bai Shuang was so terrified that he threw the baby away and screamed that his son was a demon fetus. The shock nearly gave him a heart attack. The next second, a loud slap landed right across his face. Bai Shuang jolted awake and realized it had all been a dream. Beside him stood Yuezdi, blushing with anger as she complained that they had already arrived while he was still talking in his sleep. After hearing that, Bai Shuang held his forehead and let out a huge sigh of relief. It was only a nightmare, but it had scared him half to death. But just then, a chilling killing intent suddenly rose behind him, making him shiver. Bai Shuang quickly turned around and saw Chengji staring at him with a blushing pout. She reminded him that while sleeping on the ride, he kept mumbling about his son. Growing even more embarrassed, Chengji still gathered her courage and admitted that if he truly wanted a child, she was willing to help him. Bai Shuang frantically waved his hands and explained that dreams were usually the opposite of reality. If he wanted it in a dream, it meant he definitely did not want it in real life. Chengji looked visibly disappointed. Bai Shuang stared at her expression in complete confusion, unable to understand why she seemed so upset. The scene shifted back to the Tianyi sect. Bai Shuang looked around happily and asked if everyone had returned to the Tianyi sect, then immediately asked where the eldest princess was. Standing beside him, Yuezidi shot him an annoyed look and said Zhang Yao had already been taken away to deal with the spirit fetus. If he had slept any longer, the demon fetus might have really come out. As she spoke, she angrily poked Bai Shuang's cheek with her finger. He could only smile awkwardly and say it had just been a dream, so there was no need to tease him that much. Just then, Fa Sui rushed in with urgent news. He said Guo Xianxi had discovered something wrong with the spirit fetus and told Bai Shuang to come immediately. Hearing that, both of them instantly turned pale with shock. The scene shifted to Zhang Yao's room. She lay on the bed while her swollen belly kept bulging, as if something inside was trying to break free. Bai Shuang arrived and was left speechless by the sight. He hurried over and demanded to know what had happened for the spirit fetus to mutate like this. Hearing his voice, Guo Xiangxi immediately turned toward him. She frowned and explained that the spirit fetus had formed from the life force, absorbed and condensed by the spirit jade. In theory, reversing the process with the spirit jade should have made it disappear. Looking at Zhang Yao's belly, Guo Xianxi continued that she had followed the method correctly. At first, Zhang Yao's belly had indeed become smaller, but the real problem was. She suddenly shouted that the spirit fetus had not disappeared at all. The next moment, a tiny hand pushed out from inside Zhang Yao's belly, sending chills through everyone. Zhang Yao was drenched in sweat from the pain and could only let out weak groans. Bai Shuang grabbed Guo Xianxi by the shoulders and begged her to think of another way, because the demon fetus looked ready to tear through Zhang Yao's stomach and crawl out. But Guo Xianxi helplessly admitted that this was the first time she had ever faced something like this. As the tension reached its peak, Yan Shu suddenly spoke with anger. He said that instead of waiting for that monster to rip its way out, they should cut it out themselves. Bai Shuang completely lost his composure. He picked up the knife and said that at least this Zhang Yao might survive, then asked Guo Xianxi to stitch the wound afterward. Guo Xianxi was startled and asked what they were going to do with the demon fetus. Without a moment of hesitation, Bai Shuang gave a single cold answer: kill it. Hearing that reply, Guo Xianxi lowered her head in silence and softly said she understood. After making up his mind, Bai Shuang pointed the knife toward Zhang Yao's belly. The only thought in his mind was that this evil creature should never have existed. But at that very moment, Zhang Yao suddenly reached out, grabbed his arm, and desperately stopped him. Bai Shuang froze and looked down at her in surprise. Through tears, Zhang Yao pleaded with a trembling voice, asking if he could spare the baby. Another morning at the Tianyi sect, a series of soft moans echoed from inside a room, making the situation sound extremely misleading. Bai Shuang helplessly told Zhang Yao to control herself because her body could not handle much more. But Zhang Yao kept whining and begged him to give her more. He looked at her seriously and said her belly was already huge, so she absolutely could not have any more. But Zhang Yao refused to give up and kept pleading with a pitiful look. The way she called him husband made the whole scene sound completely different. It turned out the two of them were only fighting over a plate of food. Bai Shuang was holding it high above his head because Zhang Yao had already finished an entire table full of dishes to let her eat. The demon fetus needed a huge amount of energy to stay alive. Hearing that, Bai Shuang finally lowered the plate, but still asked with concern if eating that much was really safe. Zhang Yao happily assured him it was fine. As she picked up her fork and knife, Zhang Yao smiled and said she had reached an agreement with the demon fetus. It would stop causing trouble as long as she kept feeding it enough energy. Even after hearing that, Bai Shuang could not relax. He frowned and said that no matter what, the demon fetus was still extremely dangerous and could never be fully trusted. His mind drifted back to the moment when Zhang Yao had desperately begged everyone not to kill the baby because she had already spoken with it. Bai Shuang had been completely shocked back then. He could not understand why Zhang Yao would negotiate with such a terrifying creature instead of destroying it. But Zhang Yao calmly explained that the demon fetus had never meant to hurt her. It only wanted to get out because it feared everyone would kill it. Standing nearby, Guo Xianxi asked if that was why the two of them had reached an agreement. Zhang Yao gently rubbed her belly and smiled. As long as nobody harmed the demon fetus, it would not tear its way out. In return, it even promised to protect her as much as possible, while she would keep supplying it with energy and never let it go hungry. Back in the present, Guo Xianxi curiously asked if feeding the demon fetus simply meant eating more food. Zhang Yao shook her head and said food was only part of it. What it truly needed was life energy. The moment Bai Shuang heard that, he frowned, immediately thinking the demon fetus wanted to drain human lives. But Zhang Yao explained that life energy was more than human vitality. It also included spiritual energy, evil energy, yang energy, and many other forms of energy found throughout the world. Guo Xianxi suddenly understood and laughed. No wonder Zhang Yao could not stop eating. The food at the Tianyi sect was made from spiritual ingredients, rich in spiritual energy. Zhang Yao rubbed her belly helplessly, and that amount of spiritual energy was still far too little. Even after finishing an entire table of food, it could not sustain the demon fetus for a single day. Hearing that, Guo Xianxi slammed the table and jumped to her feet. She complained that if this kept up, the Tianyi sect would go bankrupt just trying to feed it. Bai Shuang scratched his head in frustration because he could not think of another solution. Then Zhang Yao suddenly suggested letting the demon fetus absorb yin energy instead. She explained that yin energy also counted as life energy. Places filled with heavy yin energy, like haunted houses or cursed graveyards, would provide plenty for the demon fetus to absorb. Bai Shuang immediately turned to Guo Xianxi with hopeful eyes. He reminded her that the Tianyi sect specialized in hunting ghosts, so they could practically take the demon fetus to an all-you-can-eat buffet of evil spirits. Guo Xianxi nodded with her hands on her hips and agreed it was worth trying. That very night, they arrived at a gloomy graveyard. A group of evil ghosts wailed in misery as their energy was drained away. They begged for mercy and swore they would never commit evil again. But Zhang Yao ignored every plea. Her eyes glowed in the darkness as she coldly warned them that none of them would escape. At the same time, Wei-Tuo burst with dazzling golden light, making the ghosts scream in even greater terror. Zhang Yao even gave them a gentle but unsettling smile and softly assured them that it would not hurt too much. Soon, the only sounds left in the graveyard were the desperate screams of the evil spirits beneath the cold moonlight. Bai Shuang watched the entire scene and could only laugh helplessly. At this rate, the eldest princess might eventually become the villain herself. Still, he admitted that these evil spirits had harmed countless people. If the underworld had captured them, they would have ended up in the 18th level of hell for endless punishment. Mingyue nodded and said being absorbed like this was a far kinder fate. Bai Shuang sighed and said that as long as the dead peacefully entered the underworld for judgment, they still had a chance at reincarnation. Only those who stayed behind to commit evil became wandering ghosts, proving that karma spared no one. He then turned to Guo Xianxi and asked if it was really safe to let the demon fetus remain inside Zhang Yao. Guo Xianxi replied that there were no major problems for now, but she could not guarantee what the future would bring. She added that she had searched countless ancient records in the sect the night before, but found nothing about this situation. They might have to look into even older sources. Just then, a terrified scream suddenly shattered the quiet night. All three of them immediately turned pale and spun around because they recognized the voice. It was the eldest princess. Without a second of hesitation, Bai Shuang rushed toward the source of the scream while repeatedly calling her name. Just as they were about to move closer, a cold voice shouted for everyone to stay back. A ghost was gripping Zhang Yao by the throat and snarled that if anyone took another step, it would kill her on the spot. Even while being restrained, Zhang Yao looked toward the others and nervously explained that she had been so focused on absorbing yin energy that the ghost caught her by surprise. Guo Xianxi frowned at the ghost and said she never expected this graveyard to have produced a ghost king. They had been too careless. Bai Shuang angrily demanded that it release the eldest princess. The ghost king ignored him completely. It raised a hand toward Zhang Yao and roared that she had drained all of its followers, so today it would scatter her soul forever. Seeing it about to attack, Bai Shuang immediately shouted for it to stop. But at that exact moment, the Ghost King's arm was suddenly severed from its body. Its agonized scream echoed through the graveyard. Bai Shuang stood frozen for several seconds, completely stunned by what he had just witnessed. The Ghost King collapsed onto the ground, clutching its severed arm while screaming in agony. Only then did everyone notice that Zhang Yao's hand was resting on top of the Ghost King's head. With one hand on her hip, she scoffed that she had only been careless enough to get captured. Did it really think someone like it could control her? The Ghost King was so terrified that it repeatedly kowtowed and even changed its tone, begging her to spare its life before its soul was completely destroyed. But Zhang Yao only looked at it coldly and said it was far too late to beg for mercy. Moments later, the Ghost King's miserable screams echoed across the dark graveyard. After dealing with the Ghost King, Zhang Yao calmly wiped her mouth and said that after absorbing so much yin energy, she finally felt a little full. Bai Shuang walked over with a puzzled expression and asked what she had just done to cut off the Ghost King's arm so easily. Tilting her head innocently, Zhang Yao replied that it was not her. It was Xiao Bao. Bai Shuang was completely confused by the name. She happily explained that she had named the demon fetus Xiao Bao, then asked whether he thought the name was cute. But Bai Shuang only cared about that strange power. He asked if the demon fetus had really been the one who attacked. Hearing him call it the demon fetus again, Zhang Yao pouted, crossed her arms, and reminded him that Xiao Bao could understand everything, calling it that would hurt its feelings. According to her, the little one was far stronger than anyone realized. Seeing how fiercely she defended it, Bai Shuang decided not to argue. He simply said that as long as it never harmed her, he could accept it. Just then, Guo Xianxi called for them to continue on to the next location, and everyone quickly followed. Afterward, the entire group returned to the Tianyi sect. Rubbing his aching back, Bai Shuang headed toward his bed while complaining that non-stop work over the past few days had completely worn him out. As he closed his eyes and prepared to lie down, he sighed with relief that he could finally enjoy his beloved bed. But just then, a small hand suddenly appeared behind him and gently brushed across his back. The little hand slowly slid lower before lightly tugging at his clothes. Caught completely off guard, Bai Shuang instantly blushed and jumped in surprise. He quickly turned around and demanded to know what she was doing. Zhang Yao stood before him with a charming smile and shyly admitted that she was hungry. Bai Shuang assumed she wanted a Latinite meal and scratched his head, saying that if she was hungry, she could just go to the kitchen because he was not food. Zhang Yao stepped closer with a playful smile and whispered that what she wanted was not food but his young energy. Bai Shuang froze and asked if she was seriously still not tired. Gently rubbing her belly, she pouted and said that it was not only her who was hungry. Xiao Bao inside was hungry too. Bai Shuang stared at her in disbelief. He complained that she had absorbed yin energy all night, and it still was not enough. Xiao Bao really was an endless, bottomless pit. Zhang Yao ignored every complaint, wrapped her arms around his neck, and kept pleading to be fed. In the end, Bai Shuang could only surrender. Before long, suggestive sounds began drifting out from the room, enough to make anyone blush. Outside, 3 little kids were pressed against the door, listening with complete fascination. Suddenly, a cold voice spoke up behind them, asking why they were still gathered there in the middle of the night. The 3 of them turned around and found Guo Xianxi standing behind them. All they could do was awkwardly greet their master. Guo Xianxi sternly scolded them for staying up late just to eavesdrop outside someone else's room. Since they clearly had too much free time, she decided to give them even more work tomorrow. The moment they heard about extra work, all 3 frantically waved their hands and said they were already exhausted enough. They quickly asked to leave and rushed off to bed. In the blink of an eye, the 3 kids were gone, shouting good night as they ran. Guo Xianxi watched them leave and could only sigh, wondering when they would finally grow up. From inside the room, Zhang Yao called sweetly for her husband and kept praising Bai Shuang, leaving Guo Xianxi outside with nothing but a helpless frown. Crossing her arms outside the door, she muttered that the kid really did remind her of old Bai back in the day. Inside the room, Zhang Yao still refused to stop. She softly begged him to continue because the baby in her belly still was not full. Looking completely drained, Bai Shuang frowned and insisted that he refused to admit the little one was his child. Zhang Yao smiled at him gently and said that after absorbing so much of his yang energy, the baby would eventually see him as its father anyway. Bai Shuang looked ready to cry as he begged for mercy, saying he had truly reached his limit. But Zhang Yao still would not let him off. She gently placed a hand on his shoulder and softly promised that it would be just one last time. The moment he heard that, Bai Shuang protested because she had already said one last time more times than he could count. Just then, Zhang Yao suddenly kissed him on the lips, leaving Bai Shuang completely frozen. She blinked at him with sparkling eyes and pleaded again, insisting this time really was the last. Faced with that adorable expression, Bai Shuang instantly blushed and reluctantly gave in. Zhang Yao gently pulled him closer and softly whispered, "Come here, my husband." In the end, Bai Shuang could only surrender and follow her lead. The next morning, Zhang Yao stepped outside looking refreshed and full of energy, while Bai Shuang beside her looked as though every ounce of strength had been drained away. Guo Xianxi laughed at the sight and joked that it seemed like quite an eventful night. Bai Shuang immediately grabbed her hand and desperately begged for help. He pleaded with her to find a way to remove the demon fetus or solve the yang energy problem before he was completely drained dry. Guo Xianxi simply glanced at him and told him not to panic. She was still working on a solution, so he would have to endure a little longer. She then turned towards Janji and Tao saying that the most important task right now was helping Janji wake up. Bai Shuang nodded in agreement, because this matter could not be delayed. Next, Guo Xianxi looked at Qing'er and asked if she could leave Janji's body on her own. Qing'er placed a hand on her chest and explained that she and her older sister were spirit beings, so they could exist without physical bodies. She had only entered Janji's body to keep it from weakening during the long coma. After hearing that, Bai Shuang finally understood. He sincerely thanked Qing'er for protecting her all this time. He then seriously asked Qing'er to leave Zanji's body, and she agreed without hesitation. In an instant, Qing'er's spirit separated from Janji's body and floated into the air. Without her support, Janji's body immediately collapsed, but Bai Shuang reacted just in time to catch her. Guo Xianxi took the lead and urged everyone to follow, while Bai Shuang answered as he carried Janji in his arms. She also called Qing'er to come along, saying they might still need her help if Janji failed to wake up. Qing'er happily agreed. The scene soon shifted to the forbidden grounds behind the Tianyi sect, a place shrouded in mystery. On the way there, Bai Shuang curiously asked why they had come to the forbidden grounds. Guo Xianxi honestly replied that this was the only suitable place to carry out the procedure. But the moment Bai Shuang saw what stood before him, his expression changed in shock. Right in front of them was a massive spirit jade, leaving him completely puzzled about why it was there. Guo Xianxi explained that she had tried countless methods before, but after learning the true power of the spirit jade, she realized it was the perfect tool. After saying that, she turned to Bai Shuang and told him to lay Janji down. Although he did as instructed, he still felt uneasy because the enormous spirit jade radiated an overwhelming evil aura. Guo Xianxi calmly replied that this was the Tianyi sect's forbidden grounds, so even if the attempt failed, it would not affect the outside world. In the end, she told everyone to wait outside and not come in until she called for them. Bai Shuang agreed without hesitation. Walking behind him, Qing'er quietly asked if Janji would really wake up this time. Bai Shuang gave a faint smile and said he hoped everything would work out, though he still could not shake the uneasy feeling in his heart. Just then, Guo Xiangxi's voice echoed through the cave, urgently calling for Bai Shuang to come inside, startling both of them. Hearing her call, he rushed in and immediately asked if it had worked. Supporting Janji, Guo Xianxi happily confirmed that her theory had been correct. The yin energy from the spirit jade really could awaken her. Janji slowly opened her eyes, still looking confused. She asked why she was there when the last thing she remembered was being at the Tianxia sect. Seeing that she had finally awakened, Bai Shuang excitedly hugged her. Janji was caught off guard, while he nearly choked up with relief. Blushing from the sudden embrace, Janji quickly pushed him away and shouted that he was supposed to be her enemy. So why was he acting like this? Bai Shuang explained that the sect leader had turned her into a puppet. After countless events, the man had finally died by Bai Shuang's hand. The news left Janji stunned. She lowered her head and murmured about the sect leader's death before anxiously asking about the Tianxia sect and the goo worm inside her body. Qing'er stepped forward and gently reassured her that while she had been unconscious, Qing'er had possessed her body to keep it alive. She promised to explain everything that had happened little by little. After hearing that, Janji simply blushed and gave a small nod. The scene then shifted back to the Tianyi sect. Sitting in a chair, Janji brushed back her hair and smiled, saying she never imagined so many things had happened during her absence. She then looked at Bai Shuang with a hesitant expression and mentioned that her body seemed to have become quite familiar with him while she was unconscious. Bai Shuang immediately grew embarrassed. Scratching his cheek, he awkwardly admitted that something similar had happened before. Standing near the door, Qing'er sensed the atmosphere between them and quietly found an excuse to leave, giving them some privacy. After she left, the room fell into silence. The two stared at each other, neither knowing how to begin. At last, Janji blushed and broke the awkward silence. She said that although they were not truly close yet, her body already seemed accustomed to him, so perhaps they should get to know each other better. Bai Shuang rested his chin on his hand for a moment, then nodded in agreement. He gently took Janji's hand and suggested they spend more time talking in private. She quietly accepted without refusing. Janji stood up with a meaningful smile and said it looked like they would need a very thorough talk this time. Before long, suggestive sounds echoed from the room as Janji seemed to recall those familiar feelings, while Bai Shuang playfully teased her once again. At the next morning, Chinger and Dower happily chatted together as they walked across the courtyard. Reaching the room, Chinger called for the two of them to wake up because Sectmaster Guo urgently wanted to see them. Tao echoed her call. The only response was an oddly complete silence. Chinger jokingly wondered if Janji possessed some special technique that had left even someone as strong as their benefactor unable to get out of bed. Hearing that, Tower became even more curious and wanted to take a look. Chinger called out one more time and warned that if nobody answered, she was coming in. With that, the two sisters pushed the door open and rushed inside while loudly calling Bai Shuang's name. The moment they stepped into the room, both of them cried out in shock. Right before their eyes, Bai Shuang was kneeling at Zhanji's feet, leaving both girls completely stunned. Chinger hurried over to help him up and asked what had happened, while Bai Shuang looked at everyone in confusion, wondering why they had suddenly barged in. Tao explained that Sectmaster Guo had been calling for them for quite a while, but nobody answered, so they had no choice but to come inside. The two sisters then suspiciously asked whether Bai Shuang had been so busy with Zhanji that he never heard them calling outside. Zhanji laughed and explained that they had only just woken up. Her ankle was hurting, so Bai Shuang had simply been checking it for her. Even after hearing the explanation, the two sisters still looked at her suspiciously and asked if that was really the truth. Still kneeling by her feet, Bai Shuang quickly nodded along and insisted that he had only been examining her ankle. She had almost misunderstood Zhanji. Tao Ni then said everything was settled, so they should go meet Sectmaster Guo. Zhanji gladly agreed and asked the two sisters to lead the way. On the way, she kept a gentle smile and said she had wanted to meet the others from Tianyi sect for a long time. Before long, they arrived before Guo Xianxi, and Bai Shuang asked if she had been looking for them. Guo Xianxi crossed her arms and said that since Ling Yu had finished saving Zhanji, it was time to deal with that dangerous item. Bai Shuang quickly asked if she planned to destroy the spirit jade, but Guo Xianxi shook her head and said she wanted to seal it first. If that failed, they would consider other options. Bai Shuang nodded and said he was ready to lend his strength whenever she needed it. Guo Xianxi looked ahead and confirmed she did need his help, then led everyone deeper into the forbidden area. Zhanji hurried to Bai Shuang's side with a shy blush and insisted on coming along because the spirit jade had once saved her life, and she wanted to see what it really was. Guo Xianxi had no objection and allowed her to enter with them. But the moment they stepped into the Tianyi sect forbidden land, shocked screams echoed from inside. The spirit jade had completely disappeared. Someone reported that the mountain behind them was protected by a barrier, unlike before, when the spirit jade had been kept somewhere anyone could enter. Guo Xianxi immediately frowned and wondered who could have slipped through the barrier to steal it. After thinking it through, she realized only a handful of people knew where the spirit jade was. Besides herself, only Bai Shuang, Qingni, and Zhanji knew. Guo Xianxi suddenly turned around and declared that one of those three had to be the thief. Bai Shuang frowned and reminded her that he had helped recover the spirit jade before, so he had no reason to steal it again. The news had probably leaked. Guo Xianxi rubbed her forehead with a sigh, admitted she was overwhelmed, and decided they should return for now. Right then, the corner of Zhanji's lips curled into a mysterious smile. It was obvious something was wrong. Back at Tianyi sect, Tao Ni cheerfully guessed that Princess Zhang would probably wake up and ask for more yang energy again, while Qingni stayed unusually quiet. Noticing her sister's silence, Tao Ni turned and asked what she was thinking about. Qingni said something had felt strange ever since they visited Bai Shuang's room that morning. If they had only been checking his injuries, there was no way he would ignore them no matter how much they called. Tao Ni simply shrugged and guessed they had been too focused to hear anything. But Qingni still had doubts. Just as she was about to continue, Tao Ni suddenly looked ahead and happily shouted that everyone had returned. Two figures slowly came into view in the distance. Qingni immediately grabbed her sister's hand and rushed over, dragging the confused Tao Ni along. Just then, a cold voice echoed with satisfaction and praised Bai Shuang for doing a great job. The voice then ordered Bai Shuang to complete one more task, and he obeyed instantly as if hypnotized. Bai Shuang immediately knelt with complete respect and addressed that person as master. Qingni was utterly shocked. She could not understand why her benefactor was kneeling before Zhanji and calling her master. Even Tao Ni realized something was terribly wrong. Janji sat above them with a sinister smile and said she needed much more yin energy, and the demon fetus created from the spirit jade was the perfect source. As soon as she finished speaking, a strange purple snake appeared and slithered across the ground. In the blink of an eye, it shot straight toward Tao Ni's chest, making her scream in terror. Qing Ni reacted instantly, covered her sister's mouth, and whispered with a trembling voice not to make a sound. But the scream still reached Janji's ears. She spun around with murderous eyes and demanded to know who was hiding outside. Realizing they had been discovered, Qing Ni turned and ran at once, while shouting for Dao Ni to get out of there. Janji gritted her teeth and coldly ordered Bai Shuang not to let the two sisters escape, and he immediately bowed his head in obedience. Qing Ni kept running while urging her sister to move faster, her face filled with panic. With tears in her eyes, Tao Ni pulled Qing Ni in another direction and said they had to reach a crowded place and warn everyone. But at that very moment, Wei Tuo suddenly descended from the sky. The impact shook the ground violently and sent Qing Ni flying. The moment Tao Nisi saw the golden Buddha, her face turned pale. Qing Ni also realized they had no chance of escaping with that thing blocking the way. With no other choice, Dao Ni grabbed her sister and ran in another direction. But before they could move, a golden barrier appeared and sealed every escape route. Behind Qing Ni, Wei Tuo floated like the Grim Reaper guarding the exit. Surrounded from every side, Qing Ni cried out in despair that this time they were truly trapped. Just then, Bai Shuang appeared. He reached out toward the sisters with a twisted smile and told them not to resist if they wanted to stay alive. Even through her fear, Qing Ni called out to her benefactor, hoping he would come back to his senses. But in the next instant, Bai Shuang grabbed her by the throat and lifted her into the air, leaving her gasping in pain. With empty eyes, he coldly declared that anyone who stood in his master's way had to die. Struggling to breathe, Qing Ni weakly asked why her benefactor had become like this. Meanwhile, Tao Ni lowered her head sadly and softly apologized to Bai Shuang. The next second, she drove a sharp object into his arm, sending blood spraying out. But to Tao Ni's horror, Bai Shuang showed no reaction at all. Seeing his emotionless face, she shivered as if he had completely lost the ability to feel pain. His grip on Qing Ni's throat only grew tighter until she could barely breathe. In that desperate moment, Qing Ni weakly reached out and softly called her benefactor's name. She gently placed her hand on Bai Shuang's cheek and moved closer, saying that even if she died by his hand today, she would never blame him. At that very moment, one of Bai Shuang's eyes slowly regained its awareness as he struggled against the control. Tears streamed down Qing Ni's face as she leaned weakly against him and whispered that simply being by his side had already made her happy. At last, the hand around her throat loosened, and Qing Ni collapsed into his arms from exhaustion. Crying uncontrollably, Tao Ni said she would never let her sister die alone, and the two of them would never be separated. She then looked straight at Bai Shuang and told him to do it. But Bai Shuang had not fully recovered. He raised his hand and let out a distorted, eerie laugh. Suddenly, one of his eyes changed. Bai Shuang clutched his head and stammered as he fought to regain control of his body, the pain nearly driving him insane. He screamed in agony while holding his head, and Tao Ni panicked as she called out to her benefactor. After a fierce struggle, he finally looked at her and told her to take Qing Ni away immediately. Tao Ni tried to help him, but Bai Shuang shouted for her to stay back. Gritting his teeth, he explained that Janji's physique was far too unusual. He could not keep his sanity much longer, so she had to warn everyone at once. Knowing the situation was critical, Tao Ni wasted no time. She supported Qing Ni and fled, but before leaving, she turned back and promised she would return to save him. Bai Shuang's agonized screams echoed behind them. Even with tears pouring down her face, Tao Ni forced herself to keep running, while praying he could hold on a little longer. After running for some time, Tao Ni finally found Guo Xiangxi's group and desperately called for help. Seeing her battered condition, Guo Xiangxi immediately asked who had injured the sisters so badly. Gasping for breath, Tao Ni trembled as she answered that it was their benefactor. Nearly collapsing from exhaustion, she begged everyone to hurry and save Bai Shuang. The news shocked everyone. Zhang Miao even turned pale, because she knew something terrible must have happened to her husband. Just then, Qin Huan rushed over in panic and reported that both Bai Shuang and Zhan Ji had disappeared. Ming Yue frowned and demanded that she explain everything. Qin Huan quickly said that when she went to clean Bai Shuang's room, She found it completely ransacked, as if someone had been searching for something. She had searched all of Tianyi's sect, but found no trace of either of them. As she finished speaking, Qin Huan lowered her head and burst into tears. She feared the remnants of the Tiansha sect had kidnapped them, but Zhang Miao tried to reassure her that with Bai Shuang's strength, those people could not easily touch him. While everyone was still confused, Guo Xianxi supported Tao Ni and ignited a talisman in her hand. The smoke from the talisman quickly drifted toward Tao Ni, and she breathed it in. A moment later, Tao Ni slowly regained consciousness and let out a weak groan. Seeing this, Guo Xianxi finally sighed in relief. But the instant she opened her eyes, Tao Ni jumped up in panic and shouted that Bai Shuang was under Zhang Ji's control, and everyone had to save him immediately. Hearing that, the entire group cried out in shock once again. By then, the suns had disappeared behind the mountains, making the atmosphere even heavier. Someone wondered what kind of power Zhang Ji possessed that allowed her to control others so easily. Wadezes recalled what Bai Shuang had once said. Zhang Ji's physique was extremely special, and after dual cultivation, she could gain a power strong enough to take control of her partner. After hearing that, Qing Ni immediately understood. That ability had to be the reason Bai Shuang was being controlled. Guo Xianxi suddenly turned pale and shouted that Zhang Ji also knew where the spirit jade was, which meant she had to be the one who stole it. Zhang Miao anxiously asked how they could find them, and even if they did, how they were supposed to save Bai Shuang. Qing Ni quickly remembered that Zhang Ji had once said she was obsessed with the demon fetus inside Zhang Miao, because it was the richest source of yin energy. Mingyue suggested using the demon fetus as bait to lure them out, but Zhang Miao immediately refused because she would not risk her child. Just then, the baby in her womb suddenly began moving non-stop. Zhang Miao was surprised and wondered if Xiaobao also wanted to save his father. She gently stroked her belly and decided that she and her baby would bring Bai Shuang home together. As night fell, the scene shifted to an abandoned haunted house filled with yin energy. Zhang Miao walked inside alone and deliberately said out loud that Xiaobao was hungry again, so she was taking him to find something to eat. Suddenly, a hand rested on her shoulder from behind, making Zhang Miao spin around in surprise. It was Bai Shuang. Seeing him there, she asked why he had come, and he smiled, saying the demon fetus was always hungry, so he knew she would come searching for yin energy. As he spoke, he wrapped an arm behind Zhang Miao's head and leaned close, asking whether that little bit of yin energy was enough for the demon fetus, or if she wanted even more. Bai Shuang pressed even closer and whispered that he could satisfy her far more than that, while Zhang Miao could only tremble as she called his name. But Bai Shuang's expression suddenly became terrifying, and his sinister eyes made him look like a completely different person. The atmosphere inside the abandoned house grew darker and more unsettling. Zhang Miao's voice echoed through the gloomy room, making the scene even more tense. As Bai Shuang bit her, he wondered why Zhang Miao kept responding even though he was using so much force. Something felt very strange. Zhang Miao looked at him and urged him not to stop because she could still endure it. Hearing that, Bai Shuang kissed her and replied that if that was what she wanted, he would gladly give her everything. But the next moment, he suddenly raised his hand and shouted that if she wanted to repay this favor, she had to give him the child. Right then, a rope suddenly shot forward and wrapped tightly around Bai Shuang's wrist, stopping him in his tracks. He immediately turned around in alarm, clearly not expecting anyone to interfere. The one who attacked was Guo Xianxi. She tightened the rope and coldly warned Bai Shuang not to resist, because she did not want to fight him directly. Zhang Miao also glared at him in anger. She said she had believed he still had some reason left even while controlled, but she never imagined he would truly try to take Xiaobao. Hearing those words, Bai Shuang suddenly grabbed his head in agony and gritted his teeth, saying he did not want to hurt anyone because his head felt like it was about to explode. Seeing that, Zhang Miao anxiously asked if he was starting to remember everything and hoped he could break free from Zhang Ji's control. But at that moment, Zhang Ji slowly stepped out with a mocking smile and coldly declared that escaping her control would not be so easy. As soon as she spoke, a blood-red aura erupted around her. It was the sinister blood yin bone. The moment it appeared, the eerie power shot straight into Bai Shuang's body, making him scream in agony, while Zhang Miao cried out his name in panic. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Guo Xianxi gritted her teeth and lashed out with her magical rope. Guo Xianxi immediately wrapped the rope around Zhang Miao's waist and pulled her back, urgently telling her to stay away. Even as she was dragged away, Zhang Miao kept her eyes locked on Bai Shuang, her voice trembling as she could not believe he truly wanted to attack her. By now, Bai Shuang was completely under Zhang Ji's control. Holding the Yin Soul Command banner, he stared ahead with empty eyes and coldly declared that his mission was to bring the demon fetus back. Seeing his condition, Guo Xianxi said there was no point holding back anymore, because Bai Shuang had completely lost his mind. Wei Zidi replied that she had never intended to go easy on him anyway, while Ming Hua simply signaled everyone to attack. The three of them charged forward at full speed. Even while surrounded, Bai Shuang curled his lips into a mocking smile and joked that having so many experts gang up on him was almost an honor. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved the Yin's Soul Command banner and declared that it was all pointless. Countless vengeful spirits instantly rushed forward behind him. Wei Zidi confidently crossed her arms as a brilliant golden fire dragon appeared behind her. She scoffed that those spirits were beneath her. In a single instant, the fire dragon surged forward and crushed Bai Shuang's entire ghost army. Seeing that, Guo Xianxi frowned and realized the only way to stop him was with the immortal binding rope. She immediately threw the rope toward Bai Shuang and shouted that he would not escape. But suddenly, a wall of golden light appeared out of nowhere and knocked the rope straight back. The Golden Buddha's protection had appeared once again at the critical moment. Wei Zidi's expression changed the instant she saw it, recognizing it as the Golden Buddha's divine light. Just then, Mingyue charged in with her spear, saying that the golden light could not harm her. But an earth-shaking explosion suddenly erupted in midair. When the smoke cleared, everyone was horrified to see a sword had pierced straight through Mingyue's body. The others cried out her name in shock. Mingyue collapsed to the ground with devastating injuries. Guo Xianxi rushed over in panic and desperately called her name. But Bai Shuang suddenly appeared right in front of her, forcing her to stop. With tears of rage in her eyes, Guo Xianxi shouted that Mingyue was his wife, and if he did not wake up, he would kill the woman he loved with his own hands. Sadly, Bai Shuang showed no reaction at all and coldly declared that she was his next target. Hearing those words, Guo Xianxi froze in disbelief. Meanwhile, Wei Zidi secretly gritted her teeth. She never expected that after Bai Shuang grew stronger, the Golden Buddha's power would also increase. The golden light alone had already left her with internal injuries. Forcing herself back to her feet, she searched for another plan, because if they failed to stop Bai Shuang, Princess Zhang and the baby would be doomed. Just as everyone fell into despair, Mingyue, lying on the ground, suddenly said she still had one final method. As soon as she finished speaking, she forcefully pressed her palms together. Mingyue opened her eyes wide and shouted as she released the seal on the true fire silk. A blazing crimson fire aura instantly erupted and covered her entire body. Hidden behind a pillar, Zhang Ji stared in shock, completely unable to understand what that power was. Even Guo Xianxi was secretly stunned by the overwhelming spiritual energy. Wei Zidi immediately jumped up and shouted that Mingyue had gone crazy because breaking the seal now would allow the underworld to locate her. But Mingyue only smiled calmly and said that was exactly what she wanted. Sure enough, the moment she finished speaking, a massive magic circle appeared beneath the ground behind her. Ming Jiao stepped out of the formation with an angry expression, complaining that Mingyue had hidden so well that he could not find her. Without even turning around, Mingyue calmly replied that she had never been hiding. She had simply been waiting there for him to come, but there was one matter that had to be settled first. Ming Jiao only sneered because nothing mattered more to him than taking her back. But before he could say another word, a sudden attack forced him to dodge. Looking up, Ming Jiao saw Bai Shuang floating in the air and asked in surprise if this human actually intended to kill him. Mingyue then told Ming Jiao that Bai Shuang was the one who had taken her out of the underworld and hidden her in the human world all this time, asking if he truly planned to let Bai Shuang go. Hearing that, Guo Xianxi angrily shouted because Bai Shuang had saved Mingyue, yet she was now exposing him. But Zhang Miao quickly leaned over and quietly explained that Mingyue was doing it because she wanted the Northern Yin Great Emperor to take her husband back to the underworld. Zhang Miao explained that Zhang Ji could not freely enter the underworld, so as long as Bai Shuang was taken there, he would temporarily break free from her control. After saying that, she knelt and asked to be arrested as well, admitting she was a ghost king who had left the underworld without permission and was willing to face judgment. Wei Zidi also stepped forward and confessed, saying she was the phoenix body who had broken the seal and escaped the underworld, so the Northern Yin Great Emperor would never let her off either. Guo Xianxi stood there in complete disbelief as the two of them openly confessed their crimes. Meanwhile, Zhangji, hiding behind the others, finally panicked. She quietly tried to flee, thinking that once the Northern Yin Great Emperor got involved, staying meant certain doom. But before leaving, she turned back and shouted for Bai Shuang to wake up and run, causing him to briefly regain a trace of awareness. At that moment, a black chain suddenly shot through the air. In an instant, it wrapped tightly around Bai Shuang's neck and yanked him backward. Ming Jiao let out a chilling smile and said that since everyone wanted to go to the underworld, he would grant their wish. With his power alone, he dragged Bai Shuang's entire group into the underworld. When everything settled, they found themselves standing inside the underworld. Bai Shuang slowly opened his eyes, sat up, and looked around in confusion, completely unaware of what had happened. The moment she saw him awake, Zhang Miao rushed over and hugged him tightly. Bai Shuang looked around in confusion and kept asking where they were and what had happened. Wei Zidi calmly replied that this was the underworld, leaving him completely stunned as he wondered how he had ended up there. Remembering Ming Yue, he immediately worried that if he was in the underworld, then her whereabouts must have been exposed as well. Before he could finish, Zhang Miao climbed onto him and seriously reassured him that Ming Yue was still safe and that his first priority was recovering. At the same time, Guo Xianxi brought over some food and added that Zhanji had indeed stolen the spirit jade, so once Bai Shuang recovered, he would have to help retrieve it. Hearing that, Bai Shuang finally remembered being controlled by Zhanji and asked what had really happened. Zhang Miao explained that they had planned to use the baby as bait to lure Zhanji out, but the battle became so intense that it attracted the attention of the underworld. After hearing the story, Bai Shuang sat down and wondered how he could completely regain control of his mind. Zhang Miao hesitated and only vaguely replied that the underworld had its own method. Seeing her avoid the answer, Bai Shuang grew even more curious and scratched his head, asking why they could not just tell him directly. Guo Xianxi set the plate of food down and explained that all he needed to do was awaken the power inside him to resist Zhanji. As for how to awaken it, with his special physique, he should already know. Bai Shuang laughed as he immediately understood they were referring to balancing yin and yang, and realized he must have been completely unconscious before. Zhang Miao lowered her head with a deep blush and quietly admitted that when he lost consciousness, he had been far more intense than usual. Hearing the conversation drift in that direction, Wei Zidi immediately cleared her throat as a reminder. Bai Shuang finally snapped back to reality and asked where Ming Yue was, since he had not seen her at all. The moment he asked, an uncomfortable silence filled the room. Seeing everyone's reaction, Bai Shuang immediately demanded to know if they were hiding something from him. Guo Xianxi looked away awkwardly and quietly began to explain that actually. But before she could finish, Bai Shuang smashed through the window, rushed outside, and loudly demanded that the King of Hell appear. Zhongdao heard the commotion and came out shouting to know who dared cause trouble in the Hall of Yama. The moment he saw Bai Shuang, his expression changed. He hurriedly told Bai Shuang to leave at once because the Northern Yin Great Emperor was there, and being discovered would have terrible consequences. Just then, a majestic voice echoed from the distance, leaving Zhongdao frozen in fear. Bai Shuang, on the other hand, rolled up his sleeves and openly challenged the Northern Yin Great Emperor, declaring that if Ming Yue was not released, he would tear the entire underworld apart. Zhongdao could only turn pale at such unbelievable courage. Ming Jiao slowly stepped forward with a calm expression. He looked down on Bai Shuang, saying that a mere human dared act so arrogantly before him, but he also admitted Bai Shuang had done well to hide Ming Yue in the human world for so long. He then changed his tone and said that taking Ming Yue away was not impossible, as long as Bai Shuang agreed to one condition. Bai Shuang frowned and asked what that condition was. Ming Jiao got straight to the point. He wanted the Yin Spirit Jade, now in the hands of the woman controlling Bai Shuang, and ordered Bai Shuang to find it and bring it back. Bai Shuang immediately pushed back. He did not even know what the Yin Spirit Jade was. If it really was Guo Sect Master's sacred treasure, why should it be handed over to the underworld? Ming Jiao let out a cold scoff and mocked the human race for always claiming stolen treasures as their own. Bai Shuang was left completely confused by what he meant. Zhongdao finally spoke and revealed that the item was never an ordinary spirit jade. Bai Shuang instantly turned around in shock. Ming Jiao continued and demanded that Bai Shuang return the underworld's sealed relic. Only then would he consider releasing Manhwa. Otherwise, there was nothing left to discuss. The scene then shifted to a place far beneath all 18 layers of hell. Bai Shuang looked around in confusion as they walked. He never knew such a strange place existed beneath the underworld. Ming Jiao glanced back and calmly said the underworld was far greater than Bai Shuang imagined, and a mere human was not qualified to know all its secrets. Zhong Tao explained that this place lay even deeper than the 18th layer of hell. It was also where Ksiti Garba Bodhisattva's golden body was sealed. Bai Shuang stared at the massive golden light ahead as if he had realized something. Once he saw it clearly, he gasped at the enormous size of Ksitigarba Bodhisattva's golden body. Before them stood a giant golden statue glowing brilliantly. Zhongdao told Bai Shuang to look at its eyes, which were missing their pupils, and Bai Shuang quickly noticed it. Bai Shuang frowned and guessed that the yin spirit jade was the missing pupil of the statue. Zhongdao said that was right, but not entirely, leaving Bai Shuang even more confused. Ming Jiao explained that Ksiti Garba Bodhisattva could see through life and death. The pupil that saw life was the yang spirit jade, while the one that saw death was called the yin spirit jade. Bai Shuang quickly asked if that meant both spirit jades had disappeared after being stolen by the founder of Tianyi sect. Ming Jiao replied that the yang spirit jade had still not been found, so nothing could be confirmed. Bai Shuang thought it over and sighed. If the founder of Tianyi sect had really stolen both treasures, then he was a legendary thief and hardly needed to start a sect. Ming Jiao glanced at him and reminded him that this was the deal. If Bai Shuang could not bring back the yin spirit jade, he could forget about taking Manhwa out of the underworld. Bai Shuang raised both hands in surrender and switched to a friendly tone. He even threw an arm around Ming Jiao and said that if the treasure belonged to the underworld, there had to be a way to track it, so he should just tell him now. Annoyed, Ming Jiao shoved his hand away and told him to find the judge, who would know how to locate the yin spirit jade. Bai Shuang turned to leave. Before going, he reminded Ming Jiao that he had better keep his promise, because anyone who broke their word was no better than a petty villain. After Bai Shuang left, Zhongdao quietly asked Ming Jiao if revealing the truth about the two spirit jades was really wise. If Bai Shuang discovered their true value, it could become very dangerous. Ming Jiao cut him off without hesitation. He said that even if Bai Shuang really brought back the yin spirit jade, he still had a way to silence him. This time, he would never let anyone ruin his plan again. A sinister smile slowly appeared on Ming Jiao's lips. The scene shifted to Changji. She stood there coldly thinking that even if she returned, it would mean nothing because that place had already been completely destroyed. Changji silently stared at the ruined landscape before her. Old memories suddenly resurfaced. She remembered the day she and her daughter were torn apart. As Changji was taken away, the little girl cried until her voice gave out while calling for her mother, and her mother screamed her daughter's name in despair. Changji's cries from that day still echoed endlessly, sending chills down the spine. Back in the present, Changji slowly closed her eyes and told herself she was no longer the helpless victim everyone could trample. She opened her eyes with madness burning inside them and declared that it did not matter if this place was destroyed or if every member of her clan had died, because she could rebuild everything with her own hands. Changji grew more unhinged as she shouted in hatred that no one had saved her when she was drowning in despair, so now everyone would pay for what they had done to her. At that moment, Bai Shuang picked up a magic artifact and asked if it could really locate the yin spirit jade. He looked at the compass in his hand in confusion as the needle kept spinning wildly without ever stopping. Zhongdao explained that the compass was made to detect the yin spirit jade's energy. The faster the needle spun, the more intensely someone was using its power. Bai Shuang was still confused and asked why the underworld had never used it to track down the two spirit jades before. Zhongdao explained that the device only worked when the spirit jades released energy fluctuations. Bai Shuang finally understood and looked down at the compass in thought. That meant the founder of Tianyi sect had most likely never actually used the yin spirit jade after stealing it. Zhongdao placed a hand on his shoulder and reminded him that the past was not the real concern. The yin spirit jade was now releasing overwhelming energy, proving that someone was using it for something extremely dangerous. Bai Shuang's face immediately changed. He clenched his fist and silently wondered if Changji was about to cause another disaster beyond saving. The scene shifted to Chanji. Groups of people with lifeless eyes marched forward like zombies. Chanji slowly walked up the stairs with a smug smile, muttering that it had started with only a single village, but now she had built an entire army. She laughed even more wildly and declared that the Yin Spirit Jade had amplified her power without limit. From this day on, her army would have immortal soldiers, and this place would officially become the Tianshan sect. The scene shifted back to the underworld. Bai Shuang frowned as he analyzed the situation. Chanji had been using the Yin Spirit Jade the entire time, and since the compass needle had never changed direction, she had never left that location. Zhang Miao stepped over and worriedly asked what would happen if Bai Shuang went alone and fell under Chanji's control again. He suggested everyone should go together. Bai Shuang immediately stood up and refused. If he was controlled again, the whole group would only repeat the same tragedy as before. Nizidi, who had been standing nearby with her arms crossed, nodded in agreement. She said that without a way to resist the mind control, going back again and again would change nothing. Guo Xiangxi fell into thought before explaining that the spirit jades represented the balance of yin and yang. When the yin spirit jade awakened Changji, it had likely pushed the yin energy inside her far beyond its limit, causing her personality to change so drastically. Guo Xianxi blamed himself for not realizing it sooner. Zhang Miao quickly comforted him, saying regret would solve nothing. The priority was finding a way to keep Bai Shuang from being controlled again. Just as everyone reached a dead end, Nizidi suddenly said she had an idea, though it carried a very high risk. Bai Shuang did not hesitate for a second. He said that if it could free him from the mind control, he was willing to try no matter how dangerous it was. Nizidi calmly looked at him and said something that left everyone frozen. She told him to try dying. Bai Shuang could only stare at her in disbelief and ask, "What?" The scene shifted to the Tianshan sect. Clear water filled the view as a pale foot gently stirred the surface of the pool. Soaking in the water was Chanji. She leaned back beneath the warm water and let out a soft sigh of satisfaction. At that moment, one of her subordinates entered and reported that a man outside wished to see her. Chanji smiled with amusement and said that if it was a man, then bring him in. Her face suddenly twisted into a terrifying grin, her mouth stretching from ear to ear while her eyes glowed blood red. She declared that no man who entered this place would ever leave alive. Outside, Bai Shuang loudly called Chan Ji's name and joked that her man had arrived, so she should come out and greet him. The door immediately opened, and Changji stepped out with an eerie smile. She looked at Bai Shuang and said she never expected him to dare return. It seemed he simply could not bear to leave her. Bai Shuang showed no courtesy at all. He directly scolded her, saying that Guosect Master had worked so hard to save her, yet she stole the spirit jade, controlled him, and injured so many innocent people. It was completely unacceptable. Changji instantly flew into a rage. As she launched her attack, she shouted that since Bai Shuang had walked into her trap himself, he would never leave again and would become her puppet. Strangely, Bai Shuang stood perfectly still without making any attempt to dodge the incoming attack. Changji remained completely confident. Even though she had failed to obtain the demon fetus, the Yin Spirit Jade had strengthened her every day, making her far more powerful than before. This time, Bai Shuang had no chance of escaping. But in the very next moment, she froze in absolute shock. Every attack passed straight through Bai Shuang's body, as if striking empty air. Changji screamed in disbelief, unable to understand why her yin bone blood could no longer enter his body. Bai Shuang narrowed his eyes and calmly replied that a soul without a physical body could not be controlled, so he wanted to see how she planned to do it now. Changji trembled as she stared at him like she had seen a ghost. She could not believe the figure before her was only a soul, which meant Bai Shuang was already dead. A few minutes earlier, Bai Shuang had asked Nizidi what she meant by temporarily dying. Nizidi seriously explained that based on everything they knew, Changji could only control the bodies of men with her special ability. If that was true, then leaving the body behind and fighting as a soul would solve the problem. Guo Xianxi immediately objected because the plan was basically gambling with Bai Shuang's life. Zhang Miao quickly agreed. But Nizidi remained calm and simply asked if they had forgotten where they were. She explained that this was the underworld, the place that governed every soul. Letting a soul leave its body was far from impossible. Everyone was left speechless. Back in the present, Bai Shuang lowered his stance and slowly closed his eyes. In his soul form, the yin energy inside him surged, while his demonic power grew even stronger, allowing him to enter demon Taoist form. Changji pointed at him and screamed in madness, ordering her followers to capture or kill Bai Shuang at once. Watching the controlled victims rush toward him, Bai Shuang frowned and said they were innocent people under mind control, so he did not want to hurt them too badly. During the chaos, Changji took the chance to flee deeper inside. Bai Shuang immediately shouted for her to stop. He dashed through the crowd at incredible speed to chase after her. The sword in his hand flashed again and again. One controlled follower after another was knocked unconscious. Since he refused to seriously injure them, Bai Shuang carefully held back his strength and only knocked them out. After clearing the path, he charged after Changji and promised he would come back to save everyone once this was over. But at that very moment, Bai Shuang suddenly stopped in his tracks. He looked completely confused because he no longer knew which way to go. He carefully scanned his surroundings and realized something was very wrong. A few seconds later, Bai Shuang realized he had fallen into a maze formation almost identical to the mist formation used by the Tiansha sect. At that instant, a huge figure appeared ahead, and a massive trident came crashing straight toward him. Bai Shuang reacted instantly and leaped backward. The trident slammed into the ground inches away, making him break into a cold sweat. He angrily cursed that even if they were being controlled, he would show no mercy if anyone dared threaten his future happiness. Two giant protectors stared at him with lifeless eyes and coldly declared that he would pay for what he had done to their master. The moment they finished speaking, both of them charged at Bai Shuang with their weapons raised. Bai Shuang tightened his grip on his weapon and prepared for battle. Amid the ruins, his miserable shouting echoed everywhere as he complained that Changji was actually trying to murder her own future husband. At the same time, deep inside the base, Changji suddenly felt an uneasy sense of danger. Even so, she reassured herself that the three great protectors and the Tiansha sect's mist formation would be more than enough to deal with Bai Shuang. Her eyes then settled on the spirit jade beside the table, and her only thought was using it to create another puppet. Power from the spirit jade continued flowing into her body. Changji gritted her teeth and thought that Bai Shuang's bodiless soul posed a huge threat to the Tianshan sect, so she needed many more puppets to secure her rule. But the spirit jade's power was too overwhelming, pushing her body to its limit. Sweat poured down her face, and her breathing grew heavy, yet she remained intoxicated by the endless surge of power. Her body shook violently before she collapsed onto the ground with a painful groan. At that exact moment, the door was suddenly kicked wide open. Changji turned toward the doorway in a daze, unable to react. Bai Shuang slowly stepped out of the darkness with an overwhelming presence and coldly asked if she was ready to face punishment for sending people to murder her future husband. The moment she recognized Bai Shuang, Changji froze in horror. She could not understand how he had escaped the mist formation that specialized in trapping souls. Bai Shuang proudly placed his hands on his hips and said he had just come from the underworld, so he had plenty of soul-protecting treasures. A formation like that meant nothing to him. Furious at his smug expression, Changji exploded with spiritual power and charged straight at him. She shouted that if she could not control him, then she would devour him instead. But Bai Shuang calmly raised one hand and effortlessly stopped the raging wave of spiritual power. Changji stared in shock, unable to understand what kind of power now existed inside Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang looked at her with a teasing smile and asked if she did not recognize it. This mutation was born from her yin bone blood, and he called it the blood bone forest. His demonic power erupted violently as he declared that he had awakened this strength the very first time they became one. Blasted backward by the overwhelming force, Changji clutched her chest in pain and coughed heavily, struggling to breathe. Bai Shuang walked over and picked up the jade to examine it. The moment he realized he finally had what he needed, he let out a sigh of relief. With this jade, Manhwa finally had a chance to return. Changji struggled to sit up, breathing unevenly as she said in disbelief that Bai Shuang had been hiding his true strength all along. Looking down at her with icy eyes, Bai Shuang bluntly said she had only controlled him before because he had let his guard down. Facing him head-on was a completely different story. Changji sat weakly on the floor and accepted her defeat, saying he could deal with her however he wished. Bai Shuang's gaze turned even colder. He reminded her that because of her actions, countless people had suffered, and even Manhwa had been taken away by the underworld. Changji finally panicked and quietly begged that if he intended to kill her, he should at least make it quick. Bai Shuang gave a sinister smile, reached his hand toward her, and said things would not end that easily. Today, she would learn just how terrifying the Bai family's punishment could be. The silent room was soon filled with broken sounds that seemed to mix pain with something far more complicated. Chanji panted non-stop with a trembling voice and weakly asked if this was truly the Bai family's punishment. Bai Shuang kept the same dangerous smile and replied that they had barely even started. Chanji's face flushed deeply as her body went limp. The yin energy inside her seemed to have reached its limit. Bai Shuang continued punishing her, explaining that his soul was now overflowing with yin energy, making it the perfect source to nourish her body. Chanji could barely endure any longer and could only keep begging through her cries. In the end, she let out a loud scream. After the long punishment finally ended, Chanji lay exhausted on the bed, drenched in sweat from head to toe. But Bai Shuang only smiled mischievously and said that had merely been the beginning before continuing with another round of punishment. Chanji was completely powerless and could only let out faint cries of despair. When everything was finally over, Chanji lay motionless on the bed, watching Bai Shuang get dressed, before quietly asking if he still planned to kill her. Bai Shuang turned back with a puzzled look and said he had no interest in killing people for no reason. Still blushing, Chanji slowly brought up how she had controlled him, caused countless problems, and dragged all the men outside into the chaos. Bai Shuang closed his eyes and explained that the yin spirit jade had only amplified the darkness already hidden inside her heart. In truth, it was not entirely her fault, and no one else had suffered any lasting harm. Chanji slowly moved to the edge of the bed, took his hand, and nervously asked if he could truly accept someone as lonely as her, especially after the Tianxia sect had slaughtered her entire family. Bai Shuang turned back and gently patted her head to comfort her. Then he gave her a playful smile and said she had already become his woman, so asking something like that was just silly. Hearing those words, Chanji smiled through her tears, her face glowing with genuine happiness. 2 days later, the scene returned to the gloomy skies of the underworld. After handing the jade over to Ming Jiao as promised, Bai Shuang immediately asked if they would now release Ming Yue. Seeing the jade in the great emperor's hand, Zhong Dao could not hide his excitement. The lost yin eye, missing for hundreds of years, had finally returned. Ming Jiao immediately flew into the air. He stopped before the golden Buddha statue with its empty and eerie eye sockets. He raised the jade toward one of the empty sockets. It instantly began to glow before flying into place on its own. The jade fit perfectly into the missing eye of the golden statue. As soon as Ming Jiao landed, Bai Shuang immediately urged him to release Ming Yue. But Ming Jiao ignored him completely, turned his back, and called for King Yama to leave without another word. Bai Shuang instantly lost his temper and shouted that if Ming Jiao broke his promise, he would turn the entire underworld upside down. At that moment, a strange crimson chain shot forward and wrapped tightly around Bai Shuang, making him frown in annoyance. Ming Jiao looked down on him with complete contempt and mocked him for daring to shout in front of the great emperor with such pathetic strength. He openly admitted that he had broken his promise and asked what Bai Shuang could do about it. He also reminded him that his real body was still inside the hall of King Yama. If he did not return soon, his soul would be permanently detained by the underworld. Even while restrained, Bai Shuang calmly replied that he had expected this betrayal from the beginning and had already prepared for it. Ming Jiao lost his patience and used the chains to throw Bai Shuang toward King Yama, coldly saying there was no point wasting any more time because he had more important matters to handle. Just as the tension reached its peak, Bai Shuang revealed another trump card. He claimed he knew where the Yang Spirit Jade was. The moment Ming Jiao heard that name, his expression changed instantly, and he turned around with intense interest. Ming Jiao immediately ordered King Yama to search Bai Shuang and bring him the compass for inspection. King Yama searched Bai Shuang from head to toe while muttering to himself, wondering where the compass could be. After searching for a while, he started to panic because he could not find it anywhere. He reported back to Ming Jiao that Bai Shuang was not carrying any compass at all. Hearing that, Ming Jiao nearly exploded with rage. He grabbed Bai Shuang by the throat and demanded to know what trick he was playing. Even while struggling to breathe, Bai Shuang remained calm. He said he had expected Ming Jiao to break his promise. On the way back to the underworld, the compass had supposedly reacted, so he made preparations in advance. Ming Jiao frowned suspiciously, clearly refusing to believe such a story. Bai Shuang continued bargaining, saying the compass had already been hidden in the human world, and only he could locate the young spirit Jade. He offered a deal: release Mingyue, and he would help find the young spirit Jade. Mingjiao only sneered and asked what would happen if Baishuang betrayed him afterward. Baishuang coldly answered that he would never lower himself to breaking his word. Those words instantly enraged the cold-hearted great emperor, and terrifying killing intent burst from him. Seeing the situation grow more dangerous, King Yama quickly stepped in to mediate. He reminded Mingjiao that Baishuang's body was still in the hall of King Yama. As long as they kept the body, Baishuang could never escape because he would die if he failed to return in time. Finding that reasonable, Mingjiao finally released him. Baishuang collapsed to the ground, coughing violently. Looking down on him with disdain, Mingjiao said that only worthless people would treasure a woman like Mingyue. Still, if Baishuang wanted her that badly, he could trade her for the young spirit Jade. Even sitting on the ground, Baishuang refused to back down. He demanded not only Mingyu's release, but also the safe return of every woman with him to the human world. Otherwise, even as a ghost, he would turn the underworld upside down. Mingjiao replied with contempt that he had no interest in keeping those female ghosts anyway. King Yama politely reminded Baishuang that he had exactly 3 days left to return to his body. Baishuang thought for a moment before calmly saying that 3 days would be enough. The scene then shifted back to Tianyi sect, where thick clouds covered the sky. Inside the main hall, Zhang Miao asked in surprise why the underworld had actually allowed them to leave. Qin Huan was also overjoyed that their benefactor had finally returned. Baishuang simply reassured everyone that he was fine. Mingyue lowered her head in guilt and was about to apologize for dragging him into all this. Before she could finish, Baishuang pulled her into a hug and said that as long as she was safe, nothing else mattered. Mingyue froze in surprise. Baishuang thanked her once more. At the same time, Mingyue could not help thinking of Bai Qian. His descendant felt just like him, dependable and warm. But a moment later, she noticed something was wrong. Baishuang's body was ice cold, nothing like a living person, and she anxiously asked where his real body was. The other women immediately panicked. Some asked if he was still only a soul, while others feared the underworld had broken its promise and refused to return his body. Faced with all their questions, Baishuang remained surprisingly calm. He told everyone to stay there because he already had a plan to handle the rest. After saying that, he covered his mouth with a long yawn and said he wanted to rest for a while. He also asked Chanji to come with him. The two of them quickly entered a room, and the door quietly closed behind them. As soon as they were inside, Chanji anxiously asked what they were going to do. Had the underworld really forced him to search for the Yang spirit Jade? She also pointed out that the compass had never reacted even once. Baishuang picked up the compass, looked it over, and laughed. He admitted the whole thing had been an act to fool Mingjiao. There was never any miraculous coincidence. Since the compass showed nothing, he simply had to come up with another plan. The scene flashed back to before they entered the underworld. At that time, Baishuang had handed the compass to Chanji for safekeeping, leaving her completely confused. Baishuang explained that judging by Mingjiao's arrogant personality, there was a high chance he would break his promise, so they needed a backup plan to force him to release Mingyue. Chanji still thought it was far too risky. If Mingjiao really forced them to find the young spirit Jade, they would be in serious trouble. Baishuang firmly declared that since they had come this far, they had no choice but to uncover the whereabouts of the young spirit Jade that had vanished for over a century. At the same time, the scene shifted to the Changsheng sect, where a towering palace stood above the sea of clouds, shrouded in mystery. Inside the silent hall, Saintess Yulan was kneeling when strange ripples suddenly appeared before her. She immediately opened her eyes, her face filled with shock, as if she had discovered something incredible. Through the fading mist, several words slowly appeared: Yang Spirit Jade. The moment Yulan saw those words, her expression changed completely. This was far beyond anything she had expected. She instantly stood up and called for someone outside. A maid hurried in and knelt before her, awaiting orders. Yulan turned away and coldly ordered that she would enter secluded cultivation today. She also commanded the entire sect to be sealed, allowing no one to enter or leave. The maid quickly reminded her that Chang Lin had not returned yet. But Yulan no longer cared. She simply replied that if Chang Lin failed to return today, he would remain locked outside. Back inside the hall, Yulan's eyes filled with unwavering determination. No matter who it was, she would never allow anyone to steal the Yang Spirit Jade from her. Back at Tianyi sect, Bai Shuang and Chanji were still trying to figure out where the jade might be. Chanji asked if he had finally thought of a way to find it. Bai Shuang began analyzing Ming Jiao's earlier explanation. The eyes of Sitigarbha Bodhisattva's golden body represented life and death, which likely matched the Yang Spirit Jade and the Yin Spirit Jade. Suddenly, Bai Shuang realized something. If the Yin Spirit Jade drained life and filled every place with death, then the Yang Spirit Jade must do the exact opposite. Chanji immediately caught on and guessed that it could grant life force to others. With a new lead, Bai Shuang pulled out his phone and began researching strange events from roughly the past 100 years. Chanji frowned because there were countless mysterious rumors, making it impossible to know where to begin. Bai Shuang calmly suggested focusing on stories about people surviving fatal injuries or living unusually long lives. After searching for a while, Bai Shuang suddenly shouted in excitement because he had finally found a clue. The name displayed on his phone was Longevity Village. Chanji leaned in from behind to look at the screen with him. However, there were 5 different villages with the same name, leaving her unsure which one was correct. Standing that close also made it difficult for Bai Shuang to keep his focus. Bai Shuang rubbed his forehead with a helpless smile, but remained confident. With only 3 days left, there was no way they could visit all 5 villages, so they would have to trust their luck. Looking more carefully at the map, Chanji noticed that 3 villages named Shushan, Dahe, and Miaojia formed a very unusual triangle. Bai Shuang immediately understood and slapped his thigh in excitement. He guessed that the Yang Spirit Jade's power had influenced those 3 villages, and the center of the triangle was most likely where the jade had fallen. Feeling much more optimistic, Bai Shuang casually pulled Chanji into a hug to thank her, making her blush as she complained that he was squeezing too hard. Chanji smiled mischievously and reminded him that before setting off on a long journey, she should take very good care of him first. Hearing that, Bai Shuang immediately became cautious, as memories of the past flashed through his mind. He looked at her suspiciously, wondering if she planned to control him again. Chanji leaned close and teasingly reminded him that the Yin Spirit Jade had already been taken away, so the corrupting Yin energy inside her had long since been suppressed. Faced with such an open invitation, Bai Shuang could hardly resist. A grin spread across his face as he said that in that case, he would gladly accept. And so, while blue skies, gentle winds, and blooming flowers filled the world outside, the room echoed with sounds that spoke for themselves. Not long afterward, Bai Shuang officially began his search, with his first destination being Chongqing Mountain. Walking alone through the dense forest, he kept checking the compass. Strangely, even after reaching the suspected area, the needle remained completely still. Bai Shuang stopped to think, beginning to wonder if he had come to the wrong place, because the Yang Spirit Jade did not seem to be anywhere nearby. Just then, a desperate cry for help echoed from the distance, making him immediately turn toward the sound. The panicked cries grew closer and closer, sounding like someone was being relentlessly chased and was on the verge of breaking down. A figure suddenly came crashing down from the sky with a terrified scream, and the whole scene was pure chaos. The falling girl landed right on top of Bai Shuang without missing by an inch. The impact knocked Bai Shuang flat onto the ground, leaving him dizzy before he could even react. The young girl ended up sitting right on his face, still crying out in pain, while Bai Shuang was completely speechless. A moment later, she realized she had landed on someone. Her face instantly turned red as she jumped up and apologized in a tiny voice. Bai Shuang lay on the ground with blood streaming from his nose. Blushing, he weakly asked her to get off his face first. After sitting up, Bai Shuang looked at the girl and asked who she was, why she had fallen from a tree, and why she had been running while screaming for help. The moment he mentioned it, the girl panicked again. She grabbed his arm and tried to pull him away, saying there were ghosts in the mountain. Bai Shuang simply stood there, completely confused by what she was talking about. Afraid they would be caught, the girl tightly grabbed his hand and urged him to run first, promising to explain everything later. But Bai Shuang stopped her because he had come to enter the mountain, not leave it. That only made the girl even more anxious. She kept pulling him along, warning that if those ghosts caught him alive, he would never make it back out. After running for a while, they finally stopped beside a small stream. Under the sunlight reflecting across the water, the girl finally let out a relieved sigh. believing they had escaped the dangerous area. Bai Shuang then asked what kind of ghosts she had been talking about. The girl immediately insisted she was telling the truth. She looked at him with clear eyes and asked if he had ever seen an immortal creature before. Looking toward the distant forest, Chang Lin explained that any living thing entering those woods would never get sick or die of old age. Even serious injuries healed at an unbelievable speed. Bai Shuang was unsure and asked if immortality was not supposed to be a good thing. Chang Lin immediately shook her head, saying they simply could not die, but they still aged normally. Remembering what she had witnessed, Chang Lin frowned as she described ancient beasts so weak they looked ready to collapse, yet they still could not die. Living like that was far worse than death. Bai Shuang was left speechless by such a miserable existence before asking why no one who entered the forest could ever leave. Chang Lin had explained that only inside the forest could they maintain their undying. The moment they stepped outside, their bodies would instantly crumble into ashes. That was why those trapped there desperately tried to drag others into the same fate. Hearing that, Bai Shuang immediately focused on another detail and asked if people really still lived inside the forest. Chang Lin answered without hesitation that they did. Chang Lin casually picked up a dry branch. She crouched down and drew a map of the surrounding area on the ground. She explained that the forest was surrounded by 3 villages where the residents all lived unusually long lives. But according to her, those people were not truly immortal. Once their lifespans were nearly exhausted, they willingly entered the forest and became something that was neither fully human nor fully ghost. A gentle breeze swept through the forest as Bai Shuang pieced everything together. He guessed every strange phenomenon in this place was connected to the Yang spirit jade, and the forest with the densest life force had to be where the jade was hidden. Even so, Bai Shuang wondered why she had dared to enter such a dangerous place. Chang Lin gave him a mischievous smile and proudly held up 2 rare Lingji mushrooms. She explained that the forest was filled with priceless medicinal herbs, making the risk worthwhile. Bai Shuang finally understood that the overwhelming life force there allowed countless heavenly treasures to grow. After putting everything together, Bai Shuang turned around to head back toward the forest and thanked her for the warning. But Chang Lin immediately stopped him and asked if he was really planning to go in anyway. Bai Shuang smiled and said he was not there to gather herbs. He had something far more important to do. Chang Lin hurriedly blocked his path and warned him not to underestimate those undying elders. After living for so long, they had developed countless terrifying abilities, and ordinary people who entered would never leave. Bai Shuang gently patted Chang Lin on the head and said he appreciated her concern, but this mission was simply too important for him to walk away. Chang Lin puffed out her cheeks in frustration and said she could not just stand by and watch the person who had saved her life march to his death. She grabbed his hand and pleaded with him to return to the Changsheng sect so her master could help instead. The moment Changsheng sect came up, the little girl excitedly pointed at the distant mountain and said that was where she lived. Bai Shuang looked where she pointed and was surprised that such a remote place could hide an entire sect. In the end, he followed Chang Lin up the mountain. The two headed toward the sect, while the little girl kept saying they were almost there. Along the way, Chang Lin clung to his arm like they were old friends. She proudly said she had grown up in the sect, and her master adored her enough to help for sure. She even bragged that her master was both incredibly strong and stunning, making her admiration obvious. Spotting buildings ahead, Bai Shuang asked if that was the Changsheng sect. As they got closer, the massive sect came fully into view, and Chang Lin happily confirmed they had arrived. But when they reached the tightly shut front gate, the little girl found it strange because it was never closed before. She immediately pounded on the gate and loudly called for someone to let her in. Meanwhile, Bai Shuang noticed his soul body felt more uncomfortable the higher they climbed. He guessed the life force at the summit was even stronger than the forest below. Beside him, Chang Lin kept calling the names of the sect members, hoping someone would open the gate. After a while, a voice finally answered from inside, saying that under the Holy Maiden's orders, the sect was now completely locked down, with no one allowed in or out. Hearing that, Bai Shuang immediately sensed something was wrong. He had just arrived, and the sect was already sealed off. That was way too suspicious. He then took out his compass and wondered if it would react this time. Seeing the needle stay perfectly still, he felt a little disappointed because there was still no sign. But the very next second, the needle suddenly trembled and his eyes lit up. It had finally reacted. Bai Shuang stopped Chong Lin from banging on the gate, saying that if they wanted her inside, they would have opened it already. But Chang Lin refused to accept it and kept telling herself that her master had never treated her so coldly before. Seeing her so down, he changed his approach and asked if the sect had a hidden path. Since the main gate was blocked, sneaking in was their only option. After thinking for a moment, Chang Lin admitted there really was a rarely used path, but it was a little. Before she could finish, Bai Shuang turned around and told her to lead the way since they had no other choice. Left with no option, Chong Lin agreed. The two quickly entered the hidden trail through the forest. As Bai Shuang pushed aside the giant leaves, he remarked that the influence of Yongling Yu had made the plants grow to an absurd size. After walking a little farther, Chang Lin happily announced that they had arrived. A gigantic cave stood before them, leaving Bai Shuang staring in disbelief as he asked if this was really the secret entrance. Looking at the enormous cave entrance, he joked that the Changsheng sect must all be blind to call something this obvious a secret. Chang Lin awkwardly laughed and explained that everyone in the sect knew about it, but nobody wanted to go inside. She then asked if he was still sure about taking this route. Bai Shuang asked if there was any other choice, and she immediately said no. He could only grumble and ask why she even bothered asking. The little girl ignored his attitude and happily led the way while Bai Shuang stayed on guard because the place felt seriously wrong. After walking for a while, Chang Lin suddenly turned around and warned him to stay completely silent inside the cave. It would be best to hide even his breathing. The more Chang Lin avoided giving a straight answer, the more Bai Shuang felt this cave was hiding something huge. Pressed for an answer, the little girl finally admitted that this cave was actually the nest of a snake. Bai Shuang froze on the spot. A cave this massive was a snake's home. That was insane. He immediately guessed it had to be no ordinary snake, and Chang Lin confirmed it was a gigantic python. Bai Shuang nearly passed out after hearing that. He could not understand why the Changsheng sect kept such a monster right beside the entrance. Even more shocking, the snake was actually his master's pet. Chang Lin began explaining its origin. It had started as an ordinary little snake, but it kept mutating as it grew. It never attacked anyone in the sect first, but its mood was wildly unpredictable, which sounded terrifying enough. Bai Shuang curiously asked what she meant by unpredictable, but the little girl only said not to wake it up. That answer made him even more uneasy. Before he could ask anything else, Chang Lin pulled him deeper into the cave, since there was no turning back now. After walking for a while, Bai Shuang noticed torches were still burning inside the cave and asked about them. Chang Lin immediately signaled for him to stay quiet. She pointed ahead and used hand gestures to warn him that the giant python was nearby, so they could not make a sound. Bai Shuang stared into the darkness ahead and felt a chill. The torches had ended, leaving only a bottomless black void. As she carefully led the way, Chang Lin whispered that the last time she saw the snake was 10 years ago, and it was already as tall as an adult. But at that moment, her hand touched something cold and soft, making her realize something was terribly wrong. At the same time, Bai Shuang spotted two glowing green lights floating in the darkness. He quickly called Chang Lin over to see what they were. Her face instantly turned pale with fear. The giant python had awakened. Both of them screamed in terror at the same time. Chang Lin was so frightened that all the color drained from her face. Bai Shuang reacted instantly, grabbed her hand, and ran without looking back. As they ran, he shouted that this was not an unpredictable mood. The snake clearly wanted to swallow them whole. Chang Lin struggled to keep up, but still said this was the only path into the sect, so they had to get past it. Hearing the monster getting closer, Bai Shuang looked back and yelled how they were supposed to get past it like this. Suddenly, Chang Lin stopped in her tracks. She softly called out, "Gegj." Bai Shuang's eyes hardened. If they could not escape, then they would fight. He refused to fear a snake. The giant python lunged with its mouth wide open, its hissing enough to send chills down Anion's spine. Bai Shuang watched its movements while asking where his sword was. The monster's tail slammed the ground, shaking the entire cave. He dodged the attack and shouted for Chang Lin to keep running while she had the chance. She kept looking back as she ran, but Bai Shuang yelled at her not to turn around and just keep going. He immediately formed hand seals and unleashed the myriad sword seal, just as the giant python opened its mouth to devour him. Its enormous body suddenly dissolved into smoke and vanished. But Bai Shuang could not celebrate because the seal failed to hold it. The situation was getting out of control. He quickly realized the python had absorbed Yang Lingya's life force, giving it terrifying regeneration. While running away, Chang Lin suddenly tripped over a rock. She crashed hard onto the ground. Seeing that, Bai Shuang shouted her name in panic. Chang Lin clutched her injured leg, unaware that the giant python was already behind her with its venomous fangs ready to strike. Bai Shuang fell to his knees in despair, knowing he could not reach her in time. But at that moment, Chang Lin heard a strange voice inside her head, as if the giant python was begging her master to save it. The moment she turned around, a beam of light shot straight into her chest. Bai Shuang stared in complete confusion, unable to understand what was happening. The giant python's eyes suddenly widened. Instead of attacking, it obediently walked over and rubbed its head against Chang Lin's leg like a pet. Trembling, Chang Lin asked Bai Shuang if they had really survived. Even Bai Shuang was completely baffled. He asked what she had just done to make the monster change so suddenly. He even suspected she was carrying some glowing treasure, but Chang Lin repeatedly denied it. Still unconvinced, Bai Shuang searched her directly while Chang Lin desperately insisted she was hiding nothing. During the search, he pulled so hard that her outer robe slipped right off. Chang Lin blushed bright red, quickly covered herself, and insisted again that she had never hidden anything. Bai Shuang finally confirmed she had no magical treasure, but the unexpected sight hit him so hard that he started bleeding from the nose. He then looked at the quiet giant python and asked why it had suddenly become so obedient. Chang Lin guessed it might have recognized her after she called for her master. Hearing that, Bai Shuang started thinking, if calling out to her master was enough, then why had no one dared use this path before? The real reason had to be Chang Lin herself. He looked at the yellow item in his hand. The moment that light appeared, it also detected a fluctuation from Yang Lingyu. Glancing at the cheerful Chang Lin ahead, he began to wonder if Yang Lingyu was somehow inside her. But he had already checked her and found nothing. Chang Lin suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck and asked if they could keep going. Seeing the giant python had no intention of attacking anymore, Bai Shuang decided to move on. Deep down, he concluded that whether Yang Lingyu was on Chang Lin or not, she was definitely connected to it, so he could not leave her side yet. A soft gijay snapped Bai Shuang out of his thoughts. Confused, he asked why she was still standing there. Blushing, Chang Lin admitted her legs had gone completely weak from fear, and she could not even stand. Bai Shuang laughed, held out his hand, and told her to climb on because he would carry her. The little girl shyly took his hand and quietly thanked him. Carrying Chang Lin on his back, Bai Shuang casually said that girls should just let others protect and take care of them, leaving her with only a quiet reply. The two continued through the narrow passage, and Bai Shuang found it getting tighter with every step. Chang Lin explained that the tunnel was made for the giant python, not for people. After a while, they suddenly stopped. Bai Shuang could not react in time and bumped right into her. Chang Lin blushed so hard that she did not even dare turn around. She softly called him gay, and when Bai Shuang asked why she stopped so suddenly, she told him they had arrived. Even after hearing that, Bai Shuang still had no idea what she meant. Chang Lin pointed to the exit ahead and explained that it led to the back kitchen of the Changsheng sect. There would not be many people around at this hour, so they had to hurry. Sure enough, they had entered the territory of the Changsheng's sect. As they walked, Bai Shuang looked around and remarked that the sect was unbelievably wealthy. Its grand buildings even surpassed the Tianyi sect. Chang Lin hurried him along and warned that they should avoid being seen before her master found out. But just then, someone called out Chang Lin's name. Wei Senmo noticed Bai Shuang beside her and asked who she had brought back. Chang Lin instantly covered his mouth and whispered for him to keep his voice down or her master would be furious. She then explained that the sect gate had somehow been sealed, so she had sneaked back through the snake cave. Wei Senmo looked at her suspiciously and said that Chang Lin was usually the most well-behaved, making this even more suspicious. Hearing that, she immediately asked what he was thinking. He pointed straight at Bai Shuang and declared that she must have brought a man back from outside. He even guessed she wanted to keep him for herself. Chang Lin got so angry that she punched him and told him to shut up. She then turned to Bai Shuang and gently asked him to wait there, while she informed her master. After saying that, Chang Lin pushed open the door and happily announced that she was back. While waiting, Bai Shuang quietly thought that if Yang Lingyu was really inside the Changsheng sect, the Holy Maiden was the most likely person to have it. He took out the compass and checked it again. The needle immediately pointed in another direction. Just then, Chang Lin came back and said her master was not in the room, but the moment she turned around, Bai Shuang was already gone. Meanwhile, he continued following the compass deeper into the sect. Looking at the strange place ahead, Bai Shuang instinctively became cautious, because there was no telling what else might be waiting inside. Just then, something suddenly moved beneath the ground, catching his attention. A little girl crawled out from under a pile of blankets, leaving Bai Shuang wondering why there was a child here. The little girl looked at what was in front of her and sighed in disappointment that she had failed again. A glowing jade rested against her leg, and Bai Shuang instantly recognized it as the Yangling Yu he had been searching for. He was so overjoyed that he almost laughed. The trip had finally paid off. But the little girl noticed the stranger and immediately demanded to know who was there. The glowing jade instantly released a powerful bolt of lightning. The lightning barely missed Bai Shuang, sending a chill down his spine. Seeing the wall pierced clean through by the attack, he was shocked by how terrifying the child's power was. The little girl put her hands on her hips and angrily ordered him to get out, warning that the next attack would kill him. Realizing the situation was bad, Bai Shuang immediately raised both hands and repeatedly explained that he meant no harm. Still wary, the little girl asked who he was since she had never seen him before. As Bai Shuang stepped into the room, he made up a story that he was just a villager living near the mountain who had run into Chang Lin while gathering herbs. The moment she heard Chang Lin's name, the little girl paid closer attention. Bai Shuang continued by saying he had saved her, so she brought him here to repay the favor. The little girl grew suspicious. Since the sect was under lockdown, how did they get inside? When Bai Shuang tried to get closer, she immediately stopped him. Bai Shuang kept his harmless smile and said he only wanted to help. He even asked if she needed anything. Looking at her, he noticed her clothes were torn apart, so he offered to make her a new outfit. She looked at him with doubt, surprised that he even knew how to sew. Bai Shuang casually replied that poor people had to learn skills like that just to survive. She tossed him her clothes and coldly told him to prove it. If he was all talk, she would show no mercy. Bai Shuang could only sigh. She looked like a child, yet she kept talking about killing people. Meanwhile, Chang Lin was running all over the sect looking for him, worried that Bai Shuang had vanished. She glanced at the distant tower and reminded herself that it was where her master cultivated. Bai Shuang could not have wandered there. Even so, Chang Lin kept searching because if her master found him first, something terrible would happen. Back on Bai Shuang's side, he finished repairing the clothes. The little girl tried them on and was quite satisfied. His sewing was surprisingly good. One compliment was enough to make Bai Shuang grin proudly, as he said never to underestimate the survival skills of a poor man. He then started asking about her background, wondering where her parents were. The little girl quietly realized he truly thought she was just a child. To learn more about him, she pretended to be pitiful and said she woke up here with no memories. She claimed she attacked him earlier only because she was frightened. Seeing her act so helpless, Bai Shuang gently comforted her, patted her head, and promised to help find her parents. She pretended to be surprised and asked if he really meant it. Bai Shuang immediately promised, but he also added that if they found her parents, the glowing jade would be his reward. Hearing that, the little girl confirmed her suspicion. His real target had always been the Yangling Yu. Even so, she pretended to agree and said she would give him the jade as long as he helped her find her family. Bai Shuang was thrilled, feeling the trip had finally paid off. But deep inside, the little girl sneered. He could enjoy himself now because the real nightmare was still ahead. Bai Shuang asked if she remembered where she came from. She quickly replied that she would recognize the place as soon as she saw it. The two left the room together. As they walked, Bai Shuang kept asking if anything looked familiar, but she shook her head every time. He started wondering if she was really from the Changsheng sect. He even suspected the sect might have kidnapped children from nearby villages. Just then, the little girl pointed toward the top of a waterfall and said her home was up there. Bai Shuang looked in that direction and quietly concluded that she did belong to the Changsheng sect, but lived in this mysterious area behind the mountain. He decided to escort her home. At that moment, Chang Lin finally caught up and froze when she saw them together. She immediately waved and shouted, "Gege Bai." But the little girl beside him suddenly stopped as if she had noticed something. Chang Lin looked ahead and vaguely realized the figure before them was her master. Countless thoughts rushed through her mind. Why was her master with Bai Shuang? and that warning look from earlier clearly meant something. Seeing where they were heading, Changlin became even more uneasy, because it was the forbidden area behind the Changsheng sect. In the end, she secretly followed them. Even if her master punished her, she could not leave Bai Shuang alone. Along the way, Bai Shuang felt the cold and eerie atmosphere around them, and began to wonder if this really was the little girl's home. The girl beside him suddenly spoke in a chilling voice. She said she did not live here, but from now on, this place would be his home. The moment he heard that, Bai Shuang sensed something was wrong and asked what she meant. The little girl silently raised a hand to cover her nose. A strange aura instantly wrapped around Bai Shuang, leaving him shocked and confused. From the swirling white mist, countless dark figures suddenly burst out. Staring at the bizarre creatures before him, Bai Shuang had no idea what they were. The little girl immediately ordered the creatures to capture Bai Shuang alive. The monsters rushed at him, and Bai Shuang quickly dodged while complaining that everything had turned upside down in an instant. Wasting no time, Bai Shuang immediately unleashed a spell to strike back. A burst of golden light exploded so brightly that the little girl had to dodge aside, stunned by what she was seeing. Waves of radiant light rained down on the monsters, making them howl in agony. But in the next instant, Bai Shuang vanished right before her eyes, leaving her shocked. The jade around her neck suddenly shone with intense light, making her wince in pain before angrily yelling for him to stop. A moment later, the little girl disappeared as well. A painful cry echoed through the air. Bai Shuang was blasted away and slammed hard into the ground. Before he could get up, a foot stomped directly onto his face. The little girl coldly warned that anyone who dared covet the Yangling Yu would never leave this place alive. But the Bai Shuang beneath her foot suddenly dissolved into an illusion. Realizing she had been fooled by a decoy, she gritted her teeth in rage and ordered her followers to search every inch of the area. Even if they had to dig up the entire mountain, they had to find him. Her subordinates answered the holy maiden in unison. Deep within the mountain, Bai Shuang hid behind a large tree, anxiously wondering if they would track him down. Thinking back to that little girl, he admitted he had known she was unusual, but he had still underestimated her. He quickly realized it was not just her. The entire Changsheng sect was unbelievably strange. Even those monsters existed here, and it was probably all connected to the power of the Yangling Yu. After thinking it through, he decided escaping came first. As long as he followed the compass and avoided the monsters, he still had a chance to get out. While carefully watching his surroundings, Bai Shuang suddenly heard movement and assumed his pursuers had caught up. But the figure that rushed out of the bushes was Changlin. The moment she saw him safe, she happily shouted, "Gei Gei Bai." She immediately threw her arms around him and explained that she could not find him in her master's room. When both of them disappeared, she chased after them all the way here. Bai Shuang cut her off in confusion because the person he had been with was clearly a little girl, not her master. Changlin quickly confirmed that the little girl was indeed the holy maiden of the Changsheng sect. Her master cultivated a special technique, and whenever something went wrong, her body would become younger. The worse the backlash, the younger she became. It usually took several days to recover, but shrinking to this age had never happened before. Even Changlin knew the holy maiden's condition was far more serious this time. After hearing the explanation, Bai Shuang finally understood why the Yangling Yu was with her. He also remembered the strange reaction from Changlin earlier, and began wondering if the holy maiden had shared part of its power with her. He immediately asked Changlin if her master had ever given her a piece of jade before. She quickly denied it and asked why he wanted to know. Changlin looked at him in confusion. Bai Shuang continued thinking that maybe he had guessed wrong, and the entire Yangling Yu was actually still in the holy maiden's possession. Just then, a monster suddenly charged at them, making Changlin panic and tell him to run. The monster roared and smashed the ground with tremendous force, but Bai Shuang barely dodged in time. His expression turned cold as he thought that avoiding trouble did not mean he was afraid of these creatures. He immediately cast another spell, calling down lightning that wrapped around the monster and made it scream in pain. The monster's body quickly crumpled apart. Hiding behind him, Changlin nervously asked if it was dead, but Bai Shuang was not sure. He only knew they could not stay here and asked if she knew the way out. Changlin admitted this was her first time entering the back mountain. She only knew how to get in, not how to leave. On top of that, her master was almost certainly still nearby. Bai Shuang quietly realized that if he wanted the Yangling Yu, he would eventually have to face the Holy Maiden. Charging in now would be suicide, so he needed a better plan. Meanwhile, Yulan stared into the distance with growing impatience because her followers still had not captured the intruder. Suddenly reverting to the body of a 9-year-old left her deeply unsettled. It proved that her Chongsheng art had developed a major flaw, and breaking through further might no longer be possible. Holding the jade fragment in her hand, Yulan recalled the disaster from 16 years ago. Ever since that day, the Yangling Yu had been leaking energy non-stop, and every attempt to cultivate the Chongsheng art had ended in failure. Suddenly, a series of powerful tremors echoed from afar, and Yulan's eyes lit up as she assumed her followers had finally returned. A gigantic monster slammed onto the ground, sending violent shockwaves through the area. A towering giant with blood-red eyes then appeared before Yulan. Seeing Bai Shuang lying motionless on the ground, Yulan smiled with satisfaction and praised the subordinate who had completed the mission. She lifted his chin with her hand and smirked. A nobody like him actually dared dream of stealing the Yangling Yu from her. Her laughter grew more unhinged as countless crimson eyes, filled with killing intent, appeared around them. She boldly declared that anyone wanting the jade would first have to get past her army of monsters. But in the next moment, she suddenly sensed that something was wrong. A strange piece of paper peeked out from the back of Bai Shuang's neck, making Yulan frown. She flipped his body over with her foot for a closer look. A small paper doll talisman was attached to the back of his head, and Yulan's expression instantly changed. It was a Huang talisman. She immediately tore the talisman off to inspect it. At that exact moment, Bai Shuang's body suddenly twitched. The body on the ground began to transform, making Yulan realize something was terribly wrong. In an instant, she understood she had been tricked by a yin-yang technique. Grinding her teeth in fury, she realized Bai Shuang had swapped bodies right under her nose. Before Yulan could react, the giant monster she had sent to capture Bai Shuang suddenly turned around and attacked its own master. Fortunately, Yulan reacted in time and immediately countered with a spell before the attack landed. The monster's head was instantly blasted through with a massive hole. Its enormous body collapsed like a lifeless heap of flesh, while Yulan stared in disbelief. She could not understand why a monster she had personally refined, one that should have been absolutely loyal, would suddenly betray her. Just then, Bai Shuang's voice echoed from behind as he casually said he could explain it. Yulan spun around in shock. Bai Shuang was clearly still alive. He immediately reached his hand toward her, his eyes gleaming, because he knew his chance to seize the Yangling Yu had finally come. Sensing the danger, Yulan hugged the jade tightly against her chest and activated its power. A brilliant golden-orange light erupted, forcing Bai Shuang to squint as his vision was completely overwhelmed. When the light faded, Yulan had already disappeared. Bai Shuang looked around in confusion, unable to figure out what had happened. From another location, Yulan let out a cold laugh and said she had finally seen through him. He was only a wandering soul, and he had controlled the monsters because he had secretly tampered with them beforehand. The Yangling Yu hanging from her neck continued to shine brilliantly. Bai Shuang secretly regretted that his plan had fallen short by the narrowest margin. Holding the advantage, Yulan directly threatened him with the Yangling Yu, knowing pure yang energy was the greatest weakness of a wandering soul. Bai Shuang immediately turned toward a distant Buddha statue and loudly called for help. He quickly formed hand seals and chanted to summon the golden Buddha Weituo. The enormous Weituo statue burst into dazzling light and appeared before them, leaving even Yulan stunned. Countless mighty Buddha arms emerged from the statue, radiating overwhelming pressure. Yulan became even more cautious. Unable to understand how a wandering soul like Bai Shuang could control the golden Buddha and summon Weituo. Even so, she refused to surrender the Yangling Yu. She bit her fingertip until it bled and coldly declared that anyone who tried to steal the jade would die. Yulan then took a deep breath. She spat out a sinister technique known as defiled blood. The moment Bai Shuang saw it, his face turned pale. The golden Buddha was extremely vulnerable to corrupted blood, and things had suddenly become critical. He immediately ordered the golden Buddha to retreat. In an instant, the towering Weituo statue shrank until it fit neatly in the palm of his hand. Yulan wiped the corner of her mouth and sneered as though victory was already hers. But before she could finish speaking, Bai Shuang suddenly shouted. A mysterious vine suddenly shot out from behind her. Before Yulan realized what was happening, the vine had already wrapped around the jade hanging from her neck. In the blink of an eye, the Yangling Yu was snatched away. By the time she realized it, it was too late. Yulan immediately went berserk and charged after the stolen jade. But someone suddenly stepped in front of her and blocked her path with a mocking grin. It was Bai Shuang. Standing in her way, he calmly said that if she wanted to chase it, she would have to get past him first. Yulan was furious enough to crush him on the spot. Her eyes filled with murderous intent as she coldly declared she would tear him to pieces for provoking her like this. In contrast, Bai Shuang remained completely calm without showing the slightest fear. But then Yulan suddenly realized something was terribly wrong. Every monster in her army had vanished. Bai Shuang smirked and reminded her that there was no way he would charge in without making preparations first. Yulan's expression changed instantly. Shocked and furious, she demanded to know what he had done. Bai Shuang simply replied that it was nothing special. He had only learned how to control a few things he had seen before. As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed his hand into the glowing barrier before him. A spell instantly took shape, trapping Yulan's monsters inside like caged beasts. They roared wildly as they struggled to escape. Yulafan frowned and coldly declared that even without her monsters, Bai Shuang still had no chance of defeating her. Bai Shuang admitted she was a formidable opponent. In a direct fight, either of them could win, which was exactly why he had relied on strategy instead. His honest answer left Yulan visibly stunned. He immediately began chanting and activated the thunder-summoning talisman. Only then did Yulan realize a talisman had somehow been attached to her back. In the next instant, heavenly lightning crashed down onto her, and her agonized scream echoed across the mountain. The strike charred her body black on the spot. It was a devastating sight. When Yulan finally collapsed unconscious, Bai Shuang let out a long breath of relief. He even lamented that such a precious thunder-summoning talisman had almost not been enough to defeat her. Chang Lin, who had been hiding behind a bush the entire time, finally peeked out and called to him with a trembling voice. Bai Shuang walked over and told her she deserved much of the credit. Without her help, he would never have recovered the Yangling Yu. Chonglin lowered her head in guilt and quietly asked if what she had done was truly right, since Yuslan was still her master. Bai Shuang simply held out his hand and asked her to give him the Yangling Yu first. He continued comforting her, saying he understood how she felt. He reminded her that things had been incredibly dangerous, and even his expensive talisman had nearly failed. Chang Lin burst into tears, saying Yulan had raised her since childhood, yet she had betrayed her own master. She could not forgive herself. Seeing her cry, Bai Shuang had no idea how to comfort her. He scratched his head and suggested taking her to the underworld instead. He wanted her to see Ksitigarbha Buddha with her own eyes and understand how serious Yulan's sins truly were. That seemed to calm Chang Lin a little. She said she believed Bai Shuang was a good person, but she still could not leave her master behind alone. She bowed deeply and apologized on Yulan's behalf, asking him to pass her apology to everyone in the underworld. Bai Shuang hurriedly waved his hands, telling her not to blame herself. He then opened a teleportation spell to return. Before leaving, Bai Shuang asked one last time if Chonglin truly did not want to come with him. What if Yulan woke up and punished her? Chonglin firmly replied that although her master might be angry, she still loved her more than anyone else. Seeing her determination, Bai Shuang simply waved goodbye. Chang Lin smiled softly and returned his farewell. But at that very moment, Yulan suddenly appeared behind Chang Lin, her eyes overflowing with murderous intent. She immediately wrapped a hand around Chang Lin's throat. Yulan lifted her into the air and spoke in a voice as cold as ice, unable to believe her own disciple had betrayed her. Gasping for air, Chang Lin could only tremble and call out to her master. Seeing the scene from inside the teleportation spell, Bai Shuang reached out, desperate to save her, but his body had already begun fading away. In the blink of an eye, he was teleported elsewhere, leaving him no chance to go back. Bai Shuang panicked. Yulan's expression had clearly been abnormal, and he desperately wanted to return immediately. The moment he appeared inside a large room, he heard a woman's joyful voice celebrating that he had finally come back. Bai Shuang turned around in confusion to see who had spoken. Zhang Miao rushed over, threw her arms around him, and burst into tears because she had feared he would never return. With his face buried against her chest, Bai Shuang could barely mumble a sound. After a while, she finally let him go. Bai Shuang looked into the distance and joked that if he had not made it back, he really would have become a ghost, living with everyone forever. The other girls had gathered in the room as well. Qingni Si said that even if he had become a ghost, she still would not have minded, but she preferred him alive. Tao Ni nodded in agreement. Bai Shuang looked around in surprise, because he thought he had already sent everyone back earlier. Zidi explained that everyone had been so worried about him that they insisted on staying in the underworld until he returned. Qinhuan quietly teased Zidi, saying she was the one who had worried the most. Caught red-handed, Zidi blushed and insisted she only hated the noise. Bai Shuang then checked on Ming Yue, worried she would be in danger if Ming Dao changed his mind. Ming Yue quickly cut him off. She said things were different now, and in the past she really might have been forced to stay. Bai Shuang asked what had changed. Ming Yue calmly admitted she did not know, but Ming Dao seemed different somehow. Just then, Zhanji walked over and asked if he had found the item. The question reminded Bai Shuang of his real mission. He looked at the Yang Spirit Jade in his hand and said he had to deliver it to Ming Dao before rushing back to save Chong Lin. In the next scene, Bai Shuang stood before Ming Dao and handed over the jade he had taken from Yulan. It was the Yang Spirit Jade Ming Dao wanted. Ming Dao said nothing and silently examined the jade. Seeing his strange expression, Bai Shuang asked why he still looked unhappy after getting what he wanted. Bai Shuang even mocked him, saying his plan to take over Ming Yu's body had already failed. Ming Dao coldly turned away and told him to shut up and leave. The moment he finished speaking, his figure vanished into the darkness. The Yang Spirit Jade was quickly absorbed into the Wei Tuo statue and locked into one of its eyes. Moments later, the jade suddenly fell to the ground, leaving Ming Dao stunned. He immediately ordered Zhong Dao to stop Bai Shuang from leaving. Zhong Dao stepped forward and politely asked Bai Shuang to wait. Ming Dao confronted him, saying the jade he brought back was not the real Yang Spirit Jade. Bai Shuang was completely confused. Ming Dao grew even angrier, accusing him of trying to fool him with a fake and asking if he had a death wish. Bai Shuang argued that Yulan had guarded the jade carefully, and even the compass had pointed straight to it, so it could not be fake. He even suspected Ming Dao was making excuses to break their deal and fired back without hesitation. Furious, Ming Dao shouted that a mere mortal had no right to speak to him that way. A fake was still a fake, and Bai Shuang had simply failed his task. Bai Shuang snapped and called Ming Dao out by name. Ming Dao shouted back just as fiercely, and neither side backed down. Just as the tension reached its peak, a voice interrupted and explained that the jade was not fake. Both of them turned at once. Zhang Dao confirmed it was indeed the real Yang Spirit Jade. The eyes of the Xiti Gababa golden statue were made from a unique material that could never mistake it. Bai Shuang immediately smirked at Ming Dao, as if to say, "See?" But Zhong Dao was not finished yet. He continued examining the jade and concluded that it was still incomplete. Bai Shuang became even more confused. It was real but incomplete, so he demanded a proper explanation. Ming Dao seemed to understand the truth, while Bai Shuang was still completely lost. Zhong Dao explained that the jade was genuine, but part of its core energy was missing, which was why it could not merge back into the golden body. Hearing that, Bai Shuang finally started connecting the dots as he recalled what had happened earlier. He suddenly remembered Chang Lin's body glowing brightly before, and guessed the missing energy was probably inside her. Ming Dao coldly warned that bringing back only half the jade meant the deal was still unfinished, and Bai Shuang's body would still be taken and destroyed. Bai Shuang refused to give in. He pointed out that their agreement only required him to bring back the Yang Spirit Jade, not a complete one. He even threatened to spread the word that the Northern Yin Great Emperor broke his promises and let the whole world judge him. That threat pushed Ming Dao over the edge, and he gritted his teeth as he called Bai Shuang's name with murderous intent. Seeing the situation about to explode, Zhong Dao quickly stepped in. He asked Bai Shuang to help the underworld recover the missing energy of the Yang Spirit Jade. Bai Shuang showed no interest, saying their deal was already over. Zhong Dao quickly added that the underworld would pay him separately this time. The moment he heard there was a reward, Bai Shuang's attitude softened, and he immediately asked what the payment would be. Zhong Dao did not answer right away. He quietly discussed it with Ming Dao, saying recovering the Yang Spirit Jade was the top priority. In the end, Ming Dao reluctantly agreed. He declared that if Bai Shuang truly recovered the missing energy, he would accept Zhong Dao's proposal. After getting Ming Dao's approval, Zhong Dao revealed the reward. If Bai Shuang recovered the missing energy, He could freely use the underworld's yin jade and enter the secret cultivation sanctuary deep beneath the underworld 3 times. Bai Shuang was instantly interested. Stroking his chin, he asked if such a place really existed. Zhong Dao explained that it was filled with not only yin energy, but also abundant yang energy. Bai Shuang immediately doubted it since yin and yang opposed each other. How could they exist together? Zhong Dao smiled and said it was true, because that realm was one of the few places where death energy and life energy coexisted in perfect balance. The moment Bai Shuang heard that, his imagination ran wild. With his unique physique needing both yin and yang, the place sounded like the perfect cultivation paradise. He even imagined cultivating together with his wives, making the results even greater. The thought made him blush and grin to himself. Zhong Dao finally asked if he had made up his mind and reminded him that the area was highly restricted, with neither humans nor ghosts normally allowed inside. Even though he was already tempted, Bai Shuang stayed calm. After clearing his throat, he demanded to see the place first. He said the underworld had broken promises before, so he wanted proof with his own eyes. Zhong Dao looked troubled. Ming Dao reluctantly gave in and told Zhong Dao to show him the place. Hearing the order, Zhong Dao immediately bowed in acknowledgement. Zhong Dao led the way and motioned for Bai Shuang to follow. Meanwhile, Ming Dao watched them leave while thinking about the missing core energy of the Yang Spirit Jade. He could not understand how Yulan had failed to preserve it. He decided to find the missing energy before Bai Shuang. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he cast a spell and disappeared in a cloud of white mist. Elsewhere, the scene shifted to Yin-Yang Valley, a dark and eerie place that sent chills down Enion's spine. Zhong Dao proudly introduced it as the greatest treasure of the underworld, but Bai Shuang frowned because he could only sense overwhelming yin energy and no sign of life energy. Zhong Dao simply smiled and told him to look in another direction. The moment Bai Shuang turned around, his eyes widened in complete shock. Before him was a completely different sight. One side remained dark and freezing, while the other was filled with crystal-clear springs and rich yang energy. Bai Shuang eagerly walked over, amazed by the incredible scene. Zhong Dao proudly asked if the reward was valuable enough. Bai Shuang immediately tried to bargain for more. He wanted all of his wives to cultivate there as well. Zhong Dao rejected the request without hesitation, saying making an exception for him alone was already enough. Bai Shuang instantly turned around and pretended to leave. He said that if his request was denied, he would give up the opportunity and the underworld could recover the Yang Spirit Jade on its own. Seeing him actually leaving, Zhong Dao hurried to stop him. Bai Shuang took the chance to claim that his physique was too unique, and without his wives helping him, cultivating there alone would be useless. With no other choice, Zhong Dao finally gritted his teeth and agreed to let all of them enter. Bai Shuang immediately broke into a huge smile and even praised Zhong Dao for being far more generous than the stingy and unpredictable Ming Dao. Zhong Dao could only sigh, feeling the underworld had suffered a huge loss. After the bargaining ended, Zhong Dao returned to the main topic and asked if Bai Shuang had any clues about the missing energy. Bai Shuang calmly replied that he already had a lead. The scene shifted to the Eternal Life sect, deep inside a dark and damp basement filled with a heavy atmosphere. A slender hand swung a whip with full force as an angry voice echoed through the room, saying years of raising someone had ended with nothing but betrayal. The furious person was Yulan. She tightened her grip on the whip as she cursed, her icy gaze filled with terrifying rage. Chang Lin did not dodge a single strike. She simply stood there and endured every lash. The pain finally brought her to her knees, tears streaming down her face. She still insisted that Yulan had taught her to live honestly, and stolen property should always be returned. The whip cracked across Chang Lin's face once again, forcing a painful scream from her. Yulan completely lost her temper. She cursed Chang Lin for trusting some unknown brat. She even mocked her, asking if she would kill her own master too if he called Yulan a monster. Chang Lin was so weak that she could only cry, tremble, and beg for mercy. Just then, a thick cloud of white mist appeared behind Yulan. She instantly recognized that someone was contacting her again. Ming Dao emerged from the mist and coldly said Yulan had been far too careless this time. Yulan immediately argued back, saying the Yang Spirit Jade would never have been stolen if the underworld had not interfered. Ming Dao denied it at once. He said the thief was not one of his men but merely a lowly human who had stumbled in. Before he could finish, Yulan cut him off. Clearly annoyed, she declared that after barely surviving this ordeal, she would never steal another Yang Spirit Jade again. Ming Dao sneered and reminded her that she had enjoyed the Yang Spirit Jade's benefits for many years. He told her to stop pretending to be the victim because he still had scores to settle with her. Yulan grew even angrier. She had just lost the jade, yet she was the one being blamed. She fired back, saying her territory had been wrecked, and she had not even demanded compensation yet. Mingdao finally lost his patience. His eyes glowed blood red as he shouted that the thief was never his subordinate. Realizing things were getting dangerous, Yulan quickly lowered her tone. Mingdao then revealed why he had come. Part of the Yang Spirit Jade's core energy was missing, leaving the jade unable to unleash its full power. He ordered Yulan to recover the missing energy before Baishuang did. Otherwise, every benefit she had gained from the Yang Spirit Jade over the years would be taken away. After saying that, Mingdao vanished into the cold black mist. Left alone in the basement, Yulan finally panicked. Her cultivation techniques and immortality arts all relied on the Yang Spirit Jade's power. If everything was taken away, she would become nothing more than a dried skeleton. As she paced back and forth, she recalled what had happened more than 10 years ago. She had sensed something strange about the Jade's power back then, never realizing its core energy had already been lost. The only way to recover it was to return to where everything had happened years ago. Yulan hurried out, leaving Chang Lin hanging in the basement. Chang Lin had already passed out. Covered in blood from head to toe, she looked barely alive. Back in the underworld, after reaching an agreement with Zhong Dao, Baishuang asked how he was supposed to recover the core energy. He said he at least needed a container for it. Zhong Dao awkwardly explained that only the Yang Spirit Jade itself could hold that energy. The moment Mingdao heard about handing the jade to Baishuang, he immediately refused. The underworld had finally recovered it, and he would never risk losing it again. Baishuang would have to figure something else out. Baishuang immediately put on an innocent act. He asked how he was supposed to extract the energy if someone or something had already absorbed it without the Yang Spirit Jade. Desperate to solve the problem, Zhong Dao offered another solution. He took out a compass and said a special command could draw out the energy, but storing it afterward would be Baishuang's responsibility. Baishuang could only grit his teeth, knowing they were making things difficult on purpose. Mingdao even coldly added that no one was forcing him to accept the job. Seeing there was nothing more to gain, Baishuang casually shrugged and walked away, humming that nobody was forcing him. He simply could not resist the rewards waiting in Yin-Yang Valley. As he stepped into the teleportation array leading to the Eternal Life Sect, Baishuang guessed Chang Lin was probably being punished by her master. No matter what, saving her came first, and finding the missing core energy could be handled along the way. A pale blue magic circle soon appeared behind the Eternal Life Sect. The moment Baishuang arrived, he scanned the area, wondering if Chang Lin had already been taken somewhere else after they parted. While he was still looking around, a cold voice shouted from behind, making him jump. It was Yulan, and she clearly had no intention of letting him go. Her bow was already drawn, with 7 glowing arrows aimed straight at him. Her killing intent was obvious. This time she was determined to kill Baishuang. Blinding golden light filled his vision. Baishuang could only curse his terrible luck. He had just arrived and already ran into this terrifying woman. Vita instantly appeared in front of him, summoning countless Buddha arms to block the incoming arrows. Baishuang crouched low with both hands on the ground, preparing his spell. He loudly declared that last time he had been held back without a complete body, but now things were different. This time, Yulan would witness his true power. He roared the name of his ultimate skill, Nightmare Hell, and the surrounding space began to twist violently. In an instant, both of them were dragged into a dark, hellish realm. Yulan looked around in surprise, unsure what had just happened. As the white mist faded, Baishuang slowly walked forward and explained that this was an illusion created by him. Once trapped inside, Yulan would be completely under his control. Before he could finish acting intimidating, a beam of light suddenly shot through his head. After that test, Yulan immediately realized it was only an illusion. She pointed at him with a look of pure contempt, completely unimpressed. Baishuang refused to back down and taunted her, saying she should try breaking his illusion herself if she was so confident. Another beam pierced straight through his head, yet Baishuang still pretended nothing had happened. But after another hit landed, he finally could not keep up the act and let out an annoyed cry. Yulan's anger exploded as countless halos appeared around her. She coldly declared that such cheap tricks would never be enough to suppress her. A barrage of light beams immediately fired from every direction. This time, Bai Shuang could not withstand the attack. One beam pierced straight through his abdomen, dropping him to his knees in agony. Yulan walked over with a smug smile and mocked him, saying that someone with such pathetic skills dared challenge her. By the time she founded the Eternal Life sect, even his grandfather had probably not been born yet. Even while badly injured, Bai Shuang kept joking. He teased that his opponent turned out to be an old woman who had lived for hundreds of years. Those words instantly enraged Yulan. Another beam shot into his chest, making Bai Shuang scream in pain. His body staggered before collapsing onto the ground. As his vision blurred, he wondered if today would really be his last. Just then, a familiar vine suddenly wrapped around his body. Yulan pulled Bai Shuang up with the vine and realized he now possessed a real physical body. Since the Yang Spirit Jade was gone, a new idea crossed her mind. Hearing the change in her tone, Bai Shuang nervously asked what she planned to do. Yulan lifted his chin as if inspecting a valuable treasure. She said the only thing truly worth taking from him now was the abundant life energy inside his body. Bai Shuang immediately understood and gritted his teeth, asking if she intended to drain his life energy. Yulan laughed with satisfaction and said he should feel honored that his life energy would strengthen her cultivation. With a casual wave of her hand, Bai Shuang's clothes vanished. Yulan leaned close to his neck to sense the powerful life energy within him, while Bai Shuang blushed at the awkward situation, almost forgetting he was on the verge of death. Seeing his expression, Yulan instantly realized what he was imagining and coldly mocked him for still thinking dirty thoughts even while facing death. But Bai Shuang was already lost in his fantasy. He even started getting a nosebleed and muttered that maybe this was not such a bad way to die. Yulan crushed those fantasies by creating a hollow vine tube in her palm. She sneered and told him to stop dreaming. The tube stabbed straight into Bai Shuang's chest, making his eyes roll back from the unbearable pain. Streams of golden spiritual energy began flowing out of Bai Shuang's body through the hollow vine. Watching the scene, Yulan smiled in satisfaction and remarked that Bai Shuang actually looked pretty cute when he stayed quiet. In just a short time, his youthful body rapidly aged. His skin wrinkled, his face turned pale, and every trace of vitality disappeared. Yulan lifted the life energy she had absorbed and laughed with satisfaction. Ever since obtaining the Yang Spirit Jade, she had not used this ability for a long time, and direct human life energy was far richer than the Jade's power. Looking at Bai Shuang lying unconscious on the ground, Yulan suddenly felt the scene was strangely familiar, as if she had experienced it before. Chasing the thief, who stole the Yang Spirit Jade, unconsciously brought back a memory from many years ago. 16 years earlier, at the Eternal Life sect, Chang Lin's father fled with the Yang Spirit Jade while Yulan was in secluded cultivation. As an ordinary man, he stood no chance against Yulan. She quickly caught up and struck him down as beams of light pierced the body, leaving him screaming in agony. Chang Lin's father collapsed into a pool of blood, yet he still whispered that he could not die there. Not far away, something beneath a tree was glowing softly. It was his infant daughter. Seeing the crying baby, the dying father gritted his teeth, called out to her, and refused to give up. But at that moment, a small foot mercilessly stomped on his back, forcing blood from his mouth. The one who stepped on him was Yulan. She looked down with contempt and mocked him for daring to steal what belonged to her. She then took out the same life-draining tube she had used on Bai Shuang and Chang Lin's father. She intended to make an example of him so no one else would ever dare covet the jade. The tube pierced straight through his back, and the unbearable pain forced out another scream. His grip on the Yang Spirit Jade weakened, and the jade slipped from his hand. By pure coincidence, it landed right beside the infant Chang Lin, and the Yang Spirit Jade's light enveloped her. As Yulan absorbed his life energy, she wore an expression of pure enjoyment, saying it had been far too long since she had tasted human life force. Blue and golden light surrounded her body. Yulan wiped the corner of her lips and smiled greedily, feeling this was far more satisfying than relying on the Yang Spirit Jade alone. In the blink of an eye, the once healthy man had withered into skin and bones, with almost all of his hair gone. Picking up the jade, Yulan quickly realized he had stolen the Yang Spirit Jade only to keep the baby alive. As she wiped the blood from the jade and complained about how dirty it was, she suddenly heard a baby's laughter behind her. The sound caught Yulan by surprise, and she turned around. Seeing the chubby little Chang Lin laughing happily, even Yulan could not help praising how adorable she was. She gently picked up Chang Lin and decided to accept the baby as her disciple, believing they were somehow destined to meet. Yulan glanced at the blood-covered corpse of the baby's father and said that even death could not repay his crime. Still, she would raise Chang Lin into a powerful subordinate. From that moment on, the name Chang Lin was born because Yulan had found the baby in the forest. Yulan warned that Chang Lin must never disappoint her in the future, or she would personally execute her. The baby simply giggled in response. Back in the present, Yulan became even more furious. To her, the daughter of a thief had naturally become another traitor despite everything she had done. But she had no time to dwell on it. Recovering the missing Yang Spirit Jade energy remained her highest priority. The truth was finally revealed. Everything Yulan had just experienced was only a replay of her memories, while Baishuang, who had seemed dead, had been calmly watching the entire time. Standing before Yulan's unconscious body, surrounded by countless floating memory fragments, Baishuang finally realized that the Yang Spirit Jade's missing energy had entered Chang Lin's body when she was an infant. Before leaving, Baishuang looked back at Yulan and said she thought she had broken his illusion, but in reality, she had been trapped inside it from beginning to end. Baishuang quickly realized the illusion was running out of energy and Yulan would wake up soon. He had to find Chang Lin before that happened. Deep inside the dark prison, Chang Lin hung from the chains and weakly called out, "Master." Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from her body. A strange aura began spreading across her entire body. Even the bleeding wound on her cheek healed at an incredible speed. The chains binding her wrists suddenly snapped apart. Her body seemed to mature slightly before she crashed onto the cold stone floor. Outside the prison, Baishuang anxiously stared at the compass Zhongdao had given him. It could only tell him the Yang Spirit Jade's energy was nearby, not its exact location, and the eternal life sect was enormous. Just then, the compass in Baishuang's hand began shaking violently, leaving him puzzled. A few seconds later, the needle suddenly pointed toward a nearby shrine, and Baishuang rushed over without hesitation. That place turned out to be the prison holding Chang Lin. The moment he stepped inside, he froze when he saw her lying motionless on the floor. He immediately recognized her and shouted Chang Lin's name in panic. After the strange transformation, Chang Lin looked slightly older, and most of her clothes had been torn apart. Baishuang blamed himself, believing he had dragged her into this danger. But after taking a closer look, he noticed something unbelievable. Even though her clothes were in ruins, there were almost no visible wounds on her body. Just then, Chang Lin slowly opened her eyes and weakly called, "Baishuang Geg." Baishuang quickly helped her up and anxiously asked how she was feeling. Chang Lin shyly looked away and quietly said she was fine. She explained that she had been locked up because she made a mistake and was punished by her master. But what confused Baishuang most was how she had no visible injuries after such brutal torture. Chang Lin awkwardly explained that it had hurt terribly at first, but after she passed out and woke up, everything was back to normal. Ever since she was little, her injuries had always healed unusually fast, so she thought it was normal. Baishuang was left speechless. Her torn clothes alone showed how brutal the torture had been. An ordinary person would never have survived. That only convinced him even more that the Yang Spirit Jade's core energy was inside her. Not wanting to waste any more time, Baishuang explained that her condition was very unusual and needed to be examined immediately. He reassured her not to worry, and Chang Lin blushed before quietly nodding. Baishuang quickly chanted a spell, waved his hand, and shouted, "Extract." The Yang Spirit Jade's energy slowly emerged from Chang Lin's chest, and Baishuang was overjoyed that he had finally pulled it out. But the instant the energy left her body, Chang Lin lost consciousness and collapsed, making Baishuang panic as he called her name. The wounds that had disappeared suddenly returned all at once, and blood quickly soaked through her clothes. Seeing this, Baishuang realized that removing the Yang Spirit Jade's power caused all of her injuries to come back instantly. Fearing the worst, he wasted no time and immediately returned the energy to her body. Afterward, Baishuang stood there in silence and finally understood that he could not separate Chang Lin from the Yang Spirit Jade at all. Once the energy returned, Chang Lin slowly regained consciousness as if nothing had happened. She rubbed her head in confusion, wondering why she had suddenly fainted. Bai Shuang finally realized that until he found a way to keep Changlin alive, taking away the Yang's spirit Jada's power was impossible. Seeing Bai Shuang's troubled expression, Changlin worriedly asked what was wrong. She gently placed her small hands on his face with concern. Bai Shuang hid the truth and simply comforted her before asking if she wanted to leave with him. But at that moment, a cold female voice suddenly echoed through the room. Both of them immediately realized that Yulan had appeared without them noticing and was standing quietly in the corner watching them. Bai Shuang knew things had gone terribly wrong, while Chang Lin instinctively called out, "Master." Yulan let out a dangerous laugh. She had always believed Chang Lin's healing ability came from staying near the Yang spirit jade for so many years, but now it seemed the power had been inside Chang Lin from the very beginning. Countless eerie vines burst out behind Yulan as her crimson eyes filled with killing intent. She declared that Bai Shuang would never fool her again before launching her attack. That overwhelming pressure terrified Chang Lin, and she cried out in fear. Seeing this, Bai Shuang immediately raised his hand and struck back with his own technique. Countless golden beams under his control shot straight toward Yulan. While fighting, Bai Shuang urged Chang Lin to follow him at once because there was no time to explain. But she stubbornly remained loyal to Yulan, believing she had already betrayed her master once and could not abandon her again. Bai Shuang could not take it anymore and cut her off, asking if she still had faith in Yulan after everything that had happened. Chang Lin lowered her head as tears welled up. She quietly said that her master had always treated her well, so she could not simply leave. Yulan immediately took advantage of her weakness and coaxed her back. She pretended to admit her mistakes, claiming she had only lost control in anger. If Chang Lin truly repented, she would always remain her beloved disciple. Hearing those words, Chang Lin obediently walked toward Yulan with complete trust. Seeing her fall for the trap, Bai Shuang quickly grabbed Chang Lin and tried to wake her up, insisting that Yulan had already stopped trusting her long ago. After hearing Bai Shuang's words, Chang Lin slowly turned toward Yulan and timidly asked for one favor. Yulan instantly guessed what she wanted. Her face turned cold as she said she would spare Bai Shuang, but only if Chang Lin obediently returned to her side. Bai Shuang immediately lost his temper and declared that he did not need anyone's permission to leave. If Yulan wanted a fight, he was ready. The provocation pushed Yulan into a furious rage. Seeing both sides about to clash because of her, Chang Lin burst into tears and desperately tried to stop them. She then gritted her teeth and ran toward Yulan. Through her tears, she apologized to Bai Shuang, saying she had already betrayed her master once and could not do it again. She begged him to leave. Seeing Chang Lin choose her, Yulan smiled triumphantly and gently called her over. With tears in her eyes, Chang Lin turned back to say goodbye to Bai Shuang. But Bai Shuang refused to give up. The light surrounding him flared once more as he quietly apologized to Chang Lin. He reached out toward her, making Chang Lin gasp and call his name in panic. Bai Shuang then used Yang Bone Blood to pull Chang Lin to his side. He said she could hate him if she wanted, but he would never stand by and watch her walk toward death. Seeing her about to be taken away, Yulan immediately unleashed the All Things Grow technique, determined to stop them. But in the blink of an eye, both Bai Shuang and Chang Lin vanished from the prison, leaving behind only a cloud of white mist. Yulan was driven nearly insane with rage as she screamed Bai Shuang's name with murderous fury. After escaping successfully, Bai Shuang brought Chang Lin to the underworld. Looking around in confusion, she asked where they were, and Bai Shuang explained that the energy inside her belonged there, so he had to bring her here first. Chang Lin still could not understand. She kept asking what that energy was, and even wanted to return to her master, first to clear up the misunderstanding before coming back with him. Bai Shuang refused without hesitation. After everything he had done to save her, there was no way he would let her return. He promised to explain everything later. Bai Shuang's expression became even more serious, because another urgent problem remained. He quickly took Chang Lin to meet Zhong Dao, hoping to find a solution for the energy inside her. Elsewhere, Zhong Dao was so shocked by the news that he blurted out in disbelief. Bai Shuang stood behind him, while Chang Lin nervously hid behind Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang immediately asked if there was any way to save Chang Lin while also recovering the missing energy. Even Zhong Dao could only helplessly shake his head. He admitted that only the great emperor might be capable of solving this problem. The moment Bai Shuang heard that name, he exploded in anger before Chang Lin could even react. In his eyes, someone who always looked down on humans would never agree to help. Zhongdao quietly leaned in and whispered that although the great emperor seemed cold and heartless, he still had one weakness. If Bai Shuang could use it, there might still be hope. Hearing that, Bai Shuang was completely stunned. A few seconds later, Bai Shuang suddenly burst into laughter. So even that stone-faced emperor had an Achilles heel. This was about to get interesting. Meanwhile, Chang Lin looked around the gloomy underworld and nervously asked why the place was so frightening. Bai Shuang gently reassured her that everything would be over soon. He deliberately raised his voice so whoever was listening would know he had found the core energy they wanted. The one who appeared was none other than Emperor Ming Ye. He stayed calm and coldly asked where it was. Bai Shuang immediately pulled the confused Chang Lin forward and said the core energy was right here. Ming Yi said nothing. He took out the Yang Spirit Jade and prepared to absorb the energy. Bai Shuang instantly stepped in front of Chang Lin and stopped him. He demanded that Ming Yi leave some of her energy untouched. Ming Yi looked slightly surprised. Bai Shuang quickly explained that he had tested it before. If all the energy was removed from Chang Lin, she would return to her original state and most likely die. Ming Ye answered, with chilling indifference. He calmly said the life or death of a mortal had nothing to do with him. Hearing that, Bai Shuang grabbed Ming Ye's arm and shouted that, unless Chang Lin's safety was guaranteed, he would never allow the energy to be taken. Being blocked by a mere mortal, Ming Ye instantly became furious and released a terrifying killing intent. But remembering Zhong Dao's warning, Bai Shuang showed no fear. He fired back and said Ming Ye always acted like he did not care about humans, yet secretly cared about them anyway. A complete hypocrite. Hearing those words, even Ming Ye hesitated and asked Bai Shuang what he had just said. Bai Shuang opened the notebook in his hand and said he had once visited the judge to check Chang Lin's lifespan, where he discovered a very interesting secret. Bai Shuang slowly read the record. It said Gulinglong had already reached the end of her lifespan, but the emperor pitied her tragic love fate and made a special exception to let her return to life. Bai Shuang immediately pressed him with questions. He could not understand why the emperor would break the rules just because of a tragic love story. Ming Ye quickly tried to explain and denied that things were the way Bai Shuang imagined. But Bai Shuang slammed the notebook shut with a loud bang. He accused Ming Ye of abusing his authority for personal reasons and called him a hypocrite. In Bai Shuang's eyes, Ming Ye had clearly fallen for Gulinglong. Bai Shuang leaned close to Ming Ye and quietly threatened him. He said if word got out that the Northern Yin Emperor was so obsessed with a mortal woman that he abused his power, all his followers would be completely shocked. Having his weakness exposed, Ming Ye angrily shouted and asked if Bai Shuang was really threatening him. Bai Shuang only smiled smugly and waved the notebook in his hand. He mocked Ming Yi for daring to do it, but not daring to admit it. Ming Ye wanted to explain further, but he finally gave in. He said everything was not what Bai Shuang thought, and agreed to keep Chang Lin alive. Hearing that promise, Bai Shuang finally relaxed a little and reluctantly accepted. Suddenly, a purple aura surrounded all three of them, and they vanished from the spot. When they appeared again, they were standing in a dark place deep beneath the underworld. Ming Yi had brought them there and introduced the place as Yin Yang Valley. He explained that once Chang Lin's core energy was removed, most of her life force would also disappear. Only this place could barely keep her alive. Bai Shuang immediately objected. He said he did not want her barely clinging to life. He wanted Chang Lin to be healthy and able to run around like before. Ming Ye looked at Chang Lin and calmly said she had been born without any life force. She should have died before turning 1 year old. He continued that if the core energy was completely removed, Chang Lin would die instantly. Keeping her barely alive was already the best he could do. Bai Shuang refused to accept it and demanded that Ming Ye grant Chang Lin more lifespan just as he had done for Gulinglong. This time, Ming Ye firmly refused. He explained that only those whose names were recorded in the Book of Life and Death and whose lifespan had nearly ended could receive more years. Someone who did not even exist in the book was beyond his power. Bai Shuang could hardly believe what he heard. Ming Ye told him to check it himself. He directly asked whether Chang Lin's name was actually in the Book of Life and Death. Bai Shuang hurriedly flipped through every page and kept denying it in panic. But the truth proved Ming Ye was not lying. Chang Lin's name was nowhere in the Book of Life and Death, leaving even Bai Shuang speechless. He muttered to himself. As far as he knew, there were only 2 reasons why someone's name would not appear in the book. Standing nearby, Ming Ye calmly gave the answer. Either that person had been dead for over 200 years, or they had never belonged to the cycle of reincarnation. Bai Shuang immediately ruled out the first possibility. Chang Lin was not even 20 years old, so only the second answer remained. That meant Chang Lin had never belonged to reincarnation. Bai Shuang was stunned, and Chang Lin widened her eyes in fear. With no other choice, Bai Shuang lowered himself and begged Ming Yi to save Chang Lin. He even vowed to serve him for life if she could survive. Ming Ye only smiled faintly, as if Bai Shuang's deep devotion amused him. Then he stopped hiding the truth. He said he knew how to save Chang Lin, but success depended entirely on Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang urgently shouted across Yin-Yang Valley, asking what he had to do to save her. Ming Ye calmly explained that Bai Shuang had to enter the path of reincarnation, uncover why Chang Lin was outside reincarnation, and solve that mystery. Only when her name appeared in the Book of Life and Death would there be hope. Bai Shuang frowned and asked one last time if Ming Ye would grant Chang Lin more lifespan once her name appeared in the book. This time, Ming Ye gave a firm yes. After hearing everything, Bai Shuang slowly closed his eyes and decided to begin the journey. Ming Yi warned him that the path of reincarnation was filled with endless tangled karma. One wrong step could change not only the future, but even the present, and no one knew what dangers waited inside. Bai Shuang answered without the slightest hesitation that he had already made up his mind. Behind him, Chang Lin trembled as she grabbed his sleeve and begged him not to go. Bai Shuang gently comforted her and said he had promised she would never suffer again. Seeing Bai Shuang's unwavering resolve, Ming Ye stopped trying to persuade him and simply told him to follow. He raised his hand, and a rippling space crack appeared before them. It was the entrance to the path of reincarnation. Ming Yi then turned to Chang Lin, touched 2 fingers to her forehead, and told her not to resist because he needed to extract a strand of her divine sense. A red strand of divine sense slowly emerged from Chang Lin's forehead. Ming Ye explained that it would help Bai Shuang find her past life within reincarnation. The strand would also guide him back to the present. If it broke along the way, he would be trapped inside the path of reincarnation forever. Then Ming Ye wrapped the strand around Bai Shuang's wrist. The moment it tightened around his wrist, countless unknown dangers lay ahead. Bai Shuang calmly replied that he understood. Chang Lin stood beside him with a trembling voice and begged him to come back safely. She tightly held Bai Shuang's hand in fear. He gently patted her head and promised that once he returned, she would never have to fear her fate again. Chang Lin obediently nodded. After saying goodbye, Bai Shuang took a deep breath and slowly stepped into the path of reincarnation. The decision placed him in even greater danger, but it was exactly what Ming Ye wanted. Deep down, he coldly hoped Bai Shuang would never return. The moment he entered, Bai Shuang was swept into a dark and endless void. He could not help wondering what he should do next. Just then, Chang Lin's strand of divine sense floated forward on its own as if leading the way. Bai Shuang quickly realized its purpose. Without wasting any time, he followed the strand to another space crack. Inside the crack, he saw a heavily pregnant woman standing at the edge of a cliff, crying uncontrollably. She held her stomach and tearfully apologized to the unborn child. The desperate woman was about to end both their lives when Bai Shuang suddenly fell out of the space crack and startled her. The moment he appeared, Bai Shuang shouted for her to move away. But everything happened too fast. They still crashed into each other and fell to the ground. Bai Shuang got up while rubbing his head and let out a sigh of relief. He had almost fallen straight into the abyss, and the thought alone sent chills down his spine. The pregnant woman lay on the ground in shock and asked who he was and how he had fallen from the sky. Bai Shuang gave an awkward smile and scratched his head. He told her not to worry about the details since he was not a bad person and had just happened to pass by. Then he asked her instead. She was about to give birth, so why was she trying to jump off a cliff? The woman sadly admitted she never wanted this, but she had no other choice because this child was never meant to exist. Hearing that, Bai Shuang immediately argued back. He asked where the child's father was and how he could let her do something so reckless. The woman burst into tears and said the child's father had been killed by his own clan. She also revealed that the baby would die the moment it was born. Those words hit Bai Shuang like a bolt of lightning. A child who would die at birth instantly reminded him of Chang Lin. He quickly stepped closer and asked how she could be so certain. The woman covered her face and sobbed, explaining that it was all because of the child's bloodline. She slowly revealed that the father belonged to the demon clan, while she carried both divine clan and human clan blood. That meant the baby possessed the bloodlines of all 3 races. Chong Lin immediately came to Bai Shuang's mind. He finally realized she was a child of 3 bloodlines, but he still could not understand why that made her a monster. Could the 3 bloodlines really not coexist? The woman shook her head and said it was all caused by a curse. Bai Shuang became even more confused. To explain, she began telling an ancient story. Long ago, the 3 races were constantly at war, but mixed marriages between 2 or even 3 races were common to maintain balance. Then one night, every person with the bloodlines of all 3 races suddenly died. Their life force seemed to be drained by something unseen, leaving behind nothing but terrifying dried corpses. From then on, every child born with all 3 bloodlines quickly lost their life force and died. As she continued, her expression grew darker, and the atmosphere became unbearably heavy. Over time, it became known as a curse, and anyone with the bloodlines of all 3 races was seen as a sign of destruction. The moment Bai Shuang heard the word curse, he grabbed the woman's shoulders and tried to ask more. Before he could finish, loud shouts suddenly echoed from the distance, as people yelled for everyone to search this way. The pursuers quickly confirmed the woman had fled in this direction and rushed after her. Hearing that, the woman's face turned pale as she trembled and said they were demons who had come to capture her. Seeing the crowd closing in, Bai Shuang asked why they were after her. Through tears, she explained they wanted to use the baby in her womb as a sacrifice, and she could never let that happen. Backed against the edge of the cliff, the woman desperately warned that if they took one more step, she would jump with the baby. The demons immediately started discussing it among themselves. They claimed the child would only bring disaster, and the child of 3 bloodlines had to be sacrificed to earn heaven's forgiveness. Hearing such nonsense, Bai Shuang stepped in front of the woman and coldly argued back. The baby had not even been born yet, so how could it bring disaster? If destruction ever came, it would be because of their own actions, not an innocent child. Just then, a massive fireball suddenly appeared above the demons. One look was enough to tell something was terribly wrong, and Bai Shuang's expression changed instantly. The fireball shot straight toward them. Bai Shuang dodged at the last second, but it suddenly changed direction and flew toward the woman behind him, leaving him horrified. Caught off guard, the woman lost her balance and fell straight into the abyss, her desperate scream echoing through the air. Bai Shuang spun around and looked down. Only one thought filled his mind. This was a complete disaster. Without wasting a second, he immediately cast the Yanggu blood art. A beam of golden light burst from his palm, shot into the abyss, caught up with the falling woman, and tightly wrapped around her. The golden tether finally stopped her fall. Feeling the pull stabilize, Bai Shuang let out a relieved shout that he had caught her. Only then did he finally relax a little. He could not stop thinking how close it had been. 1 second later, and she would have been beyond saving. The demons rushed to the edge of the cliff and shouted for everyone to pull her up because the child of 3 bloodlines had to be captured and sacrificed. Hearing that, Bai Shuang froze in shock. Hanging below the cliff, the woman heard everything. Tears streamed down her face as she kept apologizing. Seeing her expression, Bai Shuang suddenly felt a terrible sense of dread, as if something awful was about to happen. Sure enough, the woman destroyed the Yanggu blood tether with her own hands. She calmly told Bai Shuang not to save her, because this had always been her choice. Even at the edge of death, her tears never stopped. Her final thought was still her child, and she would never let anyone lay a hand on it. Bai Shuang desperately shouted and reached out to use the Yanggu blood art again, but he was already too late. At that moment, a mysterious force suddenly appeared and wrapped around his wrist. Bai Shuang's eyes widened as he sensed something strange happening. The wheel of reincarnation appeared and forcefully dragged him inside. The world around him changed in an instant, taking him straight back to the ancient era. There, Fei Liu was peacefully soaking in a crystal-clear stream. For some reason, the wheel of reincarnation threw Bai Shuang straight out of the sky again. As he fell, he could only complain that every trip ended the same way. Fei Liu looked up, saw someone falling toward her, and screamed in shock. Bai Shuang landed with 1 foot right on top of her head. After that disastrous landing, he splashed into the water and groaned that he had suffered the exact same crash twice. While struggling underwater, Bai Shuang accidentally grabbed something soft. Out of instinct, he even squeezed it a few times with a puzzled look. A woman's icy voice suddenly asked if he liked it. Completely unaware of the situation, Bai Shuang grinned and said he definitely did. She asked if it was soft, and he nodded with a foolish smile, saying it really was. The voice belonged to none other than Fei Liu. She stood beside him with overwhelming killing intent and coldly asked if he had a death wish. Meanwhile, Bai Shuang's hand was still on a very sensitive spot, and he could only stammer that he did not want to die. Less than a second later, Fei Liu threw a devastating punch straight into his face. Bai Shuang had no time to react and spat out blood on impact. Still completely naked, Fei Liu stood there with a flushed face and angrily shouted that he actually dared to take advantage of her. He was asking to be killed. Clutching his stomach in agony, Bai Shuang silently admitted that her punch was terrifying. It felt like every organ in his body had been turned upside down as he coughed non-stop. But Fei Liu was still not satisfied. She raised her sharp claws and charged at him, determined to finish him on the spot. Her claws came so close that they were only inches from Bai Shuang's eyes. He felt a chill run down his spine because he knew he could not dodge. Just then, a voice suddenly called out from the distance, asking Fei Liu what had happened. The newcomer was Bai Qian, Bai Shuang's ancestor. The moment Fei Liu saw him, she instantly changed her attitude, ran over, hugged him, and pitifully claimed that a bad guy had just attacked her. Still holding his aching stomach, Bai Shuang angrily argued back. He demanded to know who had attacked first because her punch had nearly blasted his organs out, yet she was acting like the victim. Fei Liu immediately exploded with anger. She yelled that anyone would be terrified if someone suddenly fell from the sky. If he dared say another word, she would cut his throat herself. In the blink of an eye, she switched back to acting wronged, hugged Bai Qian again, and complained that Bai Shuang had seen her entire body. Bai Qian gently comforted Fei Liu and told her not to rush. He said Bai Shuang did not look like a bad person, so they should hear his explanation first. Then Bai Qian walked over with a guarded expression and coldly demanded Bai Shuang reveal his identity and why he had come there. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to attack. Bai Shuang showed no fear at all. Instead, he asked why Bai Qian was interrogating him before even introducing himself. How could he explain his purpose when he did not even know who he was talking to? Fei Liu was furious. She pointed at Bai Shuang and scolded him for barging into her territory, and then questioning them instead. She declared that another beating would teach him exactly who she was. Bai Qian quickly raised a hand to stop her. Even so, Bai Qian remained highly alert. He drew his sword and pointed it at Bai Shuang, suspecting he had been sent by the human clan to find him. He demanded to know who had revealed his location. Bai Shuang could only scratch his head and helplessly admit that he was from the human clan, but he truly did not know Bai Qian. Meeting him here was pure coincidence, and he had no idea who the man even was. Hearing that, Fei Liu immediately rushed over, pinched Bai Shuang's cheek, and introduced Bai Qian herself. He was the famous great general of the human clan, known by everyone. She mocked Bai Shuang, saying that if he wanted to play dumb, he should at least make it believable. Only then did Bai Shuang stare at Bai Qian in shock. With his cheek stretched to one side, Bai Shuang blankly asked if the man before him was really General Bai Qian. If that was true, then this was actually his own ancestor. Seeing that he had finally realized it, Fei Liu became even more amused. She grabbed both of his cheeks and stretched them even harder, laughing that he finally knew how to call his ancestor. Then she demanded to know his real identity, while Bai Shuang could only cry out in pain. Fei Liu laughed with delight at his miserable expression. Bai Shuang quickly became serious and explained that he was not joking. Bai Qian really was his ancestor, and his name was Bai Shuang. After watching everything, Bai Qian finally showed a surprised expression and said that, if Bai Shuang truly claimed to be his descent, he needed proof. Bai Shuang froze on the spot and stammered, unable to think of anything. Meanwhile, Fei Liu stood beside them, looking completely satisfied, and even encouraged Bai Qian to get rid of him. Just when he was out of ideas, Bai Shuang remembered what he had brought. He immediately took out the Buddha statue of Wei Tuo and explained that it was a treasured relic passed down through the Bai family, said to have originally belonged to Bai Qian. Bai Qian looked confused because he had never owned such an item. Bai Shuang then added that he even knew the story between Bai Qian, Manhwa, and Fei Liu. The moment Bai Qian heard that, his expression changed. Bai Shuang became even more excited and began recounting how Bai Qian met Manhwa after a battle and gradually fell in love with her. Then Fei Liu appeared, and everything took a different turn. The two of them even spent a long time together inside the void space. Bai Shuang described every detail as if he had witnessed it himself. Realizing Bai Shuang was saying far too much, Bai Qian immediately rushed over and covered his mouth. He said that was enough, he believed him, so he needed to stop talking. After hearing everything, Fei Liu grew even more curious. She asked how Bai Shuang could appear in this era if he truly came from the future. Bai Shuang only gave an awkward smile and vaguely said he had used a special secret technique. Then Bai Shuang leaned close to Fei Liu and quietly revealed a shocking secret. He said Bai Qian was actually a mixed blood demon, meaning he would one day have a child with a demon clan woman. Fei Liu was completely stunned. Seeing her frozen in place, Bai Shuang teased her again. He pointed out that Fei Liu was also a demon, and she had stayed by Bai Qian's side for so long. Maybe with a little more effort, she might even become his ancestor too. After hearing that, Fei Liu instinctively turned to look at Bai Qian, while Bai Qian looked back at her with the same confused expression. After thinking for a while, Bai Qian seriously asked Bai Shuang why he had traveled across time. If he really came from the future, there had to be an important reason. This time, Bai Shuang did not hide anything. He directly said his goal was to uncover the origin of the three bloodline curse. The moment those words were spoken, both Fei Liu and Bai Qian changed expressions. Bai Shuang added that the curse involved the human clan, the demon clan, and the immortal clan. Bai Qian asked in a serious voice if the three bloodline curse truly began in this very era. Bai Shuang answered without hesitation that it did. Hearing that, Fei Liu's face turned pale as she anxiously asked if everyone carrying all three bloodlines would eventually die because of the curse. Bai Shuang calmly nodded and said that seemed to be the case. Fei Liu immediately turned to Bai Qian and said they had to stop this no matter what. Bai Qian nodded seriously and said he fully understood how grave the situation was. Seeing their expressions change so dramatically, Bai Shuang immediately asked what had happened. Bai Qian did not answer right away. Instead, he led the way forward. Fei Liu also told Bai Shuang to follow because they wanted him to meet someone. After walking deep into the mountains, Bai Qian brought him to a small house hidden in the forest. Bai Shuang looked around and asked if this was where the two of them lived. Just then, two little girls who looked exactly like Chong Lin walked out of the house hand in hand. They calmly greeted everyone, calling Bai Qian uncle and Fei Liu big sister. The moment Bai Shuang saw the two little girls, he froze in complete shock. Before he could recover, the girls ran over and curiously asked if he was a friend of Uncle Bai Qian and Sister Fei Liu. Bai Qian explained that the girls were the daughters of a friend who had asked him to look after them. The older sister was Vivi, and the younger one was Hihi. More importantly, they were the children with the three bloodlines that Bai Shuang had mentioned. Bai Shuang could hardly believe his ears. A single thought flashed through his mind. Was Chang Lin's fate really beginning here? He carefully studied the sisters. They looked almost identical, making it impossible for him to tell which one would become the future Chang Lin. Bai Shuang frowned again. If one of them was Hong Lin, then what had happened to the other sister in the future? While he was deep in thought, Hihi suddenly leaned close to his face and playfully asked why he kept staring at them. Bai Shuang quickly turned away with an awkward smile and said they looked so alike that he could not tell them apart. Hihi happily introduced herself as the younger sister and Vivi as the older one. From the way they spoke, Bai Shuang realized Hihi was lively and energetic, while Vivi was much calmer and quieter. Hihi grabbed Bai Shuang's hand and excitedly tried to take him out to play. She said there was a very strange cave behind the mountain that she wanted to show him. Bai Qian immediately stopped her and told her to wait because he still needed to talk with Bai Shuang. He asked the sisters to go play first. Hihi obediently nodded and said they would come back later. Watching the sisters leave, Bai Shuang quietly thought that Chong Lin's calm personality in the future really resembled Vivi much more. After the children were gone, Bai Qian turned back and asked Bai Shuang for more details about the three bloodline curse. Seeing how serious he looked, Bai Shuang asked why he seemed so tense. Fei Liu explained that aside from knowing when the curse began, they had no other clues. Since the curse appeared during the Great War, it was very likely connected to that conflict. Bai Qian admitted that he had not fully believed Bai Shuang at first. But after meeting Vivi and Hihi, he realized this was no simple matter. Only a divine clan prophet could see the future so clearly. It seemed they would have to find Mingyue. The moment Fei Liu heard Mingyue's name, she turned her face away in obvious annoyance. It was clear she was already jealous. Sure enough, only moments later, Fei Liu pouted and complained that she knew Bai Qian would find an excuse to see Mingyue. Now he finally had the perfect reason. Bai Shuang watched the whole scene and could not help teasing Bai Qian. He laughed and said he never expected his own ancestor to be so smooth with women. Bai Qian awkwardly cleared his throat and explained that everything was for the greater good, so he had to contact Ming Yue. Watching them, Bai Shuang secretly sighed. It seemed the Bai family had always been popular with women, even back in his ancestors' time. But then a series of intimate memories between himself and Ming Yue suddenly flashed through his mind. Bai Shuang instantly froze. Wait, Ming Yue was coming here, and she was supposed to be his ancestor's woman. His face twisted in panic as he realized how awkward the situation had become. This love triangle was an absolute mess. Had he accidentally stolen his own ancestor's girl? Thinking about it, Bai Shuang immediately rushed into the house in a panic. He had to find something to disguise himself before Ming Yue arrived. Not long afterward, Bai Qian really brought Ming Yue over. As soon as she arrived, she calmly asked how he had been since they had not met for a long time, and whether their previous plan was going smoothly. Bai Qian nodded and said everything was fine, but this time he had called her for another matter. Ming Yue tilted her head curiously and asked what it was. Just then, a sweet female voice suddenly interrupted them, calling out as if welcoming her husband home. Fei Liu smiled brightly and rushed over to hug Bai Qian without hesitation, instantly making him blush with embarrassment. She continued acting spoiled, saying she woke up and could not find him anywhere. She had been so worried and wanted to know where he had gone. Bai Qian tried to pull her away and awkwardly reminded her that he had already said he was going to find Ming Yue. But Fei Liu refused to let go and deliberately complained that after last night, her legs were still too weak to stand properly. Hearing their suggestive conversation, Ming Yue seemed to understand what they meant. She immediately looked away and said she would wait inside so she would not disturb them. Bai Qian hurried after her and called her back. Left behind, Fei Liu angrily complained that the moment Ming Yue appeared, he completely ignored her. Bai Qian kept denying it as he chased after Ming Yue. But at that moment, a terrified scream suddenly came from inside the house. Ming Yue reacted instantly. She drew her blade, pointed it at the person lying on the floor, and coldly demanded to know who he was. The one pinned beneath her was Bai Shuang. To avoid being recognized, he had smeared his face completely black with soot, making him look ridiculous. Pinned to the ground, he hurriedly insisted that he was not a bad person. Ming Yue did not believe him. She pressed harder and demanded his identity and why he was inside Bai Qian's house. Bai Shuang was nearly in tears and could not think of an answer. Just then, Bai Qian's shocked voice came from outside, asking why he looked like that. Ming Yue still had no idea the man before her was Bai Shuang and continued asking who he really was. Bai Qian was just about to explain that this was the reason he had called her here. But realizing his identity was about to be exposed, Bai Shuang quickly covered Bai Qian's mouth. He hurriedly claimed that Bai Qian had invited him because he knew some important secrets, deliberately changing the way he spoke to avoid suspicion. Bai Shuang then leaned close to Bai Qian and quietly warned him not to reveal his true identity to too many people, or the future might change. Although still confused, Bai Qian finally agreed. Meanwhile, the more Ming Yue looked at Bai Shuang, the more strangely familiar he seemed. Before she could think further, Bai Shuang quickly changed the subject. He said he had received secret information that someone was about to use a curse to wipe out everyone with the three bloodlines, and it was likely connected to the war between the three races. Ming Yue remained skeptical and asked where he had learned that. Bai Shuang could only smile awkwardly and say he could not reveal the source yet, but it was absolutely reliable. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Bai Qian stepped in to support Bai Shuang. He said he understood Ming Yue's concerns, but the information had already been confirmed and could be trusted. Ming Yue finally nodded. Bai Qian then explained why he had summoned her. They suspected the three bloodlines curse was connected to a prophecy from the divine clan because it had once foretold that someone with all three bloodlines would change the outcome of the war. Among the three races, only the divine clan possessed the gift of prophecy. But Ming Yue revealed shocking news that left them speechless. She said there was no need to investigate because the divine clan's prophet had died long ago. Both Bai Shuang and Bai Qian were stunned as if struck by lightning and cried out in disbelief. Bai Qian could not accept it. He immediately asked how someone as powerful as the divine clan's prophet could possibly have died. Ming Yue looked deeply worried and said they were still investigating the cause. Most likely, someone wanted to stop the prophet from revealing an important prophecy and killed them first. Bai Shuang stroked his chin and began analyzing the situation. If the prophet had already died, then the prophecy about the 3 bloodlines should never have spread. That meant someone else was using it as an excuse to curse those children for personal reasons, and it might not be related to the war at all. Manhwa found his reasoning convincing and was about to respond when a terrified scream suddenly echoed from the distance. Bai Qian instantly turned toward the sound coming from deep within the forest, and his expression changed. Standing beside him, Fei Liu suddenly realized the 2 girls were over there. Without wasting another second, all 4 of them rushed toward the forest to see what had happened. Bai Shuang was more nervous than ever. He sprinted with everything he had because a terrible feeling filled his heart. When they arrived, both Hehe and Vivi had already been captured by 2 strange monsters. Hehe desperately cried for help and begged to be released, while Vivi, despite being restrained, kept shouting for them to let her sister go. One of the monsters stared at the sisters and let out a creepy laugh. It said it never expected to find children carrying divine clan blood here. It had heard that such robust bloodlines could greatly increase cultivation, so it wanted to capture them and find out if the rumor was true. But at that moment, an overwhelming force shot in like lightning, followed by a cold voice echoing through the forest, ordering them to stop. The attack slammed into the ground with a massive explosion, blasting both monsters away before they could react. Freed at last, the 2 sisters rushed into Bai Qian's and Fei Lia's arms, crying as they called out to uncle and sister. Bai Qian gently patted their heads and assured them everything was all right now. A terrifying wave of dark purple demonic energy erupted around Fei Liu. She coldly demanded to know why they had dared invade her territory. The monsters showed no fear. Instead, they laughed and recognized her. They also noticed a member of the divine clan was present, mocking Fei Liu for being so bold. Hearing that, Fei Liu suddenly remembered Manhwa was still here, and her heart sank. She quickly forced herself to stay calm as her killing intent grew even colder. Since they had already been exposed, she could not let these 2 monsters leave alive. One of the monsters roared in anger as its body began to transform beneath thick purple demonic energy. It sneered that a mere beauty demon dared act so arrogantly before them. The atmosphere instantly became dark and oppressive. The monsters released an aura that made the entire forest feel like a land of death. Watching from the side, Bai Shuang felt a chill run through his body. He could only wonder what these monsters really were. Even Fei Liu lost her earlier confidence. Her eyes filled with caution as she called out their race, the Kanbao. Through the thick black demonic mist, a monstrous arm covered in razor-sharp claws suddenly stretched toward them. Just as danger struck, a brilliant golden light burst forth, leaving Bai Shuang completely stunned. Manhwa appeared directly in front of the attack. Her weapon spun rapidly, creating a golden barrier that blocked the monster's massive strike. Bai Shuang could only stare in amazement as he called her name. Even while fighting, Manhwa shouted for everyone to leave immediately. She would stay behind and hold the monsters off. Bai Qian instantly refused because he did not want her fighting alone. Minggu calmly replied that she was the divine clan's god of war and told him not to underestimate her strength. Fei Liu grabbed Bai Qian and dragged him away while yelling at him to stop hesitating. She said Manhwa was stronger than both of them combined, and staying would only hold her back. As she ran past Bai Shuang, who was still frozen in place, Fei Liu shouted for him to run as well. Even so, Bai Shuang could not stop worrying about Manhwa. Behind them, Manhwa shouted once more for everyone to leave, because their presence only distracted her and kept her from using her full power. Realizing there was no other choice, Bai Shuang finally turned to retreat, but not before telling her to be careful. As they sprinted through the vast forest, Bai Shuang anxiously asked Fei Liu where they were going. Running ahead, Fei Liu explained that they had to leave this place as quickly as possible. If word spread that members of the Divine Clan and Human Clan had entered her territory, she would immediately be branded a traitor. Among the Demon Clan, traitors only faced death. Hearing that, Bai Qian's expression grew heavy. If their secret was exposed, every plan they had would fall apart. Fei Liu sighed softly and said all they could do now was hope Manhwa was strong enough to defeat those 2 Tanbao monsters. Bai Shuang looked back toward the distant battlefield where Manhwa was still fighting alone. A terrible feeling filled his heart. Back on the battlefield, Manhwa continued facing the 2 monsters by herself as they prepared to attack again. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light erupted around her, so bright that even Bai Shuang, far away, stopped in shock. Within that radiant light stood Manhwa in a complete suit of divine armor, her entire body glowing with majestic golden divine power. Seeing Baishuang still looking back, Baiqian urged him to keep running and not turn around again. Running beside Baiqian, Baishuang asked what that incredible power was. Baiqian explained it was the divine clan's Dharma heaven manifestation, an extremely powerful divine projection. Hearing that, Baishuang suddenly remembered the present day. Manhwa had never displayed such terrifying power there. It seemed the divine clan's seal had completely drained her cultivation in the future. While he was still thinking, countless streaks of light suddenly shot toward them from behind, moving too fast for the naked eye to follow. Baiqian instantly sensed the danger, grabbed Baishuang, and pulled his head down to dodge while shouting for him to be careful. Those streaks of light skimmed over their heads and slammed into the bamboo forest ahead. Seconds later, the tiny objects released a thick wave of eerie purple demonic energy. Only then did Baishuang realize they were deadly poison needles. At the same time, a seductive female voice echoed ahead as the owner of those long legs slowly stepped out of the shadows. It was a red-haired woman with a bewitching smile. She mocked them, saying she was only taking a walk when she happened to run into Fei Liu. Fei Liu instantly lost her temper and coldly asked if she really thought anyone would believe she just wandered into her territory. The red-haired woman glanced toward Manhwa, fighting the two brutals, and laughed. She sneered that even the divine clan's war goddess was here, so Fei Liu had grown much bolder. Fei Liu stepped in front of Baishuang and firmly said, "Leave this one to me. Take everyone to the teleportation array now." The red-haired woman only let out a sinister laugh and declared that no one would leave here alive today. Right then, a blazing fireball shot toward her at incredible speed. She barely dodged by tilting her head. Fei Liu was the one who attacked. Flames roared around her hand as she declared, "Anyone who touches my people is asking to die." Facing that pressure, the woman calmly replied, "Fei Liu, you colluded with outsiders. Today I will purge you in the clan leader's name." A sea of flames surrounded Fei Liu as she challenged her directly. "If you have the guts, come see who dies first." While Baishuang watched the battle about to begin, someone suddenly pulled him back. He turned around to see Vivi asking in confusion why another female demon had suddenly appeared. Vivi hurriedly urged him to stop staring and follow Uncle Baiqian. Before leaving, Baishuang looked back at Fei Liu and muttered, "Is it really okay to leave her behind? That poison woman looks terrifying." Walking behind them, Baiqian calmly replied that Fei Liu was no easy opponent either. Baishuang looked confused and complained that Baiqian panicked when Manhwa stayed behind, but now he was perfectly calm, leaving Fei Liu alone. That was a total double standard. Baiqian could only stay silent. After traveling through the forest for quite a while, the group finally stopped. They had reached their destination. Baishuang closed his eyes and began chanting in an ancient language. A teleportation array appeared beneath their feet, and he immediately shouted for everyone to step inside. Standing beside them, Baiqian instructed everyone to reach safety first, and not act recklessly until they arrived. As Baishuang, Vivi, and Shishi entered the array, they realized Baiqian was not coming with them. They quickly asked if he was staying behind. Tears slowly rolled down Baiqian's face. Even though Fei Liu was powerful, her temper was too reckless. He could not leave her to face the enemy alone. Hearing that, Baishuang simply turned away and sighed that he never saw that coming. It turned out every generation of the Bai family valued loyalty above all. Their ancestor had truly judged him wrong. Baishuang even exaggerated his apology until he was in tears. Baiqian walked over and reminded them, "Vivi and Shishi, listen to Baishuang." Both girls called out with reluctance, Uncle Baiqian. He smiled in relief and told Baishuang, "Good nephew, take good care of the two of them." Meanwhile, in the underworld, streaks of blue light suddenly appeared in the sky. A familiar teleportation array slowly opened, and two women with one man emerged from it. Shishi looked around and shivered. "Is this really safe? It feels even scarier than the last place." Walking beside her, Vivi nervously guessed that maybe the most dangerous place was actually the safest. Baishuang immediately scanned the surroundings and said they had to check the area first. "Vivi, stay close to me." She obediently nodded. Not long after, a terrified scream rang out, making him spin around and ask what happened. Vivi pointed at a massive pile of skulls ahead with trembling hands. "Those are human skulls." Baishuang looked more carefully, and his expression darkened. Something was wrong. The teleportation point had clearly malfunctioned. This place was anything but safe. He immediately told Vivi to stay even closer to him in case something happened. But before he could finish, Baishuang suddenly froze with his eyes wide in horror. The space behind him was completely empty. Vivi had vanished without a trace. Baishuang panicked and shouted, "Where did Vivi go?" Shishi frantically looked everywhere for her sister, while Baishuang kept shouting Vivi's name into the empty air. Their voices echoed through the cold darkness, calling Vivi over and over, then shouting for her sister. It was enough to send chills down Enion's spine. Grabbing Baishuang's sleeve, Shishi trembled and asked if Vivi had been taken by a demonic beast. Were all those skulls left behind after they devoured people? Baishuang carefully observed the area and said it did not seem like ordinary demonic beasts. If it were, they would have attacked during all that commotion earlier. Shishi nervously asked what else it could be. Baishuang guessed that whatever it was had ignored all the noise because it was extremely intelligent, and if something that smart also ate people, then they were in serious trouble. Shishi was so frightened that she clung tightly to Baishuang. "Please stop scaring me. I do not want anything to happen to my sister." He steadied her and quickly asked if the twins shared any special connection. Could she sense where Vivi was? Crying, Shishi shook her head. "No, we have never had that kind of twin bond." But then she suddenly remembered something. Vivi was carrying a scented pouch their mother had given her. Baishuang immediately asked what it did. Shishi took out her own pouch and explained that their mother had made one for each of them. The scent inside could only be tracked by one special kind of bee. Baishuang still looked doubtful. Using a bee to find someone was clever, but this place hardly looked like somewhere bees would live. Shishi scratched her head and smiled awkwardly. "I have my own way to handle that." Right then, a tiny bee suddenly flew out from her hair. Baishuang froze in disbelief. "Wait, you have been hiding a bee on you this whole time?" Shishi stuck out her tongue and admitted she had panicked earlier and forgotten all about it. Otherwise, they would have found Vivi already. She held out her finger for the bee to land on and softly said, "Take me to my sister." The bee shot forward at incredible speed, and Shishi immediately yelled for Baishuang to follow it. Deep inside a place where no light could reach, a faint groan suddenly broke the silence. Vivi slowly opened her eyes in the pitch-black darkness. She was completely confused. She had been walking behind Baishuang, so how had she ended up here in an instant? She pushed herself up and felt around in the dark until her hand touched something round. She stared at it in confusion. Vivi lifted it closer to get a better look, and the moment she saw it, she froze. It was a dusty human skull. Terrified, Vivi threw it away and screamed, "Stay away from me." She finally looked around and realized the place was filled with piles of bones and human skulls of every size. The sight sent a chill down her spine. Just then, footsteps echoed through the darkness, making Vivi hold her breath. Something was coming closer. A strange figure stepped out of the shadows and calmly asked, "So you are finally awake?" Vivi stared at the figure in shock and stammered, You can talk?" The hideous creature calmly replied, "Of course I can. I used to be human." Vivi grew even more confused. "You were human? But the way you look now." The creature walked closer with a twisted grin. "Not human anymore, right? Well, that is because I was a failed hybrid." Even though she was terrified, Vivi kept asking, "What do you mean by a failed hybrid? Are you mixed between two races too? But how could that make you look like this?" The creature, already used to such reactions, simply replied that she had just never seen one before. As he lit a fire, he slowly explained that children born from two races always carried great risks. Some were born normal, while others became deformed monsters like him. Those children were treated as bad omens. Some were killed at birth, while others were abandoned in the wilderness. That was why almost no one knew they existed. The creature looked up at Vivi and asked if she was also a hybrid, and between which two races. Vivi immediately became cautious and decided not to tell the truth. But before she could answer, he guessed it himself. "Human and demon, right?" Sitting beside the fire, he let out a cold laugh. "Then you are far luckier than I ever was." Vivi looked puzzled. "Luckier?" The creature smiled with a terrifying expression and asked if she knew which two races were the most likely to produce mutated children together. Vivi had no idea and could only nervously shake her head. He slowly stood up and continued, "The divine clan and the demon clan. They are enemies like fire and water. If they force themselves to have children together, what do you think happens?" The atmosphere grew heavy as the monster spread his arms and laughed with a twisted grin. "They end up creating something just like me." As he drew closer, Vivi kept backing away in terror. "Do not come any closer." In the blink of an eye, She was hanging upside down over a burning rack, screaming for help in panic. Seeing her terrified face, the monster laughed even harder. Keep struggling. The firmer the meat, the better it tastes. Vivi trembled all over and desperately tried to pull away, but at that very moment, a powerful voice rang out. Stop right there, let Vivi go. A blinding light suddenly burst forth, forcing the monster to shield his eyes in pain. Vivi seized the chance to calm herself and happily shouted, Bai Shuang. He stepped in with his sword and reassured her, do not be afraid. I am here to get you out. Bai Shuang swung his sword, instantly cutting the ropes that bound Vivi. He grabbed Vivi and sprinted away. This way. Behind them, the monster recovered and roared in fury. You dare steal my prey? You are all dead. At the cave entrance, Shishi had already prepared a rope and anxiously shouted for them to hurry. Bai Shuang gritted his teeth, looked back and shouted, Golden Buddha, return. A brilliant burst of light instantly erupted from Vivi's body. Even so, the monster kept charging after them, roaring that anyone who stole his food would be torn apart. Carrying Vivi as he ran, Bai Shuang shouted back, Shishi, do it now. Shishi gripped the rope tightly and yelled, You dared bully my sister. A massive boulder immediately crashed down from above, sealing the cave entrance. Shishi even shouted inside, Stay trapped in there forever. The monster slammed wildly against the rocks, roaring like a mad beast. Get back here. Leaning against a huge rock, Bai Shuang gasped for breath. That was close. A second later, and we would have been finished. Once she recovered, Vivi rushed over and hugged Shishi while crying, Sister, I almost never saw you again. Please do not leave me alone anymore. Shishi hugged her tightly with tears in her eyes. Okay, we will never separate again. Do not cry. Watching the sisters, Bai Shuang fell deep into thought. Their bond was clearly strong, but if that was true, where had Shishi's soul gone in the real world? Had she really died as soon as she was born? Suddenly, a massive explosion echoed from the cave entrance, sending thick clouds of dust into the air. The monster had shattered the rock barrier and stepped outside. Staring at the three of them with savage eyes, he growled that none of them would leave alive. He would rip them apart with his own hands. The sisters blurted out the exact same words. He got out that fast? Bai Shuang immediately leaped in front of them and shouted, I will hold him back. You two run. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed Yongbone blood. But the attack was completely blocked by the monster's tough outer armor. Standing safely behind his defense, the monster sneered. Is that all you have? You think you can break my armor? Bai Shuang's face immediately changed. What? The monster curled his lips into a vicious grin. Now it is my turn. Only then did Bai Shuang realize that very attack was what had smashed through the cave entrance moments ago. The monster charged forward at terrifying speed, lowering his sharp horns to skewer Bai Shuang on the spot. Die. Bai Shuang instantly pulled Vivi aside and dodged while holding her. Move. Vivi cried out in pain as the ground behind them was split apart by the attack. Looking at the massive trench carved into the ground, even Bai Shuang felt a chill run down his spine. Frowning under the pressure, he wondered what kind of power this was. The demons fighting beside Fei Lu had already been terrifying. Was this the true strength of the ancient era? Just seeing the monster's silhouette in the distance filled him with dread. If a creature like this were unleashed into the real world, every major force would be crushed. In the next instant, the monster charged again. Bai Shuang could only turn and run while shouting for the others to keep moving. There was no way he could beat it right now. As she ran, Vivi looked back in fear, her voice trembling. He is catching up. But before they got very far, Vivi suddenly stopped. A towering cliff stood directly in front of them. Vivi cried out in despair, the path ends here. Seeing them trapped, the monster burst into laughter. Ha! Now let's see where you run. With no way out, Bai Shuang wasted no time. He grabbed Vivi tightly and jumped straight off the cliff. Close your eyes, we are jumping. The monster walked to the edge, looked down, and clenched his teeth in frustration. They were right in front of me, and I still let them escape. Even so, he let out a sinister laugh. But the bottom belongs to that kid's territory. If they fall down there, they probably won't survive anyway. What a hassle. Time to hunt new prey. Deep below the cliff, Vivi's screams echoed everywhere as the two of them plunged into a raging waterfall. In an instant, they were thrown onto the river by the crashing water, but the current was so violent that it swept them apart. From a distance, Vivi desperately shouted for Bai Shuang, while he frantically looked around and yelled back, Vivi, where are you? Vivi struggled to stay calm and keep herself from sinking beneath the rushing water. The moment Bai Shuang spotted her, he swam toward her, but the fierce current made reaching her nearly impossible. Damn it. He raised his hand and gathered his power once more. Yang bone blood. A golden cord instantly shot out and wrapped tightly around Vivi, pulling her free from the raging current. Bai Shuang pulled with all his strength and Vivi fell safely into his arms. He finally let out a relieved sigh. I got you. But at that very moment, another terrified scream echoed from farther down the river. Bai Shuang immediately turned and saw Shi being swept toward a massive waterfall. He shouted in panic, Shi. Without thinking, he raised his hand again. Golden cords instantly shot forward. Yang bone blood. But he was one step too late. Before the cords could reach her, Shi was swallowed by the rushing water and disappeared into the abyss. Two desperate cries rang out at once. Shi, Bai Shuang. Then everything fell silent. After what felt like forever, Shi slowly opened her eyes. As soon as she woke up, she saw Bai Shuang sitting beside her with a worried expression. Shi, you are finally awake. Still dazed, she softly called his name. He immediately lifted her face to check for injuries and unconsciously sighed with relief. Thank goodness you are all right. If the old ancestor finds out I failed to protect you two, he will tear me apart. Hearing that, Shi burst into tears. I thought I was going to die. I even thought you abandoned me. Bai Shuang gently patted her head. How could I ever leave you? The old ancestor entrusted both of you to me. Then he turned and called out, Vivi, bring some water over here. She carefully carried water in a large leaf and hurried over. I am here. Vivi knelt beside her sister, her worried expression finally easing. Thank goodness Shi is safe. Shi accepted the water and shyly lowered her head. I am fine. But Bai Shuang remained on guard. He constantly scanned the surroundings and said, Once you have rested enough, we are leaving. I have a bad feeling about this place. Vivi immediately grew nervous. Bai Shuang, please do not scare me. The sisters helped each other to their feet while Bai Shuang's tone became even more serious. I hope I am just overthinking, but this place is far too quiet. The forest ahead was completely silent. There were no insects, no wind, and the eerie stillness was unsettling. Shi and Vivi huddled together in fear. Bai Shuang, I am scared, me too. Bai Shuang frowned but gently reassured them. Do not worry, I will protect both of you. Deep down, however, he could not help thinking that danger always ruined the timing. Under different circumstances, walking around with two beautiful girls like this would have been amazing. His imagination immediately ran wild. He pictured the sisters blushing as they asked if they could sleep beside him tonight, and even Shi joined in saying she wanted to as well. A mischievous grin slowly spread across his face, and he almost started drooling. Both sisters at once? That sounds way too tempting. But before his fantasy went any further, a strange rustling came from the bushes and snapped him back to reality. Something is there. In an instant, the forest ahead became even darker and more oppressive. Vivi immediately buried herself against Bai Shuang and trembled. Bai Shuang, what is that? Why is it coming here? Bai Shuang instantly went on full alert, locking his gaze ahead. Whatever it is, that aura is enormous. The next second, a gigantic tiger burst out of the bushes and let out a deafening roar that shook the entire forest. Bai Shuang tightened his grip on his weapon and immediately took a fighting stance. Damn it, we cannot even get a moment of peace. But the tiger only roared a few more times before suddenly turning around and running away. The sisters watched in confusion. It left. Why did it not attack us? Bai Shuang immediately sensed something was wrong. He cautiously looked behind them and said, I am afraid it is running from something even more terrifying. The three of them instinctively stood close together, waiting to see what had frightened the tiger. The rustling in the bushes grew closer. Bai Shuang took half a step back and tightened his guard. It is coming. But instead of a monster, a young woman named Lu Teng stepped out of the bushes. She looked around in confusion and asked, Huh? Where did that guy go? Bai Shuang stared at the girl in disbelief. Wait, was this woman the one who scared that beast away? Lu Teng looked just as confused when she saw the group. Tilting her head, she asked, Who are you? Bai Shuang immediately became serious. Lowering his stance, he asked, I should be asking you that. Who are you, and why are you here? The girl calmly walked a few steps closer and proudly introduced herself. I am Lu Teng. This place is my territory, so of course I belong here. You are the strangers. I have never seen any of you before. While Bai Shuang remained cautious, Vivi gently tugged on his arm. It is okay. She does not look like a bad person. Vivi then happily ran over and held Lu Teng's hand. Sister Lu Teng, I am Vivi. This is my sister Shi, and that is Bai Shuang. We were chased by a monster, fell off a cliff, and ended up here. Can you help us leave this place? After hearing the whole story, Lu Teng's attitude softened. She stretched out her hand and casually said, "So you fell from above. I can help you return, but I have one condition." Bai Shuang finally lowered his guard and asked directly, "Go ahead, what do you want us to do?" To his surprise, Lu Teng did not explain. She simply grabbed his hand and started walking. "Follow me first." Vivi looked puzzled as she adjusted her dress. "Where is she taking us?" Standing beside her, Shiji quietly admitted, "Sister, I am getting a little scared." After walking for a while, Lu Teng stopped in front of a vast area covered in thick mist. "We are here." At the center stood a gigantic sword piercing through the skull of an enormous skeleton. The sight left all three of them completely baffled. Lu Teng did not hide anything and slowly explained, "That sword has been beside me ever since I was born. I do not know who my parents were, so it may be the only clue connected to them. That is why it means more to me than anything else." As she spoke, sadness flashed across her face. "Long ago, a lantern demon appeared here. I fought it for 3 days and 3 nights before finally killing it. The skeleton beneath that sword is its corpse. But before it died, it left behind a barrier that prevents me from leaving this place. The moment I try to cross that area, I am stopped." As soon as she finished speaking, she reached toward the barrier to show them. The instant she touched the boundary, she cried out in pain. Clutching her trembling hand, Lu Teng helplessly said, "I only want to retrieve my sword, but I simply cannot cross." Her voice became increasingly urgent. "Can you help me bring it back?" Bai Shuang did not agree right away and hesitated. But Vivi and Shi immediately softened. They tugged on his arm and pleaded, "Bai Shuang, she is so pitiful. Please help her. Besides, she can also help us leave this place." Bai Shuang helplessly crouched down and reminded the sisters, "Do you two really not think there is something strange about her?" They looked at him in confusion. Strange how? While the three of them were still discussing it, Lu Teng wandered over to a nearby tree and started playing with its leaves. Suddenly, they noticed a caterpillar crawling along one of the branches. The moment Lu Teng saw it, she screamed in terror. "A bug, it is so scary." Her reaction made Vivi and Shi feel she was completely harmless and even more pitiful. But Bai Shuang frowned and reminded them, "Did you already forget that huge beast ran away because of her?" He explained that appearances could not be trusted. Even a beast that powerful fled from her, which meant this woman was anything but ordinary. Do not let that fragile appearance fool you. After hearing Bai Shuang's reasoning, Vivi and Shi seriously nodded. "Right, we have to listen to Bai Shuang. We cannot be fooled by a pretty face. Miss Lu Teng, we have made our decision." But before he could finish, she ran over and threw her arms around him. "Young Master Bai." Her soft body pressed against him, making Bai Shuang nearly lose his balance. Lu Teng looked up with pleading eyes and begged, "I have never left this place since I was born. When you leave, can you take me with you?" Bai Shuang almost had a nosebleed on the spot. He quickly turned Istra's face away and stammered, "Well." Behind him, Vivi kept chanting like a mantra, "Do not fall for the beauty trap. Do not fall for the beauty trap." In the end, Bai Shuang could only scratch his head and firmly refuse. "We can talk about that later. What I mean is, we cannot help you retrieve that sword. I am sorry." Disappointment immediately appeared on Lu Teng's face. "I see. Then there is no other choice." She turned and slowly walked deeper inside before saying, "Then may I ask one more favor? I will retrieve the sword myself, if I cannot come back." She paused for a moment, then looked back with a gentle smile, almost like a farewell. "Please give me a proper burial." Watching Lu Teng walk away, Vivi could not bear it anymore. Is she really going to risk her life? Are we just going to stand here? Bai Shuang crossed his arms and coldly replied, "Leave her alone. Let her do as she pleases." In the distance, Lu Teng gritted her teeth and stepped through the barrier. After only a few steps, her legs were cut open and blood poured out as she cried in pain. Bai Shuang grew so tense that sweat covered his forehead, but he kept telling himself it had to be nothing more than an act. Moments later, the sisters suddenly screamed in panic. "Oh no," she passed out. Bai Shuang instantly turned around, his heart skipping a beat. "What?" Lu Teng was lying unconscious on the ground. The sisters panicked and could only keep calling her name in desperation. Bai Shuang walked over with an annoyed expression. He truly could not understand why she was so obsessed with that sword that she would throw away her own life. Even though she was barely conscious, Lu Teng forced herself up and replied, "That sword is the last thing connecting me to my family. Someone like you, who still has loved ones, could never understand that feeling." Vivi hurried after Bai Shuang and begged him to help. Fighting back tears, she said Lu Teng had no one left. If they had lost the last thing their father left behind, they would risk everything to get it back too. Bai Shuang frowned in frustration, but in the end he sighed and gave in. Fine, I will do it. As he walked deeper into the forest, the sisters immediately shouted after him to be careful. When he reached the giant sword embedded in the massive skull, he could not help noticing it was in even worse condition than he had expected. Bai Shuang gripped the hilt with both hands and focused completely, preparing for the worst. But reality had other plans. He pulled far too hard, and the sword came out so easily that he lost his balance and fell flat on his back. Well, that was embarrassing. Holding the sword in his hands, Bai Shuang examined it closely, completely baffled. Everything had been far too easy. Unable to make sense of it, he simply turned around, raised the sword, and announced that he had pulled it out. Vivi happily ran over and excitedly said that Lu Teng would not be sad anymore. But right behind her, Lu Teng lowered her head and revealed a sinister smile. That is right. Thank you very much. At that moment, long, eerie vines began crawling out from inside the giant skull. Bai Shuang immediately sensed something was wrong and went on full alert, unable to understand what was happening. From the distance, Vivi suddenly shouted his name in panic. Before she could reach him, a vine shot forward, wrapped tightly around her neck, and stopped her in her tracks. Only then did Lu Teng reveal her true nature. Tightening the vine around Vivi's neck, she laughed madly and said that a few pitiful performances were all it took to trick that fool into breaking her seal. Vivi turned to look at her with complete disbelief, frozen by the painful betrayal. Lu Teng slowly floated into the air while the vine around Vivi's neck tightened even more. After being sealed away for so many years, her power had finally returned. Furious, veins bulged across Bai Shuang's forehead as he shouted for her to let Vivi go. He had known from the beginning that she was no good. His answer came as a devastating strike flashed past his face so fast that all he felt was the wind slicing through the air. The sword slipped from Bai Shuang's hand and clattered onto the ground. Floating high above them, Lu Teng laughed proudly. So what if he knew she was dangerous? In the end, he still removed the sword and broke her seal with his own hands. Shishi angrily accused her of betraying the people who had only tried to help her. Lu Teng instantly flew into a rage and shouted back. If it were not for those humans, she would never have been trapped in this cursed place. As her anger grew, the vines around Vivi's neck tightened even harder. Lu Teng screamed that she had been treated like a monster just because she was different, abandoned to live here alone in fear and despair for countless years. By now, she had completely lost herself. Hovering in the air, Lu Teng demanded to know why those people used her power to control this place, only to fear her later and seal her away. Countless vines lashed at Bai Shuang without giving him any chance to dodge. Only one thought filled his mind. Every ancient monster was unbelievably terrifying. Shishi burst into tears, blaming herself over and over. If this kept going, all of them would die here. In that moment of despair, her eyes suddenly landed on the sword lying on the ground. An idea flashed through her mind. Every one of Lu Teng's attacks had deliberately avoided that sword. Without another thought, Shishi immediately shouted, "Bai Shuang, the sword." The moment he heard her, Bai Shuang understood. His eyes darted toward the weapon, and he realized Lu Teng was deeply wary of it. As soon as he figured it out, Bai Shuang rushed forward and grabbed the sword without wasting another second. Without hesitation, he poured all his strength into a powerful slash at Lu Teng as he charged forward with a furious roar. The single sweeping strike cleanly severed every vine in front of him. His entire presence changed. Pressing forward, he coldly declared that he had spent long enough being chased. Now it was his turn to fight back. Humiliated, Lu Teng became even more unhinged. She screamed that he was nothing but an insect and swore to turn him into fertilizer for her forest. Endless vines surged toward him like a storm, but Bai Shuang's sword sliced through everyone before they could reach him. The problem was that they never stopped coming. Every wave he destroyed was instantly replaced by another. Realizing the battle was turning against him, Bai Shuang retreated to think. The vines were practically endless. The only way to win was to strike Lu Teng herself. Just then, the tree behind him suddenly moved, as though it had come alive, making him freeze. Feeling watched, Bai Shuang instantly turned around. That quick reaction let him barely avoid a deadly sneak attack. As he leaped back, he gritted his teeth and realized every plant in the forest was under Lu Teng's control. There was nowhere safe. The next moment, he launched himself high into the air, gripping the strange sword tightly as if betting everything on its power. Bai Shuang charged straight at Lu Teng with unstoppable momentum. Only one thought remained in his mind: kill her and everything would end. But just before he reached her, vines suddenly wrapped around Shishi and Vivi. Their painful cries made him freeze in midair. Bai Shuang never expected Lu Teng to reverse the situation so quickly, and his expression immediately darkened. Seeing his frustration, Lu Teng mocked him with a laugh. "Go ahead and kill me if you want. Those two little girls will die with me." As she spoke, the vines tightened around both girls' necks. Vivi's face turned pale from suffocation as she desperately called out to Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang could no longer stay calm. In a cold voice, he demanded that she release them immediately or face the consequences. Lu Teng only laughed louder and deliberately tightened the vines even more. The girls cried out in agony as they desperately grabbed at the vines. Seeing the situation grow worse by the second, Bai Shuang finally shouted for her to stop. He threw the sword onto the ground, surrendered without resistance, and begged her to spare the two girls. Shi immediately cried out in protest. She knew that giving up like this was no different from throwing his own life away. Getting exactly what she wanted, Lu Teng laughed proudly. She mocked Bai Shuang, saying she thought he was tough, but a few tricks were enough to make him surrender. Bai Shuang reminded her to keep her promise, since he had already thrown away the sword. Lu Teng immediately sneered and asked whoever said she would release them just because he dropped it. That was brass when Bai Shuang truly lost his patience. Just then, Lu Teng looked at the two girls and revealed a chilling smile, as if she had thought of a new game. She gave Bai Shuang a choice. One of the girls could live, while the other would die. The decision was entirely his. Hearing those words, Bai Shuang froze. His brows tightened as he was forced into an impossible choice. Unlike his tense expression, Lu Teng simply stood there with her hands on her hips, watching with amusement as if it were all entertainment. Bai Shuang's heart wavered. Deep down, he knew he had come to this timeline for Vivi. He could not let Vivi die. But at that moment, Vivi begged him to save her sister instead. Hearing that, Bai Shuang looked toward Shi. Seeing her suffer so much, he could not bear to watch her die either. Shi called out to him through her pain, pushing Bai Shuang even deeper into despair. After struggling with himself, he could only lower his head. Growing impatient with his silence, Lu Teng tightened the vines even more and lifted both girls higher into the air. She coldly declared that if he could not choose, then they would both die. At that point, Bai Shuang completely lost his composure. He reached forward in panic and shouted Vivi's name. Vivi was barely conscious, but she still forced herself to open her eyes and look at him. Her voice was so weak it was almost impossible to hear. Seeing him finally speak, Lu Teng smiled with excitement. "So you have made your choice." Lu Teng actually kept her word. She released the vine around Vivi's neck, letting her fall to the ground before coldly announcing that the chosen one had been returned. Bai Shuang immediately rushed over to catch Vivi and anxiously checked on her. But Vivi ignored herself and desperately begged him to save Shi. The next moment, Lu Teng yanked the remaining vine, pulling Shi even higher. She laughed cruelly and declared that the other girl would become fertilizer for the forest. Bai Shuang instantly leaped forward with the sword aimed straight at Lu Teng, shouting for her to release Shi. But before he could get close, a vine whipped across his face so fast that he had no time to react. Bai Shuang was knocked backward while Lu Teng stood there laughing, as though he were nothing but a joke. She became even more arrogant, loudly declaring that they would all watch Shi die without being able to stop it. But at that very moment, Bai Shuang slowly sat up from the ground and revealed a cold smile that instantly changed the atmosphere. Seeing him smile, Lu Teng frowned in annoyance and shouted that he was about to die, yet he still dared act like that. Before she could finish speaking, her body was suddenly blasted backward. Blood dripped from Lu Teng's mouth. Her eyes widened in disbelief at what had just happened. The sword Bai Shuang had thrown away earlier had already pierced straight through her body. Looking down at the blade lodged in her chest, Lu Teng could not understand it. She had forced him to abandon the sword. Bai Shuang stared at her and slowly spoke with a mocking smile. Raising one hand, he called the sword back to his side and coldly asked if she really thought she was the only one capable of using tricks. The sword hovered right beside Lu Teng's throat, leaving her terrified. Bai Shuang explained that everything he had done before was only a distraction to set up the final strike. Lu Teng's eyes gradually lost focus. Black liquid like tears flowed from her dried-up eyes. She could not accept losing to a human. At the same moment, the vines binding Shi snapped apart. Shi fell to the ground with a painful cry. Vivi rushed over, hugged her tightly, and burst into tears, thinking she had almost lost her sister. Shi's face turned bright red from the tight embrace. Embarrassed, she quietly assured Vivi that she was all right. Bai Shuang also hurried over, hugged Shi, and gently promised that he would never let anything happen to her again. Shi obediently nodded with complete trust. As everything settled down, Lu Teng's body slowly faded away. Only then did the group realize that every vine in the forest had completely disappeared. Bai Shuang still refused to let his guard down. After carefully scanning the surroundings, he finally understood why that giant monster had feared Lu Teng so much. She had been the true ruler of this forest all along. Thinking back to Lu Teng's terrifying fake facade, Bai Shuang felt a chill down his spine. This forest was her hunting ground, and anyone who stepped inside walked straight into the grasp of a perfectly disguised man-eating flower. While he was still thinking, Vivi suddenly pointed ahead and shouted for everyone to look. The spot where the skull had been pinned by the sword was now shining with an incredibly bright light. Bai Shuang immediately walked over to inspect it. Looking into the crack beneath the skull, he could not understand why the place where the sword had been lodged was glowing like this. But the moment he got closer, the ground began shaking violently. Bai Shuang instantly realized something was wrong and shouted a warning. A massive pit suddenly split open beneath his feet. Before he could react, he fell straight down, and his scream echoed through the entire forest. The two girls above were so terrified by the scene that they screamed as well. Bai Shuang kept falling until he reached the bottom of the mysterious pit. Landing hard on his back and head left him so dizzy that he nearly blacked out. Before he could recover, Vivi fell right after him, screaming the whole way down that she was scared. The real problem was her landing. She came down feet first and stomped right into Bai Shuang's most sensitive spot, making his face twist in unbearable pain. Vivi did not even realize what she had done and innocently asked if he was all right. Bai Shuang could only grit his teeth and force out a helpless, "I'm fine." Right after that, Vivi spotted something strange ahead and excitedly called everyone over. The glowing tree left all three of them stunned. After thinking for a moment, Bai Shuang guessed that the light they had seen earlier had come from this place. Shi looked back at the deep pit above and wondered if ordinary light could really shine all the way down here. Hearing that, Bai Shuang immediately sensed something unusual. He frowned and concluded that this could only happen if the object before them was an extremely rare heavenly treasure. The moment they heard the words heavenly treasure, both girls stared at him in shock and nervous excitement. Seeing that they still looked confused, Bai Shuang walked closer to the glowing tree and calmly explained that it was indeed a heavenly treasure filled with an enormous amount of spiritual energy. As he sensed the life force around him, he frowned in thought. The ancient era had far richer spiritual energy than the present, so even ordinary creatures here were unbelievably dangerous. Remembering the battle with Lu Teng, Bai Shuang could not help shivering. Without that sword's suppressing the vines, he would have stood almost no chance against her. He carefully examined the tree inside the cave and concluded that jade Ganoderma in such a spirit-rich era was truly a priceless treasure. No wonder those vines had become so powerful. Vivi shared her own guess. At first, she thought the sword had been placed here to seal the green vines, but now it seemed the real target of the seal was this jade Ganoderma. Bai Shuang cautiously scanned the surroundings and said that without the jade Ganoderma supplying energy, those vines would have been nothing special. With its power, they became completely different. When Lu Teng came to mind again, he still could not shake the pressure she had given him. She alone was almost equal to the entire forest, and that was terrifying. Curious, Vivi stepped closer to the jade Ganoderma and asked if something this amazing could actually be used. Bai Shuang nodded and explained that of course it could. Even meditating beside it would bring incredible benefits. Their disaster had truly turned into an unexpected treasure hunt. Hearing that, the two sisters ignored him and quietly discussed trying the cultivation method their father had created. Without wasting another second, they sat before the jade Ganoderma and formed a very strange hand seal in front of their chests. Bai Shuang watched for a long time without understanding anything. In the end, he could only scratch his head and ask what kind of meditation technique this was. Vivi quickly explained that it was a cultivation method their father had created by combining the techniques of the three races. Shi added that their father had said it greatly improved cultivation efficiency. Bai Shuang listened with only half an understanding, then pointed at himself and cautiously asked if he could learn it too. Shi was about to agree without even thinking, but Vivi quickly covered her mouth. Vivi quietly reminded her that their father had forbidden them from teaching this technique to outsiders. But Shishi immediately argued that Bai Shuang had saved them so many times, so why should he still be treated as an outsider? The two sisters began quietly arguing on the spot. Seeing how troubled the two girls were, Bai Shuang understood the situation and stepped in to interrupt. He stood up straight, raised 3 fingers to the sky, and swore that if they taught him, he would never pass this cultivation method to anyone else. Shishi leaned close to Vivi and quietly repeated what their father had once said. There was only one special case where the technique could be taught to an outsider. The moment she said that, her face froze. Did that mean they had to make him part of the family first? The two sisters looked at each other with bright red faces and kept reminding each other to lower their voices before he overheard them. Vivi shyly mumbled that they were still too young to be talking about marriage. Shishi lowered her head, her face as red as a tomato, but insisted that Bai Shuang had saved them so many times that they had to repay him somehow. Their thoughts became stranger and stranger until they seriously started discussing which one of them should marry him. After arguing without reaching a conclusion, both girls turned to look at Bai Shuang. Too embarrassed to decide, they agreed to let Bai Shuang choose the one he liked, and they would respect his decision. After saying that, Shishi quickly turned her face away in embarrassment and quietly said they were now love rivals. Vivi could only blush helplessly. The two girls stood up and walked straight toward Bai Shuang. They told him they could teach him the cultivation method, while Bai Shuang completely froze, unable to understand why the mood had suddenly changed. Shishi tried to act gentle and lowered her head as she asked whether he wanted her or Vivi to teach him. Vivi refused to lose. Blushing deeply, she tried to look charming and said she could teach him too if that was what he wanted. Bai Shuang was completely overwhelmed. Feeling that everything had gone wildly off track, he panicked and shouted that he did not need to learn anymore. But the two girls refused to back down and kept forcing him to choose who would teach him. Bai Shuang looked like he had been struck by lightning. He stumbled backward and stammered, having no idea how to answer. The two girls stood there with red faces, waiting impatiently for him to make his choice. Finally, under the unbearable pressure, Bai Shuang squeezed his eyes shut and shouted that he wanted both of them to teach him. Shishi blankly stepped back while Vivi froze on the spot. Neither of them expected him to be that greedy. Seeing their reactions, Bai Shuang put on a confident look and seriously declared that kids made choices, but adults took everything. As soon as he finished speaking, the two sisters immediately turned their faces away. They could no longer hide their embarrassment. After a long and awkward silence, they finally blushed and quietly admitted that it was not completely impossible. Meanwhile, Bai Shuang was still totally confused. The more he thought about it, the more he felt this atmosphere had nothing to do with learning a cultivation method. Putting the awkward misunderstanding aside, Bai Shuang finally sat down and began cultivating. Following the instructions from the two girls, he guided the energy and earth into his body. A stream of deep purple energy slowly gathered in the palm of his hand. Seeing the result, Shishi smiled with satisfaction. She praised his incredible talent, saying he had mastered their father's unique meditation method in just a single day. Vivi was equally amazed. In her opinion, Bai Shuang not only learned quickly, but also absorbed the jade Ganoderma's spiritual energy with exceptional efficiency. He was a true cultivation genius. At that moment, Bai Shuang's eyes suddenly turned sharp. He formed a hand seal and let out a quiet shout. After completing the circulation of his energy, he jumped to his feet in excitement and looked at the two sisters. He could clearly feel a brand new power flowing through his body. He closed his eyes again to sense the changes within himself. After only one day of cultivation, he had already gained so much. He could hardly imagine how powerful he would become after staying here for several years. Shishi playfully walked over to the jade Ganoderma and asked whether they should take it with them. She carefully examined it and worried that picking it directly might cause it to lose its spiritual energy. Carrying it around would also be a huge problem. Hearing that, Bai Shuang fell into thought. If they carried such a priceless treasure outside, every monster above would surely hunt them without mercy. Just then, Vivi suddenly remembered something and excitedly said that Sister Fei Liu had a storage treasure that could easily hold the jade Ganoderma. But Shishi shook her head because Fei Liu was not here right now. The two sisters wondered if Fei Liu and Uncle Bai were still searching for them. But escaping was hard enough, and running into those monsters now would be a total disaster. Bai Shuang rested his chin in thought and agreed with Shishi. The monsters above were a huge problem, and he wished there was a way to deal with them. Then Vivi grabbed his arm and pointed at the jade branch, saying that absorbing its power would make them much stronger. Bai Shuang quickly realized the plan. Since leaving now was too dangerous, they might as well stay and cultivate until they were strong enough to face the monsters. Vivi happily hugged him and said she and Shi would cultivate with him so they could fight the monsters together later. Bai Shuang could only smile helplessly and nod. A while later, the three of them sat down again to begin cultivating. The two girls asked if he was ready. Bai Shuang focused his mind completely and prepared to receive the power they were about to share with him. But the moment it began, his expression changed. Sweat poured down his body as an overwhelming wave of spiritual energy rushed inside. A massive aura kept surging out from Shi without stopping. At the same time, Vivi released another stream of power that was just as overwhelming. Bai Shuang suddenly widened his eyes as if he had discovered something unbelievable. He could not understand why the two girls possessed such incredible spiritual energy. Even more shocking, their powers resonated together perfectly. Watching the sisters continue channeling their strength, Bai Shuang realized they seemed to be awakening an extraordinary power. When neither of them responded, Bai Shuang grew worried and asked if they were all right. Right then, a deafening explosion erupted and forced him to shield his face. Bai Shuang stared in shock. The power released by the jade branch was beyond imagination. Vivi finally stood up and explained that once the jade branch's spiritual power entered their bodies, hidden limits inside them had been unlocked. Those abilities had always existed, but only now had fully awakened. Bai Shuang frowned as he thought it through. The more he considered it, the more he believed it was connected to bloodlines. He was a human-demon hybrid with extraordinary talent, while the two girls carried triple bloodlines, making them even more terrifying. Everything suddenly made sense. The reason someone wanted to eliminate those with triple bloodlines was likely because of their heaven-defying talent. The image of the two girls and their incredible power lingered in Bai Shuang's mind. A talent like this was enough to make anyone fear them and want them gone. Shaking off his thoughts, he stood up and reassured the girls. With their current strength, even the monsters on the cliff were no longer unbeatable. Their first priority was finding a way out. But Vivi still could not stop thinking about the jade branch and asked what they should do about that precious spiritual herb. This time Bai Shuang did not hesitate. He turned and started walking, saying they should get out first and wait for the ancestor to arrive. They could always return for it later. Vivi immediately followed. Things were not as simple as they expected. After wandering for a long time, Bai Shuang still could not find an exit and began wondering how they were supposed to escape. Just then, Shi grinned behind him and confidently said she could handle it. The moment she finished speaking, a massive explosion blasted into the cliff she had targeted. As the dust cleared, huge craters covered the rock wall. Shi suggested using them as footholds to climb up, and Bai Shuang agreed it was a great idea. The three of them began climbing upward, carefully following the fresh footholds. After a long and exhausting climb, they finally reached the surface again. Bai Shuang looked around the ancient forest in confusion. They had escaped, but how were they supposed to reach the top now? Did they have to keep climbing? Shi excitedly pointed into the distance and told the others to look over there. In the direction she pointed stood countless giant trees bathed in much brighter light. She guessed it might be the way out. Bai Shuang studied the area before speaking. The place had originally been covered by vines, but now that they had withered away, the hidden path was finally revealed. The two girls immediately looked at him with eager eyes, waiting to hear what they should do next. This might not lead to the mountain peak, but the vines hiding this place meant something important was inside. They should check it out anyway. The two sisters trusted his judgment completely and followed behind him. Along the way, they were surprised by the endless vines covering the area. Halfway there, Bai Shuang suddenly stopped as if he had noticed something. A faint flash appeared in the darkness and immediately caught his attention. Bai Shuang called for the girls to investigate. As they approached the light, a massive shadow blocked their path, putting all three of them on guard. Vivi crouched down and calmly guessed there might be a treasure hidden inside. Shi did not overthink it and simply peeked through the narrow gap. Bai Shuang quickly warned her to be careful. Luckily, there was no danger. Instead, Shi spotted something familiar and moved in for a closer look. She suddenly turned around and shouted, "Wait, isn't this your golden Buddha, Bai Shuang?" Bai Shuang's face instantly changed as he blurted out, "What?" Shi insisted she could not be mistaken because she had seen him use it before, but they could not understand why the golden Buddha, which he always carried, had appeared here. Bai Shuang walked over to the small pit and examined it closely. It was indeed his golden Buddha. Countless thoughts rushed through his mind. Mingyue had once told him it was the Bai clan's ancestral divine artifact, discovered long ago by ancestor He Shi. A shocking realization hit him. If the golden Buddha was here, then had ancestor He Shi once come to this very place to find it? Or had everything been destined from the beginning? While Bai Shuang was lost in thought, Shi Shi pushed against the obstacle ahead and frowned, saying the path ended here and did not seem to lead to the top of the cliff. Bai Shuang decided not to retrieve the golden Buddha yet. Since there was no way forward, they would have to turn back and search elsewhere. He turned to leave, but his eyes lingered on the artifact. Perhaps the best way to preserve history was to let ancestor He Shi discover it himself. After thinking it over, Bai Shuang left everything behind and urged the others to move on. Shi Shi was still beside the small pit and called out, "Bai Shuang, what about the golden Buddha?" Bai Shuang suddenly realized he had forgotten to warn her. He spun around and shouted, "Shi Shi, don't touch it." But it was already too late. She had picked up the golden Buddha and looked at him in confusion. "Huh? What's wrong?" At that instant, the entire area began shaking violently. The ground trembled, the trees swayed, and none of them could keep their footing. The rumbling grew even louder. The three quickly stood back to back as Bai Shuang looked around, unable to understand what was happening. Then he suddenly realized something extremely important. The two enormous cliffs split apart, revealing a narrow path between them. Bai Shuang's face lit up with excitement. They had finally found a way through. He looked back at Shi Shi and immediately understood. The golden Buddha was the key that activated the hidden mechanism. Without wasting another second, the three of them hurried through the newly opened passage. They finally stopped to rest on a steep rocky ledge. Bai Shuang stared ahead in amazement. This path really did lead upward. Just then, a sinister voice echoed from somewhere nearby, catching him off guard. "I can't believe you all survived and made it out." The monster charged at them like a mad beast, overflowing with killing intent. He roared that this time they would never escape. Before he could get close, Shi Shi dashed forward and stood in front of Bai Shuang, determined to protect him. Bai Shuang froze in surprise. Furious, Shi Shi unleashed her power and shouted, "I'll settle every score today. You bullied my sister and forced us into the abyss. I won't forgive you." Before the monster could react, an invisible force lifted him high into the air. Shi Shi slowly clenched her fist, her innocent look completely gone. "This is the price you will pay." The monster's body was instantly crushed in mid-air, exploding into blood and flesh that scattered everywhere. Vivi turned pale at the gruesome sight. The thick smell of blood hit her so hard that she covered her mouth, barely stopping herself from throwing up. Shi Shi immediately ran to her sister and seriously reminded her that the weak only get pushed around. They had to become strong enough to protect themselves. Vivi lowered her head sadly but nodded, saying she understood and would adapt. Bai Shuang also approved of what Shi Shi had done. "Well done. That was exactly the right move." Hearing his praise, Shi Shi obediently replied, "Yes." After that, Bai Shuang led the two girls onward. For now, they just needed to find a safe place to rest and wait for ancestor He Shi to arrive. Life for the three of them in the cave soon settled into a routine. At night, they gathered around the campfire in peaceful silence. During the day, they played and explored together, and the atmosphere gradually became much more relaxed. At night, the three of them slept close together to stay warm. Bai Shuang was living the dream with one girl leaning against each side. He slept so soundly that even in his dreams he could feel their gentle warmth and faint fragrance beside him. Still half asleep, he unconsciously rolled to his right. His wandering hand touched something soft and springy, making him think he had found a hidden treasure. Vivi was sleeping peacefully when the strange sensation made her body tremble instinctively. Meanwhile, Bai Shuang remained fast asleep with a goofy smile spread across his face. The next morning, the three of them got up early and sorted through the spoils. Bai Shuang reminded the girls to search carefully for anything valuable the enemies had left behind. Just then, Shi Shi accidentally found a storage ring. Seeing Shi Shi freeze, Vivi thought she had discovered a treasure and quickly asked about it. But Shi Shi simply shook her head and said it was nothing. Vivi kept searching and complained that the guy had been dirt poor with nothing worth taking. Shi Shi laughed and agreed. Time flew by, and before they knew it, night had fallen again. The three of them huddled together for warmth and soon fell asleep inside the cave. In the middle of the night, Shi Shi quietly opened her eyes and gently sat up. Bai Shuang and Vivi were still sleeping soundly, holding on to each other without noticing anything. Shiji quietly slipped out of the cave, constantly looking back to make sure they had not woken up. Once she was far enough away, she suddenly burst into a sprint. A small figure raced through the dark mountains at incredible speed. Shishi carefully climbed down along the cliff. Her destination was the Jade Branch. She took out the storage ring she had found earlier. She had already thrown away all the useless junk inside. Shishi's eyes were filled with determination. No matter what, she was taking the Jade Branch with her. Back inside the cave, the other two were still sleeping peacefully. Vivi was even snuggled tightly against Bai Shuang as she breathed softly. Suddenly, a loud cry woke them both. "Bai Shuang, sis, wake up." The moment Bai Shuang heard Shishi's voice, he rushed outside in panic, fearing something had happened to her. But when he arrived, Vivi happily waved and shouted, "Uncle Bai Qian, Sister Fei Liu, you finally made it." Fei Liu smiled apologetically as she arrived. "Sorry everyone, we got here a little late." The moment Bai Shuang saw the familiar faces, he froze before excitedly calling out, "Ancestor." Shishi rushed straight into Bai Qian's arms, chattering excitedly with relief. She was so happy that both Bai Qian and Fei Liu had made it safely. Tears streamed down her face as she cried, "I thought we'd never see all of you again, but we're much stronger now. Next time we meet bad people, we can fight back together." Fei Liu's heart softened. She hugged Shishi tightly and gently comforted her. "That will never happen again. I'll find a truly safe place for everyone." Afterward, Bai Qian called Bai Shuang aside for a private talk. In a serious voice, he explained everything and said it was fortunate Bai Shuang had stayed with the girls. The teleportation had gone wrong, but he only realized it after everyone had already been sent away. He continued that after finishing matter on the other side with Fei Liu, they discovered the teleportation array had sent the children to a completely unfamiliar place. They had to adjust the coordinates and search every area, which was why they had arrived so late. Bai Qian looked around and sighed. This place was originally an exile zone for mutated mixed-blood descendants, filled with danger everywhere. Without Bai Shuang protecting the girls, he feared he would have lost them forever. He sincerely thanked Bai Shuang. Hearing such heartfelt gratitude, Bai Shuang scratched his head awkwardly and smiled. He said the two girls were incredibly capable too, and he had not done that much. But then he suddenly remembered something important. His expression changed as he quickly asked, "Right, how is Ming Yue doing now?" Bai Qian smirked and teased him. "Looks like you really care about Ming Yue." Bai Shuang immediately blushed and cleared his throat. "We fought side by side before. It's not how she's doing." Bai Qian saw right through him, but chose not to expose it. Instead, he assured him that Ming Yue was the war goddess of the divine clan, and very few people could defeat her in a one-on-one fight. Bai Shuang finally relaxed, then suddenly remembered something else. "Ancestor, there's something I want to show you." As he spoke, he took out a dazzling golden Buddha statue. Bai Qian stared at it in shock. "Isn't that your golden Buddha? Why is there another one?" Bai Shuang smiled awkwardly. "It's a long story, but this one actually belongs to you." Lowering his voice, he explained that the golden Buddha he carried had been passed down through generations of the Bai clan. He patted Bai Qian on the shoulder and tried to explain it as simply as possible. "I heard you accidentally found this treasure long ago, so just think of this as the moment you found it." Bai Qian froze for several seconds. "You mean I only obtained the golden Buddha because you existed? Without you, I would never have found it?" Bai Shuang scratched his head under the intense stare. "I can't be completely sure, but maybe everything was always meant to happen this way." Bai Qian stayed silent for a long moment before sighing. "All right, I understand. I'll continue passing this golden Buddha down to future generations." Just then, Bai Shuang remembered something important. "Ancestor, do you have a storage ring?" Bai Qian nodded in confusion. "Of course! Why?" Bai Shuang's eyes immediately lit up. "Perfect! Come with me. We're going to collect a treasure." He confidently led everyone through the forest before pointing at an open area ahead. "It's right here. There's a heavenly that's perfect for cultivation." He grinned as he explained that they had left it there because they did not have a storage ring before. But the moment they arrived, everyone froze. The jade branch had been dug up so badly that even its roots were nearly gone. Bai Shuang felt like he had been struck by lightning. "Where's my jade branch?" He looked ready to cry. Such an incredible treasure had completely disappeared. Shishi quickly ran over and pretended to comfort him. "Forget it, maybe it just wasn't meant for us." Vivi gently added, "That's right, we already gained plenty from it." While Bai Shuang was still heartbroken, his eyes accidentally drifted toward the sisters, now more mature figures. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly looked away before nodding. "You're right. I was too obsessed with it." Fei Liu stepped forward to inspect the area and asked, "Is this the heavenly treasure you were talking about?" Bai Shuang looked at what she was holding and froze. It was part of the jade branch's root. Fei Liu casually pulled out the remaining roots and said, "Looks like someone dug up the whole plant. Only a few roots are left. They're nowhere near as valuable as the full plant, but they're better than nothing." She tossed the roots to Bai Shuang and smiled. "Here, keep them as a souvenir." Bai Shuang looked awkwardly at the tiny roots in his hand, unsure how to divide them. But Vivi gently shook her head and said they did not need any. He should keep them. Hearing that, Bai Shuang's mood immediately improved. He happily accepted them with a grin. Meanwhile, Shi quietly stood off to the side with a secret smile. Losing a few roots would hardly affect the jade branch's true power. Leaving that matter behind, Bai Qian and Fei Liu guided everyone to a new hiding place. Fei Liu pointed ahead and introduced it. "This is Yang Valley." She smiled confidently. "This place is completely safe. Even if the three clans searched everywhere, they still might never find it." Bai Shuang looked around and shared his thoughts. Having only one entrance makes it easy to defend, but that alone isn't enough to stop the three clans. Before he could finish, Fei Liu stepped straight through what looked like rippling water in mid-air and vanished. Bai Shuang stared in disbelief. "A barrier?" From the other side, Fei Liu reached out with a playful smile. "Calling my name want help. Hurry and come through." Bai Shuang wiped the sweat from his face and cautiously walked forward. But the moment he crossed the barrier, the breathtaking scene before him left him speechless. Endless mountains rose above a sea of clouds, while flowers and greenery stretched in every direction like a paradise from a painting. Fei Liu casually pointed at the distant palace and explained, "This was once a cloud palace of the demon race. After being cast to the lower realm, the surviving elders secretly brought it here." Bai Shuang became even more confused. According to her, the demon race was not originally violent, so why were the demons he met before so insane and brutal? Fei Liu sighed softly and explained, "The clouds had endless spiritual energy, enough for demons to cultivate properly, but in the lower realm, the energy was far too weak for their needs. Unable to follow the right cultivation path, the demon race slowly became corrupted. They grew bloodthirsty, savage, and uncontrollable. If this continued, they would become mindless killing machines." Bai Qian stared into the distance with determination and said, "Our goal is to preserve hope for the demon race and stop the god race from slaughtering them. But this cannot be done overnight. The future depends on your generation." Bai Shuang stayed silent after hearing this. Even in his future era, the god race was still powerful enough to make people despair, but he kept those words to himself, refusing to deny their sacrifices. Seeing the heavy atmosphere, Fei Liu quickly changed the topic and smiled. "Oh right, the former owner of this palace was a very interesting demon cultivator. He left behind a special trial room." He immediately became curious and asked, "Fei Liu sister, what is so special inside?" Fei Liu gave a mysterious smile and dragged out her voice. "Make sure you open your eyes wide." Right after saying that, her figure vanished without leaving any trace. Wei Wei panicked and tried to rush over, but Bai Shuang quickly stopped her. Bai Shuang also acted mysterious like Fei Liu. "Just wait a little, we will know soon." A moment later, the nearby room door opened. Fei Liu walked out and happily announced, "Done." She brushed her hair aside and waved Bai Shuang over. "Young one, come claim your item." Bai Shuang looked curiously at the blue cloth bag in her hand and asked, "What is this?" Fei Liu smiled and explained, "Enter that room and you will be pulled into a trial automatically. The challenges are random and get harder each time. Every victory gives you a reward." Hearing the word reward, Bai Shuang's eyes lit up. Then what kind of treasure is inside? He quickly opened the cloth bag to check. A golden ring fell out. The moment he saw it clearly, his face instantly dropped. "A storage ring? The reward bag gave me another storage ring? Seriously?" Fei Liu held back her laughter and explained, "Rewards are completely random. Some are priceless treasures, while others are useless. Your luck was just terrible today." She then turned around and left, adding one final warning. "If you have time, try it. When you reach your limit, just shout 'I give up,' and you will be teleported out safely." Bai Shuang leaned closer and asked quietly, "With such a good chance, why do you two not try again?" Fei Liu smiled proudly. "This trial is only beginner level. We could clear it all in half a day." Hearing that, Bai Shuang widened his eyes in frustration. Damn, so she had been tricking me the whole time. Fei Liu only laughed and waved goodbye. I have other things to handle. Remember, only one person can enter at a time. The next person must wait until the previous one disappears. Bai Shuang turned to the two girls and asked, "Do you want to try?" Wei Wei hesitated before answering. Even though my strength and Hias have improved a lot, our battle experience is still lacking. He quickly nodded in agreement. Bai Shuang nodded in satisfaction and sent the two girls forward. "All right, you two go first, I will enter last." Both girls obediently nodded. After watching them disappear one by one, Bai Shuang rubbed his hands excitedly. My turn now. Hopefully, I get a real treasure this time. But the moment he stepped inside, the scene before him felt strangely familiar. His mind was filled with questions. He could not understand why he had been thrown back to this cursed place again. Before he could react, a monster rushed at him like an arrow, releasing a terrifying killing intent. Bai Shuang's eyes widened in shock. He could not believe it. He was certain this monster had already died before. The monster roared fiercely, and its aura exploded like it wanted to crush everything around it. Bai Shuang drew his sword and charged forward, slashing at the enemy while confidently saying he would finish it here this time. But at that moment, the sword in his hand began fading away until it vanished completely. Bai Shuang froze, his mind going blank as he wondered where his weapon had gone. Sweat poured down his face, but he forced himself to stay calm. A fight did not always require a sword. He immediately forced his energy to activate a demonic technique. Unexpectedly, the attack missed the enemy and rebounded back, tearing his clothes apart and leaving him nearly exposed. He panicked and covered himself while looking around wildly. Even the demonic power inside his body had completely disappeared. Behind him, the monster had already appeared, sneering with contempt as if watching a joke. It mocked him for saying he did not need a weapon to fight. Bai Shuang instantly turned and ran, begging desperately while fleeing. His previous confidence was completely gone. His mind was a mess, wondering where all his power and treasures had disappeared to. Just when he thought all hope was lost, a pair of slender legs appeared ahead with a sweet voice telling him to come closer if he wanted to live. Seeing a living person with such a charming appearance, his face turned red from excitement. Without thinking, Bai Shuang rushed over and hugged her legs, constantly thanking his savior. As he got closer, he could clearly feel her soft curves, making his mind even more confused. But when he looked up, his entire body went cold. The face above him was the same monster from before, smiling playfully. Bai Shuang turned pale and stammered, unable to tell if this thing was human or something else. The woman leaned closer and whispered that she was his lifesaver, leaving him both scared and suspicious as he asked what she wanted. Before he could resist, he was dragged away. He screamed for help but could do nothing. Lying there helplessly, Bai Shuang began analyzing the situation. Without his power or treasures, this trial was probably testing his own abilities. He guessed the key to clearing this stage must be related to the two beings he had just met. In desperation, he even imagined the worst possibility, like being forced to stay and have children, which sounded completely absurd. The female monster seemed to read his thoughts and giggled in confirmation, making him even more confused. Bai Shuang felt like his head was about to explode and could not process any more information. At that moment, the opponent shook the cloth bag and announced that the trial reward was in her hands. She walked closer and made a condition. If he could satisfy her, she would let him leave. She also threatened that if he refused, she would throw him outside and let the beasts deal with him. Remembering the danger outside, Bai Shuang gritted his teeth, knowing he had no other choice. In the tense situation, he suddenly came up with a risky plan to turn things around. He pretended to stay calm and said he needed to use the bathroom first. The woman watched him with a strange smile, clearly waiting to see what trick he would try. Bai Shuang forced a smile, acting natural while hiding his real plan. But soon his disguise was exposed, revealing the monster's true form behind the beautiful appearance. She became furious, roaring in anger as her killing intent exploded. During the chaos, Bai Shuang escaped to a safe corner and slowly recovered his clothes and composure. A notification sounded, congratulating him for clearing the first trial with an intelligence-based evaluation and receiving a reward. Holding the cloth bag, he finally relaxed and confirmed that he had truly passed. A voice continued inside his mind, asking if he wanted to continue the challenge. Hearing this, Bai Shuang immediately became interested without hesitation. He agreed right away. As the surroundings changed, he realized the layout looked strangely familiar. He guessed this time would not involve treasures or artifacts, but a true test of combat ability. Suddenly, countless energy arrows shot toward him like a storm at incredible speed. Bai Shuang dodged instinctively and counterattacked with a clean sword strike. When purple smoke spread across the ground, he realized it might be poison and remembered a woman who used a similar move. At that moment, a girl walked out of the forest and greeted him warmly, saying she would play with him in this trial. After observing for a while, Bai Shuang realized the enemies here were all people he had met before, recreated inside this trial. Without hesitation, he activated his power and decided to test the opponent's true strength. His attack was blocked, but the opponent still could not overpower him as expected. After defeating her, another group of monsters appeared ahead. Before he could rest, he was forced to fight a strange vine-like creature. Next came a tense battle in complete darkness. After clearing all the trials, Bai Shuang collapsed to the ground, exhausted and breathing heavily. This endless chain of challenges was enough to make anyone fall apart. After clearing the stage, nearly 10 loot bags floated in front of Bai Shuang. It felt like one battle had brought him a huge profit, and he was quite satisfied. He prepared to open the loot, with the familiar excitement of checking what rewards he had gained this time. This time his luck was clearly better. He found valuable spirit stones and a powerful-looking artifact, though some useless items still made him shake his head and ignore them. Leaving the battlefield, he finally relaxed. But just as he complained about being tired, a familiar voice called from behind and made him stop. Turning around, he was surprised to see Vivi appear. He immediately asked when she had finished her trial. He was also curious about what she had gained. Vivi could not hide her excitement. She showed off a pile of reward bags like a trophy, clearly proud of her achievement. Bai Shuang was nearly speechless. Her rewards were even more than his. Her ancient bloodline talent was truly terrifying, leaving him only able to praise her in shock. After calming down, he looked around and asked where Hihi was, since she had not appeared yet. Vivi looked back toward the trial area with worry and said Hihi had been inside for several days without coming out. Bai Shuang quickly reassured her. If there was real danger, Hihi would have reacted already. She was probably still at an important stage. Hearing that, Vivi nodded lightly and could only hope everything was fine. She quickly changed the topic and pulled him along to eat, because Fei Liu had prepared many delicious dishes. Bai Shuang refused because he was not hungry. He still had pills that could keep him full, and only wanted to rest, recover, take a bath, and sleep. Vivi immediately volunteered to massage him. Bai Shuang coughed awkwardly but eventually agreed, treating it as a short break. Meanwhile, Bai Qian and Fei Liu were peacefully cultivating in silence. In another area, Bai Shuang and Vivi were already sleeping deeply after a long, exhausting day. Just when everything seemed peaceful, a massive explosion tore through the area and shook the entire space. Bai Shuang instantly woke up, still half asleep, and wondered if it was an earthquake or some major disaster. He rushed outside and shouted in panic, asking what had happened. Bai Qian also arrived and shook his head. The shock had woken him up too, but he had no idea what caused it. Bai Shuang looked at Fei Liu and asked if she knew anything since this was a demon palace. But she only frowned, feeling that something was wrong. Before they could understand the situation, the entire palace began rising from the ground, as if an invisible force was pulling it into the sky. Vivi panicked and shouted that Hihi was still inside. Bai Shuang tried to stop her, but she had already rushed forward. He tried to hold her back but failed. Vivi charged straight inside, determined to save Hihi. Without hesitation, she disappeared into the shaking palace. Bai Shuang stood frozen, unable to react in time. He could only call out Vivi's name in panic. He was about to chase after her when Bai Qian blocked him and coldly told him to stay where he was. After saying that, Bai Qian also rushed toward the palace being pulled into the sky, leaving worried voices behind. The palace continued rising higher, and the shaking only became stronger. After a while, everyone stopped to observe and noticed the movement had finally stopped. But a new problem appeared. What should they do next? Bai Shuang directly asked Fei Liu if the palace inheritance had any records about this. She only shrugged, saying things would not be this chaotic if there were. Fei Liu guessed this might be a special reaction from the ancient ruins. Bai Shuang immediately asked what kind of reaction. She answered with one word that made the atmosphere heavy: recognition. Bai Shuang stayed silent for a moment before understanding. If the ruins were choosing a master, someone qualified had to be controlling this ancient place. He connected the clues. The only person who had not come out was Hihi, meaning she was most likely the center of this event. Fei Liu sighed and admitted they could not confirm anything yet. All they could do was wait. Bai Shuang thought deeply. If his guess was right, his power was beyond imagination, enough for an ancient upper-level ruin to recognize her. He remembered the information about the two girls' origins and felt there might be a connection to reincarnation or a forgotten past. While he was thinking, Fei Liu suddenly warned that something was flying out from inside the palace. Not long after, three figures appeared in the sky again. It was Vivi and Hihi. Bai Shuang quickly rushed over to ask what happened, especially noticing Hihi's obvious weakness and wondering what had happened inside. Hihi weakly explained that after entering the trial, she was trapped in a strange space. Something had locked all exits, and the more she tried to leave, the stronger the force became, constantly draining her life force. Trembling, Hihi held on to Vivi and said she was almost completely drained, thinking she would not survive. Luckily, Vivi broke through the seal and saved her. Vivi comforted her and explained that their twin connection helped her sense Hihi's location in time. Fei Liu asked Bai Qian about the changes inside the palace. He confirmed that everything had completely changed, as if it absorbed something and rebuilt itself. Hearing this, Fei Liu's expression turned cold. She almost concluded that this was not simple recognition, but the palace had gained awareness and viewed Hihi as its source of energy. Bai Shuang became furious and immediately drew his sword, his killing intent exploding because his companion had almost died inside. Unable to hold back, he charged toward the palace, intending to destroy the strange object. But before he could reach it, an invisible barrier suddenly appeared and violently knocked him back into the air. His body and weapon were thrown away, causing Bai Shuang to fall freely from above. Luckily, Fei Liu reacted in time and used a spiritual energy rope to pull him back. She shouted at him for being reckless, reminding him this was an ancient ruin of her race and could not be destroyed by brute force. Bai Qian stepped forward to calm everyone down. The most important thing was that everyone was safe, and they needed to find another place to hide first. Fei Liu agreed and decided they should leave this dangerous area as soon as possible. Bai Qian carried the weakened Hihi on his back, prioritizing her recovery before discussing anything else. Behind them, Bai Shuang looked serious and began analyzing the attack because something felt unusual. When his sword touched the palace, he clearly felt it was not a counterattack, but an automatic barrier activating. This made him suspect it was not a creature with battle awareness, but a defensive mechanism or an automatic ability to absorb spiritual energy. If it truly had no intelligence, then only one possibility remained. It had completed recognition, and the owner was most likely the only person still inside. His eyes stopped on Hihi, and his suspicion became clearer. Fei Liu called out to him, telling him not to stand there and urging him to move. The situation was becoming more urgent. Bai Shuang followed behind, reassuring himself that Hihi might have only activated something unconsciously because she was young. He could ask her later. Meanwhile, deep inside her consciousness, Hihi smiled coldly. If she truly obtained control of this demon palace, her power would rise greatly and surpass everyone else. She secretly decided that once she became strong enough, she would reclaim everything that belonged to her. Fei Liu began forming hand seals, preparing to create a concealment formation. A giant formation slowly appeared in the air, with spiritual energy spreading into layers of structure. After several deep sounds, a new shelter was created. She explained that the formation could hide them from most outside searches. Bai Shuang sighed. For now, this was their only choice. But when he entered, he stopped in surprise because the space inside was beyond his imagination. The entire area was spacious and fully equipped, making him wonder how it could be called a temporary shelter. Fei Liu lightly collapsed and pretended to be exhausted, saying the formation had nearly drained all her energy. Bai Qian quickly supported her, worried about her condition, and helped her rest. At that moment, she leaned closer to him with a faint smile in her eyes, as if planning something. Bai Shuang only shook his head after seeing this, thinking his ancestor was truly caught in a difficult situation. Hihi weakly called him and said she wanted to rest immediately too. Her body was still weak after having her energy drained, and she only wanted to lie down. Bai Shuang turned away awkwardly and said he also happened to need rest. The group quickly found rooms and closed the doors, temporarily leaving the outside chaos behind. Not long after, all three fell into deep sleep after a day full of disasters. But while everyone was asleep, Hihi slowly opened her eyes, completely awake. She quietly left the bed without making any sound. Looking at the two sleeping people, she smiled coldly. Her eyes no longer showed the weakness from before. She walked across the ground with light but deliberate steps, and the atmosphere around her grew heavy. He raised her hand and coldly spoke a single command, as if activating her authority. Immediately, the giant tower outside shook and shrank, flying straight into her hand like an object fully under her control. He tightly held the miniature tower, her smile twisting with ambition. She thought that refining the jade root and this entire demon palace would make her explode and allow her to reach her final wish. While lost in her thoughts, a cold voice suddenly came from behind, making her freeze. "Why are you doing this?" Bai Shuang had been standing there for some time, staring at her with disbelief and confusion. He rushed forward and grabbed her hand, shaking her, as if trying to pull her away from whatever was controlling her. He urgently asked what had happened during the trial, and whether someone had manipulated her. He tried to comfort her, saying things had not gone too far yet. Taking control of the demon palace could even be a good thing. She only needed to explain everything to the others, and Fei Liu would not blame her. But he trembled more and tears began falling. His voice softened as he helplessly said, Vivi was also worried. She only needed to come back, and everything could be solved. Hearing Vivi's name, Hi's emotions exploded. She pulled her hand away and shouted that he only cared about Vivi, asking what she was to him. Bai Shuang froze, unable to understand. He quickly explained that both of them were equally important to him. But He was trapped in painful memories, remembering when they fell into the water. Vivi was saved first while she was left behind. The feeling of being forgotten returned again. Bai Shuang sighed and explained that the situation was too dangerous back then. He only reacted by instinct and never intended to abandon her. But his explanation could not reach her. He cried and refused to listen anymore. She turned around and ran away, leaving behind a cold statement that she would never return and no one needed to find her. Before disappearing, she left one final message. Tell Vivi to pretend she never had a younger sister. Then her figure faded into the sky. Her final scream echoed with anger and despair. From now on, she would also pretend she never had an older sister. When Bai Shuang returned, Fei Liu was already waiting, sighing as if she had expected this outcome. Bai Xing was stunned. He learned that they had already suspected He would leave, and were only waiting for confirmation from the formation's fluctuations. Bai Shuang clenched his fist and insisted on bringing her back no matter what. Something must have affected her mind, and they could not leave her like this. Fei Liu nodded coldly and said this was not only about He, but also because she had taken the demon palace away. She also warned him not to tell Vivi yet, or the situation would become even more complicated. Bai Shuang could only hope things would not go any further, especially that He would not do something impossible to undo. Outside in a dense grassland, a figure quietly sat and meditated, with unstable spiritual energy surrounding her. From Fei Liu's hand, a purple beam shot into the sky, seemingly searching for a direction. Bai Shuang asked what it was, and she explained that although they could not fully control the demon palace, they still had a way to track its location. Hearing this, Bai Shuang immediately wanted to chase after it. Bai Qian stopped him and told him to stay and protect Vivi. They would handle finding He. Although he wanted to go with them, Bai Shuang gritted his teeth and agreed to stay. Before they left, he repeatedly told them to bring He back at all costs, watching them leave with worry. Meanwhile, Vivi had just woken up from her sleep. She looked around in confusion and noticed the unusual silence. After going downstairs and finding no one, she became uneasy when she realized Bai Qian and Fei Liu were both gone. As she stepped outside, she saw Bai Shuang's returning and happily called out to him. He forced a normal expression and asked if she was awake. He raised a hunted rabbit and pretended everything was fine, saying he would cook for her. But Vivi was still worried and immediately asked where everyone else was, especially He. Bai Shuang had prepared a lie and explained that He had lost too much spiritual energy and was taken to the demon race's sacred temple for treatment. Vivi grabbed his hand in panic and wanted to go with him immediately, but he quickly reassured her that it was not serious and she only needed time to recover. Although Vivi wanted to ask more, he cut her off, changed the topic, and quickly went to deal with the prey to avoid dragging the conversation on. Elsewhere, Bai Shuang looked calm while taking care of Vivi, but inside she was a mess, worried about the girl while unable to stop thinking about Shi. Meanwhile, Shi sat alone in the empty land, her whole body entering a special cultivation state. Around her, spiritual light exploded violently, with waves of energy spreading out like crashing tides. The energy from the demon tower and the red jade was constantly pulled back, rushing toward Shi's body like an endless waterfall. The massive amount of spiritual energy far exceeded expectations, forcing her body to tremble from the overwhelming pain. At that moment, a loud shout came from behind, breaking her focus. Shi, what are you doing? Fei Liu and Bai Xian appeared, frozen in shock as they saw Shi refining both the demon palace and the jade root, a treasure Bai Shuang had once searched for. Shi turned around with a cold smile, as if she expected their arrival, calmly saying they finally came. She continued forcefully absorbing the energy, coldly saying that arriving late meant it was already too late. The enormous spiritual power flooding her body made Shi scream in pain, as if every muscle was being torn apart. Fei Liu was horrified and shouted that she was killing herself, saying her body would be destroyed from within. Shi gave a cold laugh, saying she would rather die in an explosion than keep living, as a shadow looked down upon by others. Bai Xian immediately argued back, asking who dared to treat her as a mere shadow, and reminding her that she was still herself. But Shi erupted with anger, her eyes turning red as she screamed that everyone only saw her as Vivis' shadow, always standing behind her with no name of her own. Then she declared her true identity, Yu Shi. The energy inside her suddenly erupted even stronger, spreading through her meridians as if tearing her body apart. Bai Xian tried to rush in and save her, but Fei Liu held him back, warning that with two unstable forces, charging in meant certain death. A terrifying explosion shook the area, with energy sweeping everything away and smoke covering the entire battlefield. Through the thick smoke, Shishi's cold voice still echoed, with a hint of mockery, repeating the words that her body would explode. But when the dust cleared, she was still standing unharmed. Her body had grown more mature, her aura had completely changed. She calmly said she still had debts to repay, so she would not die that easily. Bai Xian was stunned, unable to understand how such an explosion failed to kill her. Shi calmly explained that absorbing the power instantly would have killed her, but she had refined and adapted to the energy beforehand, making her meridians strong enough to endure it. Bai Xian was shocked, asking if she had secretly cultivated and adapted all this time without anyone knowing. Shi coldly replied that if she revealed it, they would force her to share it with Vivi, so she never told anyone. She raised her hand and an object slowly appeared in the air. It was an ancient golden bracelet, which she proudly introduced as an important treasure. Seeing it brought back memories, and she said her mother secretly gave it to her before leaving, fearing she would suffer in the future. Thanks to it, she could continuously absorb spiritual power without her body exploding, and she believed her mother truly loved her the most, even though everyone always cared about Vivi. Bai Xian examined it closely and immediately recognized it as a divine clan artifact that could directly affect the user's mind. Fei Liu asked if Shi's change was caused by constantly using this artifact for cultivation, and Bai Xian confirmed it. Shi immediately denied it, a faint, killing intent surrounding her as she said she was completely clear-minded and controlled by nothing. She then released a wave of dark energy, attacking the two of them directly. Fei Liu had to use all her strength to block it, her expression changing as she admitted Shi's power had gone beyond control. Shi screamed in rage, blaming them for forcing her into this situation, and then blaming a dead object, saying the injustice only made her lose control further. Suddenly, she showed a twisted smile and suggested a dangerous idea. If they cared about Vivi so much, then they should try cursing her. Bai Xian and Fei Liu became furious, shouting that Vivi was her sister and warning that the artifact had corrupted her mind and she had to stop. Shi floated in the air, coldly declaring that no one could touch her. The dark energy in her hand grew denser, preparing for the next attack. Bai Xian immediately activated his artifact and launched a full-power counterattack. A powerful beam of light shot toward Shi, tearing through the space ahead. Shi looked at the incoming attack with a mocking smile, showing no concern. "Stop wasting your effort." Bai Xian froze, unable to process what he was seeing. The beams that could pierce through anything were swallowed by her barrier, not only causing no damage, but also being absorbed into Shi's body. Shi tilted her head, a hint of interest flashing in her eyes. Interesting. Fei Liu immediately stepped in front of Bai Xian, releasing killing intent and refusing to let things go further. Just as the tension reached its peak, a small bee suddenly flew into the chaotic battlefield. The moment Shishi saw it, she frowned and recognized Vivis' spirit bee. Far behind them, Vivi appeared, standing there hesitantly with fear and worry in her eyes. The girl tremblingly called out, "Sister." Fei Lu panicked and shouted, realizing the danger, warning Vivi not to come closer. Shishi slowly descended from the sky, giving a cold smile as she understood their weakness. "So that's how you found me." Bai Xian immediately stood in front of Vivi and asked why she came alone. Vivi nervously explained that she secretly came after Bai Shuang left. Shishi's eyes darkened further, her voice turning icy as she accused everyone of always choosing Vivi. Even when Vivi was wrong, Bai Shuang still stood by her side. Darkness surrounded Shishi as her suppressed emotions erupted into uncontrollable resentment. Vivi shook her head in panic, trying to explain that it was not like that. But Shishi had already lost control. The dark energy transformed into arrows and shot toward Vivi with deadly intent. The arrow pierced straight through Vivis' body in an instant. Bai Xian stood frozen, his entire body stiff from the scene before him, Vivi. At the same time, Bai Shuang was rushing over desperately, filled with extreme unease. When he reached the grass field, he heard a faint sound ahead. Seeing a familiar figure, he froze and realized Vivi was there. Vivi turned around weakly and called out his name, "Brother." Seeing that she could still stand, he sighed in relief, thinking he was not too late. But the next moment, Vivis' voice suddenly faded, as if something was draining her life force. Bai Shuang immediately sensed something was wrong, his heart sinking. "Vivi?" He rushed forward to catch her, only to see her body growing weaker beyond control. "What is happening?" Bai Xian appeared behind him and confirmed in a heavy voice, "This is a curse from Shishi." Bai Shuang was stunned, unable to believe what he heard. It was Shishi again? A terrifying thought appeared in his mind. Could the girl behind the disaster involving the three races' mixed blood have been Shishi all along? Vivi weakly held his hand, still trying to plead, "Don't blame her." Bai Shuang choked back his pain and despair, promising he would save her no matter what, even through reincarnation. Vivi smiled weakly without hatred, saying she was happy to have met everyone. She took out an item from her hand, using the last of her strength. It was something that could lead them to Shishi's location. Vivi begged him to find and protect Shishi, not letting her suffer anymore. Bai Shuang held her hand tightly, tears falling as he nodded repeatedly, and promised. Vivis' smile slowly faded, and her life disappeared with it. "Thank you." Bai Shuang cried out in despair, his voice echoing through the space. "Vivi." At that moment, the bracelet on his wrist began glowing intensely. The light spread through the area, covering all three of them. Bai Xian and Fei Liu were shocked to realize it was power connected to space and time. The energy surrounded Bai Shuang and pulled him into a spatial vortex opening before him. Bai Shuang floated through the chaotic universe, feeling himself being sent toward a certain point in time. A black hole appeared ahead, swallowing his entire view. What is this? Elsewhere, Ming Qiao stood in the darkness of hell, smiling coldly as he used his power to block the path back to reincarnation. Bai Shuang was dragged into the violent vortex, struggling but unable to escape. "Damn it!" he roared, swearing that if he survived, he would never forgive Ming Qiao. Just then, another force suddenly appeared at incredible speed. A purple rope wrapped tightly around his wrist, holding him in the middle of the vortex. Bai Shuang looked closer and recognized it as Chong Lin's divine weapon. The rope guided him through the chaos, pulling him toward the exit. After jumping through the black hole, he was thrown into a completely different space. Before he could react, he fell straight onto the ground. Rubbing his aching head, he let out a heavy breath, feeling like he had just escaped death. When he looked back, the rope had vanished without a trace. A familiar voice beside him spoke with annoyance and sarcasm, explaining that the divine weapon only existed inside the reincarnation path and disappeared outside it. Bai Shuang immediately stood up and grabbed the person in anger. "Ming Qiao, are you looking to die?" He laughed mockingly, complaining that his kindness was repaid with betrayal, while claiming the plan to destroy Gisk and the reincarnation path was all arranged by the opposing side. The other person only snorted in disdain, saying there was no need for such a complicated scheme just to destroy Gisk. Ming Dao reminded him with a cold smile to check on that girl first, because no matter when they wrote, the outcome would not change. She was still as fragile as a dying flame and unlikely to survive much longer. Bai Shuang immediately panicked and asked where Chong Lin was. The answer was simple: Yinyang Valley. Without thinking further, he rushed away like an arrow, with only one thought in mind: saving that girl at all costs. Ming Dao stood behind him with a cold smile, as if everything had already been decided. While rushing forward, Bai Shuang suddenly stopped after realizing he had no idea where Yin-Yang Valley was. At that moment, a strange movement came from behind, as if someone was secretly approaching. Bai Shuang instantly reacted, his whole body tensing with extreme caution. Inside a nearby room, chaotic sounds mixed with heavy breathing and strange noises filled the air, creating an unusual atmosphere. Qin Huan's face turned red as she awkwardly looked away, unsure where to look. Zhang Ju was overwhelmed by the intense atmosphere, struggling to remain calm. Everything blended together into a chaotic scene of breathing, voices, and restless movements from those inside. Yuatz was nearly exhausted, his body feeling completely drained of energy. Even in the chaos, he continued staying close with Ling Long, the atmosphere becoming increasingly intense. Yuatz breathed heavily, whispering that it still was not over yet. Zheng Miao responded with a broken breath, mixed with exhaustion and complicated emotions. Things continued one after another, with no chance for the situation to calm down. Yuatz was completely caught up in the emotions while his body kept weakening. Finally, everything reached its peak as all the suppressed pressure burst out at once. Bai Shuang then realized it was all a misunderstanding. He had mistaken the situation for an attack from an enemy like Ming Rao. Qin Huan spoke shyly, asking about the person who had returned after such a long journey with warmth and longing. Zhang Miao asked directly what the secret trip was really for, since nobody had been informed beforehand. The person briefly explained that he never intended to hide it, but he had no time to tell them because he went to the Tao of Reincarnation to handle an important matter. At that moment, Bai Shuang suddenly remembered Chong Lin, who had been forgotten amid all the chaos.